Wow, so big and so white. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is truly excellent material. That one over there is amazing too. Outside the hot spring bathhouse in Canoha village, a white-haired man was blushing furiously as he secretly spied. As he peeked, he earnestly jotted down notes. Huh, that figure over there is absolutely perfect. Definitely top-tier material. No doubt, but I prefer that one over there. That slender waist, those mesmerizing curves. TSK, TSK, and it's white too. Suddenly another voice sounded beside him. This startled the man so much that he nearly jumped, realizing he hadn't noticed someone approaching. He shouted loudly, "Who's there?" His outburst didn't help him discover the source of the voice, but instead exposed his own presence. A commotion erupted within the bathhouse. Someone's peeping. There, over there. That white-haired guy. He's spying on us. Sisters, get him. Oh no, he was completely exposed now. The white-haired man hurriedly tried to gather his things and escape, but unexpectedly the same voice spoke again. Better you than me. Sorry, Lord Jeriah. Jeriah was momentarily stunned. Then he suddenly felt something trip him up. The next second he fell flat on the ground, and immediately after someone stepped on him and sprinted away. You bastard. You'll remember this. Don't run, you little brat. As Jeriah shouted furiously, more than 10 women in bathrobes stormed out of the bathhouse, each looking enraged as they surrounded him. Oh, so many fair, slender legs. Not the face. Ow, I was wrong. By the time Jeriah finally escaped, his face was swollen and bruised with several large lumps on his forehead. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lord Jeriah, I must say you can really take a beating. That same voice rang out again, and Jeriah, extremely displeased, cursed. Chisen, you little brat, that was too much. We could have escaped together, but you chose to set me up. A figure slowly appeared before Jeriah. Yes, slowly appeared as if he hadn't existed in the first place, his body transitioning from transparent to solid. It was a young boy, a sly smirk on his lips with deep eye bags beneath his eyes. Black hair, black eyes, delicate features, and messy fringed hair, he was undeniably a handsome youth. Lord Jeriah, you must be joking. You failed to escape on your own. How can you blame me? You little brat. You actually schemed against me. This boy's name was Tsukikage Chisen. He hailed from Canoha's Tsukikage clan. Oh, and he had a younger brother who had just learned to walk, Tsukikage Hate. Of course, he wasn't originally from this world. He was a reincarnated transmigrant, one of the only 2 remaining members of the Tsukikage clan. His father had died in the Second Shinobi World War, leaving only him and his brother behind. His mother had passed away after giving birth to Tsukikage Hate. From then on, the Tsukikage clan consisted of just these 2 siblings. Now it had been 4 years since the Second Shinobi War ended, and Tsukikage Chisen had already become a chunin. Originally, he had been a young man from the 21st century. But one day, while secretly peeping at something exhilarating, his excitement led to excessive blood loss and death. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the world of Naruto. And, of course, as a transmigrator, he had his own cheat system. Perhaps because he had died from peeping in his past life, this time his cheat system was both frustrating and delightful. It completely forced him down a certain path. Because his system was called Shamelessness is Invincible. As the name suggests, the more shameless his actions, the greater his rewards. Ding! Host has peeped on 15 women bathing for 1 hour. Special reward, +1 to physical strength. ***. Ding! Host obstructed Jeriah's escape, leading to his beating by the women. Special reward, +1 to physical strength. ***. Chisen felt a surge of warmth flow through his body. TSK, not bad, his physical strength had increased again. As a member of the Tsukikage clan, his Kekkai Genkai was Transparent Release, a special ability that allowed him to turn completely invisible and erase all traces of his presence. Moreover, his Transparent Release was far more advanced than what Tsukikage Hate possessed in the original story. Even sensory jutsu couldn't detect him. This made him wonder, had Tsukikage Hate simply failed to master his own Kekkai Genkai? How could he be so weak? Though transparent release lacked offensive capabilities in terms of stealth, he was second to none. Using this Kekii Genkai, he freely roamed the village, engaging in all sorts of mischief. Peeping, tripping pedestrians, all kinds of pranks. He had even become a chunin thanks to his system. Tsukikage Chisen age. 14 Canoha village Tsukikage clan chunin Kekii Genkai. Transparent release, perfect mastery. Jutsu. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, 8 gates, flying thunder, god, fire release. Great fireball phoenix sage fire, earth release. Earth wall headhunter jutsu. Strength. 45 speed. 60 chakra. 55 physical toughness. 63 ninjutsu. 50 taijutsu. 40 jinjutsu. 30 hand seals. 50. Ding. Note. Stats are based on the Shinobi Battle Index with a ratio of approximately 1 to 10. Asterisk asterisk. Conclusion. You are an overall balanced shinobi. And being balanced also means you don't particularly excel at anything. Asterisk asterisk. Looking at his arsenal of jutsu, he had practically collected all the major cheats. The thrill of sneaking into restricted areas with transparent release and reading the scroll of seals unparalleled. That day as he stood by the window, clutching the scroll of seals, he sighed. There's probably no one in this world who can match me now. Back to the present. Jeriah rubbed his swollen face, looking at Tsukikage Chisen with envy. Your Kekii Genkai is seriously amazing. It's practically made for peeping. Hey, you white-haired pervert. How dare you reduce my prestigious transparent release to something so crude? What do you mean made for peeping? This ability is clearly absolutely fantastic. Chisen had never considered himself a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died from peeping in his previous life. And with such an immoral system, why even bother being good? On the path of shamelessness and invincibility, he would march forward with pride. One day, when he became powerful enough, even if it was Otsutsuki head dare to peep on them too, Jeriah stared intensely at the sly-faced Tsukikage Chisen standing before him, a complex mix of emotions welling up in his heart. It felt as if he had just been taught a profound lesson, one that seemed to say, as long as I can be shameless enough, no one can easily manipulate me. Lord Jeriah, as long as you teach me a single jutsu, I promise I won't tell the third Hokage about your little escapades. Tsukikage Chisen said, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Jeriah's mouth twitched violently. Though he had his doubts, he decided to believe the boy for now. The two of them made their way to the hillside behind the Hokage monument. Jeriah's expression turned serious as he looked at the young ninja before him. All right, what exactly do you want to learn? How does senjutsu work? Chisen asked tentatively. Jeriah's previously serious expression instantly collapsed like a punctured balloon. He nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Absolutely not. Senjutsu is way too complicated, and I'm not capable of teaching you that. All right, then I'll pick something else. Chisen looked at Jeriah with an expression full of disdain, as if saying, how can you be so unreliable? Jeriah felt like crying. How had it come to this? His disciple Namikaze Minato was so well-behaved and obedient. Why was this kid such a troublemaker? Look at you. You're one of the legendary Sannin, and yet you can't even teach me senjutsu? Tisk. I knew those legends were all exaggerated. Damn it. Fine then, teach me sealing techniques. But I have one condition, you can't just teach me one. How many do you want to learn? Jeriah asked, already regretting this interaction. Let me think. Fire sealing, 5 elements sealing, forget it. Just teach me all sealing techniques. Sure, your skills aren't as good as the Uzumaki clans, but having something is better than nothing. You little bastard. Do you have to insult me while asking for my help? You said you'd only learn one jutsu. How many are you trying to squeeze out of me? This is still one jutsu. They all fall under the category of sealing techniques, right? Isn't that just one field of study? Jeriah felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. If he stayed here any longer, he feared he wouldn't be killed by an enemy, he'd be killed by sheer frustration. Without hesitation, he pulled out a scroll from his robe and shoved it into Chisen's hands. Here, take it. I'm leaving. Any longer with you, and I might actually drop dead from anger. Bye-bye. Poof. A cloud of white smoke rose, and Jeriah disappeared instantly. Tsukikage Chisen looked down at the scroll in his hands marked with the kanji seal, and a sly grin spread across his face. Humming a little tune, he made his way home. The next day, on the outskirts of Canoha village, Tsukikage Chisen and his teammates had already set out for their mission to Tachi Gaker, hidden waterfall village. "Hey, Suzuka Shibi." Chisen glanced at his two companions and teased, "Are we really just here to scout Tachi Gaker? If a fight breaks out, in the first one running." Nara's coup, a Tokubetsu Jonin from the Nara clan, though in reality, he was just a chunin. But since he could use clan secret techniques, and he was a Nara, they slapped the Tokubetsu Jonin title on him. Aburame Shibi, the future father of Aburame Shino, was also a Tokubetsu Jonin. But at heart, still just a chunin. "You're lazier than I am," Suzaka chuckled. "Our mission is just to gather intelligence on Tachi Gaker, but honestly, it's only for show." Tachi Gaker is incredibly well hidden, surrounded by a massive waterfall. Even if we wanted to break in, it'd be a hassle. The Nara clan played the role of deer in the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, the tactical masterminds of Canoha. Every single member of their clan had high intelligence and excelled in strategy and leadership. "Suzaku is right," Shibi added. "Tachi Gaker is the only village outside the 5 great nations that possesses a tailed beast. They didn't take part in the Second Shinobi War, but we still need to confirm their status." Chisen already knew this. Tachi Gaker rarely interacted with outsiders, so this mission was most likely a formality. However, the 7 Tails Comei, to be honest, Chisen was quite interested in the 7 Tails. He wasn't sure who its Jinchuriki was at this point in time, but if the 7 Tails was still sealed, he wouldn't mind trying something bold. After all, every Jinchuriki was a force to be reckoned with. And most importantly, among all the tailed beasts, only the 7 Tails could fly. That was the one skill Chisen lacked the ability to fly. Tachi Gaker was located northwest of Canoha, surrounded by a massive waterfall. The geography made it a natural fortress, easy to defend, difficult to invade. After 2 days of travel, the 3 finally saw the enormous waterfall in the distance. Their eyes widened in awe. A natural barrier like this was rarely seen. "So this is the waterfall hiding Tachi Gaker," Nara Suzuka marveled. Even Aburame Shibi and Tsukikage Chisen nodded in agreement. "Chisen, the rest is up to you," Shibi said casually. "Huh? What do you mean up to me?" Chisen immediately sensed something fishy. Sure enough, Suzaku and Shibi were both grinning mischievously. "Chisen, your Kekii Genkai is the best for infiltration," Shibi explained. "Once you get past the waterfall, you'll be in charge of scouting. Tachi Gaker won't let outsiders in easily, so well create a distraction for you." Chisen froze. These bastards were setting him up? This has to be that damn 3rd Hokage's idea, Chisen seethed internally. He's totally getting back at me. Last time when I caught him peeping, he got exposed. This is definitely revenge. At the same time, in Konoha's Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sneezed violently 10 times in a row. After finally regaining his composure, he muttered in annoyance. "Must be either Tsukikage Chisen or Jeriah bad-mouthing me. Damn brats. Last time they got me exposed while peeping. Humph. Chisen, you little punk, you'd better behave on your mission. See? The people who understand you best are always your fellow perverts." Among the 3 great peeping masters of Canoha, they were all too familiar with each other's habits. Just as Chisen knew that Jeriah and Hiruzen Sarutobi were massive perverts, the 3rd Hokage also knew that Chisen was a coward. So he had personally arranged this mission a custom, made death trap just for Chisen. "Watch your words, Chisen," Shibi warned. "All right, get ready to start the mission." Chisen felt like the entire world was against him. Why do you have to be the one doing this? "The Tachi Gaker ninjas will definitely be guarding the waterfall," Suzaku explained. "So, you'll use Shadow Tentacle Jutsu to trigger their security measures. Once that happens, you slip inside. Shibi's insects will assist you. Chisen, this is all on you." Damn it. They had already planned everything out. These guys were devious. Without hesitation, Suzaku used his shadow tentacle jutsu to take control of a wild boar. Chisen stared at the struggling pig in disbelief. Meanwhile, Shibi extended his hand, and a few insects landed on the boar. "These insects will help you get inside," Shibi said. "Go, Chisen. We'll be waiting outside." Looking at their sincere faces, Chisen wanted to scream. "I sincerely thank your entire family." With no other choice, Chisen activated his Kekkei Genkai transparent release and vanished. Seeing this, both Suzaku and Shibi were impressed. Meanwhile, Chisen left a little insurance message on a nearby tree. "Your dad is here." This was his backup plan. If things went south, he wouldn't hesitate to escape. After all, he learned the flying Thunder God Jutsu for a reason. It was the perfect getaway tool. "All right, control your pig, and make a charge at the waterfall," Suzaku instructed. The request sounded normal, but to Chisen it felt like they were mocking him. Regardless, the shadow tentacle dragged the boar toward the waterfall. The moment the boar touched the waterfall, an invisible barrier activated. The waterfall split open like a door. Immediately, 4 or 5 Gaker ninjas leaped out. "Huh? A boar? How did a boar trigger the alarm?" "Who knows, whatever. At least it's food for tonight," one of them muttered, eyeing the wild boar hungrily. None of them noticed a few insects silently slipping through the waterfall. Inside, Gaker perched atop a tree. "So this is Gaker." Chisen disabled transparent release. He needed to recover some chakra before making his next move. Looking at the insects beside him, he sighed. He had to admit Gaker was fairly developed for a minor village. But compared to Canoha, still a huge gap. Suddenly something caught Chisen's eye. Something very special. His gaze locked onto it, his lips curled into a sly grin, and he muttered, "A hot spring bathhouse built right into the waterfall? Looks like an excellent spot for gathering intelligence. A place like this is exactly where Jeriah would be drawn to. But for now, this mission is up to me. If I don't step into hell, who will?" Hot springs are the most beloved places of relaxation for everyone in the ninja world. Oh, this feels so good. As expected, soaking in a hot spring is the most enjoyable thing. That's right. Maintaining that seal all day long was exhausting. All right, stop chatting and just enjoy it. We still have to switch shifts tonight. Inside the hot spring, 3 women were thoroughly enjoying this moment of tranquility. They were completely unaware that behind them, perched on a tree, an outsider was watching them with fascination. "SK, I have to say the land truly nurtures its people. These ladies who live under the waterfall every day, their skin is absolutely flawless." Gecko Chisen was mesmerized, though. He kept reminding himself that as a qualified voyeur, he must not make a sound. However, the seal they mentioned, could they be referring to the 7-tailed seal? "Kuroba Naiko, stop touching me." Why? "Sarah Jonin, your figure is truly enviable." "Get lost, you little twig." I'm not a twig. I won't go into too much detail about these steamy scenes, haha. All right, let's get some rest. The 7-tailed seal is still unstable, and soon they'll call us to switch shifts. A female ninja who had been mostly silent finally spoke. She leaned back with her eyes half closed, a look of pure relaxation on her face. But as soon as she spoke, she instantly drew the attention of the other 2. "Take this dragon claw strike." In an instant, the once peaceful hot spring became lively again. Gecko Chisen held back his surging emotions and quietly left the tree. His mind was now focused on the intelligence he had just gathered. The 7-tailed seal, he hadn't expected to stumble upon something this big during his visit to Gaker. However, as a village that possessed a tailed beast, Gaker's defenses were bound to be strong. Still, now that he had come this far, it would be a waste not to take a shot at it. A sharp glint flashed in Gecko Chisen's eyes as he made up his mind. This was his chance. His dream was to soar. A little difficulty was nothing. And if things went south, he still had the flying thunder god technique to escape. Might as well take the risk. Who knows, maybe a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Outside, Gaker, Suzaku, and Shirwei were sitting on a massive rock, gazing at the majestic waterfall in the distance. "Shirwei, I have a bad feeling about this. You don't think Chisen is going to do something reckless, do you?" Shirwei was momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a smile. Suzuka, you know Chisen's personality. He's as cautious as they come. He's never taken a single B rank mission, and he rarely even does C rank ones. In his own words, safety is more important than missions or money. Suzuka nodded slightly after hearing Shirwei's words. He was a few years older than Gecko Chisen and understood him fairly well. After all, the Gecko clan was a part of Konoha Corps and had long been involved in intelligence work. I hope I'm just overthinking it. The place where the Seven Tails was sealed lay deep behind the great waterfall. A cave surrounded by cascading water served as the tailed beast's prison. At this moment, over a dozen Takigakure ninjas sat in a formation around the waterfall. Their expressions were solemn as they maintained a highly complex sealing technique. From within the cave, loud crashing sounds echoed. Clearly the Seven Tails Comei was struggling to break free. Everyone, just a little more effort. The seal is almost stabilized. A Jonin seated at the head of the group gritted his teeth as he encouraged his comrades. Meanwhile, not far away, Gecko Chisen, who was in his transparent escape state, was racking his brain, trying to figure out how to divert the attention of the Takigakure shinobi so he could sneak inside. After careful consideration, he decided on a plan. The number of ninjas guarding the seal was simply too high, and many of them were Jonin. As a mere chunin, trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth in such a situation was near impossible. Even if he managed to sneak, and how would he seal the Seven Tails into his own body? That was another problem entirely. Just as he was pondering the sealing process, an idea struck him. He quickly left the area and climbed onto a sturdy tree, sitting cross-legged. From his pouch, he pulled out a scroll marked with the kanji for seal. This is it, 4 symbols, seal, heh. A sly grin spread across Gecko Chisen's face as he locked his gaze onto the sealing sight in the distance. His mind was now formulating a strategy. First, he needed to create a distraction to divert Takigakure's attention. Next, he had to find a way to infiltrate the sealing site. Finally, he had to convince Comei to enter his body and seal it properly. It sounded simple, but in reality, it was an incredibly difficult task. So he meticulously devised a series of events to throw Takigakure into chaos and confusion. For 3 whole days, he used his transparent escape technique to steal various things. From large items like windows to small ones like doors, yes, windows and doors. Gecko Chisen went all out, dismantling nearly half of Takigakure's doors under cover of darkness. He piled these stolen doors and windows in the village center. Beyond that, he also took ninja tools and food. Takigakure descended into a state of panic. This sudden string of thefts put the entire village on high alert. From Jinin to Jonin patrols were deployed nonstop. And with the added burden of maintaining the Seven Tails seal, the Takigakure shinobi were quickly exhausted. Meanwhile, Gecko Chisen, despite his rather immoral actions, found that his skills had slightly improved, which delighted him. During the daytime, he observed the sealing site closely. He discovered that the guards changed shifts every 8 hours. During the shift change, there was a window of less than 20 seconds for him to slip inside. Of course, this was assuming there were no additional alarm systems in place. To prepare for any emergencies, Gecko Chisen left flying thunder god markers in the east, west, south, and north of Takigakure. If anything went wrong, he could escape in an instant. Finally, on the 4th day, he made his move. Seizing the brief moment during the shift change, he activated transparent escape and shot forward like an arrow, dashing into the sealing site. His heart pounded as he meticulously watched every step, wary of triggering any traps. But upon entering Comei's chamber, he realized he had worried for nothing. Takigakure had never anticipated that someone would infiltrate through the waterfall, let alone reach the Seven Tails sealing site. Thus, apart from the sealing formation itself, there were no additional security measures in place. Gecko Chisen grinned as he set his sights on the tailed beast before him, tightly bound in chains. His smile was filled with confidence and cunning. The Seven Tails, named Comei, was one of the 9 chakra fragments separated from the 10 tails by the sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, in ancient times. It was a peculiar beetle with 6 wings and a single tail. The Comei before Gecko Chisen's eyes was noticeably smaller than the legendary descriptions, obviously due to being sealed. Gecko Chisen stared intently at the massive tailed beast before him. Even though it was restrained by the seal, its overwhelming presence was still terrifying far beyond what a mere chunin like him could contend with. Due to the unique properties of transparent escape, even though he stood right in front of the 7 tails, it had no idea he was there. Taking a deep breath, Chisen knew that the next step was about to begin communicating with Comei. This was undoubtedly the most difficult part. After all, tailed beasts harbored deep resentment toward humans, and humans viewed tailed beasts with similar hostility. There was no trust between them. "Hey, 7 tails, how's it going?" Unsure of how to start, Gecko Chisen decided to just go for it and initiate conversation bluntly. Since he had already made up his mind to talk, he might as well be straightforward. Comei, who had been struggling against the sealing jutsu all this time, was utterly exhausted. The sudden voice stunned it completely. Its massive body trembled violently. That sudden movement terrified the ninjas maintaining the seal outside. They immediately poured more chakra into the sealing formation, trying to stabilize the 7 tails. Whoa, stop moving. All right, you can't see me. How about now? Only now did Gecko Chisen realize he was still invisible. Quickly, he canceled his transparent escape. A 14-year-old boy appeared before the 7 tails, standing there calmly, his eyes showing no trace of fear. Upon seeing Gecko, Chisen Comei began thrashing violently again, but still didn't speak. Suddenly an idea struck Chisen. Could it be that the sealing technique was preventing Comei from speaking? "Can't talk, huh? Can we communicate through thoughts instead? Alright, I shouldn't call you 7 tails. I should call you Comei. After all, I want you to be my partner." At the mention of Comei, the massive beast visibly shuddered. It was clear that it was shocked. How many years had it been? How many years since anyone had called it by that name? But how did this little brat know its name? Seeing Comei suddenly freeze Gecko, Chisen smiled slightly. He understood Comei was stunned. Now it was up to him to make an impression. With his silver tongue capable of talking the dead back to life, he was ready to convince this big guy and step onto the path to greatness. Gecko Chisen walked right up to Comei and placed his hand on its body. In the next moment, his surroundings changed drastically. A massive insect soared through the sky before suddenly diving toward the earth. Gecko Chisen found himself standing atop a mountain peak. Wow, so this is Comei's inner world? It longs for freedom and flight. A deep rumbling voice suddenly echoed. "Human, who are you? How do you know my name? Tell me." Gecko Chisen looked up at the 7 tails, soaring among the clouds, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. "And not only do I know your name, I know the names of all 9-tailed beasts." "Impossible. The fact that you know my name is already baffling enough. The names of the other 8-tailed beasts, there's no way you could know them. That's something only he knew." Comei scoffed disdainfully. But soon it noticed something unusual, the human boy before it remained completely unfazed. Even when facing a tailed beast, he showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, his eyes gleamed with confidence. The next second the boy spoke. 1 tail Shikaku, 2 tails Matatabi, 3 tails Isabu, 4 tails Songok, 5 tails Kokuo, 6 tails Saiken, 7 tails that's you Comei, 8 tails Gyuki, 9 tails Kurama. Did I get them right, Comei? Comei was completely dumbfounded. Its massive insectoid body flew right up to the boy. Gecko Chisen could faintly sense Comei trembling. "I have no ill intentions. On the contrary, I want to be your friend. Who says tailed beasts and humans can't coexist? You can fly, and I long to fly. To me, you are the most important friend I could have." Comei remained silent for a long moment. It locked its gaze onto Gecko Chisen's eyes, searching for any trace of deceit or greed. But it found none. All it saw was excitement and an indescribable desire. "What village are you from?" "Canoha." "How, the village where Kurama resides?" "With Kurama, there, why would you come looking for me? He's far stronger than I am." Comei scoffed. "And it was right among the 9-tailed beasts Comei had always been one of the weakest aside from its ability to fly. It was nowhere near as powerful as the Nine Tails. So what? Kurama is strong, but I don't like him. I want to fly. Can he do that? Gecko Chisen didn't even try to hide his disdain. That caught Comei off guard. In its experience, humans always sought tailed beasts for their power, sealing them away and treating them as weapons. But this kid, why was he so different? Hey Comei, if I become your Jinchuriki, does that mean I'll be able to fly? Jinchuriki. So this kid was after its power. Oomph. So in the end you do want my power. I won't let you succeed. Gecko Chisen ignored Comei's outburst and asked again. Comei, I want to fly. Can I be your Jinchuriki? Don't worry, I won't bother you when you want to be left alone. My name is Gecko Chisen. I can turn invisible, I can teleport, the only thing I'm missing is the ability to fly. So can you help me out? Comei was stunned. This was its inner world, meaning it could see the boy's true thoughts. But what the heck was going on in this kid's head? Invisibility equals peeping teleportation equals stealing flight equals even more convenience? Asterisk, I'm a mighty seven tails Comei, not some tool for convenience. Asterisk. Wait, what was this? Big curves? Big butts? How shallow? What was so appealing about human females? Huh? What's this, bugs? Asterisk, whoa, Canoha has a whole clan like this. Asterisk slurp, maybe becoming this kid's tailed beast wouldn't be so bad, so many adorable bugs. Drooling slightly, Comei suddenly had an epiphany. Power? What power? It was the weakest among the tailed beasts anyway. And this kid didn't seem like a warmonger. If it could leave this cave and have a host who appreciated insects, maybe this wouldn't be such a bad deal after all. Hey, what's your name? Comei asked curiously. I'm Gecko Chisen from the Gecko clan of Canoha. Gecko Chisen answered proudly. Do you have any of those edible bugs on you? Comei's eyes flashed with anticipation. Gecko Chisen was momentarily stunned. Asterisk, edible bugs? What the heck? Asterisk. Then a sudden realization hit him. He had a bottle of Aburame Shimmy's insects with him. He had originally kept them to block Shimmy's sensory abilities. Quickly, he pulled out the bottle. Seeing the wriggling bugs inside, Comei's mouth instantly started watering, and a look of delight spread across its face. It's been so long since I've had any bugs, and I can tell these have chakra in them. They must be delicious. Watching Comei's eager expression, Gecko Chisen's mouth twitched. All the persuasive arguments I had prepared completely unnecessary. Oh, a worst-case scenario head just have to maintain good relations with the Aburame clan. Since he was now the head of the Gecko clan, though it was just him and his younger brother, he had the authority to handle these things. Here, eat up. Gecko Chisen casually tossed the bottle to Comei. Without hesitation, Comei swallowed it whole in one gulp. The speed was astonishing. A crisp cracking sound followed. The bottle shattered in Comei's mouth, turning into dust along with the bugs before being swallowed. At that moment outside the waterfall, Aburame Shimmy's expression changed drastically. What's wrong, Shimmy? Nara asked, sensing something was off. Just now all the bugs I placed on Chisen died. Shimmy looked puzzled. Nara was equally shocked. Normally Shimmy's insects were hidden, and it was rare for anyone to detect them, let alone wipe them all out simultaneously. If the bugs were gone, then what about Gecko Chisen? Damn it! Should we abort the mission? Nara considered the option, but quickly dismissed it. Gecko Chisen's whereabouts were currently unknown. They couldn't assume the worst based on the death of a few insects. Let's wait a little longer. It might just be a coincidence, Nara said. Wow, that was amazing. I haven't had something this tasty in years. After devouring the insects, Comei grinned at Gecko Chisen. Kid, you're not bad. Gecko Chisen sighed helplessly. So Comei, how about coming with me? I promise you'll have all the delicious bugs you want from now on. Since food seemed to be the key to Comei's heart, Gecko Chisen decided to use that as leverage. Given his stealth abilities, stealing some bugs from the Aburame clan wouldn't be too difficult. He'll have you know, I have a big appetite. Comei's entire body trembled slightly in excitement. It had been confined for so long that the very idea of freedom felt distant and hazy. At that moment, a vision surfaced in its mind. 9-tailed beasts gathered together back when it had yet to take its current form, still just a massive insect. And in front of them stood Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths, their creator. With that thought, Comei made its decision. It was well aware that every Jinchuriki required a powerful seal to contain a tailed beast. Ordinary sealing techniques wouldn't suffice. Gecko Chisen spoke with full confidence. Comei didn't fully understand the intricacies of sealing techniques, but seeing the boy's assured expression, it felt somewhat convinced. Gecko Chisen suddenly hesitated. It was easy to talk about sealing, but actually performing it was another matter entirely. Seeing his awkward expression, Comei seemed to understand. With a sudden shake of its body despite being bound by countless chains, it slowly began shrinking itself. Soon a miniature version of the Seven Tails appeared before him. Comei stretched its body slightly. Though still bound, it could move a little. Gecko Chisen suddenly recalled how the 8 tails once escaped by severing its own tail. Maybe he could use a similar trick? Comei pondered for a moment before responding. Hearing this, Gecko Chisen couldn't help but laugh. The 4-symbol seal originated from the Uzumaki clan. It was an advanced sealing technique that used the power of 4 symbols to suppress and contain evil forces. The seal left a distinct marking on the body or target, allowing the long-term confinement of powerful entities. It was an incredibly complex and powerful sealing jutsu, something Gecko Chisen would never have been able to learn on his own. If not for Jeriah providing him with a detailed explanation, he wouldn't have had a chance of mastering it. Now all he could do was follow the instructions step by step and make it work. After the 3 legendary Sannin of Canoha returned to the village, they headed straight for the Hokage's office. After all, this mission had been assigned by the 3rd Hokage, and they were obligated to report on its progress. So Tachi Gaker still refuses to engage with outsiders, and the 7-tail seal appears unstable as well. Is that correct, Chisen? The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at Gecko Chisen, a hint of doubt flashing his eyes. Gecko Chisen sighed helplessly and nodded slightly. But deep down he felt completely speechless because he noticed the hidden smirk on the 3rd Hokage's lips. Damn it, this old man is definitely messing with me. All right, you may all go rest. You can collect your mission payment at the mission hall later, said the 3rd Hokage. Nara, Suzaku, and Aburame Shimi respectfully bowed before turning to leave. When it was Gecko Chisen's turn, however, a mischievous grin spread across his face. This made the 3rd Hokage feel a bit uneasy. What's with that look? Did this brat lose his mind in Tachi Gaker? ***. Lord Hokage, did you know? Tachi Gaker has hot springs, you know. And the Kunoichi, they're constantly bathed in waterfall mist, have incredibly flawless skin. With that, Gecko Chisen turned and left, leaving behind a dumbfounded 3rd Hokage. Several moments later, the 3rd Hokage slammed his desk and blurted out, "Damn it, I should have known this brat wouldn't behave himself. Tachigaker's hot springs, huh? Damn it, I want to see them too." After collecting his mission reward, Gecko Chisen stopped Aburame Shimi, who had been about to head home for some well-earned rest. "Chisen? What is it?" Shimi asked, confused. Shimi, you probably don't know this, but while I was alone in Tachigaker, your bugs kept me company the entire time. If it weren't for them, I would have been terribly lonely, Gecko Chisen said with a sentimental look. Oh. Hearing this, Aburame Shimi became intrigued, though also more suspicious. Because if what Chisen said was true, then why had all of his bugs suddenly died at the same time? So, Shimi, how about giving me some bugs to raise? I've recently developed a great interest in insect keeping. Gecko Chisen continued, trying to sound as natural as possible. Interest? Hell yeah, he was interested. This wasn't just about himself. It was about feeding Comei. He couldn't exactly steal bugs from the Aburame clan. If word got out, he'd be mocked for life. And what kind of insects are you looking for? Shimi asked. Our clan breeds a variety of insects, each with different functions. The ones I use, Kakachu, come in many different species. Shimi then began enthusiastically explaining the different types of bugs in great detail. Unfortunately, Gecko Chisen understood none of it, nor did he want to. To him, the Aburame clan was simply a clan that controlled bugs. He wasn't interested in the specific details. Shimi, let's keep it simple. This is my first time keeping bugs. Do you have any that are easy to raise, grow big, and are juicy? Shimi. He could understand wanting low-maintenance bugs. After all, no one wanted to accidentally kill their pet insects. But big and juicy? What kind of weird-ass request is that? He didn't get it, but someone did. Inside, Gecko Chisen's body Comei was practically jumping for joy. Good brother. You understand me too well. In the end, after relentless pestering, Aburame Shimi reluctantly agreed to give Gecko Chisen a few boxes of insect larvae to raise. Though they were ordinary Kikaichu, they had been carefully nurtured and were very easy to take care of. After securing his bug supply, Gecko Chisen didn't rush home because he spotted two familiar figures. Yo, Dai-san, training with your son again? Oh, Chisen. Haha, you're back from your mission. Youth must never be wasted. Want to train with us? The man was none other than Might Dai, the eternal genin of Canoha, and his son Might Guy. Yeah, just came back from Taki Gaker. If I remember correctly, Guy should be enrolling in the academy this year, right? Speaking of the academy, Gecko Chisen suddenly thought of another person called Genius Ninja Kakashi Hitaki, or as he jokingly called him, Kakashi 55%. He should be entering the academy this year, then graduating next year, and becoming a Chunin the year after that. Truly again news. Haha, yes. He'll be enrolling in a few days. Guy, greet Chisen properly. Might Dai paused his training and excitedly ran over to Gecko Chisen, flashing his brilliant white teeth. Might Guy followed, bowing politely. Gecko Chisen and Might Dai had a good relationship. After all, Chisen knew how powerful Might Dai truly was, so he had befriended him early on and helped him out whenever possible. Haha, he'll race you next time for sure. Dai, so let's have a taijutsu spar sometime. But for now I need to head home, someone's waiting for me. Might Dai laughed heartily as Gecko Chisen waved goodbye. Arriving home, Gecko Chisen found Hebisame taking care of his younger brother Gecko Hate. Huh, Ebisu, you're here training. Chisen, Niazen, you're back. Yes, I'm preparing for the academy entrance exam. This kid was Ebisu, a future Canoha pervert trio member. Chisen, how was your mission? Hebisame asked. Asterisk, nothing special. Taki Gaker was peaceful, it was just a reconnaissance mission. Asterisk, but those two jerks, Suzaku and Shimi, dumped all the dangerous work on me, so I extorted 5,000 Ryo from each of them. Here, take 30,000 Ryo. Gecko Chisen casually handed Hebisame the money. Hebisame immediately started counting it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Gecko Chisen turned to help Ebisu train, which basically meant throwing small rocks at him and adding extra weight while he did squats. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from outside. Asterisk, asterisk, Gecko Chisen. Are you home? Asterisk, asterisk. That voice sounded familiar. Sure enough, when Gecko Chisen opened the door, he saw a blonde-haired man standing outside. Yo, Minato, what brings you here? It's not me, it's my teacher who wants to see you. Your teacher? Oh, Jeriah. Sama? Alright, give me a sec, he'll be right out. Jeriah wanted to see him? Asteriski, asteriski, hith, asteriski, asteriski. Gecko Chisen smirked. This guy definitely heard about Taki Gaker and wanted some creative material for his books. Asterisk, nice. A perfect opportunity for some extortion. Asterisk. When Gecko Chisen met Jeriah, he saw the legendary Sannin grinning from ear to ear, shamelessly trying to butter him up. Chisen, I heard you went to Taki Gaker on your last mission. Did you happen to gather any good material? Come on, share some with me. If you do, we'll send you a first edition copy of the next volume of Isekai Paradise. Jeriah, aside from being a legendary ninja, was also a famous author. Isekai Paradise was his most iconic work. To gather inspiration, he would often travel around collecting material, and Gecko Chisen was his biggest supplier of research material. Haha, Jeriah. Sama, you must be joking. I was on an official mission. Where would I have found time to gather material? Gecko Chisen played dumb, feigning innocence. Jeriah choked on his own words, momentarily speechless. He knew all too well, getting material out of Chisen was harder than climbing to the moon. Gaker was an isolated village, strictly cut off from the outside world. Entering, it was extremely difficult, especially in the post-war era. Yet, Gecko Chisen had sneaked in undetected. Jeriah envied him deeply. Chisen, listen, my student Minato recently mastered a new jutsu. Why don't I have him teach you? You two grew up together, it's only right to help each other out, don't you think? Jeriah smirked and turned to look at Minato. Minato Namikaze? Sensei, are you seriously selling me out already? Oh, Minato, you've learned a new jutsu? And you didn't even tell me? Gecko Chisen's eyes narrowed in suspicion. He already had a good guess, it was likely Flying Thunder God. After all, Minato had saved the future Jinchuriki, which probably gave him the opportunity to read the sealing scroll. It made sense that he would learn Flying Thunder God from it. Well, I wouldn't say I've fully mastered it, just gotten the basics down, Minato said, scratching his head awkwardly while throwing a helpless glance at Jeriah. Jeriah openly admitted his past intentions. When it came to Gecko, Chisen Jeriah had mixed feelings. On one hand, he loved Chisen's information. Gathering skills, transparent escape, was practically made for research. On the other hand, he hated how Chisen always extorted him, leaving his wallet emptier than Canoha sake reserves. Gecko Chisen shamelessly declared, his thick skin shining brightly. A tree without bark will die, but a man without shame is invincible. All right, here it is. Minato sighed, then extended his right hand. A special kunai appeared in his grasp. Gecko Chisen immediately recognized the technique's nature. His words shocked both Minato and Jeriah. Especially Minato, he had just recently learned this jutsu, and its formula was indeed derived from space, time ninjutsu. Yet Chisen had figured it out at a glance. Minato looked at him with genuine admiration. Jeriah praised him without hesitation. Hearing this, Gecko Chisen felt momentarily embarrassed, but only for a second. TCH Flying Thunder God. Bro, you're too slow, I learned that ages ago. Just as he was about to flex, a red-haired girl suddenly appeared. Seeing her Comei inside, Chisen perked up in interest. Comei commented in Chisen's mind. Gecko Chisen answered, yeah, this is Kushina Uzumaki. Shall probably become the next 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Hearing this, Comei nearly burst out laughing. The next 9 Tails Jinchuriki is just a little girl? Amusing. Meanwhile, Kushina turned her gaze toward Gecko Chisen. She was highly sensitive to chakra. Unfortunately, for her, Comei's stealth skills were top tier. A single puff of scale dust, and his presence vanished completely. Plus, Kushina wasn't a Jinchuriki, yet her chakra wasn't at the level needed to detect him. Yo, Kushina, Nei-san, good afternoon. Gecko Chisen greeted her enthusiastically. Since they were the same age, and he knew the future, he naturally had no issues with her. This made Kushina warm up to him, though not as much as she did toward Minato, of course. After all, Minato was her knight in shining armor. Hearing that, Jeriah and Gecko Chisen exchanged glances and both smirked knowingly. Minato looked flustered but didn't deny it. Seeing her hair start moving on its own, Gecko Chisen immediately shut up. Hell no, Kushina was called Red Hot, Blooded Habanero for a reason. If she got angry, she'd explode like a paper bomb. Inside, Chisen Comei chuckled. For the next few days, Gecko Chisen enjoyed some rare downtime, raising his bugs, completing a few side missions, and living his best life. Until the Anbu came knocking. Gecko Chisen. Teach. Teach what? Peeping. Stealing. What the hell is that old pervert Sarutobi thinking? But I'm just a chunin, and I'm only 14. This is the Hokage's direct order. You are to instruct covert ops training. Report to the academy tomorrow. With that, the Anbu vanished. Gecko Chisen was pissed until he realized, wait. This year's academy students include Kakashi and Might Guy. Oh, this might actually be fun.
The Ninja Academy was founded by the second Hokage as an important institution dedicated to training ninjas. However, the current Ninja Academy is still far from perfect, as not many years have passed since its establishment. Take the generation of Tsukikage Chisen as an example. Aside from some basic ninjutsu and general knowledge, there were no other courses available for instruction. It could be said that unless one was extraordinarily gifted, like Namake's Minato, or came from a prestigious clan with a solid foundation, such as the Sarutobi or Nara clans, there were few opportunities for advancement. The Senju clan, which once held a dominant position in Canoha, had gradually declined, while the Uchiha clan, on the other hand, was flourishing. However, it was likely that the third Hokage had already taken note of this and was preparing to take action for regulation. As for the Hyuga clan, which would later become Konoha's foremost family, they remained quite stable at this time, not displaying much ostentation. The Tsukikage clan, to which Tsukikage Chisen belonged, was one of the many declining families. If not for Tsukikage Chisen supporting it, the clan might have already faded into obscurity. On the surface, Tsukikage Chisen stood on the side of the Hokage, much like Namake's Minato. Although he was currently only a chunin, his mastery of concealment techniques had garnered significant attention from Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, at this stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in his prime, wielding the greatest influence over the village. Thinking about this, Tsukikage Chisen felt that taking on a teaching position might not be such a bad idea. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office. Has he been informed? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. He has been notified, but... The ANBU operative hesitated. What is it? Speak your mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the ANBU with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Lord Third, are you really assigning him to teach students? He's only 14 years old, the ANBU responded with concern. The ANBU harbored significant doubts about Tsukikage Chisen taking on the role of an assistant instructor at the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly and raised his hand to stop the ANBU from continuing. He slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed out the window before speaking. Do you really think he's just an ordinary chunin? That kid has remarkable talent, but he's simply too lazy. Moreover, he excels at hiding himself. Although the recent mission was officially led by Nara Suzaku, the core work was actually handled by him. Only his permeation jutsu allows him to infiltrate Gaker unnoticed and obtain intelligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen had his own assessment of Tsukikage Chisen. He firmly believed that this young man was an unpolished gem who would eventually shine in his own right. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, a group of children excitedly walked into the academy. Having received thrilling news, they were about to begin a brand new course, Ninja Concealment Training. As for who would be teaching this course, no one knew. Hey, Kakashi. Do you know who the new teacher is? The goggle Prince Uchiha Obito playfully wrapped an arm around the neck of the genius boy Hatake Kakashi, grinning mischievously. I don't know. Stop messing around and let go of my neck, Kakashi replied helplessly. He was utterly exasperated by Obito's antics. If there weren't other classmates around, he would have punched Obito without hesitation. TCH, Kakashi, you're always so boring, Obito pouted. Then, as his gaze swept across the classroom, he suddenly spotted Noara Rin sitting nearby. Instantly, his expression softened into a gentle look. Little did he know, his every move was being observed by someone hidden in the shadows. In fact, Tsukikage Chisen had arrived in the classroom long ago. He had remained in a concealed state using his permeation jutsu, not revealing his presence. This was his special way of greeting the students. He hadn't expected that his very first class would be for the same group as Kakashi. Looking at the young Kakashi and the future instigator of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha Obito, Tsukikage Chisen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He had arrived early, he could see things that others couldn't, and he could do things that others wished to do but didn't dare attempt. For instance, Kakashi was sitting quietly in his seat when he suddenly felt someone yank down his mask. Instinctively, he reached up to pull it back, only to realize that the mask had been completely torn apart. In an instant, all eyes in the classroom focused on him. The young Kakashi's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Wow! I never expected Kakashi to be so handsome under that mask. I can't take it anymore, I want to have Kakashi's babies. The girls in the classroom erupted into chaos. Even Noara Rin's eyes sparkled. Although she had always thought Kakashi was cool, actually seeing his face now made her heart skip a beat. Damn it! Left with no other choice, Kakashi quickly tore a piece of his clothing and used the fabric to cover his face. His sharp gaze swept across the room, searching for the culprit who had ripped off his mask. Ha ha ha! Kakashi! You're not as handsome as me. As expected, I'm the most handsome guy in our class. Unlike the others, Uchiha Obito reacted with sheer confidence. Seeing Kakashi's uncovered face, he immediately puffed out his chest and burst into laughter, even standing on a desk to declare his victory. However, in the next second, he felt something strike him. It was as if he had been hit by a heavy force. His body soared through the air and hurtled toward the teacher's podium. As he flew, he let out a loud scream. Ah! My butt! Thud! A loud impact echoed through the room as Obito crashed onto the floor, clutching his rear in pain. Kakashi stood frozen, momentarily stunned. This scene felt oddly familiar. Oh, right, wasn't this the effect of his father's legendary taijutsu technique, the 1,000 Years of Death? How was this possible? Could it be his father? The classroom erupted into laughter. Everyone was amused by Obito's ridiculous display, laughing until they could barely stand. He, do you all find this funny? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out in the classroom. The laughter ceased, and everyone turned toward the source of the voice. Standing at the podium was a teacher with a mischievous grin. On the battlefield, concealment is one of the most critical skills. If you fail to remain hidden during a mission and are detected by the enemy, you could put your entire team in jeopardy. The purpose of this class is to teach you how to effectively hide yourselves. I am your substitute instructor, Tsukikage Chisen. Pleased to meet you all. As he finished speaking, Tsukikage Chisen slowly revealed himself, holding Kakashi's torn mask in his hands. I knew that voice sounded familiar. Chisen, so it was you. You actually tore my mask. That was way too much. Kakashi stared at Tsukikage Chisen with an exasperated expression. Ha, is that so? Did you like my little welcome gift? Tsukikage Chisen's mischievous grin deepened as he tossed something to Kakashi ***, a brightly colored mask ***, ding. Detected that the host forcibly exposed Kakashi's childhood face, awarded +10 to ninjutsu. Seeing this notification, Tsukikage Chisen was secretly delighted. As expected, pranking these future pillars of Canoha could bring him benefits. On the other hand, Kakashi's expression at this moment looked as if he was suffering from constipation. That rainbow-colored mask was just too, he really couldn't handle it. Meanwhile, Obito, who had been struck by Tsukikage's 1,000 Years of Death, finally stood up while clutching his rear. His entire face was flushed red. It was obvious that he was in a lot of pain. You're our teacher? How dare you ambush me? That's too much. This kind of sneak attack. This kind of technique. As Obito spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. He genuinely felt that this method was just too despicable. What's wrong with this technique? Tsukikage Chisen said smugly, let me tell you, my 1,000 Years of Death is actually the secret technique of White Fang. Do you know why White Fang is called the White Fang of Canoha? Everyone's curiosity was instantly piqued, including Kakashi. He had always been curious about his father's title, but every time he asked, his father would just laugh it off. Now, he finally had a chance to know the truth. It's precisely because of the terrifying lethality of 1,000 Years of Death that Hatake Tsukumo Senpai was given the title of the White Fang of Canoha. Everyone was stunned. Especially Uchiha Obito. He simply couldn't believe that the legendary White Fang of Canoha had risen to fame because of this technique. Seeing one of the future big bosses looking so dumbfounded, Tsukikage Chisen couldn't help but feel immensely satisfied. But he wasn't planning to take advantage of the situation. After all, with Madara's personality, even if it wasn't Obito, he could always find someone else to manipulate. Instead of letting things spiral out of control, why not start with Obito? At least later, Naruto's talk no jutsu could bring him back. Little brats, in my class, you can't afford to relax for even a second. The enemies outside won't give you a single moment of respite. Now, everyone. Using the Ninja Academy as the battlefield, start hiding yourselves. You have 5 minutes. The essence of concealment is to hide oneself, so rather than just talking about it, practical experience was far more effective. Upon hearing this, the entire class sprang into action. As soon as 5 minutes were up, Tsukikage Chisen began his search and inspection. Comei, lend me your bug vision for a bit, so I don't have to search manually. Comei, are you there? Chisen, you're using my power to bully a bunch of kids. Do you even have any shame? What's shame? Can I eat it? Tsukikage Chisen replied nonchalantly. Forget it, I'll lend it to you. I'll directly channel my chakra into your eyes. Let me see how you torment these little kids. Haha, I have to admit, I kind of like this method. Comei had only been with Tsukikage Chisen for a few days, but he was already being influenced by him. After all, they were now family. Bug vision was one of Comei's special abilities. Normally, insects have compound eyes, but Comei's bug vision was even stronger. It came with infrared detection, making it incredibly powerful. With this cheat-like ability, the first hide-and-seek trial of Kakashi's class lasted only 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, one by one, the little kids were dragged back to the classroom by Tsukikage Chisen. When Kakashi, the last one, was finally caught and brought back, everyone was utterly shocked. That fast? I thought Kakashi could last a bit longer. Honestly, isn't it just that teacher Chisen is too strong? Even Kakashi himself was dumbfounded. He had clearly used the transformation jutsu to turn into a rock, so how had Tsukikage Chisen kicked him away so effortlessly and dragged him back by the leg? You've disappointed me an entire class, and you couldn't even last 5 minutes? And you, Obito, if you're going to use the transformation jutsu to fool me, at least transform into something believable. Have you ever seen a 1-meter-tall frog? The entire class burst into laughter, except for Obito, who was nearly in tears. When he had used his transformation jutsu, the first thing that came to mind was a frog, but he hadn't expected his technique to go so wrong. Kakashi, you're even worse. Your rock transformation was actually pretty good. But have you ever seen a rock sitting all alone? Do you have no common sense? Everyone, take out your textbooks. Write the word concealment 500 times. Kakashi? Obito? Rin? The whole class? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office. Ha 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 ha. This brat actually made the kids write lines, and it's just the word concealment over and over. This is hilarious. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the classroom scene through his crystal ball, laughing so hard he nearly fell over. Behind him stood a white-haired man, none other than Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang of Canoha. At this moment, Tsukumo also had a slight smile on his face. Tsukumo, is it true that your White Fang title came from the 1,000 Years of Death? Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's question made Tsukumo feel a little awkward, but he still nodded. Back during the war in the land of hot water, the ninjas of Gaker kept picking fights. So I decided to teach them a lesson. That's when I invented 1,000 Years of Death, and after that, they were so scared that they spread my name everywhere. Over time, the title stuck. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed even harder, while Tsukumo became increasingly intrigued by Tsukikage Chisen. Not to mention anything else, but finding dozens of hidden students in just 3 minutes, Tsukumo himself could do it, but not as effortlessly as Tsukikage Chisen. It seemed that the Hokage was right, this kid was a true genius when it came to concealment. Ever since Tsukikage Chisen became an instructor, this year's students had officially entered their nightmare phase. Every class had experienced the sheer terror of Tsukikage Chisen's unique teaching methods. This guy was constantly up to mischief, either suddenly appearing out of nowhere with his permeation jutsu to scare students or using traps and tricks during concealment training. After all, this batch of students included many familiar faces, such as Gunma Shiranui, who always had a toothpick in his mouth, and even his own acquaintance, Might Guy. Before long, Tsukikage Chisen had earned himself a brand new title at the academy, the Demon King. At the same time, thanks to his constant tormenting of children, his stats had seen another round of noticeable improvements. This continued for nearly a year, and before he knew it, the annual graduation season had arrived. Tsukikage Chisen looked at the list of students applying for graduation. Among the names, one stood out, Hatake Kakashi. He smiled slightly. Graduate? Have you asked the Demon King for permission? However, just as he was preparing to personally oversee the graduation exam, a new mission suddenly arrived, and it was an urgent mission. A group of people arrived at the Hokage's office. As Tsukikage Chisen stepped inside and saw the assembled individuals, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Standing before him were none other than several ANBU members and the highly respected Hatake Tsukumo. Oh, Lord Tsukumo, long time no see. I hope you've been well, Tsukikage Chisen greeted with a smile. Hatake Tsukumo responded with a slight nod, acknowledging the greeting. Chisen, enough joking around. There's an urgent mission that requires your immediate attention, Sarutobi Hiruzen said sternly. From this moment on, you are promoted to Canoha Tokubetsu Jonin, Special Jonin. The promotion paperwork will be handled once you return. Tsukikage Chisen was speechless. Damn, that's one sudden promotion, now he wouldn't be able to use the excuse of being just a chunin anymore. What a hassle. Chisen, this mission can only be entrusted to you, and it's extremely dangerous. I hope you're mentally prepared, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his eyes showing a trace of concern. Tsukikage Chisen's heart tightened. Oh crap, this doesn't sound good. You should be aware of the recent incident where Kumogakure attempted to abduct Kushina Uzumaki, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Kushina is from the Uzumaki clan, and her chakra is highly unique. Kumogakure's actions have severely violated the peace treaty. Recently, ANBU has received intelligence that Kumogakure's shinobi have been spotted in the land of hot water. I want you to join an ANBU squad to investigate the situation. Working with ANBU, Tsukikage Chisen couldn't help but click his tongue. This mission must be serious if ANBU is being deployed. These three here are among the most elite in ANBU, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, gesturing toward the three-masked shinobi. Remove your masks. From now on, Tsukikage Chisen will be working alongside you. At his command, the three ANBU members slowly removed their masks. Ha! Aren't you Yamanaka Haichi? I was wondering why I haven't seen you around lately. You joined ANBU, huh? Tsukikage Chisen looked at a familiar face with a hint of surprise. Yamanaka Haichi, a Tokubetsu Jonin from the Yamanaka clan, was the cousin of Yamanaka Inoichi. He was 2 years ahead of Tsukikage Chisen and highly talented, though his personality was a bit sleazy. Still, the two of them got along well, though they hadn't kept in touch for some time. Ah, Chisen, it's been a while. Yamanaka Haichi laughed heartily. I was talking with Suzaku the other day. He's still complaining about how you keep extorting him. The other two ANBU members Mizuno Kawa and Yoshimori Hiroshi also nodded at Tsukikage Chisen. Mizuno Kawa had a faint smile, while Yoshimori Hiroshi looked at Chisen with undisguised disdain. Sakumo, anything else to add? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Hataki Sakumo turned to the four of them, his expression serious. The primary objective of this mission is reconnaissance. If you are discovered, your top priority is survival and retreat. Kumogakure's intentions are becoming clear, but I don't want anyone dying over this. Understood? His words warmed the hearts of the four shinobi. They could feel his genuine concern. Don't worry, Lord Sakumo. I'll take care of them, Yamanaka Haichi nodded solemnly. With that, the four-man team set off for the land of hot water. Since the mission was urgent, Tsukikage Chisen didn't even have time to inform his family before departing. Land of hot water, a nation that forgot war. Located northeast of the Land of Fire, the Land of Hot Water was once home to Yugakure, a shinobi village that had gradually declined after the Second Great Ninja War. Due to budget cuts enforced by the daimyo, Yugakure had lost much of its military strength. However, because of the country's beautiful natural landscapes and thriving tourism industry, the daimyo shifted focus to commerce, making the nation's towns prosperous. To quickly gather intelligence, Yamanaka Haichi decided that their destination would be Sunset Town, a settlement in the far north, near the border with the Land of Lightning. One day later, entering the Land of Hot Water. After an exhausting journey, the four shinobi finally set foot in the Land of Hot Water. I don't get it, Yoshimori Hiroshi said, his voice filled with irritation. The three of us are more than capable of handling this mission. Why did they send this brat along? Enough, Hiroshi. Stop complaining, Yamanaka Haichi frowned. Just focus on the mission. Hiroshi's not entirely wrong, though, Mizuno Kawa remarked, glancing at Tsukikage Chisen. Since we're almost at the target location, shouldn't you at least show us what you can do? After all, they were about to begin their mission. If they didn't even know their teammates' abilities, how could they cooperate effectively? Oof. My abilities? Sorry, but they're classified, Tsukikage Chisen retorted, clearly unfazed. Yoshimori Hiroshi was about to snap back in anger when Yamanaka Haichi intervened. Chisen, Kawa, knock it off, Haichi scolded, rubbing his temples. The Moonlight Clan's Kekkei Genkai is Permeation Jutsu, one of the best abilities for stealth. Kawa, Hiroshi, you two are supposed to be veterans, so drop the attitude. If it weren't for Yamanaka Haichi acting as a mediator, Tsukikage Chisen would have seriously considered going solo. These two idiots were going to be a problem. When the words Kekkei Genkai were mentioned, both Yoshimori Hiroshi and Mizuno Kawa finally stopped talking. They understood the value of bloodline limits. Each one was incredibly rare and could turn the tide of battle when used correctly. Encounter with Kumogakure's ninja. Shortly after entering the Land of Hot Water, the four-man team spotted traces of Kumogakure shinobi. The forest surrounding them was vast, and they had deliberately avoided main roads to remain undetected. Yet, they still ran into enemy forces. It seems the Hokage and Lord Tsukumo were right, Yamanaka Haichi murmured. Kumogakura's shinobi have already infiltrated the land of hot water. Using his sensory abilities, Yamanaka Haichi quickly identified a 5-man team nearby. Judging by their chakra levels, they were a squad of Chunin. Running into Kumogakure forces immediately after entering the country unsettled all 4 of them. How much had Kumogakure already infiltrated this land? Captain, what's the plan? Mizuno Kawa asked, looking at Yamanaka Haichi. Do we take them down, or observe them first? Perched on a tree branch, Yamanaka Haichi narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Want me to check them out? Tsukikage Chisen suddenly suggested, drawing the attention of his teammates. Yoshimori Hiroshi was just about to snap at him when he saw Tsukikage Chisen's figure slowly vanish into thin air. Alright, Chisen. Your stealth abilities are the best here, Yamanaka Haichi nodded. Go ahead, but be careful. We'll be waiting here for your report. Don't worry, I value my life too much to mess this up, Tsukikage Chisen said, his voice fading as he disappeared completely. With his permeation jutsu, he had already melted into the shadows, slipping unnoticed toward the enemy camp. A 5-man Chunin squad from Kumogakure was stationed in the area. Having spent years living in the mountains, they all possessed exceptionally strong physiques. Damn it, when are we actually going to see some action? We've been patrolling here for a whole month, one of them complained. Stop whining. Lord Raikage is already negotiating with the daimyo, another responded. Completely unaware that someone was stealthily approaching, the squad continued their casual banter. After all, their assigned task was simply reconnaissance and patrolling, nothing exciting. Tsukikage Chisen moved with absolute silence, his feet covered in chakra to eliminate any sound. He leaned against a tree near them, quietly eavesdropping on their conversation. He had done this countless times before and wasn't about to make any mistakes now. Even if something unexpected occurred, he wasn't too worried. **** He had already placed a flying thunder god seal on Yamanaka Haichi ***. If necessary, he could use the technique to escape instantly. TCH, of course, I know that. I'm just venting my frustration, one of the Kumogakure shinobi grumbled. So, Yugakure really has been dissolved, another asked. Now all their missions have to be handled by ninja from other villages. The third Raikage is really something, sending us all the way to the land of hot water for this. The third Raikage, that reckless guy actually had the patience for diplomacy? He was neglecting missions in his own country just to send forces here, wasn't he worried about upsetting his own daimyo? Don't talk like that. The hot springs here are amazing. Once the mission's over, let's go soak in one of the shinobi said with a mischievous grin. It was obvious he wasn't just thinking about bathing. Enough. We're still on duty. Save it for later, the most experienced of the group said, his tone serious. The assault squad ran into trouble recently. They failed their mission. Now, the higher-ups have us patrolling because they're worried Canoha might retaliate. The others nodded. They had been waiting for an opportunity to strike at Canoha for a long time. If not for the peace treaty, they would have acted already. Inner dialogue at Tsukikage Chisen Comei. Chisen, who exactly was their mission target? Comei asked from within. A familiar face of yours, Tsukikage Chisen answered. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Not yet, but she will be in the future. I'm guessing Kumogakure is targeting her because of her Uzumaki bloodline. They want to capture her and take advantage of her special chakra. It looks like they're eager for war with Canoha. Though he remained silent outwardly, Tsukikage Chisen wasn't alone, he had Comei as his companion. The two of them continued discussing the situation in their shared mindscape. But Comei wasn't content with just watching, he wanted to take action. Chisen, aren't you going to make a move? Just sitting here and watching is boring. Comei said impatiently. Make a move? This is a stealth mission. If I attack, I'll blow my cover. Tsukikage Chisen thought Comei was being too reckless. How could they afford to start a fight now? He was about to leave. After all, he had already gathered enough intelligence. Everything aligned with Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicions. But just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly stopped. You're supposed to take them down without being noticed. Comei insisted. Listen, my phosphor powder can do all sorts of things. You want them poisoned, paralyzed, confused, or even temporarily blinded? Just say the word, I've got it all. Tsukikage Chisen's eyes widened. That's possible? Of course. I perfected this while I was locked up in that cave. I'd use my chakra to cultivate the powder and then toss it outside the cave to observe how it affected people through my insect's vision. That was literally my only entertainment. Comei boasted. Damn. This bug is seriously twisted, asterisk asterisk. So? Chisen. Want to give it a try? Comei urged. Alright, let's do it. Tsukikage Chisen gritted his teeth. Great. I'll teach you how to generate the phosphor powder using your chakra. Just concentrate, and you'll be able to release it directly from your body. Executing the plan. Tsukikage Chisen moved to their upwind position and followed Comei's instructions, condensing his chakra. Within moments, he felt something new forming inside him asterisk asterisk the phosphor powder asterisk asterisk. Alright, Chisen, tell me, what effect do you want? Comei asked. Paralysis. And if possible, temporary blindness. Got it. Just exhale and release the powder. Following Comei's guidance, Tsukikage Chisen clasped his hands together, mimicking the technique for fire release, and then exhaled forcefully. In an instant, a massive cloud of invisible phosphor powder spread through the air. Unexpected consequences. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You think my phosphor powder is flour? Why the hell are you dumping it all at once? Comei shrieked. You didn't say to go slow. Tsukikage Chisen shot back. Damn it, you were supposed to release it in small amounts. That stuff takes a ton of chakra to create. You just wasted a whole batch. Comei raged. Well, too late now. Tsukikage Chisen groaned. Immediately, he felt a massive drain on his chakra reserves. His previously expanded chakra pool had just been halved in one go. Crap. I messed up. But there was no turning back now, the plan was already in motion. Comei, is this much phosphor powder going to kill them? Tsukikage Chisen asked, a little worried. He wasn't against taking lives, but this mission was about gathering intel, not starting a war. If bodies were left behind, things could escalate out of control. Nah, they won't die. The paralysis effect will just be a lot stronger than intended. Originally, if you had released it properly, they'd be paralyzed for half a day. But at this dosage? They won't be able to move for at least 2 days, asterisk asterisk. 2 days? Damn, I need to get out of here ASAP after this. The result. The Kumogakure shinobi suddenly noticed a strange powder in the air, but before they could react, the effects kicked in instantly. Ah! What the hell? Their screams rang out, but only for a second. Within moments, their entire bodies went completely numb. Even their tongues became paralyzed, rendering them unable to speak. Their vision went dark as the blindness effect took hold. Thud. One by one, the 5 shinobi collapsed, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Tsukikage Chisen and Comei fell silent for a moment as they watched the aftermath. That actually worked way better than I expected, asterisk asterisk Tsukikage Chisen muttered. Yeah. I've never seen people twitch like that before. It's kind of funny. Comei chuckled. Looking at the 5 completely paralyzed Kumogakure shinobi lying on the ground, Tsukikage Chisen slowly revealed himself from his concealed state. Still feeling a bit cautious, he decided to confirm with Comei once more. Comei, you're sure they really can't see me, right? Absolutely. Trust me, they're totally blind right now. If you don't believe me, just test it yourself. Comei replied confidently. Tsukikage Chisen squatted in front of one of the Kumogakure shinobi and waved his hand in front of their face. No reaction. But then he realized something. Wait a second, Comei, they're already this paralyzed. Even if they could see me, they wouldn't be able to react anyway. Tsukikage Chisen scratched his head awkwardly. Damn, that was dumb. But regardless, he trusted his partner, so he began searching the unconscious shinobi. Money bag money, taken. Kitchen knife ninja tools, taken. Scroll huh? What's this, asterisk asterisk? Suddenly, Tsukikage Chisen pulled a scroll from one of the shinobi's pouches. A mission scroll? What's written inside? Curious, he unrolled the scroll and read its contents. Mission intel, Kumogakure's hidden agenda. It turned out that Kumogakure's mission in the land of hot water wasn't just about earning commissions to bolster their funds. Their real goal, recruiting former Yugakure shinobi, specifically, those with a strong inclination for battle. The scroll clearly stated that this squad had already successfully recruited 8 former Yugakure ninja. TCH gotta admit, this is a smart move by Kumogakure. The land of hot water had many former Yugakure shinobi. However, after the daimyo cut funding to the village, many of them struggled to make a living. Now, Kumogakure was offering them a new opportunity. Mission complete, time to leave. Having secured the valuable intel, Tsukekage Chisen no longer paid attention to the 5 incapacitated shinobi. They'd be paralyzed for another day or two. They could fend for themselves. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting back to his team's hideout. Mission debriefing. As soon as Tsukekage Chisen returned, Yamanaka Haichi's face lit up with relief as he quickly approached. Chisen, how did it go? Did you get any useful intel? Without a word, Tsukekage Chisen handed him the scroll. As the 3 ANBU shinobi read its contents, their faces turned grim. Even Mizunokawa and Yoshimori Hiroshi, who had been skeptical of Tsukekage Chisen earlier, were forced to change their opinions. He had gathered crucial intelligence and returned safely, something not easily accomplished. Damn those Kumogakure bastards. This is a massive operation. Yamanaka Haichi cursed, his face darkening. Captain? What's wrong? Mizunokawa and Yoshimori Hiroshi asked. See for yourselves. Yamanaka Haichi handed them the scroll. The moment they read it, their expressions darkened as well. The bigger picture. Calm down, guys. Tsukekage Chisen said nonchalantly. This is just one squad's operation. I guarantee you Kumogakure has way more forces scattered across the land of hot water. There could even be elite Kumogakure shinobi hiding here. Honestly, Tsukekage Chisen had already processed all of this. All he wanted now was to return to Canoha and hand over the intel. In that case, we should leave immediately and report this to the Hokage. Mizunokawa said firmly. Ambush. But before he could finish speaking, Yamanaka Haichi's face suddenly changed. We need to go. We've been compromised. As a sensor-type ninja, he had immediately detected a large number of enemy shinobi converging on their position. Shit. How did this happen? Upon hearing this, Mizunokawa and Yoshimori Hiroshi immediately turned to glare at Tsukekage Chisen. It was you. You must have exposed our position. Both of them spoke in unison. Tsukekage Chisen was so pissed he almost laughed. Seriously? You think I got us caught? Do you even know how my permeation jutsu works? Less talking, more running. Tsukekage Chisen snapped. His words snapped them back to reality. Without further hesitation, the 4 of them bolted. Kumogakure's elite forces appear. You're not getting away. Canoha rats. Suddenly, multiple enemy shinobi attacked. Fire style, flame bullet. High voltage lightning style, ground surge. Flames and lightning blocked their escape route. Damn it. They're too fast. Yamanaka Haichi cursed. But as an ANBU veteran, he reacted instantly, throwing dozens of shuriken toward the attackers. Mizunokawa and Yoshimori Hiroshi dodged the initial attacks and immediately launched counterattacks. Dashing away wind style, wind cutter jutsu. Dagger, dual kunai charge. Mizunokawa's razor-sharp wind blades tore through the air, while Yoshimori Hiroshi charged in with kunai in hand. The true threat. Chisen, we need to run. I've detected a powerful chakra signature among the enemies. Comei warned. Honestly, Tsukekage Chisen didn't even need Comei to tell him. The enemy forces were clearly on a different level compared to the previous Kumogakure squads. If he wanted to escape, it would be easy. With his permeation jutsu, he could vanish completely, undetectable even by sensory ninja. But what about Yamanaka Haichi? He didn't care much about Mizunokawa or Yoshimori Hiroshi, but Haichi was his friend. Damn it. Looks like I have no choice but to reveal one of my trump cards. Enter the son of the third Raikage. Just as Tsukekage Chisen prepared to use Flying Thunder God, a scream rang out. Arg! Crossmark, Mizunokawa, incapacitated. Yamanaka Haichi and Yoshimori Hiroshi whipped their heads around. A massive man, crackling with lightning, had grabbed Mizunokawa by the head and lifted him off the ground. 3 Canoha rats, a die, didn't you say there were 4? The voice was deep and commanding. Next to him stood another Kumogakure ninja, a man with closed, scarred eyes. A blind sensory ninja. Apologies, Lord A. The 4th person's chakra signature has vanished, ***. Either they're dead, or they escaped hundreds of meters away. The enemy leader is Standing before them was none other than the son of the third Rampage. The future fourth Rampage. His immense chakra alone was enough to pressure Yamanaka Haichi and Yoshinori Hiroshi. Damn it! Even the Rampage's son is here? Yamanaka Haichi muttered bitterly. This mission just became impossible. Yoshinori Hiroshi remained silent, gripping his kunai tightly, his eyes filled with despair, Death comes swiftly. I don't care who you are, let go of Mizuno. Yoshinori Hiroshi roared, charging directly at A. Weakling. Without even looking, A threw a single punch. Collision, direct hit. Yoshinori Hiroshi was launched into the air, coughing up a fountain of blood along with chunks of his internal organs. Shit! We're finished. Yamanaka Haichi thought bitterly. And Tsukikage Chisen was already making his move. As Yoshinori Hiroshi's lifeless body hit the ground, Yamanaka Haichi's eyes flashed with both sorrow and pride. Canoha Shinobi, only die in battle, we never retreat. This final declaration was clearly meant for Tsukikage Chisen, urging him to abandon Haichi and escape to report the mission. But Tsukikage Chisen wasn't the type to leave comrades behind. Yoshinori Hiroshi and Mizuno Kawa were already beyond saving, but Haichi still had a chance. Facing the Rampage's son. Ha? Chisen? A's sharp senses picked up on Haichi's shift in emotions, and his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Then, his lips curled into a mocking smirk. I'll give you a chance. Tell me where the fourth one went, and I'll consider letting you die quickly. Don't even think about it. Haichi roared defiantly, eyes burning with determination. Cyclone Mind Chaos Jutsu. Cyclone. The Yamanaka clan wasn't known for direct combat, but Haichi was Anbu, he wasn't weak. His mind disruption jutsu had been instrumental on the battlefield countless times. Unfortunately, his opponent was too strong. Scatter. It's a Yamanaka clan technique. A immediately barked an order, and the surrounding Kumogakure shinobi instantly leaped away, disrupting the jutsu's effectiveness. But then. Collision GUH. A Kumogakure shinobi suddenly stiffened, his body trembling violently. His name was Adai, the sensory ninja. A split second later, he realized something was behind him. High voltage, too late. Kitchen knife, SHNK. A kunai gleamed coldly as it pierced straight through his throat. Damn it. Adai choked on his own blood, his body collapsing mid-air. He was dead before he hit the ground. A's rage explodes. ADAI. A's fury erupted like a thunderstorm. Damn you, Canoha scum. Come out here. Collision heavy explosion flow. Collision. Lightning chakra mode flared violently around A's muscular frame, his fists smashing into the ground with immense force. The entire forest was obliterated, shockwaves shattering trees and scattering debris everywhere. Tsukikage Chisen's plan. Damn it. These Rampage guys really are just muscleheads, Tsukikage Chisen nimbly leaped onto a tree, avoiding the devastation below. His attack had served its purpose, Adai was dead, That meant. Skull, no more sensory ninja. Skull. Now, he could safely use Flying Thunder God to escape with Haichi. Comei. I need your power. Without hesitation, a surge of chakra flooded into Tsukikage Chisen's body. Butterfly, wings unleashed. Butterfly. A pair of insect wings sprouted from his back, and with a single flap, he launched himself toward Yamanaka Haichi. Breaking cover. At this point, there was no need to stay hidden. A's attack had completely destroyed the environment, with all the dust and debris in the air, even permeation jutsu couldn't prevent exposure. Rather than waste chakra maintaining invisibility, Tsukikage Chisen focused everything on speed. You're dead. A's rage intensified as he spotted Chisen, and he charged forward with terrifying speed. High voltage, lightning body enhancement, maximum speed. High voltage. Tsukikage Chisen knew exactly how dangerous this was. By flooding his body with lightning chakra, A enhanced his physical abilities to monstrous levels. Not only did his speed and defense skyrocket, but his reaction time also became nearly instantaneous. A deadly close call. Shit. He's already here? A's fist was inches away from Chisen's face. But. High voltage, boom. Vanish. High voltage. Dashing away, Flying Thunder God, activated. Dashing away. In the blink of an eye, Tsukikage Chisen teleported away, reappearing on a broken tree branch. Phew, that was close as hell. Even with Comei's flight boost, it was still faster in close combat. There was only one way to escape, Flying Thunder God. A's relentless pursuit. A's head snapped toward Chisen, his eyes gleaming with battle hunger. Not bad, brat. Then. High voltage again. High voltage. With a burst of lightning, A lunged toward him once more. High voltage, lightning-fueled pursuit. High voltage. Screw this. I'm out. Rocket, Flying Thunder God, activated again. Rocket. This time, Tsukikage Chisen teleported directly in front of Yamanaka Haichi. Chisen? Before Haichi could even react. Grab. Chisen seized Haichi's wrist. Collision, teleport, executed. Collision. Their destination? Evergreen Tree, a hidden escape marker 1 kilometer away. Evergreen Tree. A furious Raikage in training. Damn it. Where did they go? A roared in frustration, his body crackling with lightning. Skull, he had been outplayed. Skull. They used a spacetime jutsu. His pride was shattered. A Raikage candidate had been outmaneuvered by a single Canoha shinobi. Chase them. Follow the path toward Canoha. A's fury reached new heights. He refused to let Tsukikage Chisen make a fool of him. He would hunt them down personally. The Great Escape. Far from the battlefield, Yamanaka Haichi was still in shock. Chisen, what the hell was that? ***, no time. Run, ***. Tsukikage Chisen was nearly drained of chakra. If not for Comei's help, he would have collapsed already. Chisen, that was spacetime ninjutsu, wasn't it? Shut up and run. But then. Wait, why are we heading west? Shouldn't we be running south toward the Land of Fire? Tsukikage Chisen gave him a look. A look that screamed, "Are you an idiot? Bro, we're running for our lives. If we go straight to the Land of Fire, they'll surround us. We need to go to the Land of Rice Fields first, it's neutral territory." Haichi finally understood. Right. That makes sense. Of course, it does. I'm a pro at running away. Haichi couldn't help but feel a little admiration for Chisen. Chisen, when the hell did you learn spacetime ninjutsu? Tsukikage Chisen nearly lost his mind. Dude. Less talking, more running. Having narrowly escaped death, Yamanaka Haichi felt as if he had experienced a complete transformation. However, during their journey back, Tsukikage Chisen made a new discovery about his comrade. Haichi was a complete chatterbox. He would not shut up. If it weren't for the fact that Haichi was a fellow Canoha shinobi, Tsukikage Chisen seriously considered using phosphor powder to mute him, and he absolutely had the ability to do so. Through the Land of Fields, a temporary safe haven. They took a detour through the Land of Fields to avoid pursuit. The moment they stepped into its borders, Tsukikage Chisen's tense nerves finally relaxed for the first time in days. The Land of Fields, which would one day become the base of Gaker, was currently a peaceful countryside. After all, Orochimaru was still in Canoha, busy with his research. Orochimaru, a tempting opportunity. Speaking of Orochimaru, Tsukikage Chisen felt a strange itch in his heart. That guy was one of the greatest researchers in the Naruto world. If given the chance, he definitely wanted to visit Orochimaru's lab, maybe even borrow some of his research. Once the thought entered his mind, it was like opening a floodgate. He couldn't stop thinking about it. Returning to Canoha, 3 days later. Tsukikage Chisen and Yamanaka Haichi didn't linger in the Land of Fields. They passed through quickly and entered the Land of Fire, finally reaching Canoha 3 days later. Technically, Tsukikage Chisen could have used Flying Thunder God to return immediately. However, since he was bringing Haichi with him, the chakra cost of teleporting another person was immense ***, about 15% per use ***. So, he chose the safer option, traveling on foot. Mission report, the Hokage's office. Entering the Hokage's office, the two shinobi stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Tsukumo, delivering a detailed report of their encounter with Kumobikure in the Land of Hot Water. Both leaders looked grim. Even though they had anticipated Kumobikure's movements, they hadn't expected such a rapid and well-coordinated operation. "You both did well," Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. "Mizunokawa and Yoshimori Hiroshi's sacrifices will not be forgotten. The village will honor their contributions." Then, Hiruzen turned to Yamanaka Haichi. "Haichi, you may go rest now. Chisen, stay. The exposure of Flying Thunder God. Tsukikage Chisen sighed internally, he knew he couldn't escape this conversation. During the mission briefing, Haichi had accidentally revealed that he could use Flying Thunder God. To be fair, it wasn't really Haichi's fault. After all, they had faced the son of the third raikage of this was critical information that had to be reported. Now, only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hataki Tsukumo, and Tsukikage Chisen remained in the room. Interrogation begins. You little brat, where the hell did you learn Flying Thunder God? Sarutobi Hiruzen's sharp eyes narrowed, filled with both curiosity and stern authority. Tsukikage Chisen could feel the weight of their gazes trying to see right through him. He sighed internally. If possible, he really didn't want to reveal this secret. Tsukikage Chisen, master of bullshit***. With a perfectly serious face, he responded. I just learned it on my own. I'm a genius, you know. Plus, the second Hokage appeared in my dreams and taught me. His expression remained sincere, but a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. Reaction: two veterans nearly lose it. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hataki Tsukumo nearly burst out laughing from anger. They knew Tsukikage Chisen too well. This kid was full of SHT***. Tsukumo calls him out. Chisen, you don't have to say it, I already know. Hataki Tsukumo's voice was calm but firm. The sealed scroll was tampered with. I wasn't able to find the culprit before, but now it's obvious. You sneaked in using your permeation jutsu, didn't you? So tell me, besides Flying Thunder God, what else did you steal? Tsukikage Chisen, deny till you die. What do you mean, Lord Tsukumo? The sealed scroll is an important village artifact, I would never steal from it. At most, I might sneak a glance at some beautiful kunoichi and contribute to Jeriah-sama's research materials. He spoke with a straight face. Sarutobi Hiruzen, fine, you wanna play dumb? Doesn't matter. Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, then exhaled slowly. Since you've already learned Flying Thunder God, you are now officially a jonin. I hope you can handle the responsibility and carry on the will of fire. Tsukikage Chisen, internal screaming. What the FCK? Why am I getting promoted again? I was fine being a special jonin. Now I have even more responsibilities? His mouth twitched uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen smirked, clearly enjoying his reaction. Flying Thunder God users were extremely rare aside from Tsukikage Chisen, only Minato Namikaze had begun learning it. This was a tremendous asset for Canoha. Post-meeting discussion. After Tsukikage Chisen left, Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his pipe and asked. Tsukumo, what do you think? Hataki Tsukumo had been observing Chisen carefully. With his years of experience, he was certain this kid was still hiding something Tsukumo's analysis. He definitely stole Flying Thunder God from the sealed scroll. But since he used it to save his comrades, let's consider it forgiven. Right now, we're at a critical point. Having a shinobi who excels in stealth and spacetime ninjutsu is invaluable. Then, Tsukumo's eyes glinted with battle intent. That said, he's too cautious. He only killed the enemy's sensory ninja, he prioritized escape above all else. He has skill, but he's not a true warrior. Unlike Minato, he's not aggressive, he's a flight-first type. Then, his expression shifted slightly. The son of the third raikage. I'd love to fight him someday. Sarutobi's decision, what to do with Chisen? We can't let this kid waste his potential. What if we put him in ANBU? Tsukumo shook his head. He's not suited for ANBU. ANBU is all about assassination, he's not a killer. Then let's send him to Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen smirked. Orochimaru will keep an eye on him. Maybe it'll toughen him up. Outside the office. Tsukikage Chisen overheard part of their conversation. So what if I stole from the sealed scroll? It worked, didn't it? Hearing them discuss sending him to Orochimaru, he raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru, maybe I will find something useful after all. Comei, I think my good days are officially over, Walking through the streets of Canoha, Tsukikage Chisen sighed helplessly. With his Flying Thunder God technique now exposed, alongside his permeation jutsu, he had lost the ability to stay under the radar. Luckily, he still had multi-shadow clone jutsu and the 8 gates as trump cards. In this brutal world, the more hidden techniques you had, the safer you were. Comei's call out. TCH, don't think I don't know your real strength. Comei's voice rang in his mind, completely unimpressed. You're my Jinchuriki. I know exactly how powerful you are. If you actually fought seriously, most regular jonin wouldn't be a match for you. Even that big brute from Kumogakure? You could have held your own. And that's not even including my power. If you went all out with my chakra, even a Kage would struggle against you. Comei had always been frustrated by Tsukikage Chisen's overly cautious nature. He wasn't weak, far from it. Yet, he always acted like he was barely scraping by. Tsukikage Chisen's retort. You don't get it at all, do you? Without hesitation, Tsukikage Chisen snapped back. Having forbidden techniques means nothing if I don't have the stamina to use them properly. I'm only 14. Do you know how little chakra I have compared to guys like that? That Raikage kid's arms were thicker than my entire waist. You expect me to fight him head-on? That's just asking for a beating. Comei was completely speechless. Internally, he grumbled, fine. You win. You talk too much, so you must be right. Returning home. Back at his house, Tsukikage Chisen finally felt at ease. Seeing his younger brother, he smiled warmly because family was the only true source of support. Aunt Same, I'm home. He cheerfully greeted Ebizame, then casually tossed a stack of cash on the table. Mission rewards, and extra income. Ebizame glanced at the money, clearly surprised. How much is this? I counted about 115,000 Rio. That much? Ebizame frowned. What kind of mission was this? B rank or A rank? Tsukikage Chisen hesitated. Considering he had faced the Raikage son, this mission was easily beyond a normal A rank. It was A rank. The Hokage personally assigned it, I didn't even have time to tell you. In reality, most of the money didn't come from the mission reward. Since 2 shinobi had died, a large portion of the funds had gone to their families. His actual reward was only 10,000 Rio, the rest? Looted from Kumogakure ninja. Honestly, those guys had made a killing in the land of hot water. Becoming a jonin. At least I came back in one piece. Tsukikage Chisen grinned. And I got promoted to jonin. Jonin were the backbone of a village's military strength, their numbers and skill level directly determined a village's ranking among the 5 great nations. Canoha had remained the strongest not just because of talented individuals, but because it consistently produced a large number of elite jonin. Ebizame's advice. Jonin, ha? Just be careful from now on. Ebizame's expression darkened slightly. If things go south, don't hesitate to retreat. It's better to live to fight another day than to die for pride. She had lost too many loved ones to war. She knew how meaningless battlefield glory could be. Tsukikage Chisen, the ultimate escape artist. No worries. Tsukikage Chisen gave a thumbs up. I might not be the best fighter, but when it comes to running away, I'm the best in all of Canoha. Comei, hearing this from within, couldn't hold back. You coward. Watergate trouble, a sparring challenge. After officially registering as a jonin, Tsukikage Chisen barely had time to enjoy his promotion before someone intercepted him. You've got to be kidding me. Watergate, why do you want to spar with me? Standing before him was Namake's Minato, Canoha's rising star. Ha ha ha. I heard from sensei. Minato laughed. I can't believe it, Chisen, you actually learned Flying Thunder God. Tsukikage Chisen's realization. In that instant, Tsukikage Chisen understood everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen had deliberately leaked the information to Jeriah. Then, Jeriah told Minato. Now, they were using Minato to test his abilities. Damn these high-ranking shinobi ***, they were always playing mind games ***. Minato's excitement. Come on, Chisen. Let's spar, just a Flying Thunder God duel. Tsukikage Chisen groaned internally. Minato was too persistent. He knew from experience ***, once Minato set his mind on something, nothing could change it ***. No wonder Naruto is so stubborn. It runs in the family. Avoiding the fight. Yes, I know Flying Thunder God. Tsukikage Chisen admitted reluctantly. Minato's eyes immediately lit up. Then let's spar. Hold up, Minato. Tsukikage Chisen held up his hands. I only just learned it, and I'm really bad at using it. Let's not fight, how about we just exchange techniques instead? Saying this, Tsukikage Chisen took out a kunai marked with his Flying Thunder God seal. Minato's custom kunai. The moment Minato saw the kunai, he grinned. He reached behind him and pulled out a uniquely designed kunai, one that had been specially modified. This is my custom ninja blade and seal. Cool, right? Oh no. The Chunibyo side of Minato is showing. Tsukikage Chisen's roast. Sword of love. Minato, your taste is still as ridiculous as ever. Tsukikage Chisen couldn't help but tease. Minato laughed it off, but soon his focus shifted to Chisen's kunai. Then, he froze. Minato's shock. Chisen. What the hell is this technique? His expression turned serious. The markings on Chisen's kunai, they were completely different from normal Flying Thunder God seals. Tsukikage Chisen's trick. Minato, did you know Flying Thunder God has alternative techniques? Minato's eyes immediately sharpened. You mean Flying Thunder God, mutual teleportation rotation? This was a variation of the technique he had read about but never had the chance to practice. Because he had never found a second Flying Thunder God user to train with. Tsukikage Chisen's enthusiastic demonstration. Bingo! Tsukikage Chisen grinned. Both of us leave our seals on each other. Then, we can teleport between each other's locations. He gestured dramatically, making it seem like an earth-shattering revelation. The hidden truth. In reality, Flying Thunder God, mutual teleportation was useful, but only under certain conditions. If one of the users wasn't entirely trustworthy. Well, things could get really interesting. The birth of chaos, Flying Thunder God, mutual teleportation rotation. That's right. The mutual teleportation rotation technique. If used correctly, it could be an incredibly powerful battlefield tool. Namake's Minato stared at the markings on his kunai, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was a whole new level of Flying Thunder God, one that required 2 users to execute. Finally, he wasn't alone in mastering this legendary technique. The experiment begins. Alright, Chisen. Let's test it out. Minato, completely caught up in his curiosity, agreed without hesitation. Great. Let's leave our marks on each other and start. Both of them placed their Flying Thunder God seals on each other. Skull, Tsukikage Chisen's mark on Minato, your dad is here. Sparkling Heart, Minato's mark on Chisen, Sword of Love. First test, short range. Tsukikage Chisen threw a kunai, and as soon as it landed, he clapped his hands together. High voltage Flying Thunder God. High voltage. In an instant, Minato vanished from beside him, and in his place was the kunai Chisen had thrown. Meanwhile, Minato had teleported several meters away, landing exactly where the kunai had been. Minato's excitement. Ha ha ha. It works. Minato laughed in pure joy. Since I have your mark on me, you can teleport me anywhere you've placed a seal. This technique is incredible. This was the first time he had experienced Flying Thunder God alongside another user. For once, he didn't feel alone in his mastery of the technique. Tsukikage Chisen's hidden smile. Tsukikage Chisen watched Minato's excitement, smiling. But beneath that smile was something sinister. The ultimate prank, time for long-distance travel. Minato, let's try something even further. Chisen suggested with an innocent expression. Minato's battle spirit immediately ignited. Yes. Let's go even farther. He had no idea what was coming. If Jeriah had been here, he would have stopped Minato immediately. Because he knew how devious Chisen could be. The setup. Alright, Minato. I'm activating the technique. Chisen pretended to focus intensely, making sure everything was perfectly prepared. Minato nodded eagerly. High voltage Flying Thunder God activate. High voltage. In a flash. Minato vanished. And the moment he did, Skull Tsukikage Chisen immediately erased the Flying Thunder God seal from his own body, and ran for his life. Skull. Minato's sudden nightmare. In the blink of an eye, Minato found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. His surroundings were steamy and damp, filled with the sounds of running water and chatter. For a moment, he was confused. Then, aha! A pervert. He snuck into the women's bathhouse. Catch the pervert. Minato's mind went blank. Realization and panic. Wait. A bathhouse? Minato froze. Before him, a sea of white steam and bearskin stretched endlessly. For the first time, he understood why Jeriah always got that weird look around bathhouses. The escape plan? Minato immediately attempted to teleport using Flying Thunder God. But His mark on Chisen was gone. Wait. What? At that moment, he realized the horrifying truth. Chisen had planned this from the start. Damn you, Tsukikage Chisen! The wrath of the women's bathhouse. Minato had no time to be angry. Because shower towels, soap, wooden bath buckets, and scrubbing brushes were now flying toward him at deadly speeds. Sparkling heart, even bras, sparkling heart. Minato's face turned bright red as he dodged frantically. The great bathhouse escape. With no other choice, Minato crashed through a window and fled. Person running, escape successful? Person running. The legend spreads. Within half a day, the story of Namake's Minato's bathhouse incident had spread across all of Canoha. Meanwhile, Tsukikage Chisen laughed so hard he nearly passed out. He had no idea he was about to face divine retribution. Kushina's wrath. That night, someone knocked on Tsukikage Chisen's door. He opened it without thinking. Police car light, bad choice, police car light. Oncoming fist, punch. Oncoming fist. His eye immediately swelled shut. As he stumbled backward, he saw who was standing at the door. Uzumaki Kushina. Fire the red-hot habanero of Canoha fire. And behind her, a bruised and battered Namake's Minato. The fear of death. Humph. Now do you understand why I hit you? Kushina cracked her knuckles, her eyes burning with rage. Tsukikage Chisen felt real fear for the first time in years. No escape. Don't even think about using Flying Thunder God. Kushina's voice was cold as ice. That punch just now? I left Minato's seal on your face. Tsukikage Chisen, completely screwed. What? Tsukikage Chisen was in complete shock. Minato grinned maliciously, holding his marked kunai. The message in his eyes was clear asterisk. Dagger, try to run. I dare you. Dagger. Damage control, aka begging for mercy. Ha ha. Why would I run? Tsukikage Chisen forced a nervous laugh, sweat pouring down his face. We're all friends here, right? Right? The beating of a lifetime. Kushina immediately tackled him, fists flying. Even Comei refused to interfere. The Bijou knew better than to mess with an angry Uzumaki. For the next week, Tsukikage Chisen didn't leave his house. He was recovering from his injuries. The aftermath, a new partnership? Surprisingly, this incident changed the dynamics between the three of them. Minato and Tsukikage Chisen once just classmates, became sparring partners, They trained Flying Thunder God together, constantly exchanging new uses for the technique. Meanwhile, Minato after surviving the bathhouse incident had a sudden interest in research materials. And somehow, Chisen always ended up being the one carrying out the plans. Final thought. Tsukikage Chisen couldn't help but wonder. Whoever said Namake's Minato was a pure-hearted saint, clearly never saw this side of him. A well-deserved break. After making a fortune from his mission in the land of hot water, Tsukikage Chisen finally enjoyed a rare period of relaxation. Returning to the ninja academy as an instructor, he immediately sent waves of despair through the students. However, not everyone was discouraged some were brimming with confidence Among them were Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. The challenge from Obito. Humph. The demon instructor is back. Obito crossed his arms, glaring at Tsukikage Chisen. Listen up. My stealth skills have improved dramatically. There's no way you'll find me this time. Kakashi, standing beside him, said nothing, but his determined gaze made it clear that he shared Obito's confidence. The game begins, hide and seek. Oh? Is that so? Ha ha ha, then let's play hide and seek. Tsukikage Chisen grinned wickedly, instantly striking fear into the students' hearts. The moment he gave the signal, all the students vanished, blending into their surroundings. Bug vision, the ultimate detection tool. Without hesitation, Tsukikage Chisen activated his enhanced vision, bug eyes. Seeing the students scatter and hide, he couldn't help but chuckle. Their hiding techniques were still far too immature. Pulling out the radishes. After just 5 minutes, Tsukikage Chisen began his radish pulling operation. One by one, the hiding students were dragged out of their so-called perfect hiding spots. The final two, Kakashi Obito. By the end, only Kakashi and Obito remained unfound. Tsukikage Chisen raised an eyebrow, slightly impressed. Not bad. They're improving. His first search was only a rough scan. The fact that they had evaded it meant they had made remarkable progress. Their clever hiding spot. Not bad, but still not enough. Tsukikage Chisen leaped onto the rooftop, his feet landing naturally on 2 tiles. Then, he smirked. Well, you're not going to show yourselves? Do I really have to step on you to make you come out? The reveal. Poof. 2 puffs of smoke erupted beneath his feet. Kakashi and Obito returned to their original forms, completely exposed. What? How? Obito shouted in frustration. We worked so hard on this hiding technique. We even replaced the original tiles and transformed into them. The explanation. Tsukikage Chisen pressed his foot firmly on Obito's back, pinning him down. Ha, you've improved, but it's still not enough. He grinned, clearly enjoying their frustration. His bug vision had evolved into compound sight, making it impossible for such simple disguises to fool him. A sudden chill. Just as Tsukikage Chisen was about to give them some advice, a sudden, chilling presence filled the air behind him. Who? He instantly jumped away, his senses on full alert. The unexpected shift in atmosphere made both Kakashi and Obito tense up as well. They quickly got up, turning to face the source of the sinister aura. The arrival of Orochimaru. He. Not bad. Your reaction is quite sharp. A hoarse, eerie voice echoed through the air. At the sound of it, Tsukikage Chisen's heart tightened. A pale figure slowly emerged from the shadows, radiating an aura of cold arrogance. His ashen skin, his piercing gaze, and his serpentine presence left no doubt about his identity. Orochimaru. One of the legendary Sannin ***. Orochimaru's observation. At this point, Orochimaru had already reached Kage-level strength and had an acute awareness of his own abilities. Yet, the seemingly ordinary academy instructor had detected his approach. That was surprising. After all, Tsukikage Chisen was still just a teenager. But his keen perception and sharp instincts had immediately caught Orochimaru's attention. The Hokage's orders. I had a feeling someone was watching me, and it turns out to be you, Lord Orochimaru. Despite facing one of Canoha's most dangerous and enigmatic shinobi, Tsukikage Chisen remained completely calm. He knew that as long as they were in the village, Orochimaru wouldn't make a move. So, what brings you here? A promotion notice. He. As expected, the Hokage chose well. Orochimaru chuckled. Your perception and insight are commendable, Chisen-kun. The old man asked me to inform you, report to the Hokage's office tomorrow. Your promotion papers are ready. Throughout the hide-and-seek game, Orochimaru had been quietly observing. Though the students' stealth techniques were child's play to him, Tsukikage Chisen's ability to effortlessly locate them was remarkable. Even Orochimaru had to admit ***, this boy was quite the talent ***. Orochimaru's interest, a potential student. The Moonlight Clan. The Permeation Jutsu bloodline. And now, Flying Thunder God. The more he thought about it, the more Orochimaru felt an urge to take this boy under his wing. After all, a genius like this was simply too fascinating to ignore. An unexpected proposal. Chisen-kun. Orochimaru's voice turned silky smooth, carrying an unmistakable allure. Would you like to become my disciple? Tsukikage Chisen's shock. What? For a moment, Tsukikage Chisen was stunned. Orochimaru wanted to take him as a student? That was completely unexpected. A tempting offer. But after a brief moment of shock, Tsukikage Chisen's mind started racing. Orochimaru was more than just a ninja, he was the world's greatest scientist. If he became Orochimaru's disciple, then all those research materials, all those forbidden techniques, at least half of them would become his. No ***, maybe even more ***. After all, wasn't it normal for a student to borrow from their master? Comei's commentary. From within, Comei couldn't hold back his disgust. I swear to God. Why is it that every time you do something shady, you act like it's completely normal? Orochimaru's curiosity. Seeing Tsukikage Chisen hesitate, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. He. Are you hesitating, Chisen-kun? He was genuinely intrigued. Most people would kill for an opportunity like this. Why was this boy hesitating? Tsukikage Chisen's response. Of course not. Tsukikage Chisen's expression turned serious. This is an incredible opportunity. I was just thinking. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Thinking about what? The ultimate negotiation move. Thinking about my acceptance gift, of course. Tsukikage Chisen grinned shamelessly. Lord Orochimaru, you're one of the legendary Sannin. You wouldn't be stingy with your new disciple, right? Orochimaru. Kakashi, did I just hear that right? Obito, holy SHT. You can do that? I need to find a master ASAP. Orochimaru's reaction. For a moment, Orochimaru was speechless. Then, he laughed. He. Interesting. Very interesting. For the first time in years, someone had dared to make demands of him. And he didn't hate it. Moonlight Qianshan couldn't care less about Orochimaru's reaction. He was well aware that if he wanted Orochimaru to take him as a disciple, the offering for apprenticeship had to be substantial, otherwise, he'd be at a huge loss. Moreover, Orochimaru was currently a pillar of Konohagakure, and for the sake of his reputation, he wouldn't dare refuse. He. Alright, I'll take you as my disciple. Orochimaru turned around, leaped down, and started walking out of the school. As for the offering you mentioned, come with me. Moonlight Qianshan's lips curled slightly. Only a fool would pass up a good deal. Even though the other party was Orochimaru, when it came to cautious development, Moonlight Qianshan was definitely an expert. You two go back to class, the lesson's over. Leaving this remark behind, Moonlight Qianshan flickered and jumped off the rooftop, closely following Orochimaru's footsteps. Orochimaru's residence was not in the village center. As a fanatic of ninjutsu and science, he had moved both his home and laboratory to the outskirts to ensure a quiet environment. It was a small house surrounded by trees, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Around the house, a few snakes could be seen flicking their tongues. It was clear they were Orochimaru's guard snakes. Welcome, Qianshan-kun. Orochimaru walked into the house without looking back. His white robes added a faint glow to the otherwise dark environment. TSK, Lord Orochimaru, should I say you truly live up to your name as Konoha's Cold Lord, the inheritor of the snake? Moonlight Qianshan said casually. I wouldn't be able to handle living in an environment like this. On the way here, Moonlight Qianshan had already placed Flying Thunder God markers around the area, his emergency escape mechanism, so he wasn't afraid at all. Geniuses are always lonely, aren't they? Orochimaru casually took out two scrolls from a nearby box, one labeled Nin, Ninjutsu, and the other labeled Snake. The moment Moonlight Qianshan saw the scrolls, his eyes lit up. Nin must refer to ninjutsu, while Snake could either be a summoning technique or another ninjutsu. Oh. Well then, Master, please accept my bow. Moonlight Qianshan immediately put on a bright smile, bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, and swiftly took the two scrolls from Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru simply smiled at him, showing no reaction to his actions. Qianshan-kun, what are your thoughts on Kekkei Genkai? Orochimaru suddenly asked as he observed Moonlight Qianshan's excitement over the scrolls. Moonlight Qianshan replied casually, not much, it's not that useful. Master, look at me, I have a Kekkei Genkai, but what can I really do with it? Other than gathering intelligence, it's useless. That was the truth. The biggest advantage of his perception release was spying and ambushing. Beyond that, it wasn't particularly useful. But isn't that a gift as well? Without perception release, you wouldn't have been able to blatantly spy on the scroll of seals, would you? Orochimaru chuckled. Here we go again. No matter what they said, Moonlight Qianshan would never admit it. Master, you must be joking. I really didn't do that. Moonlight Qianshan quickly denied it. Orochimaru smiled faintly and didn't press the issue. His interest in Moonlight Qianshan had been piqued due to requests from his own teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Tsukumo Hatake. Initially, he had only intended to observe, but Qianshan's displayed talent intrigued him enough to change his mind and take him as a disciple for closer study. That's enough for today. Remember this location and come back early tomorrow morning, Orochimaru said. Since you are my disciple, assisting me in my experiments is essential. Moonlight Qianshan's smile stiffened slightly. Why did that sound like Orochimaru was going to use him as a test subject? Suddenly, he thought of Anko Mitarashi, Orochimaru's true disciple, who had once been used as a test subject for the cursed seal. Not that he cared much about the cursed seal, after all, it was just an inferior version of Sage Mode. He was confident he could fully control it. After all, his system was constantly granting him new attributes. Just now, when he received the scrolls, he had inexplicably learned a new ninjutsu. The problem was, he didn't really like it *** substitution jutsu, mud form ***. To be fair, it was quite useful, but it looked terrible. Who would want to turn into a puddle of mud? Well, except for Orochimaru, maybe. Alright, master, I'll be here tomorrow for sure. With that, Moonlight Qianshan bowed politely, then instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. This move made Orochimaru chuckle. Hee, quite the cautious one. Looks like he left a mark in the village. Flying Thunder God technique, hee. For some reason, when Orochimaru mentioned the Flying Thunder God technique, his expression carried a hint of disdain. After leaving Orochimaru's residence, Moonlight Qianshan didn't go home. Instead, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly to a friend. Oh? Qianshan, what brings you here? The person he appeared before was Namake's Minato. At this moment, Minato was diligently practicing ninjutsu in an open training field, while his teacher, Jeriah, stood nearby watching. Oh? Qianshan brat, what are you doing here? Jeriah was also surprised to see him. Do you have new material for me? To Jeriah, Moonlight Qianshan was a walking treasure trove of inspiration, filled with endless material that made him envious. Relax, Minato. Jutsus and techniques aren't important right now. Moonlight Qianshan smirked mischievously at them. I have good news to share. I've taken a master. Yes, Moonlight Qianshan had rushed over just to tell Namake's Minato this exciting news. After all, Minato constantly brought up his teacher, always saying, my sensei said, which annoyed Moonlight Qianshan to no end. Now he had a teacher too. Who was afraid of whom? Oh? Qianshan brat, you've taken a master? Neither Jeriah nor Namake's Minato had expected that Moonlight Qianshan would actually become Orochimaru's disciple. For a moment, they were both stunned. Minato, do you remember? We had a bet back then. Moonlight Qianshan grinned slyly at Namake's Minato. If I found a master, what were you supposed to do? Seeing Moonlight Qianshan's expression, Namake's Minato shuddered. What? Minato, what kind of bet did you make with Qianshan? Jeriah's eyes flashed with curiosity upon hearing this. As one of the legendary Sannin, he had a special connection to the word bet. After all, his secret crush, Tsunade, was a notorious gambler. Sensei, Namake's Minato's face instantly turned bright red. It was obvious that their bet was something rather embarrassing and inappropriate. Ha. Minato, what did you say back then? If I actually took a master, you would go and confess to Uchiha Fugaku. Moonlight Qianshan laughed heartily while giving Minato a strong pat on the shoulder. His smug expression made even Jeriah widen his eyes in shock. He hadn't expected their bet to be this outrageous. It was exactly the kind of reckless challenge that young men would make. But Uchiha Fugaku was the strongest of his generation in the Uchiha clan and the future clan leader. What the hell was Qianshan thinking, making Minato confess to him? Lord Jeriah, you might not know, but Uchiha Fugaku is the strongest of his generation in the Uchiha clan. He's absolutely worthy of Minato. Moonlight Qianshan explained with a mischievous grin. Namake's Minato, however, had a bitter smile on his face. Uchiha Fugaku was indeed the strongest among the young Uchiha, but the problem was ***, he was a man, ***, if Minato really confessed to him, Fugaku would probably cut him down on the spot. Qianshan, can we change the bet? You know I have a decent relationship with Fugaku. If I go confess to him, he'll definitely try to kill me. Minato's face darkened as he imagined Fugaku chasing him down with his Sharingan fully activated. But he was a man of his word, and a bet was a bet. Qianshan, come on, let's change it. How about I give you some of my secret ninjutsu instead? Jeriah, feeling sorry for his disciple, tried to negotiate on his behalf. However, Moonlight Qianshan refused outright. Minato brought this on himself. He always told Kushina everything, which had led to Qianshan getting beaten up and bruised for an entire week. An entire week, he couldn't even leave the house. This was the perfect chance for payback. There was no way he would let it go. Humph. A real man keeps his word. I'm going to find Fugaku right now. Gritting his teeth, Namake's Minato took a deep breath and strode toward the village. Moonlight Qianshan burst into laughter and ran after him, leaving Jeriah standing alone in the wind, utterly dumbfounded. For some reason, Jeriah felt that ever since Minato and Qianshan started hanging out, Minato had been gradually led astray. At this point in time, the Uchiha clan's situation in Canoha wasn't as dire as it would later become. Their compound was still located near the center of the village. Due to their large numbers, the Uchiha territory was relatively expansive compared to smaller clans like Moonlight Qianshan's, whose family only had 2 members left. It didn't take long for Namake's Minato and Moonlight Qianshan to reach the Uchiha district. They began searching for Uchiha Fugaku. After some effort, they finally found him, but unfortunately, he was surrounded by a group of Uchiha youths. Moonlight Qianshan immediately doubled over with laughter, while Namake's Minato was utterly speechless. "Go on, Minato. Show me your courage." Moonlight Qianshan suddenly shoved Minato forward before activating his perception release to turn invisible. "I'm watching from the side, ha ha ha. Good luck." Though his figure had vanished, his voice rang clearly in Minato's ears. Minato took a deep breath, mustering all his courage as he strode forward. His determined stance made Moonlight Qianshan struggle to keep a straight face. He really looked like a warrior marching bravely toward his doom. Uchiha Fugaku was actually a few years older than them. After graduating, he had rapidly climbed the ranks and was now a squad captain in the Canoha military police force, earning considerable respect within the clan. Namake's Minato, on the other hand, was a rising prodigy of his generation. The two had sparred many times and had developed a good rapport. As for this ridiculous bet? That was entirely Moonlight Qianshan's doing. He had thought about it since in the future, Minato's son and Fugaku's son would have a rivalry filled with love and hate. Wouldn't it be hilarious if their fathers had a bit of history too? Just imagining the day he would tell Naruto and Sasuke about this made Qianshan want to laugh uncontrollably. "Hold it in. I have to hold it in," Qianshan reminded himself. "Qianshan brat, you are truly wicked," Jeriah muttered to himself. Minato is a strong kid, and Fugaku is pretty good too. But making Minato confess to him. "You're deliberately messing with both of them. You're truly heartless. But I like it. Now, where's my snack? I need something to munch on while I watch this unfold." Moonlight Qianshan laughed, pulling out a small jar from his pocket. He took out a handful of insects and pressed them against his chest, where chakra pulsed, sealing them inside. This was how he regularly fed Comei, the Seven Tails. Meanwhile, Namake's Minato had almost reached Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku noticed his friend approaching and immediately called out to him. "Yo, Minato. Sashiburi deini, long time no see. What brings you to the Uchiha district? Need something from me?" The Uchiha youths standing around Fugaku also noticed Minato's arrival, and their expressions grew serious. As fellow young elites, they all knew of the genius Namake's Minato. Well... Minato hesitated, unsure how to begin. The thought of Moonlight Qianshan standing invisibly nearby, watching and enjoying this, made his headache even worse. Why did he make this stupid bet? Damn it, he had been too naive. He had no one to blame but himself. "What's wrong, Minato? You're acting hesitant. Just say what's on your mind. If it's something I can help with, I'll definitely help." At this moment, Fugaku still assumed Minato had come to him for assistance. He was actually pleased, after all, to the Uchiha, being asked for help was a sign of recognition. And recognition was the foundation of their pride. Minato's throat went dry. He felt like he was about to lose his mind. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and shouted as loudly as he could "Fugaku! I like you!" The moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt someone shove him from behind. Caught off guard, he stumbled forward ***, and the next second, the blonde-haired Minato had fallen straight into Fugaku's arms, ***. "Fugaku? What the hell?" Namake's Minato, internally screaming Moonlight Qianshan. "I'm going to kill you." As Uchiha Fugaku held onto Namake's Minato tightly, following that loud and dramatic confession, the entire scene plunged into dead silence. The only sound that could be heard was the muffled laughter coming from an invisible presence, though no one could see where it was coming from. At this moment, Namake's Minato's mind was completely blank. It was as if all his cognitive abilities had been sucked out of him. Normally carefree and confident, he was now experiencing the most socially devastating moment of his life, wishing he could disappear on the spot. Similarly, Uchiha Fugaku's brain had short-circuited from the shock of this unexpected situation. He was still holding Minato, unable to process what had just happened, and had yet to let go. You guys." Finally, a voice broke through the eerie silence. It belonged to a young Uchiha, his eyes wide with disbelief ***, so wide they looked like they were about to pop out of his skull ***. Asterisk asterisk holy shit, Fugaku, let go of me. The sudden outburst snapped Minato back to reality, and he immediately struggled free from Fugaku's arms. The sudden disappearance of the person in his embrace left Fugaku momentarily dazed, still trying to comprehend what had just happened. Asterisk asterisk Namake's Minato, just confessed to Fugaku, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk what the, asterisk asterisk. The other Uchiha youths finally snapped out of their shock, their gazes shifting between Minato and Fugaku, filled with bewilderment and disbelief. One was Konoha's rising genius, the other was the top prodigy of the Uchiha clan asterisk asterisk. How the hell did these two end up in this situation? No, more importantly asterisk asterisk how could they do something like this? Minato, now fully aware of how utterly humiliating this was, frantically waved his hands as he approached Fugaku, speaking quickly, no, Fugaku, let me explain. Uchiha Fugaku finally snapped out of his daze, seeing Minato approaching him, he felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. Asterisk asterisk no, don't come any closer, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk Minato, this is impossible. I like women, not men, asterisk asterisk. Fugaku's heart was filled with fear, that blonde hair now looked like the scythe of death, and those outstretched hands seemed like the claws of the underworld, reaching out to drag him into darkness. Fugaku, I wasn't. I didn't mean to, just listen to me. Minato stammered, his words failing him as he drowned in embarrassment. Minato, I never expected you to have these kinds of thoughts. This is dangerous thinking, do you understand? And more importantly asterisk asterisk what about Kushina? Bang! The mention of Kushina's name was like a nuclear bomb detonating in Minato's brain. Oh. Shit, asterisk asterisk. He had been so focused on the bet that he completely forgot about Kushina. If she found out about this asterisk asterisk he was absolutely, 100%, beyond any doubt, dead, asterisk asterisk. A horrifying memory flashed through Minato's mind asterisk asterisk the time he accidentally entered the women's bathhouse and got caught by Kushina asterisk asterisk that wasn't just a beating, it was a nightmare. Fugaku, just listen. Asterisk asterisk no, I don't want to hear it. Minato, I never thought you were this kind of person, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk I was just making a bet with Moonlight Shinshan. I don't actually like you, asterisk asterisk. Uchiha Fugaku froze. A bet? He was a bet? That bastard Namake's Minato had used him as a betting piece? Not only did Minato confess to him, but he even stole his first hug and it was all because of a stupid bet? Rage exploded within Fugaku. Asterisk asterisk hey. I thought we were friends. But you treated me as a mere bet, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk Minato, say no more. Draw your weapon, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk today, I will make sure you understand the consequences of using an Uchiha as a bet, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk don't worry, after I finish beating you, I'll go find that bastard Moonlight Shinshan and beat him too. He won't escape this, asterisk asterisk. Sharingan. Activated, asterisk asterisk. 3 bright red tomos spun rapidly in Fugaku's eyes. His once calm aura sharpened like a drawn blade, its edge pointed straight at Namake's Minato. Fugaku, no, I really didn't mean it. Wait, asterisk asterisk don't take this so seriously, asterisk asterisk. Shing. Fugaku unsheathed his katana and charged straight at Minato. Asterisk asterisk prepare to die, Minato, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk I'll make you understand the price of mocking the Uchiha, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk fire style, jutsu that definitely won't kill you. Great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted, blazing toward Minato. Asterisk asterisk I'm dodging. Fugaku, don't do this, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk ah. Minato barely managed to blink away with the body flicker technique, but Fugaku, blinded by rage, refused to listen. If fire couldn't kill Minato, then he'd just cut him down with his sword. And thus, in front of a huge audience, Namake's Minato ran for his life, while Uchiha Fugaku chased after him with a sword, fully intent on murder. A high-speed chase erupted right in the middle of Canoha. Meanwhile, Moonlight Shinshan was completely doubled over with laughter. Even Comei, the Seven Tails, was laughing hysterically inside him. Ding, detected that the host has triggered the Namake's Minato confesses to Uchiha Fugaku event. Reward, +5 ninjutsu. Ding, detected that the host has triggered the Namake's Minato and Uchiha Fugaku high-speed chase event. Reward, +5 genjutsu. Ha ha ha, rewards received. Qianshan laughed even harder. Asterisk asterisk oh, right. There's still one last part of the plan, asterisk asterisk. Looking at Minato and Fugaku's distant figures, a wicked grin spread across Qianshan's face. In the next second, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported to the center of the village. Since he was still in perception release mode, no one could detect his presence. Moving quickly through the streets, he searched for a specific person. Soon, he found her. A bright red head of hair stood out among the crowd. It was Uzumaki Kushina asterisk asterisk, the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails asterisk asterisk, and more importantly, Namake's Minato's future wife. Asterisk asterisk yo, big sis Kushina asterisk asterisk. Oh, Qianshan. Hey there. What's up? You here for a mission? Because of Minato, Kushina was fairly friendly toward Moonlight Qianshan. Asterisk asterisk nope, I'm here to talk to you, asterisk asterisk. Hearing that, Kushina raised an eyebrow in surprise. Asterisk asterisk huh? You're looking for me? Why, asterisk asterisk. Suddenly, Qianshan's eyes turned red, and he put on an extremely pitiful expression. Asterisk asterisk big sis Kushina. I didn't mean for this to happen, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk I just made a simple bet with Minato, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk I said that if I found a teacher, he'd owe me a favor, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk and then I jokingly told him to confess to Uchiha Fugaku, and he actually did it, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk and then, he hugged Fugaku, asterisk asterisk. At that moment, Qianshan sensed Kushina's chakra shift from calm to absolutely furious. Even her red hair began to rise. Perfect. Now, all that was left was to watch the fireworks. Asterisk asterisk Uzumaki Kushina asterisk asterisk, the infamous red-hot-blooded habanero of Canoha, was a member of the Uzumaki clan, naturally blessed with immense chakra reserves and exceptional sealing techniques. However, beneath her cute and energetic exterior was a fiery and explosive personality. To put it simply, she was extremely aggressive when provoked. And right now? She was completely and utterly pissed off. Thanks to Moonlight Qianshan's carefully crafted words, she exploded in rage almost instantly. Without waiting for further explanation, her entire being turned into a crimson flash, dashing straight toward the Uchiha district at full speed. Seeing this, Moonlight Qianshan burst into laughter. Asterisk asterisk Qianshan, you're really something else, huh? Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk that little brat Minato is definitely getting his ass kicked this time, asterisk asterisk. Qianshan let out a satisfied hum, feeling quite pleased with himself. Asterisk asterisk that'll teach him a lesson for selling me out last time, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk alright, time to head home. I have to report to Orochimaru tomorrow. Ugh, what a tough life I'm living, asterisk asterisk. Meanwhile, Minato was still running for his life. At this moment, he was being relentlessly chased by Uchiha Fugaku, who was hellbent on murdering him. And just when he thought things couldn't get any worse, asterisk asterisk, he heard Kushina's furious roar behind him, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk Namake's Minato. Stop running. If you're a real man, face me head on, asterisk asterisk. Normally, this would just be a regular angry outburst from Fugaku. However, in Kushina's ears, it sounded completely different. Namake's Minato. Stop running. You heartless jerk who toyed with my feelings. Well, while the exact words were different, the meaning wasn't too far off. Asterisk asterisk Kushina. Let me explain, asterisk asterisk Minato yelled desperately, knowing full well that this was probably a lost cause, but he had to try. Asterisk asterisk ha 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 ha. Explain? What's there to explain? Asterisk asterisk Minato, I never thought you were the type to swing both ways, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk do you really think it's okay to two-time like this? Minato was utterly speechless. What the hell was going on? Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, was starting to feel seriously creeped out. Asterisk asterisk wait, does this idiot actually like me? Asterisk asterisk no. 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 Absolutely not, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk damn you, Minato. I'm telling you, we're impossible, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk I refuse. Go die, you pervert. I feel violated, asterisk asterisk. Fugaku's Sharingan spun wildly, his rage reaching new heights. And then there was Kushina, her red hair billowed wildly, her fists clenched so tightly that veins were bulging on her hands. She was absolutely livid. Asterisk asterisk ha 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 ha. Uchiha Fugaku. How dare you steal the man I set my eyes on? Asterisk asterisk but I'll deal with you later. Right now, I need to take this bastard home for some proper punishment. Asterisk asterisk. Minato felt his soul leave his body. What the hell was she even saying? Asterisk asterisk when did I become the man you set your eyes on? Asterisk asterisk stop making shit up. I like women. Not men. Asterisk asterisk. Fugaku was on the verge of a mental breakdown. This was a nightmare. Asterisk asterisk Minato. This is all your fault. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk you're dead, you hear me? Dead. With that, Fugaku's eyes burned with fury, and his blade slashed down toward Minato. Asterisk asterisk I said, Minato must be punished. Die. Asterisk asterisk. That day. Namake's Minato truly understood the meaning of love and hate are two sides of the same coin. A red-haired demon and a black-haired executioner, his world turned into a living nightmare. Moonlight Qianshan. I will get my revenge. Asterisk asterisk. Ow. Ow. Not so hard, you two. Asterisk asterisk. The next morning. At the crack of dawn. Asterisk asterisk 5 a.m. Asterisk asterisk. To be exact. Asterisk asterisk Moonlight Qianshan knocked on Orochimaru's door. Asterisk asterisk. Say what you will about scientists, but they really did wake up early. Asterisk asterisk you're here, Qianshan-kun. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk come, I'll take you to my laboratory. Asterisk asterisk. Orochimaru's laboratory was right beneath his house. The dim lighting illuminated a massive collection of bizarre scientific instruments, all humming with activity. The surrounding bookshelves were packed with various scientific texts, mostly related to biology and anatomy. Asterisk asterisk tsk, master, you're really obsessed with biology, huh? Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk dissection, analysis, damn, this is some terrifying stuff. Asterisk asterisk. Qianshan grinned playfully, but Orochimaru only chuckled. Asterisk asterisk science requires these things, Qianshan-kun. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk you seem to have a strong ability to adapt. Excellent, that makes things much easier. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk now, let me extract a bit of your blood. Every Kekii Genkai is worth studying. Asterisk asterisk. Qianshan's entire body stiffened when he saw the giant needle in Orochimaru's hand. Holy shit. That's not a needle, that's a damn straw. Master, are you sure this is just a little blood? This looks more like a lot of blood. But despite his internal complaints, he reluctantly let Orochimaru proceed. After all, he was his teacher now. Still, deep down, he couldn't help but ask Comei a very important question. Asterisk asterisk Comei, will this blood test expose you? Asterisk asterisk. Comei snorted indignantly. Asterisk asterisk of course not. He's not drawing my blood, he's drawing yours. What does this have to do with me? Asterisk asterisk. Qianshan cursed internally. Damn you, Comei. With the blood successfully extracted, Orochimaru looked very satisfied. Obtaining the blood of Kekii Genkai users in Canoha was incredibly difficult. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were especially protective of their bloodlines. But now, with Qianshan's unique blood, he could advance his research to the next stage. Asterisk asterisk Qianshan-kun, have you looked at the scrolls I gave you? Asterisk asterisk. Qianshan nodded. One scroll contained Orochimaru's insights and innovations on wind-release ninjutsu. The other contained his signature snake-based techniques, including the hidden shadow snake hands. But Qianshan was confused. Why would Orochimaru give him a wind-release scroll? His chakra nature was supposed to be fire and earth. Wind-release didn't match him at all. Asterisk asterisk. However, Orochimaru quickly gave an explanation. He handed Qianshan a chakra affinity paper. Asterisk asterisk you've always believed you only had fire and earth, haven't you? Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk but I think otherwise. You've mastered the flying thunder god technique, there must be a strong wind affinity within you. Asterisk asterisk. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with confidence, the confidence of a scientist and one of the legendary Sannin. Still confused, Qianshan took the chakra paper and infused it with his chakra. The result? The paper split into 4 different reactions. One side burned. Another crumbled into dust. Another became damp. The last one cracked. Qianshan froze. Holy shit, he had 4 elemental affinities? Orochimaru smirked. Asterisk asterisk as I expected wind, fire, earth, and water asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk with 4 affinities and a Kekei Genkai, you truly are a prodigy, Shanshan-kun asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk what about yin-yang release? Orochimaru was slightly startled upon hearing Moonlight Qianshan's question. He hadn't expected a 14-year-old to ask about something so profound. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, but soon, a smile formed on his lips. You're a little young to be delving into this topic, Orochimaru said, but since you asked, I'll give you a detailed explanation. Yin release and yang release work like this. Yin release, derived from spiritual energy, has the power to create form from nothing. Yang release, drawn from physical energy, gives life to that form. Take the Uchiha clan, for example, their Sharingan is the epitome of pure Yin release. In contrast, the Senju clan's abilities, such as the first Hokage's would release, are a prime example of yang release. One focuses on the spiritual aspect of power, while the other emphasizes the physical realm. Orochimaru spoke slowly and deliberately, and Moonlight Qianshan listened intently, nodding in understanding. He already had some knowledge of yin-yang release, but it was based on his past life's knowledge from manga. Hearing Orochimaru's explanation in person made the concept feel much more profound and insightful. Alright, Orochimaru said, shifting gears. I'm about to start an experiment. If you don't have anything urgent, go outside and practice your ninjutsu. You can begin training with the wind release techniques and my original jutsu that I gave you. Once your mindset becomes a bit more stable, I'll allow you to participate in my experiments. In Orochimaru's eyes, Moonlight Qianshan was still too impulsive. He needed more time to be tempered through training and experience. Until then, Orochimaru had no intention of bringing him fully into the lab. Hearing this, Moonlight Qianshan was secretly delighted. Without hesitation, he rushed outside to begin his training. 1 month later. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Moonlight Qianshan's talent and relentless effort bore fruit. He had completely mastered the hidden shadow snake hands and a series of wind release techniques. Orochimaru was very pleased with his progress. So much so that he granted Qianshan a short break. As for the reason? Orochimaru had been assigned a mission by the third Hokage, which required him to leave the village for a while. Additionally, Qianshan had to take care of his younger brother, so Orochimaru didn't insist on bringing him along, though, deep down, he would have preferred it. Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat with a serious expression, carefully reading through a sealed intelligence scroll. This was a critical report sent from the front lines. *** Intelligence operatives had risked their lives ** to obtain this information. The contents revealed that Iwagakure, Hidden Stone Village, Sunagakure, Hidden Sand Village, and Kumogakure, Hidden Cloud Village, were all making unusual military movements. Many signs indicated that another war was on the horizon. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, the smoke curling through the air, but his mind remained deep in thought. The Second Shinobi World War had only just ended, yet these villages were already restless again. Why? Why was peace so difficult to maintain? War. That hateful, familiar word had never truly left since he had taken the mantle of Hokage. First, it was the war against Kumogakure, following the death of his teacher, the second Hokage. Then came battles against Iwagakure and Sunagakure, one after another. The cycle of conflict never ceased. At that moment, the door swung open. A tall, imposing figure stepped inside. It was Canoha's white-fanged Tsukumo Hatake, the current captain of the Anbu Black Ops, and one of Canoha's sharpest blades. Hokage-sama, you called for me? Tsukumo asked. Yes, Tsukumo. Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure have begun moving. I suspect it won't be long before war breaks out again. Hiruzen gestured toward the intelligence reports on the desk. Tsukumo picked up the documents and carefully examined them. After reading through the reports, his expression sharpened ***. His presence alone felt like an unsheathed blade, radiating killing intent ***. I knew those bastards wouldn't stay quiet for long, Tsukumo scoffed. Hokage-sama, I'm ready to head to the front lines at any time. There was no hesitation in his voice. As the legendary White Fang of Canoha, Tsukumo had never feared any enemy. Any foe who dared stand before him would be cut down by his blade, as if facing the Grim Reaper himself. Hiruzen nodded. Prepare the Anbu forces. Have them on standby. Also, we must intensify our intelligence-gathering efforts. We need constant updates on all three villages' movements ***, especially Iwagakure ***. Anoki is the most ambitious of them all. Hearing this, Tsukumo furrowed his brows. The intelligence reports they had already obtained had come at a steep cost, many lives had been lost. Sending more operatives into Iwagakure now would be as good as sending them to their deaths. However, intelligence was critical in war. After a long pause, Tsukumo finally spoke. Iwagakure is too dangerous to infiltrate right now. However, we already have some intelligence on Kumogakure. Thanks to Yamanaka Haichi and Moonlight Qianshan, it should help us prepare in advance. But Sunigakure. There's still too little information about their movements. In the previous war, I fought against Sunigakure's forces, Tsukumo recalled. Their sand-based techniques and puppetry jutsu were incredibly troublesome. While their puppetry might not be a huge threat to high-level shinobi, it's devastating against standard forces. I remember several of their puppet masters were extremely powerful. Even I struggled against them at first. Although I managed to kill a few, our side also suffered heavy casualties. Hiruzen nodded grimly. Yes, Shio. She's a difficult opponent. If war breaks out, we may once again find ourselves facing a three-village alliance. A deep sigh escaped the third Hokage's lips. Canoha had always been the strongest among the 5 great shinobi villages, but that also made them the primary target in every war. Tsukumo stood firm. I'll personally lead a team into Wind Country. It's just a reconnaissance mission, there shouldn't be any major issues. Hiruzen gave him a long look. Wait a little longer. The academy graduation exams are coming up soon. We can decide after that. At the mention of the academy, Hiruzen suddenly smiled. Tsukumo, do you think your son, Kakashi, will apply for early graduation? A rare smile appeared on Tsukumo's face. Possibly. Ever since Moonlight Qianshan's stealth training started giving him trouble, he's been more motivated than ever. His growth in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and physical conditioning has been impressive. Even I have to admit assigning Moonlight Qianshan as an instructor was one of the best decisions made, Hiruzen chuckled heartily. Then I'm looking forward to it. Indeed, this year's training at the Ninja Academy had been progressing remarkably well. Especially with new courses introduced, such as Moonlight Qianshan's stealth concealment class, which had gained massive popularity among both teachers and students. Ever since Moonlight Qianshan became Orochimaru's disciple, he had transformed into a voracious beast, greedily devouring every bit of knowledge Orochimaru imparted. Although Orochimaru had yet to officially allow him to participate in experiments, Qianshan knew that day wasn't far off. After all, Orochimaru wouldn't fully step into his inhuman research until after the Third Shinobi World War, so Qianshan wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he carefully planned out his schedule, making sure to balance learning and training. During this period, his mornings were spent teaching at the Ninja Academy, while his afternoons were dedicated to studying at Orochimaru's residence. Orochimaru's vast collection of books was like an endless treasure trove of knowledge, and Qianshan devoured them all. Academy graduation exam, early graduation candidates. Time passed quickly, and soon, it was the annual graduation season at the Ninja Academy. As an assistant instructor, Qianshan was invited to attend the grand graduation ceremony. On the morning of the graduation exams, most of the students were older and more mature, but among them stood 2 significantly younger boys Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Unlike their peers, they had applied for early graduation. Kakashi. This time, I'm definitely going to graduate early. Obito Uchiha declared confidently, flashing a proud grin at his silver-haired rival. However, Kakashi ignored him completely, his gaze locked onto Qianshan instead. Since entering the Ninja Academy, Kakashi had excelled in every subject except for Qianshan's stealth training course, where he had suffered repeated failures. This left a bitter taste in his heart, fueling a burning desire to redeem himself in the graduation exam. Qianshan noticed Kakashi's intense gaze and responded with a teasing smirk. Seeing that mocking smile, Kakashi's competitive spirit flared up instantly. Meanwhile, Obito continued rambling, but Kakashi had finally had enough. The proctors for early graduation exams are at least special Jonin level, Kakashi said flatly. I'd be surprised if you last 3 minutes, Obito. Stop daydreaming and prepare to repeat another year. Obito's face turned dark. His teeth clenched, and his eyes burned with frustration as he glared at Kakashi. He wanted nothing more than to fight him right there. Graduation exam begins. The exam followed strict criteria. Students had to demonstrate proficiency in clone jutsu, substitution jutsu, and transformation jutsu, followed by a shuriken proficiency test. Only those who passed all sections would be allowed to graduate. Compared to the future graduation exams that Naruto's class would take, this exam was significantly more difficult. But for the older students who had properly prepared, passing was still a realistic goal. The exams proceeded swiftly. 3 exam stations were set up, allowing students to rotate quickly through their tests. Qianshan stood on the sidelines, feeling bored. Though there were a few familiar faces **Mato Guy, Shiranui Gunma, and Raitun Kazuma***, none of them particularly excited him. Unfortunately, Guy failed the exam due to his lack of ninjutsu proficiency. Seeing this, Qianshan made a mental note ***, next year, he would personally help Guy ***. A sudden request from Tsukumo. As Qianshan observed the exams, a familiar presence approached him. Qianshan. Ha? Uncle Tsukumo? What are you doing here? The newcomer was Hatake Tsukumo, the legendary white fang of Canoha. I have a request, Tsukumo said. The Hokage wants you to proctor the early graduation exam for Kakashi and Obito. Qianshan blinked in surprise. Normally, a special jonin would handle this exam ***, he was only meant to observe ***. Yet now, he was suddenly replacing the proctor. Alright, Qianshan agreed. What are the test requirements? Tsukumo smiled slightly. That's up to you, just don't go overboard. Hearing this, Qianshan instantly understood. Oh, I see. This wasn't just any early graduation exam, this was Kakashi's early graduation exam. This was Tsukumo's way of making things more challenging for his son. Qianshan couldn't help but chuckle internally. What a strict father. Got it. He had no reason to refuse, in fact, he was quite interested in testing Kakashi and Obito. These two would go on to become key figures in the shinobi world, and Qianshan was eager to see their potential firsthand. Early graduation exam, special proctor, Moonlight Qianshan. With the regular exams concluded, the testing platform was cleared, making way for Kakashi and Obito. Their sudden appearance surprised the audience. Soon, the examiner announced their situation. These two students have applied for early graduation, and the Hokage has approved their request. However, their exam will be judged by a jonin-level proctor. If they pass, they will officially graduate. At that moment, Qianshan flickered onto the platform, standing before the two boys with a relaxed expression. I will be your examiner, Qianshan said with a smile. Any objections? Both Kakashi and Obito shook their heads. Since you're applying for early graduation, I'll be testing you individually. The test is simple ***, either attack me with everything you've got or defend against my attacks ***. Lasts 3 minutes, and you pass ***. Qianshan's smile remained as he explained the rules. But the audience's reaction was immediate ***, shock ***. Even though Qianshan was young, he was already a jonin personally appointed by the Hokage. As a member of the Moonlight Clan, he also possessed a special Kekkei Genkai. For two academy students, lasting even 1 minute against him seemed impossible. Obito hesitated, then raised his hand. Teacher Qianshan, can I challenge a different examiner? Qianshan's smile widened. No ***. Obito's face fell. Still, he refused to back down, he was determined to prove himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen Hatake Tsukumo's perspective. From the back of the crowd, Hiruzen and Tsukumo watched the scene unfold. Ha ha! Tsukumo, what did I say? That kid was definitely going to take the test into his own hands. It's a shame only Kakashi and Obito applied for early graduation, Hiruzen mused. It would have been more interesting if there were more challengers. His gaze swept across the students, filled with hope for the future. Canoha was a large family, bringing together clans like Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Aburame, Sarutobi, and more. As Hokage, he yearned to see more talented young shinobi rise to prominence. Kakashi vs. Qianshan, the first challenger. Back on the exam platform, Qianshan glanced between the two boys. So, who's going first? Without hesitation, Kakashi stepped forward. His young face was filled with determination. Teacher Qianshan, please guide me. The audience murmured in admiration. Hatake Kakashi ***, son of Canoha's White Fang ***, already showed remarkable promise. Qianshan grinned. Good, Kakashi. Remember the first rule of battle is confidence, If you don't believe you can win, you've already lost. The crowd nodded in agreement. However, a few individuals Hiruzen, Tsukumo, and even Comei inside Qianshan all had the same thought. You? Preaching about confidence? The guy who runs from fights the moment things get dangerous? Are you serious? The battle begins. Kakashi made the first move, swiftly throwing several shuriken toward Moonlight Qianshan. The shuriken flew at tricky angles, coming from multiple directions at high speed. However, Qianshan barely reacted, he simply lifted his right foot slightly before bringing it back down. In that instant, his chakra surged, transforming into a powerful gust of wind that formed a protective barrier around him. Wind release, wind armor. The sheer precision of his technique left the entire audience stunned. No one expected him to wield wind release so skillfully converting chakra into an elemental defense with such efficiency was truly remarkable. The observers' reactions. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded approvingly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. It seems this kid has truly learned a lot from Orochimaru. This precise chakra-to-element conversion is very much Orochimaru's style. Hatake Tsukumo also nodded. This technique may look simple, but it requires extreme chakra control. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. It appears that Qianshan doesn't just have fire and earth affinities, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wield wind release at this level. Allowing him to study under Orochimaru was definitely the right decision. Kakashi's counterattack. Seeing his feint fail, Kakashi quickly adjusted his strategy. Forming hand seals at high speed, he took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful technique. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, roaring toward Qianshan with intense heat, threatening to consume everything in its path. Tsukumo smirked. Good. He understands elemental weaknesses. Wind release is naturally weak against fire release. Kakashi had made a smart tactical decision. Qianshan's response. Seeing the raging fireball approaching, Qianshan immediately ceased his wind release jutsu. He had no intention of making the flames even stronger. Qianshan smirked teasingly. You're surprisingly good at Uchiha-style fire techniques, Kakashi. But it's still not enough. With that, he formed hand seals, though at a somewhat leisurely pace. Before the fireball could reach him, a surge of water erupted from the ground, encasing him in a protective water sphere. The fireball crashed into the water, creating a massive burst of steam that enveloped the entire training field. Kakashi's next move. Kakashi seized the momentary cover provided by the steam. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof! 3 clones materialized beside him. Each clone wielded a short blade, their edges crackling with lightning chakra. Qianshan's observation. The dense mist obscured vision, but Qianshan activated his perception release. Through his unique sensory ability, he saw everything clearly. Hatake-style Kenjutsu. Realizing the danger of lightning chakra, Qianshan finally moved. He vanished from his original position, using body flicker to reposition himself. Kakashi, sensing his movement, whirled around and slashed, but hit nothing but air. Qianshan takes the offensive. Can't let you chase me around forever, Qianshan thought. He waited for an opening, then suddenly shifted his stance and exhaled deeply. A powerful gust of wind erupted from his mouth, sweeping across the battlefield. Wind release, Gale Surge. The howling winds engulfed everything, forcing Kakashi into a defensive stance. But the true danger lay within the hidden wind blades embedded in the gust. The 3 shadow clones dispersed immediately, vanishing into clouds of smoke. Kakashi himself took several deep cuts, faint traces of blood appearing on his skin. Obito's concern. Kakashi. From the sidelines, Obito shouted in alarm, his eyes filled with worry. Kakashi gritted his teeth. He refused to back down. Damn it! He lowered his stance, minimizing wind resistance. But he knew this battle wasn't over yet Kakashi's final attack. Suddenly, a radiant blue glow formed in his right hand. Lightning chakra surged violently, crackling like a storm contained in his palm. Qianshan's realization. Qianshan's eyes widened slightly. Wait, is this? Holy crap, he's already trying to use Raikiri? Although it wasn't a fully developed lightning blade, it was still an incredibly dangerous lightning attack. If this hit him directly, it would definitely hurt like hell. The climax, Kakashi's charge. Kakashi roared in determination. This is my final strike. He poured all his remaining chakra into this one attack. With unstoppable momentum, he rushed forward like a lightning bolt, creating a direct path through the violent winds toward Qianshan. Qianshan's countermeasure. Qianshan knew he couldn't block this head-on. Instead, he swiftly threw a kunai into the distance, one marked with the flying thunder god seal. Just as Kakashi's lightning-filled strike nearly reached him. Swoosh! Qianshan vanished in an instant, reappearing directly behind Kakashi. Kakashi's critical mistake. Without a target, Kakashi couldn't stop his momentum. He overshot his attack, charging straight off the edge of the training field. Boom! His lightning chakra slammed into the ground, leaving a large crater, and Kakashi fell right into it. The aftermath. Tsukumo, watching from the sidelines, sighed and shook his head. Still too inexperienced. His attack was strong, but his control was lacking. If he can't adjust his trajectory mid-charge, this technique is too impractical for real combat. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. This move needs refinement. Otherwise, it won't be viable in serious battles. Kakashi's frustration. Kakashi struggled out of the pit, his face filled with frustration and disappointment. He had given it everything he had. Yet, his attack hadn't even touched Qianshan. Qianshan's verdict. To Kakashi's shock, Qianshan suddenly applauded. Not bad, Kakashi. The 3-minute mark has passed, you've passed the exam. Kakashi's eyes widened. What? Why did he pass? Kakashi couldn't understand. He hadn't even landed a hit, why was he being allowed to graduate? Qianshan smirked. Surviving against a Jonin-level opponent for 3 minutes is already an impressive feat. You fought with strategy, adaptability, and courage. You still have flaws to work on, but you've proven yourself. Welcome to the real battlefield, Kakashi. The crowd's reaction. The audience erupted into cheers. Even Obito, despite his usual rivalry, grinned proudly. Kakashi, however, still looked stunned. Finally, he allowed himself a small smile. He had passed. But more importantly, he had learned As Yoshimori Hiroshi's lifeless body hit the ground, Yamanaka Haichi's eyes flashed with both sorrow and pride. Canoha shinobi, only die in battle, we never retreat. This final declaration was clearly meant for Tsukikage Chisen, urging him to abandon Haichi and escape to report the mission. But Tsukikage Chisen wasn't the type to leave comrades behind. Yoshimori Hiroshi and Mizuno Kawa were already beyond saving, but Haichi still had a chance. Facing the Raikage sun. Ha? Chisen? A's sharp senses picked up on Haichi's shift in emotions, and his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Then, his lips curled into a mocking smirk. I'll give you a chance. Tell me where the fourth one went, and I'll consider letting you die quickly. Humph. Don't even think about it. Haichi roared defiantly, eyes burning with determination. Cyclone Mind Chaos Jutsu. Cyclone. The Yamanaka clan wasn't known for direct combat, but Haichi was Anbu, he wasn't weak. His mind disruption jutsu had been instrumental on the battlefield countless times. Unfortunately, his opponent was too strong. Scatter. It's a Yamanaka clan technique. A immediately barked an order, and the surrounding Kumogakure shinobi instantly leaped away, disrupting the jutsu's effectiveness. But then. Collision GUH. A Kumogakure shinobi suddenly stiffened, his body trembling violently. His name was Adai, the sensory ninja. A split second later, he realized something was behind him. High voltage, too late. Kitchen knife, SHNK. A kunai gleamed coldly as it pierced straight through his throat. Damn it. Adai choked on his own blood, his body collapsing mid-air. He was dead before he hit the ground. A's rage explodes. ADAI. A's fury erupted like a thunderstorm. Damn you, Canoha scum. Come out here. Collision heavy explosion flow. Collision. Lightning chakra mode flared violently around A's muscular frame, his fists smashing into the ground with immense force. The entire forest was obliterated, shockwaves shattering trees and scattering debris everywhere. Tsukikage Chisen's plan. Damn it. These Raikage guys really are just muscleheads, Tsukikage Chisen nimbly leaped onto a tree, avoiding the devastation below. His attack had served its purpose. Adai was dead. That meant Skull, no more sensory ninja. Skull. Now, he could safely use Flying Thunder God to escape with Haichi. Comei. I need your power. Without hesitation, a surge of chakra flooded into Tsukikage Chisen's body. Butterfly, wings unleashed. Butterfly. A pair of insect wings sprouted from his back, and with a single flap, he launched himself toward Yamanaka Haichi. Breaking cover. At this point, there was no need to stay hidden. A's attack had completely destroyed the environment, with all the dust and debris in the air. Even permeation jutsu couldn't prevent exposure. Rather than waste chakra maintaining invisibility, Tsukikage Chisen focused everything on speed. You're dead. A's rage intensified as he spotted Chisen, and he charged forward with terrifying speed. High voltage, lightning body enhancement, maximum speed. High voltage. Tsukikage Chisen knew exactly how dangerous this was. By flooding his body with lightning chakra, A enhanced his physical abilities to monstrous levels. Not only did his speed and defense skyrocket, but his reaction time also became nearly instantaneous. A deadly close call. Shit. He's already here? A's fist was inches away from Chisen's face. But. High voltage, boom. Vanish. High voltage. Dashing away, Flying Thunder God, activated. Dashing away. In the blink of an eye, Tsukikage Chisen teleported away, reappearing on a broken tree branch. Phew, that was close as hell. Even with Comei's flight boost, it was still faster in close combat. There was only one way to escape, Flying Thunder God. A's relentless pursuit. A's head snapped toward Chisen, his eyes gleaming with battle hunger. Not bad, brat. Then. High voltage again. High voltage. With a burst of lightning, A lunged toward him once more. High voltage, lightning-fueled pursuit. High voltage. Screw this. I'm out. Rocket, Flying Thunder God, activated again. Rocket. This time, Tsukikage Chisen teleported directly in front of Yamanaka Haichi. Chisen? Before Haichi could even react. Grab. Chisen seized Haichi's wrist. Collision, teleport, executed. Collision. Their destination? Evergreen Tree, a hidden escape marker 1 kilometer away. Evergreen Tree. A furious Raikage in training. Damn it. Where did they go? A roared in frustration, his body crackling with lightning. Skull, he had been outplayed. Skull. They used a space-time jutsu. His pride was shattered. A Raikage candidate had been outmaneuvered by a single Canoha shinobi. Chase them. Follow the path toward Canoha. A's fury reached new heights. He refused to let Tsukikage Chisen make a fool of him. He would hunt them down personally. The Great Escape. Far from the battlefield, Yamanaka Haichi was still in shock. Chisen, what the hell was that? No time. Run, Tsukikage Chisen was nearly drained of chakra. If not for Comei's help, he would have collapsed already. Chisen, that was space-time ninjutsu, wasn't it? Shut up and run. But then. Wait, why are we heading west? Shouldn't we be running south toward the Land of Fire? Tsukikage Chisen gave him a look. A look that screamed, "Are you an idiot? Bro, we're running for our lives. If we go straight to the Land of Fire, they'll surround us. We need to go to the Land of Rice Fields first, it's neutral territory." Haichi finally understood. Right. That makes sense. Of course, it does. I'm a pro at running away. Haichi couldn't help but feel a little admiration for Chisen. Chisen, when the hell did you learn space-time ninjutsu? Tsukikage Chisen nearly lost his mind. Dude. Less talking, more running. Having narrowly escaped death, Yamanaka Haichi felt as if he had experienced a complete transformation. However, during their journey back, Tsukikage Chisen made a new discovery about his comrade. Haichi was a complete chatterbox. He would not shut up. If it weren't for the fact that Haichi was a fellow Canoha shinobi, Tsukikage Chisen seriously considered using phosphor powder to mute him, and he absolutely had the ability to do so. Through the Land of Fields, a temporary safe haven. They took a detour through the Land of Fields to avoid pursuit. The moment they stepped into its borders, Tsukikage Chisen's tense nerves finally relaxed for the first time in days. The Land of Fields, which would one day become the base of Gaker, was currently a peaceful countryside. After all, Orochimaru was still in Canoha, busy with his research. Orochimaru, a tempting opportunity. Speaking of Orochimaru, Tsukikage Chisen felt a strange itch in his heart. That guy was one of the greatest researchers in the Naruto world. If given the chance, he definitely wanted to visit Orochimaru's lab, maybe even borrow some of his research. Once the thought entered his mind, it was like opening a floodgate, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Returning to Canoha, 3 days later. Tsukikage Chisen and Yamanaka Haichi didn't linger in the land of fields. They passed through quickly and entered the land of fire, finally reaching Canoha 3 days later. Technically, Tsukikage Chisen could have used Flying Thunder God to return immediately. However, since he was bringing Haichi with him, the chakra cost of teleporting another person was immense ***, about 15% per use ***. So, he chose the safer option, traveling on foot. Mission report, the Hokage's office. Entering the Hokage's office, the two shinobi stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Tsukumo, delivering a detailed report of their encounter with Kumogakure in the land of hot water. Both leaders looked grim. Even though they had anticipated Kumogakure's movements, they hadn't expected such a rapid and well-coordinated operation. You both did well, Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Mizunokawa and Yoshimori Hiroshi's sacrifices will not be forgotten. The village will honor their contributions. Then, Hiruzen turned to Yamanaka Haichi. Haichi, you may go rest now. Chisen, stay. The exposure of Flying Thunder God. Tsukikage Chisen sighed internally, he knew he couldn't escape this conversation. During the mission briefing, Haichi had accidentally revealed that he could use Flying Thunder God. To be fair, it wasn't really Haichi's fault. After all, they had faced the son of the third raikage of this was critical information that had to be reported. Now, only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hatake Tsukumo, and Tsukikage Chisen remained in the room. Interrogation begins. You little brat, where the hell did you learn Flying Thunder God? Sarutobi Hiruzen's sharp eyes narrowed, filled with both curiosity and stern authority. Tsukikage Chisen could feel the weight of their gazes trying to see right through him. He sighed internally. If possible, he really didn't want to reveal this secret. Tsukikage Chisen, master of bullshit***. With a perfectly serious face, he responded. I just learned it on my own. I'm a genius, you know. Plus, the second Hokage appeared in my dreams and taught me. His expression remained sincere, but a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. Reaction, two veterans nearly lose it. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Tsukumo nearly burst out laughing from anger. They knew Tsukikage Chisen too well. This kid was full of SHT***. Tsukumo calls him out. Chisen, you don't have to say it, I already know. Hatake Tsukumo's voice was calm but firm. The sealed scroll was tampered with. I wasn't able to find the culprit before, but now it's obvious. You sneaked in using your permeation jutsu, didn't you? So tell me, besides Flying Thunder God, what else did you steal? Tsukikage Chisen, deny till you die. What do you mean, Lord Tsukumo? The sealed scroll is an important village artifact, I would never steal from it. At most, I might sneak a glance at some beautiful kunoichi and contribute to Jiraiya-sama's research materials. He spoke with a straight face. Sarutobi Hiruzen, fine, you wanna play dumb? Doesn't matter. Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, then exhaled slowly. Since you've already learned Flying Thunder God, you are now officially a jonin. I hope you can handle the responsibility and carry on the will of fire. Tsukikage Chisen, internal screaming. What the FCK? Why am I getting promoted again? I was fine being a special jonin. Now I have even more responsibilities? His mouth twitched uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen smirked, clearly enjoying his reaction. Flying Thunder God users were extremely rare aside from Tsukikage Chisen, only Minato Namikaze had begun learning it. This was a tremendous asset for Canoha. Post-meeting discussion. After Tsukikage Chisen left, Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his pipe and asked. Tsukumo, what do you think? Hatake Tsukumo had been observing Chisen carefully. With his years of experience, he was certain this kid was still hiding something Tsukumo's analysis. He definitely stole Flying Thunder God from the sealed scroll. But since he used it to save his comrades, let's consider it forgiven. Right now, we're at a critical point. Having a shinobi who excels in stealth and spacetime ninjutsu is invaluable. Then, Tsukumo's eyes glinted with battle intent. That said, he's too cautious. He only killed the enemy's sensory ninja, he prioritized escape above all else. He has skill, but he's not a true warrior. Unlike Minato, he's not aggressive, he's a flight-first type. Then, his expression shifted slightly. The son of the third Raikage. I'd love to fight him someday. Sarutobi's decision, what to do with Chisen? We can't let this kid waste his potential. What if we put him in ANBU? Tsukumo shook his head. He's not suited for ANBU. ANBU is all about assassination, he's not a killer. Then let's send him to Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen smirked. Orochimaru will keep an eye on him. Maybe it'll toughen him up. Outside the office, Tsukikage Chisen overheard part of their conversation. So what if I stole from the sealed scroll? It worked, didn't it? Hearing them discuss sending him to Orochimaru, he raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru, maybe I will find something useful after all. Getsuki Chisen's greatest talent wasn't combat or scientific research, it was espionage and stealth. With his perception release and flying thunder god technique, he had reached the pinnacle of intelligence gathering. Even Orochimaru had to admit this fact, otherwise, how else could his own disciple have managed to loot his research materials right under his nose? Although those stolen items were merely some potions, they were still the results of his meticulous research. The thought of it made Orochimaru feel a slight pang of heartache. Chisen-kun, you're absolutely right, Orochimaru said. Even if you're not suited for scientific research, your talents are still highly valuable. If I were to ask you to retrieve some rare materials or jutsu from other villages for me, would you be willing? Getsuki Chisen inwardly groaned. Damn, I was just joking. Why did Orochimaru take it seriously, but then, he reconsidered, if he had to visit another village, he might as well take the opportunity to gather a few extra treasures. Without hesitation, he quickly replied, of course. For the sake of my teacher's research, I will do whatever it takes. Just say the word, do you want the third Hokage's tobacco pipe? Or his crystal ball that he uses for spying? I'll fetch them for you immediately. Orochimaru exploded in anger. Are you obsessed with the third Hokage? What would I even do with a tobacco pipe or a spying orb? Never mind. It's the thought that counts. Right now, the situation among the major ninja villages is tense. Even I wouldn't risk traveling outside, the entire world is on high alert. For now, there's no need. Just return to your teaching duties. If I require your assistance, I'll inform you, Orochimaru continued. Oh, take this. It's similar to the previous 2 scrolls I gave you, but this one contains basic sealing techniques. Learning them will be beneficial to you. There was no denying it, Orochimaru, before his descent into darkness, was still a good teacher. Looking at the scroll marked with the kanji 4 seal, Getsuki Chisen felt a tinge of appreciation. Too bad I already swindled sealing techniques from Jeriah. This is probably the same material, but oh well, a gift from Orochimaru is still worth keeping, Understood, sensei. I'll take my leave now. Getsuki Chisen respectfully bowed before activating Flying Thunder God. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared on the rooftop of the Ninja Academy. Glancing at the marker he had left there, he smiled. These past 3 months have been quite profitable. With that, he leaped down from the rooftop, heading straight for his classroom. During this period, all the ninja villages seemed to have entered a state of hibernation. There were no conflicts, no interactions, but everyone could sense that this was merely the calm before the storm. Canoha was also making rapid preparations, summoning all its shinobi back to the village and significantly reducing outbound missions. As a result, many ninjas saw their incomes plummet, particularly the average shinobi, who relied solely on mission payouts to sustain their livelihoods. Inside Canoha's mission hall. Damn it, missions are getting scarcer by the day. If this keeps up, my son and I will be living on scraps. 2 ninja, both dressed in identical green jumpsuits, stared at the mission board while complaining. Their words resonated with several others in the hall, leading to a chorus of agreement. Yeah, lately missions have been pitifully few. And almost all of them are within the land of fire, there's barely any work in other countries. However, a few well-informed individuals attempted to explain the situation. There's no helping it. The neighboring 3 villages have been acting strangely. Didn't Kumobakure send troops to the land of hot water recently? I heard a few of our ANBU were even killed in action. Before long, the mission hall transformed into a full-fledged tea house, filled with gossip and complaints. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi observed the scene through his crystal ball, his brows furrowed. Sigh, people's hearts are growing restless. Behind him sat Canoha's esteemed veterans Hamura Mitokado, Kohara Utatane, and the future 5.5th Hokage himself, Danzo Shimura. There's no helping it, Hamura said gravely. The signs of war are becoming more evident. If we send shinobi out on missions now and they're picked off one by one, it would weaken our village's overall strength. Kohara nodded in agreement. Hiruzen, if you ask me, we should have started preparing earlier. Danzo scoffed. War is already inevitable. Whether it's the Uchiha or the Hyuga, they need to start mobilizing immediately. His reasoning was simple but logical. Both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans produced powerful shinobi, and their dojutsu made them particularly well-suited for security and surveillance. Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe but remained silent. He was contemplating whether it was indeed time to take action. Canoha had always been surrounded by enemies. If they made the first move, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. What are you hesitating for, Hiruzen? Danzo pressed. If you're unsure, then send the ANBU for another round of reconnaissance. We don't need to worry about Kumobakure for now, just focus on Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Didn't Hatake Tsukumo already volunteer to go to Sunagakure? Danzo's expression remained unchanged, as if he were merely discussing a routine assignment. But the implications of his words were clear. Hamura and Kohara nodded. Indeed, intelligence is crucial at the start of a war. If Tsukumo wants to go, let him. If I recall correctly, he also invited Getsuki Chisen from the Moonlight Clan. At the mention of Getsuki Chisen's name, a glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. With Perception Release and Flying Thunder God, he's practically tailor-made for intelligence gathering. Besides, where exactly did he learn the Flying Thunder God technique? That's another issue we need to address. For now, we won't hold him accountable for stealing the technique, but he must contribute to the village in return. In just a few words, Danzo had successfully pushed Getsuki Chisen into the spotlight. Hiruzen's face darkened. He wasn't oblivious to Danzo's intentions, he wanted Getsuki Chisen to pay for his crime. Does Danzo not realize that Getsuki Chisen is under my protection? That's my student's disciple, The Moonlight Clan is already in decline, Hiruzen said firmly. Unless absolutely necessary, Getsuki Chisen should not be deployed. His words immediately drew dissatisfaction from the others. It's still not necessary? Then when will it be? When enemy villages are already at our doorstep? Danzo, sensing his opportunity, pressed on. Hiruzen, you're being too soft. If we don't act now, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. A flicker of anger crossed Hiruzen's face. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Tsukumo's mission will proceed as planned, but the selection of personnel is not your concern. With Hiruzen's firm declaration, the meeting ended on a sour note. However, one thing was certain, Hatake Tsukumo's mission was about to begin. Another month passed. Finally, a gentle knock sounded on the door of Getsuki Chisen's house. Standing inside, Getsuki Chisen glanced toward the entrance, showing no surprise at all. After all, Hatake Tsukumo was now the leader of the ANBU, and it was perfectly normal for him to send ANBU to deliver the message. Lord Tsukumo has ordered you to report to the Hokage's office. There's a mission. The ANBU operative relayed the command. Getsuki Chisen nodded. Then, to the complete shock of the ANBU, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique right in front of him, vanishing instantly. The messenger was left stunned, staring at the now empty spot where Getsuki Chisen had stood. He muttered, no wonder Lord Tsukumo values him so much. He can use spacetime ninjutsu. Truly terrifying. Getsuki Chisen had marked one of his Flying Thunder God seals atop the Hokage building. Whether he had done this intentionally or not was anyone's guess, but most of the seals he left around the village were on rooftops. Since you're already here, stop loitering on the rooftop and come inside. Suddenly, a window of the Hokage's office swung open, revealing a familiar face, Yamanaka Haichi. Yo, Haichi. Looks like we'll be working together again on this mission. Without any shame about entering through a window, Getsuki Chisen leaped inside. Upon entering, he noticed that several people were already present. Hatake Tsukumo stood at the forefront, with 5 others behind him, including Haichi, who had just returned to the team. You're here. Last one to be informed, yet you arrived the fastest, Tsukumo said with a smile. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth twitched in irritation. He scolded, "You brat. Remove all the seals you left on my rooftop, or else." Leaving flying thunder god markers on the Hokage building, how outrageous. If he accidentally activated his telescope jutsu and got caught by this little troublemaker, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's just a seal, Hokage-sama. You're not that petty, are you? Getsuki Chisen protested. Erase them, now. Humph. Hiruzen warned again before walking to his desk. Taking a puff from his pipe, he began, "This mission is a reconnaissance operation to prepare for the upcoming war. Your main objective is to scout out Sunagakure's movements, ideally gathering intelligence on their military strength. Tsukumo, you explain the rest." As the mission leader, Hatake Tsukumo's involvement underscored the importance and danger of this operation. "I won't repeat how critical this task is," Tsukumo said. "I'll be leading the team deep into the Land of Wind, possibly infiltrating Sunagakure itself. For this reason, I specifically sought out our village's stealth expert, Getsuki Chisen. His perception release and flying thunder god technique will be crucial assets." Tsukumo turned his gaze toward Getsuki Chisen, making him feel slightly embarrassed. However, flying thunder god has significant limitations, especially when it comes to teleporting others or using it for mutual transport. Unless absolutely necessary, it should be reserved as a last resort. Tsukumo had already heard from Yamanaka Haichi about the events in the Land of Hot Water. Back then, teleporting just one person had drained a massive amount of Getsuki Chisen's chakra. Given that he was still a teenager and his chakra reserves weren't limitless, Tsukumo decided to treat Flying Thunder God as an emergency measure only. He then introduced the team. Getsuki Chisen, Moonlight Clan Intelligence Specialist. Yamanaka Haichi, Yamanaka Clan Surveillance and Sensory Duties. Hyuga Kojin, Hyuga Clan Security Detail. Aoyama Ken, Combat Specialist. Tsuchiyuki, Combat Specialist. Nozuki, Medical Specialist. Each member had been carefully selected to ensure the mission's success and, just as importantly, their survival. "Hokage-sama, we're departing now." With the team assembled, Hatake Tsukumo gave the order, and the 7-man unit left the Hokage building, swiftly heading southwest. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, Land of Wind. The harsh, sandstorm-ridden environment of Sunagakure continued to forge its shinobi like tempered steel. Inside the Wind Shadow's office, the third Kazekage, Haneda Zaman, sat calmly reviewing intelligence reports. Standing before him were two middle-aged figures. One was a robed woman with light purple hair, her expression severe as she spoke. Beside her stood a man who sighed slightly. The third Kazekage gave the woman a deep look and said, "Shio, I understand your desire for revenge, but I have my own plans for this war against Canoha. You and Ebizo must remain stationed in Sunagakure and oversee our medical forces. I will not allow you to go to the front lines." Shio's son and daughter-in-law had been killed by the legendary White Fang of Canoha, Hatake Tsukumo, during the previous war. This fueled her deep hatred for him and, by extension, all of Canoha. "Humph. Who else is better suited to lead the charge than me? Have you forgotten Hanzo? If I hadn't gone to the front lines last time, who knows how much worse Sunagakure's losses would have been?" Shio refused to back down. She was determined to be on the battlefield, to personally slay the White Fang and avenge her family. "Shio, don't forget I am the Kazekage. There are others capable of leading our assault forces. Drop this matter." The third Kazekage's tone remained unchanged, but at that moment, the entire office trembled. A massive surge of black iron sand appeared, swirling ominously around the room. Shio's expression shifted slightly. This was the Kazekage's signature technique Magnet Release, Iron Sandstar. It was this very technique that had earned him the title of the strongest Kazekage in history. "Humph." Shio scoffed but said nothing more, turning to leave. Ebizo, however, had one final question. "Who will command the assault unit? Pakora?" The third Kazekage didn't answer. Instead, he simply gestured for Ebizo to leave. Understanding the unspoken confirmation, Ebizo made no further inquiries and exited the office. Once the two had departed, the Kazekage dispersed the swirling iron sand. His face remained impassive as he resumed studying the intelligence reports. Ebizo had made a good guess. He did intend to send Pakora as the frontline commander. As a wielder of the Scorch Release Kekei Genkai, she was one of Gaker's most formidable shinobi. Her presence on the battlefield would significantly bolster their forces. Outside, the desert winds continued to howl, encasing Gaker in an endless storm of sand. A few days later, Hatake Tsukumo's squad finally set foot in the land of wind. Gazing at the endless desert before them, the group displayed a variety of expressions. How the hell does Gaker even function in this wasteland? If it were me, I'd have gone insane ages ago. Getsuki Chisen wasted no time in voicing his disdain. After all, this never-ending sea of sand was nothing short of depressing. Because the environment here is so harsh, Gaker's shinobi naturally develop exceptional combat abilities, Hatake Tsukumo said as he gazed at the endless desert before them. His tone carried a hint of coldness. And it's precisely because of this that Gaker has always coveted the land of fire. During the Second Great Ninja War, he had set foot in this very desert and personally slain many of Gaker's elite shinobi. It was after that battle that his chakra blade, White Fang, became legendary. Let's go. We move forward, straight towards Gaker. With that, Hatake Tsukumo took the lead, stepping into the desert. The rest of the team followed closely behind. As they journeyed through the vast expanse of sand, a sudden roar of frustration erupted inside Getsuki Chisen's mind. Damn it! Why does it have to be a desert? That damn Shikaku really knows how to enjoy life. He's literally made of sand, while I was sealed inside a dark cave. This is so unfair. Hearing Comei's indignant rant, Getsuki Chisen couldn't help but break into laughter. You dare laugh at me? Comei fumed. I'm telling you, if we ever encounter Shikaku, I'll lend you my power so you can beat the crap out of him. Why should he get to roam freely in the desert while I was trapped underground? Getsuki Chisen, however, didn't immediately agree. He knew that during this period, Shikaku's Jinchuriki was an old monk, someone who had lived his entire life as a Jinchuriki in relative peace. Comei, have you considered the possibility that Shikaku is also sealed away? Just because you don't have a Jinchuriki right now doesn't mean he doesn't have one. And honestly, do you think Shikaku would ever be lucky enough to get a Jinchuriki as awesome as me? Comei froze for a moment. Asterisk, that's right. If I don't have a Jinchuriki, maybe Shikaku is sealed too, asterisk. His anger dissipated considerably in an instant. Kid, you're absolutely right. That damn raccoon could never get someone as great as you as a Jinchuriki. Ha 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 ha. I feel so much better now. Ever since leaving the sealing chamber in Takigakure, Comei's mood had been improving day by day. After an indeterminate amount of time trekking through the desert, the Canoha squad finally spotted Sunagakure in the distance, an isolated shinobi village, completely surrounded by sand. Hatake Tsukumo led the group to a secluded area where they could rest and prepare. That's Sunagakure, just ahead, Tsukumo said. Chisen, what's your plan? Since Getsuki Chisen was the core of this mission, only he could infiltrate Sunagakure without being detected. I'll just walk right in, Getsuki Chisen replied nonchalantly. Unlike Takigakure, Sunagakure doesn't have a giant waterfall as a natural defense. I'll wait until nightfall, activate perception release, and slip in unnoticed. As he spoke, he pulled out a marked kunai from his pouch and handed it to Hatake Tsukumo. This is imbued with my Flying Thunder God Seal. Please hold on to it, Tsukumo-sama. I'd rather not be stranded inside with no way out. Hatake Tsukumo nodded sullenly, carefully storing the kunai. I was actually considering sending Yamanaka Haichi in with you, Tsukumo continued. He's a sensory ninja and can also read memories. We need to gather intel on Sunagakure's military formations. Yamanaka Haichi nodded, then turned to Getsuki Chisen, a hint of anticipation in his gaze. Asterisk ugh. Bringing someone along again? What a hassle, asterisk, but since it was Haichi, Getsuki Chisen decided to just accept it. I'll go in first, then teleport him in using Flying Thunder God. That way, we won't alert Sunagakure's defenses. Hatake Tsukumo nodded in agreement. It was the safest method. Although teleporting others consumed a significant amount of chakra, the trade-off was worth it. For now, let's rest. Once night falls, we'll begin the operation. I'll stand by here, ready to extract you if necessary. The group settled in, sitting on the ground to recuperate. Meanwhile, Getsuki Chisen lay down in a comfortable position and closed his eyes, preparing himself for the mission ahead. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, the others chuckled. They were on the brink of infiltrating an enemy village, yet he remained completely at ease. What's there to be nervous about, Getsuki Chisen thought. Worst case scenario, I just teleport the hell out of there. Gaker, Kazekage's office. In the Wind Shadow's office, 3rd Kazekage Haneda Zaman stood before 2 individuals, 1 man and 1 woman. The man wore black clothing, his face covered in tattoos. The woman had striking hair, a blend of birch and green, and she exuded beauty. Pakora, I'm entrusting the assault squad to you, the 3rd Kazekage announced. Kamaki, you'll lead the vanguard battalion. I expect neither of you to disappoint me. Pakora, a kunoichi with the Scorch Release Kekei Genkai, was not only beautiful but also an elite jonin, one of Gaker's most prized assets. Kamaki, Shio's disciple, had long served under Haneda Zaman. His puppet techniques were formidable, and he possessed 5 highly lethal puppets. Understood, Kazekage-sama, the 2 responded, accepting their assignments before exiting the office. Outside, Kamaki scoffed. Humph. The assault squad should have been mine to command. Pakora, don't disappoint our Kazekage. Pakora sneered. Humph. A puppet user like you has no say in this. Clearly, the 2 harbored mutual disdain, their rivalry evident in their words. Nightfall, Canoha team's camp. As the moon rose high in the sky, Getsuki Chisen abruptly opened his eyes. Stretching his limbs, he rose to his feet. All eyes turned to him. Sakumo-sama, I'm heading out. Hatake Sakumo nodded. Before their very eyes, Getsuki Chisen's form began to blur and fade, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. This is perception release? I couldn't sense a thing, Aoyama-ken murmured in admiration. It was his first time witnessing the Moonlight Clan's Kekei Genkai in action. Even Hyuga Kojin, who had activated his Byakugan, was shocked. Incredible. Even my Byakugan can't detect him. Of course not, Getsuki Chisen's voice echoed from an unseen location. With perception release, my entire body is rendered completely transparent. If I'm invisible, what exactly do you think you're seeing? His voice came from nowhere, yet carried everywhere, leaving the squad in awe. Their confidence in the mission soared. Alright, Chisen, move quickly and stay safe, Hatake Sakumo reminded him. Don't worry, White Fang-sama, Getsuki Chisen replied. But then, hesitating for a moment, he smirked mischievously. Before I go, Sakumo-sama. Please instruct me. Hatake Sakumo raised an eyebrow in confusion. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Something felt off. And then. Kanoha style. Taijutsu secret technique, ***. 1,000 years of death. Hatake Sakumo, @%. You little brat. How dare you use the technique I invented against me? Humph. Hatake Sakumo gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he swung a heavy fist down onto Getsuki Chisen's head. Bam! A massive lump immediately formed on Getsuki Chisen's skull. I was wrong. Sakumo-sama. He had clearly executed the technique perfectly, gathering strength, aiming precisely, and striking with full force. But why didn't it work? Getsuki Chisen stared at the completely unscathed Hatake Sakumo, falling into deep self-doubt. Quit overthinking and get on with the mission. With Hatake Sakumo's furious roar ringing in his ears, Getsuki Chisen begrudgingly activated perception release once more and set off towards Gaker. That little brat. He seriously pissed me off. Watching Hatake Sakumo's slightly contorted expression, Nozuki, the medical ninja, hesitantly asked. Sakumo-sama, are you alright? Do you need me to take a look? It was a well-intentioned question, but the response he received was a cold, hostile glare. I'm fine. I don't need treatment. I'm going to patrol. You all stay here and rest. With that, Hatake Sakumo strode off alone toward the perimeter of their temporary camp. Once he was out of sight, he could no longer hold back. *TSSSS****. That little bastard really did a number on me. Damn it. Using my own technique against me, what kind of disciple does that? That really, really hurt. Meanwhile, Getsuki Chisen was still pondering his failed 1,000 years of death attack as he approached Gaker's gates. He had followed the technique's instructions precisely. He had gathered his strength, aimed at the target, and struck with full force. So why hadn't it worked? Could it be that, since Hatake Sakumo had invented the technique, he had developed an immunity to it? That was scientifically impossible. Kid, stop thinking about it, Comei grumbled. That damn white fang was obviously just holding it in. Your attack absolutely landed. But seriously, Where did you even learn such a disgusting technique? Ugh. That's just messed up, Comei had personally witnessed Getsuki Chisen form the tiger sign and execute a two-finger strike with pinpoint accuracy. Even as a tailed beast, he had involuntarily shuddered at the sight. Too damn perverted, It was Tsukumo-sama himself who invented it, Getsuki Chisen replied matter-of-factly. They call him the White Fang of Canoha, and this technique is the real reason behind that nickname. Wait, so you're saying your 1,000 years of death actually worked, but he just endured it? TCH. I gotta give it to him, White Fang really lives up to his reputation. That level of self-control is insane. Shaking off his thoughts, Getsuki Chisen focused on the task ahead. The entrance to Gaker was in sight. Despite the late hour, numerous shinobi were still on guard duty. Even with perception release active, he couldn't afford to be careless. Sticking close to the walls, he slowly made his way inside. Inside Gaker. A vast sea of sand. Even the buildings were constructed from hardened sand and clay. For a moment, Getsuki Chisen found himself caught up in an unexpected thought. How do people here even take baths? As he wandered through the village, contemplating this mystery, his eyes suddenly landed on two familiar characters. Hot springs. Oh? Gaker actually has a bathhouse? Realization struck him like lightning. Water was even more valuable than gold in the desert. For Gaker to be built in this location, there had to be a subterranean river running beneath it. Otherwise, how could such a large village survive? His legs carried him forward almost automatically. Yes, he was supposed to be on a mission. Yes, he was just going to take a look. Of course, he wouldn't let curiosity distract him from the mission. Approaching the bathhouse, Getsuki Chisen found himself drawn toward the women's section. With practiced stealth, he climbed onto the roof and activated Bug Eyes technique, Kakechu Vision Instantly, the entire interior came into view. At this hour, only a few people remained inside. And in the women's section, there was only one person bathing. Through the swirling mist, Getsuki Chisen laid eyes upon something that would forever be burned into his memory. A back so perfect, so breathtakingly beautiful, that for a moment, he forgot how to breathe. Gorgeous. Mesmerizing. A sudden warmth rushed to his nose, and he instinctively pressed a hand over it. Even as someone well-versed in matters of the heart, he had never seen anything like this before. Pulling himself together, he focused his gaze and finally recognized the woman before him. Birch green hair. The most beautiful back in the entire Naruto world. And in Gaker, of all places. No way. That's Pakora, the Scorch Release user. At once, his amusement faded. His mind sharpened. Pakora, one of Gaker's greatest heroes, doomed to a tragic fate. But why was she here so late at night, bathing instead of sleeping? Unless she had just returned from an important meeting. If she had been summoned by the Kazekage or someone like Chio, then she was bound to possess valuable intelligence. Getsuki Chisen had found his target. But then, reality hit him. Pakora was no ordinary opponent. She possessed the Scorch Release Kekei Genkai, capable of instantly evaporating the water in a person's body, reducing them to a husk. One wrong move, and he'd end up as a mummified corpse. A direct confrontation was out of the question. That left only one option. A sneak attack. But pulling off an ambush inside enemy territory against a Gaker elite jonin was incredibly risky. He needed an advantage. He needed assistance. And he knew exactly who to turn to. Comei, can your phosphorus powder paralyze her? Paralyze? Hypnotize? Yeah, I can manage that. Hearing this, Comei perked up with excitement. Wait, who's the target? A woman? Chisen, you wouldn't be planning to assault her, would you? That's a crime, you know. You're still young. She looks older than you, what if you can't handle her? Having spent nearly a year together, Comei had a very clear understanding of Getsuki Chisen's personality. But even so, he never expected the kid to develop such wicked thoughts during a mission. Shut up, Comei. This is for the mission, I need to extract intel from her mind, do you understand? Of course, she is incredibly attractive, TSSSS, ha. Enough. Just tell me if your phosphorus powder will work. Look, she has Scorch Release Kekei Genkai. I'm worried she'll evaporate the powder before it reaches her. Hearing this, Comei finally took the situation seriously. Ha! Even if she had Son Goku's lava release, she wouldn't be able to neutralize my powder. Don't underestimate me. I'm a tailed beast, my phosphorus powder is one of a kind. As Getsuki Chisen watched Pakora finish her bath, he steeled his resolve. Gritting his teeth, clenching his fists, he made his decision. Comei, prepare the phosphorus powder. The kind that knocks people out. Ha? Not just paralysis? No. I need to take her with me and extract information from her memory. Sigh, not only was he using phosphorus powder for dubious means, but now he was kidnapping someone too. Comei couldn't help but give Getsuki Chisen a thumbs up. If this little bastard hadn't started nosebleeding, he might have actually believed his excuse. Alright, here's the phosphorus powder. How you use it is up to you, Comei said, handing over the shimmering dust. But seriously, what's so special about this woman? You're really losing your mind over her. Your blood pressure shot up, TSK. Kid, you really need to re-evaluate your standards. Getsuki Chisen nearly coughed up blood. Pakora is ugly? Comei, you damn old bug, I won't argue with you. With Comei's chakra infused, the phosphorus powder was fully prepared. Meanwhile, Pakora, blissfully unaware of what was about to happen, was enjoying the soothing warmth of the bath, washing away her exhaustion. Her mind drifted to what she should eat when she got home. After all, as one of Gaker's few elite jonin, her daily workload was overwhelming. Not only did she assist the Kazekage with administrative affairs, but she also handled various other tedious matters, leaving her constantly exhausted. At that very moment, Getsuki Chisen finished preparing the phosphorus powder and silently infiltrated the women's bathhouse. **** Ninja art. Phosphorus powder. Sleep induction, ****. A sudden male voice echoed through the steam-filled bathhouse. Pakora's eyes snapped open in shock, her body instantly tensing. Who? The word barely left her mouth before a dense gas enveloped her. A powerful drowsiness surged through her body. She tried to resist, but the overwhelming fatigue hit her like a tidal wave. She didn't even have time to scream before her consciousness faded into darkness. Watching the now unconscious Pakora, Getsuki Chisen felt his blood pressure spike again. This time, he couldn't hold back. A stream of blood trickled from his nose. His perception release deactivated as he hastily wiped at his face, but the nosebleed just wouldn't stop. In the end, he had to rip a piece of cloth to plug his nostrils. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed a bath towel from a nearby rack and wrapped it around Pakora, doing his best to suppress the heat rising in his chest. Next, he prepared to teleport away using the Flying Thunder God technique. Only to realize something very, very wrong. He had just infiltrated Gaker. He hadn't left any markers inside the village. If he used Flying Thunder God, the only place he could teleport was back to Hataki Tsukumo. And that was absolutely unacceptable. Pakora might be from Gaker, but she's still a stunning beauty. I haven't even admired her properly yet, how could I let someone else see her? For a moment, Getsuki Chisen was torn. On one hand, the mission. On the other hand, a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Ah! What a dilemma, ***. He wasn't the kind of guy to sacrifice beauty for the mission. Besides, Pakora had the most beautiful back in the entire Naruto universe. If possible, he honestly wanted to just take her away forever. It was a tragedy that such a remarkable woman would eventually be betrayed and assassinated by her own village. Her Scorch release, a fusion of wind and fire, was an incredibly powerful Kekkai Genkai, and she was the only person in history to possess it. For a moment, Getsuki Chisen seriously considered taking her back to Canoha. Comei, do you think I should just take her with me? Comei, I freaking knew it. You damn brat, you've been lusting after her this whole time. This has nothing to do with me. Comei huffed. But let me ask you this, how do you think your team will react if you return with a kidnapped woman instead of mission intel? TSK. Kid, you're a menace to society. First, you kidnapped me in Gaker, and now you're trying to abduct a Kekkai Genkai user in Gaker? Getsuki Chisen felt a bit embarrassed, but he honestly didn't care about his teammates' opinions. He had always been a rogue at heart. If people wanted to judge him, so be it. Back in Canoha, the things he had done could easily ruin his reputation. But did he care? Hell no. His secret cheat ability was shamelessness is invincibility. If it required shame, he simply wouldn't do it. I don't care what they think. Right now, I just need to figure out how to take her away. My perception release doesn't work on others, and I didn't prepare Flying Thunder God markers in advance. Damn it. Screw it. I'll just carry her out. Making his decision, Getsuki Chisen activated Flying Thunder God and teleported away with Pakora. Worst case scenario, I'll just dress her after we get out. The thought made his lips curl into a mischievous grin. Dressing her. That's going to be quite the task, ***. After all, the woman in his arms was a goddess-level beauty. First, I have to put on her undergarments. Then, ***. The following content is premium. Please use your imagination. 10 minutes later. Getsuki Chisen, his hands trembling, his throat dry, finally finished dressing Pakora. Those 10 minutes were the most beautiful of his life. Damn. But for now, he had to focus on the mission. Now that she was dressed, he could finally teleport back to the camp. With a surge of chakra, he and Pakora vanished from the women's bathhouse. Meanwhile, in the Kazekage's office. The third Kazekage, Haneda Zaman, widely regarded as the strongest Kazekage in history, sat at his desk. His brow furrowed slightly. His reputation as the strongest came from his mastery of magnet release, Iron Sand. Not only was it powerful in attack and defense, but it also had sensory and reconnaissance functions. With war approaching, he had secretly dispersed tiny amounts of Iron Sand on Sunagakure's elite ninja to monitor their movements. Just moments ago, he had suddenly lost connection with one of his Iron Sand markers. And the disconnection had been instantaneous. This had never happened before. There were only two possible explanations. 1. Someone had deliberately destroyed his Iron Sand. 2. The Iron Sand had moved beyond his control range. My Iron Sand is indestructible, he muttered. Even if ground to dust, it still retains its properties. Which means it had left his sensory range. 100 meters or more. That shouldn't have been possible. An intruder. Checking the missing quantity, 7 grams. Pakora. The disappearance of 7 grams meant that the missing ninja was Pakora. Not only had he pinpointed the missing person, but he had figured it out instantly. As expected of a Kage-level genius. Guards! With the third Kazekage's furious roar, the entire village awakened in alarm. Getsuki Chisen had only infiltrated Sunagakure a few hours ago. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Haichi had already made his preparations, waiting patiently for Getsuki Chisen to return so they could infiltrate the village together and gather intelligence. The rest of the team was on high alert, standing guard. However, they all knew that Getsuki Chisen couldn't possibly be back so soon. In just a few hours, it was impossible for him to have fully mapped out Sunagakure's layout. Hatake Tsukumo, standing at a distance, gazed toward Sunagakure. For some reason, he felt a growing sense of unease. Unexpected return. Suddenly, a chakra's signature appeared behind him. Instinctively, Hatake Tsukumo drew his sword and swung it backward. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't cut me down. It's me. The familiar voice made him halt his sword mid-swing. Chisen? You're back already? And, who the hell is that in your arms? Hatake Tsukumo's eyes widened as he turned around. What caught his attention wasn't just Getsuki Chisen's sudden return. It was the unconscious woman he was carrying. A woman. What the hell was going on? Tsukumo-sama, your reaction time is insane. If I had shouted a second later, would I be dead right now? Damn it. Having just escaped death, Getsuki Chisen was furious. He had warned Hatake Tsukumo beforehand, yet the man still almost sliced him in half. Ha ha. My bad. Reflex. Hatake Tsukumo sheepishly retracted his blade, but his expression quickly turned serious. Chisen, what the hell is going on? Why are you back so soon? And who is that woman? Shock among the team. The sudden commotion roused the rest of the squad, and they quickly gathered. All eyes were now locked onto the unconscious woman in Getsuki Chisen's arms. Oi, why are you all looking at me like that? This is a Sunagakure kunoichi. Getsuki Chisen was annoyed by the suspicious looks he was getting. Even Hatake Tsukumo and Yamanaka Haichi were giving him weird expressions. Come on, guys. I brought her back for the mission, ***. He immediately launched into a detailed explanation of what had happened. Sunagakure on high alert. Meanwhile, Gaker had erupted into a full-scale crisis mode. The village was now on maximum alert, and the atmosphere was tense. Kamaki, a Gaker elite jonin, was the first to arrive at the Kazekage's office. "Kazekage-sama, what happened?" Despite his arrogance, Kamaki was deeply loyal to the Kazekage, which was why he had arrived first. "Kamaki, Pakora has been taken. A spy from another village somehow infiltrated Gaker and extracted her instantly. You are to immediately lead a team and pursue them toward Canoha's direction." The third Kazekage spoke with a grave expression. With a war looming on the horizon, Canoha would undoubtedly send spies to assess Gaker's military forces. Whoever infiltrated the village clearly knew Pakora's strength and importance, which was why they had chosen to abduct her. Pakora? Oof. I knew that woman was useless, always causing trouble. Fine, I'll handle it. Kamaki scoffed but swiftly departed to lead the pursuit. As Kamaki disappeared into the night, the third Kazekage's expression remained grim. Something was off. He knew Pakora's strength well, she was an elite jonin. For someone to silently take her away. Who could have done this? Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind, and his expression darkened. Someone. Summon Elder Chio immediately. Team Canoha in disbelief. After listening to Getsuki Chisen's explanation, the entire squad, including Hatake Tsukumo, was left stunned. Who the hell collects intelligence in the bathhouse? No, wait, there actually was someone like that. Jeriah, one of the legendary Sannin. But who the hell kidnaps an elite jonin for information gathering? And not just any elite jonin. A Kekei Genkai user from Gaker. Wait. You're saying she's a Gaker elite jonin? You sure you didn't just fall for a pretty face and decide to kidnap her? Tsuchiyuki narrowed his eyes at Getsuki Chisen, his tone skeptical. He wasn't familiar with Getsuki Chisen, but based on the current situation, he was starting to see him as a pervert. Bullshit, you think I jeopardize a mission over a woman? Haichi. Tell them. Would I ever abandon a mission for beauty? Getsuki Chisen demanded validation. Yamanaka Haichi calmly responded. Yes, Getsuki Chisen. His expression froze. Slowly, he turned toward Yamanaka Haichi, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Fine, Chisen, let's focus, Hatake Tsukumo interrupted before things escalated. Are you absolutely serious about this? Getsuki Chisen nodded firmly. Haichi, confirm it. As a Yamanaka clan member, sensory perception and mind reading were his specialties. Understood. Chisen, adjust her position. I need her facing me. Getsuki Chisen shifted Pakora into an upright position, ensuring her face was visible. Yamanaka Haichi placed his right hand on Pakora's forehead. Ninja art, mind reading technique Pakora's memories. Pakora's memories flowed into Yamanaka Haichi's mind. Pakora, you will lead the assault team. Pakora-sama. Your scorch release is incredible. Pakora-sama. I love you. Please marry me. A flood of memories surged through him. After a moment, Yamanaka Haichi opened his eyes. He nodded and stated. Chisen was telling the truth. This woman is indeed an elite jonin from Gaker. And most importantly, the third Kazekage personally appointed her as leader of the assault team, Realization hits the team. The squad members exchanged surprised looks. So, Chisen was actually telling the truth? Damn. If that was the case, then his mission speed was absolutely insane. He had infiltrated Gaker, identified a key target, and extracted her, all in just a few hours. Even Hatake Tsukumo was impressed. Well, damn, Tsukumo muttered. Somehow, Getsuki Chisen had pulled off the fastest successful intel extraction ever. Even if his methods were questionable, knocking out and kidnapping a woman, the results were undeniable. You people have such shallow vision. And you even dared to doubt me? Getsuki Chisen huffed indignantly, glaring at his teammates. When we get back, I'm reporting all of you to the Hokage. Ha ha ha. Not bad, Chisen, Hatake Tsukumo laughed. Sending you on this mission was one of my best decisions. In that case, we're taking her back to Canoha. Just then, Yamanaka Haichi's expression hardened. He turned towards Gaker, his eyes grim. Before he could speak, a voice boomed from the distance. Asterisk asterisk humph. So it really was you Canoha rats, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk you think you can just leave the land of winds so easily, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk return Pakora at once, asterisk asterisk. Guanren, Pingy, how many enemies are there exactly? Kakashi Tsukumo showed no concern about Tsunegakure discovering them. After all, Maigetsu Sun-san had directly taken out Tsunegakure's elite jonin. If Tsunegakure had failed to notice even a little, that would have truly made them incompetent. However, seeing Maigetsu Sensen's bewildered expression, Tsukumo couldn't help but wonder how Tsunegakure had learned of Yi-Tsung's disappearance. Shinshan, were you followed when you left? Maigetsu Sensen shook his head. He had used the Flying Thunder God technique directly from the bathhouse. Who could possibly have noticed? Then it must be some kind of secret technique. With your skills, you shouldn't have been discovered. Kakashi Tsukumo had great trust in Maigetsu Sensen, as he was well aware of the power of permeation release and the Flying Thunder God technique. Maigetsu Sensen himself was feeling a little frustrated. On both of his recent missions, enemies had shown up every time he left and returned. Was he just unlucky? He had always been confident in his stealth abilities. First it was Kumogakure, and now Tsunegakure. This was making him doubt himself. Just then, Comei appeared. Kid Shinshan, I think you need to check something. In my long life, I've encountered a certain kind of ninjutsu. It's very mysterious, very elusive. Those affected by it don't even realize it, and its effects are bizarre. It's bad luck. No matter what they do, they will be unlucky. If not stopped, they could be unlucky for a lifetime. Hearing Komei's obviously amused tone, Maigetsu Sensen wanted to punch him in the head. Though it sounded reasonable, he was sure Comei was just messing with him. Ever since he had brought Comei out and become his Jinchuriki, Comei had become more and more lively. The entire insect seemed more energetic. Tsukumo-sama, the number isn't large. There are 13 of them. Fuga Guanren had activated his Byakugan, while Yamanaka Pingy used his sensory abilities. Both had arrived at the same count. Kakashi Tsukumo nodded and scoffed. 13 people? They're really underestimating me. His words made the initially tense group laugh. After all, Canoha's White Fang represented absolute peak combat power. When the Tsunegakure ninjas surrounded them, Tsukumo immediately recognized their leader. Oh? I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Chiyo's disciple. If I remember correctly, your name is Kamaki, right? Puppeteer Kamaki. As Tsukumo spoke, Kamaki also caught sight of him, and his expression changed drastically. Damn it, it's you, Kakashi Tsukumo. I never thought the famous White Fang of Canoha would stoop to intelligence work. Canoha really is declining. Despite his words, Kamaki had already entered a battle stance, signaling the other Tsunegakure ninja to prepare for combat. I'm a ninja. Completing missions is my duty, no matter what kind of mission it is. With just your small group, you think you can stop me? To be honest, Tsukumo had little interest in intelligence missions. His straightforward nature made him disdain covert operations, making him the complete opposite of Maigetsu Sensen. Humph. Release Yi-Tsung. Otherwise, we'll settle this here and now. Kamaki casually pulled out 4 scrolls, and 4 consecutive sounds echoed. Puppeteer Kamaki's proud creation, armor puppets. Last time we fought, I remember slicing all your puppets into pieces. It's been years. You've remade them, huh? They look sturdier than before. During the Second Shinobi World War, Kakashi Tsukumo had demonstrated overwhelming strength on the battlefield against Tsunegakure, cutting down more than a dozen puppeteers. Kamaki was one of the few survivors, relying on his self-made armor puppets. These puppets were crafted primarily from iron, boasting incredible defense. Each piece of armor was covered in spikes and poison, and they were large enough to house Kamaki inside. Humph. I've been looking forward to facing you again all these years. This time, you won't be smashing my puppets so easily. Attack! Retrieve Yi-Tsung. Without hesitation, Kamaki issued the order to attack. Shinshan, Pingy, take the woman and retreat. Tsuchijio. Season. We're going in. Leading the charge, Kakashi Tsukumo radiated an intense killing intent. Tsuchijio leaped high into the air, slamming his right hand down onto the sand with a loud shout, earth release, cracked earth turning palm. The Tsunegakure shinobi hadn't expected someone other than Canoha's White Fang to attack first. Left with no choice, they quickly went on the defensive. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Tsuchijio's right fist landed heavily on the sand, even sinking into it, yet his jutsu failed to activate. Tsuchijio was dumbfounded. What was going on? His earth-release jutsu had always been effective, why wasn't it working on the sand? Big bro. You're not hitting solid ground, it's a desert. Mangetsu-san, who had just picked up each song to leave, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but call out. Cracked earth-turning palm was an offensive earth-release jutsu that concentrated chakra in the palm to strike the ground, causing it to crack and attack the enemy. But right now, they weren't standing on solid ground, they were in a sea of sand. Using a technique meant to split open the earth against sand? The sand wouldn't even react. What an idiot! Mangetsu-san was speechless. Thanks to Sensen's reminder, Tsuchijio immediately realized his mistake. He hadn't expected his jutsu to be completely ineffective against sand. Even Kakashi Tsukumo was a bit surprised. He had been waiting for Tsuchijio's jutsu to serve as a feint, but things hadn't gone as planned. He quickly understood, though. If Earth Release could manipulate sand effectively, then the second Kazekage, shaman, wouldn't have needed to invent the sand manipulation technique, he could have just used Earth Release. Clearly, sand and solid ground were entirely different. As expected, Sensen was the observant one. Ha ha ha. Kakashi Tsukumo, are all your subordinates idiots? Kill them. Kamaki controlled his 4 armor puppets to advance. Each puppet gleamed with a metallic sheen, clearly built for durability. Wind Release, Dust Storm Technique. For Gaker Shinobi combined their efforts to launch a large-scale wind release jutsu. The dust storm technique involved exhaling highly compressed dust infused with chakra, creating a storm that engulfed everything in its path. While not particularly powerful on its own, when 4 shinobi used it simultaneously, its effects were drastically amplified. As the massive chakra-infused sandstorm surged toward them, Kakashi Tsukumo moved. The white chakra blade, White Fang, seemed to appear out of thin air, resting firmly in his grip. Terrifying chakras surged along its edge, radiating a dazzling sharpness capable of cutting through anything. This was the White Fang blade technique. By infusing the blade with chakra using an advanced technique, a single slash became nearly unstoppable, even ninjutsu could be forcibly severed. The swing appeared simple, but achieving simplicity was often the mark of true mastery. Kenjutsu existed to cut opponents in half, no matter how one swung the blade, its purpose remained singular, to kill. As the blade fell, Mangetsu-san knew this was the perfect counter to flashy ninjutsu. A flash of the blade, and the yellow sand parted as effortlessly as paper sliced by a sharp knife. The 4 Gaker shinobi were instantly filled with terror. The jutsu they had jointly cast had never failed before, this technique had always been reliable. Yet now, it had been broken so easily, and in such a simple manner, just a single slash. Don't just stand there in shock. Who do you think he is? He's Canoha's White Fang. Treat him like you would the Hokage. Kamaki's furious voice rang out, and in the next moment, the 4 armor puppets sprang into action, their bodies suddenly sprouting sharp spikes. The originally large, spherical puppets now resembled pufferfish from a distance. But these spikes were not to be underestimated. As a puppeteer, Kamaki wasn't just skilled at crafting puppets, he was also a master of poisons. Every single spike was coated with his unique and deadly toxins. Don't let those puppets touch you. Xianshan, Pingy, retreat immediately. Kakashi Tsukumo surged forward once more, with Tsuchijio and Season Ken following closely behind. Earth Release, Fist Rock Technique. Tsuchijio roared, and his fists were instantly encased in thick, solid rock. Without any unnecessary movements, he simply swung his rock-covered fist directly at one of the armor puppets. The sheer force of the strike sent the pufferfish-like puppet flying. Ha ha ha. Tsuchijio, you're hilarious. Water Release, Water Wave Palm. Season Ken took a different approach to dealing with the puppets. Raising his right hand without even forming a hand seal, a jet of water suddenly burst forth from his palm. The sheer force of the water kept the puppets at bay. Meanwhile, Mangetsu-san and Yamanaka Pingy took off running. Don't let them escape. Split up. Some of you, go after them. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. Don't falter, hold them back. Seeing the enemy attempting to flee, Kamaki was furious. He swung his arm sharply, sending one of the pufferfish puppets chasing after Mangetsu-san and the others. The puppet spikes shot out like a barrage of sunban, instantly covering the entire area around them. Keep running. 8 trigrams palm vacuum palm. Hyuga Guanren spun around abruptly, activating his Byakugan and locking onto every incoming spike. In the next instant, several shockwaves erupted into the air, shattering all the incoming projectiles. This was the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams vacuum palm, one of their rare long-range techniques. Combined with the precision of the Byakugan, it proved incredibly effective at ranged combat. You're not getting away. Aside from the shinobi holding off Kakashi Tsukumo and his team, 6 Sunagakure ninja pursued Maigetsu Sensen's group. Seeing their leader's attack blocked, they immediately unleashed a flurry of attacks. Countless shuriken and kunai rained down like a storm, many of them attached with explosive tags. Damn it! There are too many of them. Hyuga Guangren, who had taken it upon himself to hold off the enemy, suddenly felt immense pressure. Just as he was about to defend himself, a figure appeared behind him in an instant. Go! Water release, water formation wall. With a surge of chakra, a towering wave of water erupted from the sandy terrain, intercepting the incoming attacks. Boom! The explosive tags detonated upon contact with the water wall, triggering a massive explosion. The intense heat evaporated the water instantly, filling the battlefield with thick steam. The newcomer was none other than Chisen Ken. The moment he saw the enemy pursuing his teammates, he had rushed over to assist. Although he hadn't been able to block the first wave of attacks, he had arrived just in time for the second. Chisen! No time for talk, just run. Our mission is to bring that kunoichi back. Hyuga Guangren saw the determined look on his teammate's face, and his heart was moved. His eyes reddened slightly, but he knew how important their mission was. Clenching his teeth, he turned and resumed his escape. Sunagakure bastards, I'll play with you instead. Chisen Ken drew a kunai and charged back at the pursuing shinobi. 1 against 6, he showed no fear. Maigetsu Sensen glanced back at the scene, feeling a deep sense of admiration. The shinobi of this era truly valued their missions above their own lives. Sigh, perhaps that was why Kakashi Tsukumo had been criticized so harshly in the original story, because others knew he prioritized his comrades over the mission. With Chisen Ken's assistance, Maigetsu Sensen's group quickly distanced themselves from the battlefield. They ran for what felt like an eternity, his legs nearly giving out under him. After all, he was carrying someone, holding her tightly to prevent her from falling. Up ahead is an abandoned ruin. It was part of the escape route we planned with Tsukumo-sama. Let's rest there for a bit. Hyuga Guangren had kept his Byakugan active the entire time and quickly spotted a relatively safe location. The group nodded and made their way toward the ruins. Leaning against a broken wall, Maigetsu Sensen instinctively rubbed his legs. He had always preferred teleporting with the Flying Thunder God technique. When had he ever run such a long distance in one go? He was utterly exhausted. I wonder how Tsukumo-senpai is doing. The medical ninjazuki had a somber expression. He'll be fine. Tsukumo-sama's strength is on par with the Hokage, and his kenjutsu is unrivaled. A few Sunagakure shinobi are no threat to him. Hyuga Guangren had deep admiration for Kakashi Tsukumo and absolute confidence in his abilities. Enough talking. Rest for now. Once we recover, we'll keep moving. I'll stand guard first. Guangren, you'll take over later. The night continued on. None of them had expected that just moments ago, they were preparing to carry out a mission, and now they had already completed it only to find themselves being relentlessly pursued. Change always came suddenly, and they had no choice but to accept it. Maigetsu Sensen had already closed his eyes. He appeared to be resting, but in reality, he was using his technique to track Kakashi Tsukumo's position. He held onto a kunai engraved with a special seal, allowing him to clearly sense Tsukumo's movements. Suddenly, he felt the kunai's position shifting rapidly. His eyes snapped open. Guangren! 9 o'clock direction. See if someone's coming. His sudden shout startled everyone. Hyuga Guangren, who had just begun to relax, immediately focused, activating his Byakugan and scanning the indicated direction. And sure enough, he saw something. Someone's coming. No, wait. Yazuki. Get ready, someone is injured. Through his vision, he saw Kakashi Tsukumo carrying Chisen Ken on his back, moving swiftly toward them. Soon, they arrived. Tsukumo's entire body was stained with blood, but his breathing was steady, indicating that the blood wasn't his. However, Chisen Ken's condition was dire. He was slung over Tsukumo's back, his back pierced by shuriken and kunai. Tsuchijio also looked battered, covered in wounds, but they were mostly superficial. Tsukumo-sama. Lay Chisen down, I'll treat him. Tsuchijio, wait over there. I'll treat Chisen first, then you. Yuzuki immediately entered medical mode. As a medic nin, healing her teammates was her duty. Tsukumo-sama, are you alright? Yamanaka Pingy approached Tsukumo, noticing his grim expression. Tsukumo shook his head. Yuzuki, hurry. There are a lot of pursuers behind us. The group was startled. There were still enemies coming? The original Kamaki and his men were no match for us. Tsukumo-sama cut down 6 of them in an instant. But just as we were about to retreat, that old hag Chiyo showed up. 10 puppets, damn. If I hadn't used earth walls to block them, I'd be dead. And there was something dark in the sky, incredibly destructive. Even my earth walls couldn't stop it. Tsuchijio grabbed the water flask Maigetsu-san handed him and took several gulps, clearly shaken by the encounter. Something dark? Tsukumo-sama, was it the third Kazekage? Maigetsu-sensen's heart tightened at the thought of the strongest Kazekage. Yuzuki, how much longer will it take for Chisen's wounds to heal? Tsukumo-sama, his injuries are too severe. Aside from the wounds on his back, he's also been poisoned. His current condition is extremely critical. Yuzuki's hands were glowing with green chakra, the advanced medical ninjutsu, mystical palm technique. By channeling chakra through the palms, this technique could accelerate the healing process of wounds and ailments. However, the chakra output needed to be carefully adjusted according to the severity of the injury, making it a difficult art to master. Excessive chakra output could disrupt the patient's internal system, potentially causing them to fall into a coma. In addition to external wounds, the mystical palm technique was also effective in treating internal ailments. The third Kazekage's iron sand, huh? Maigetsu-san suddenly recalled something and began rummaging through Itsun's clothes. Shinshan, what are you doing? His actions were met with a stern scolding from Kakashi Tsukumo. But Maigetsu-san didn't stop. Instead, he became even more meticulous in his search. His focused demeanor made it clear that he wasn't doing anything improper. Damn it! I knew it! I was wondering how they were tracking us so quickly. This is iron sand powder. With a sudden motion, Maigetsu-san yanked open Yitsun's waistcloth, revealing a small patch of black powder. The moment the black powder came into view, Kakashi Tsukumo's expression darkened. This is the third Kazekage's iron sand. If Yitsun has this on her, then it must have been deliberately placed there by the third Kazekage himself. He must be using his magnet release to track her location. I used the Flying Thunder God technique to take Yitsang out of the village directly. It must have alarmed him. That's why they were able to organize their pursuit so quickly. Maigetsu-sensen's face was grim. He hadn't expected the third Kazekage to possess such a method. After all, the original story never mentioned much about the third Kazekage's personality or tactics. But now, it was clear this man's title as the strongest Kazekage was no exaggeration. Just based on his foresight and planning, no other Kazekage could compare. Damn it! Cough asterisk. Tsukumo-sama, take them and retreat. I can still buy you some time. Chisen Ken was well aware of his condition. Given the current situation, abandoning him was the safest course of action. They were already nearing the desert's edge. If they left him behind, the others would definitely be able to escape. Don't talk nonsense. I have no intention of abandoning a comrade. If we set out on a mission together, we return together. Maigetsu-san silently observed the scene before him. He knew history was repeating itself. It was precisely because of Kakashi Tsukumo's unwavering belief in protecting his comrades that he would later be subjected to the village's harsh criticism. But unfortunately for history, this time the circumstances were completely different. Just as he was contemplating an escape plan, Hyuga Guinrin suddenly cried out in alarm. They're here! The pursuers have arrived. The leader is none other than Tsunegakir's elder, Chiyo. Hearing this, Kakashi Tsukumo's expression instantly turned grim. They caught up this fast? How did they know we fled here? Tsuchijio was visibly shaken. They had deliberately taken a detour to evade the pursuers. How could they have been discovered so quickly? At that moment, Chiyo had already led dozens of Tsunegakir shinobi to encircle the ruins. Kakashi Tsukumo, come out and die. You can't escape. Hand over Yitsung. Chiyo's eyes blazed with fury. Seeing the man who had killed her son standing before her, she had only one thought: vengeance. Kakashi Tsukumo slowly peered outside. The ruins were now completely surrounded by Tsunegakir's forces. Breaking through would be no easy task. Qianshan, can your flying thunder god technique teleport them away? Maigetsu Shinsan shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he didn't have any pre-marked seals here. Without a designated location, he couldn't activate the technique. If Tsukumo-sama helps, there might be a chance. Kakashi Tsukumo, who had already given up on the idea of using the flying thunder god technique, suddenly had a glimmer of hope. What do you mean? The only thing I can use to activate the flying thunder god technique is this pile of kunai. If you can take these kunai beyond the encirclement, I can teleport everyone to that location. Maigetsu Shinsan stared intently at Kakashi Tsukumo, closely observing his reaction. What he was implying was clear: Kakashi Tsukumo had to break through the enemy lines alone, only then could they all escape together. This was, without a doubt, forcing Tsukumo to make a difficult choice. As expected, when Kakashi Tsukumo heard that he had to break through alone, his expression changed drastically. He glanced around at his comrades. These were the people who had embarked on this mission with him. How could he leave them behind? Even if he did manage to break through, what if Maigetsu Shinsan's flying thunder god technique failed? Wouldn't that make him a deserter? Seeing his hesitation, Maigetsu Shinsan sighed inwardly. As expected, Kakashi Tsukumo was incomparably strong, but his heart was fragile. And then, his comrades spoke words that cut even deeper into Tsukumo's soul. Tsukumo-sama, take that woman and break through. As long as you make it out, the mission will be complete. The first to speak was Season Ken, still lying on the ground receiving medical treatment. He had already accepted his fate. So long as the mission was accomplished, he had no regrets, even if he died here. Ha, Tsukumo-sama, don't hesitate. Fighting alongside you has been an honor. I have no fear. Go before they attack. Yamanaka Pingy and Hyuga Guinrin said nothing, but their resolute gazes conveyed their decision clearly. Kakashi Tsukumo was frozen, his entire being numb. He looked at Maigetsu Shinsan in turmoil. Tsukumo-sama, don't look at me. If you make it out, I will ensure the others escape as well. If you trust me, break through. Maigetsu Shinsan was already grumbling internally. Come on, old man, do you not trust me, or do you not trust Tobarama Senju? This is the flying thunder god technique. A spacetime ninjutsu. A forbidden technique. Do you even understand how powerful this is? If you keep hesitating, they really won't be able to get out. Whatever, do as you wish. At the very least, Maigetsu Shinsan could guarantee his own safety. And Yitsong's as well. After all, she was his mission target. He had to bring her back. All right. Qianshan, promise me. Make sure they all get out of here. Kakashi Tsukumo firmly patted Maigetsu Shinsan on the shoulder before walking toward the exit. His slightly hunched posture, weighed down by pressure, exuded an overwhelming sense of helplessness and struggle. Oomph, Shio. Gaker's response sure is swift. You want to kill me? Let's see if you're even capable. Against his comrades, Kakashi Tsukumo felt powerless. But against his enemies, especially those who had pushed his comrades into a corner, he transformed into a demon from hell, radiating a terrifying aura. His crimson eyes perfectly reflected his seething fury. Humph. Kakashi Tsukumo, I will avenge my son. Today will be your last. White Secret Technique, 10 Puppet Collection of Chikamatsu. 10 white figures suddenly materialized. It was Chiyo's famed ultimate technique, the White Secret Technique, the 10 Puppet Collection of Chikamatsu. Controlling 10 puppets simultaneously, this was the pinnacle of puppet mastery. At this moment, Maigetsu Shinsan finally gained a profound understanding of the terror that was Canoha's White Fang. That once calm and serene White Fang blade, under his complete fury, seemed to have transformed into the scythe of the Grim Reaper, crackling with violent lightning chakra. This method of chakra application reminded Maigetsu Shinsan of the third and fourth Raikage. The White Fawn's lightning-infused chakra didn't reach their monstrous levels, it still greatly enhanced his own physical capabilities. Even when faced with dozens of enemies, that white figure moved like a ghost in their midst, relying on speed surpassing human limits. Whether it was shuriken, explosive tags, or various ninjutsu hurled at him, they were all cleaved apart by his blade without mercy. Kakashi Kenjutsu, there were no flashy movements, no unnecessary flourishes. There was only the most direct and lethal slashes. Don't let his speed overwhelm you. Keep your distance and bombard him with ninjutsu. As the one who understood Kakashi Tsukumo best, Chiyo reacted immediately, shouting commands. The Gaker shinobi obeyed without hesitation, scattering like waves retreating from the shore. A barrage of ninjutsu followed, descending upon White Fang like an unstoppable storm. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, wind cutter. Wind release, dust storm technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The attacks were primarily fire and wind-based, two chakra natures known for their destructive power. Fire release, in particular, could be amplified by wind release, making it even more catastrophic. In an instant, a firestorm engulfed the battlefield, swallowing everything in its path, completely covering White Fawn's position. Damn it! I have to help Tsukumo-sama. Tsuchijio, ignoring his injuries, roared and prepared to charge into the fray. However, Maigetsu-san swiftly grabbed him, holding him back with an iron grip. If you rush out now, you'll only be a hindrance. Maigetsu-san snapped. With Tsukumo-sama's strength, he can cut down several of them and break through on his own. If you jump in there now, not only will you be useless, but you'll also distract him by making him protect you. At that point, none of us will be able to leave. Tsuchijio, initially consumed by rage, gradually calmed down under Maigetsu-san's harsh words. His expression turned into one of reluctant frustration. Damn it! Tsuchijio cursed angrily but no longer acted recklessly. Meanwhile, Maigetsu-san focused entirely on the battle. Despite the inferno raging before him, Kakashi Tsukumo showed no fear. Kakashi Kenjutsu, first form, ***. A simple name. A straightforward technique. But that single slash carried unfathomable power. With one stroke, the overwhelming firestorm vanished into nothingness, and the raging winds ceased. Kakashi Kenjutsu, second form, sweep, ***. This time, the slash changed from a vertical cut to a sweeping horizontal strike. The sheer force behind it seemed capable of splitting everything in two. Everyone, get behind my puppets. Chio clapped her hands together, and her 10 puppets instantly spread their arms wide. Puppet technique, machinery light shield seal, ***. In an instant, 10 shimmering blue shields materialized before them. The Gaker shinobi, seeing this, scrambled behind the puppets for cover. As the slash struck, the devastating force crashed into the shields. Chio trembled under the impact, gritting her teeth as she poured more chakra into maintaining her defense. Humph! Kakashi Tsukumo's eyes flashed with irritation. He had just prepared to unleash a third strike when suddenly, a voice rang through his mind. Stop fighting. Use this chance to run. It was Maigetsu-san's voice, clearly transmitted via Yamanaka Pingy's mind-body transmission technique. Recalling Maigetsu-san's earlier plan, Kakashi Tsukumo clenched his teeth, his expression filled with reluctance. He was not satisfied with just running away. He wanted to stay and fight. He wanted to cut down every single one of these enemies. But for the sake of ensuring his squad's survival, he forcibly suppressed his battle instincts and bolted toward Canoha's direction. Pouring all of his chakra into his legs, Kakashi Tsukumo became a blur, vanishing like an arrow released from a bowstring. Alright, Tsukumo-sama has left. Maigetsu-san exhaled in relief. Now we just need to wait until he gets far enough. Then I'll activate Flying Thunder God and get us out of here. Watching Kakashi Tsukumo disappear into the distance, Maigetsu-san felt inwardly relieved. He had been genuinely worried that White Fang would get caught up in the heat of battle and do something irreversible. Damn you, Canoha's White Fang! Running away like a coward? Chio had just deactivated her defense when she realized Tsukumo had escaped. She stomped her foot in frustration. Everyone, charge in. Kill the rest and take back Itsong. Chio's anger flared as she barked out orders. She knew they had no chance of catching up to White Fang, so they would focus on finishing the mission at hand. At that moment, a figure calmly stepped out from the ruins, holding Gaker's elite jonin, Itsong, tightly in his arms. Whoa, hold it right there. The person you want is right here. Maigetsu-san pressed a kunai against Itsong's neck, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve, as if he truly intended to perish alongside her. He hadn't wanted to reveal himself, but he needed to buy more time for the others. Humph. Canoha brat. Release Itsong, and I might let you live. Chio raised a hand, signaling her forces to halt. To her, these Canoha ninja were already trapped like rats. There was no need to rush, perhaps she could even extract some intelligence from them. You're absolutely right. Kakashi Tsukumo abandoned us and fled on his own. Maigetsu-san's face contorted with sorrow, his hands trembling as if he were barely holding back his anguish. A man like that, I refuse to be in the same village as him. At that moment, Academy Award-winning Maigetsu-san made his grand entrance. His performance was flawless. Every detail, the sorrow in his expression, the quiver in his hands, painted a picture of deep-seated betrayal and anger toward Kakashi Tsukumo. This esteemed elder, given the circumstances, would Gaker accept us? Maigetsu Sunsan shouted with feigned desperation. We were abandoned by Canoha. Instead of dying as discarded pawns, we would rather join Gaker. And when the time comes, I will personally exact my revenge on Canoha. The battlefield fell silent. Even Chiyo was momentarily stunned. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. A ninja betraying his village this easily? Damn you! What nonsense are you spewing? Even his own teammates were caught off guard, with Tsuchijio shouting in outrage. But Chiyo, after a brief moment of contemplation, smirked. This boy was young, barely in his teens. It was only natural for him to fear death. Humph! A Canoha ninja with no spine. Chiyo scoffed at Maigetsu Sensen's actions. You disgrace the legacy of the Hokage. Her prideful nature despised such cowardly behavior. She had failed to kill White Fang today, and now she had to witness such a disgraceful display. Her frustration was immeasurable. Whoa, let's not put it that way. Maigetsu Sensen's tone abruptly shifted from grief to amusement. I haven't disgraced the Hokage at all. In fact, haven't I just bought us a lot of time? Wouldn't you agree, Chiyo-sama? You little brat, what the hell are you up to? Chiyo's expression darkened as she watched Maigetsu Sensen's sudden shift in demeanor. A sense of unease crept into her heart. She didn't believe that this seemingly inexperienced boy could pull off any tricks under her watchful eye. Chiyo-sama, you must understand times have changed. Maigetsu Sensen flashed a sly grin. Never underestimate Canoha's shinobi, especially the young ones. With that, he burst into laughter, the sound filled with amusement. A thought flickered through his mind, Jonin only throw kunai, but genin are the real powerhouses. Never mess with Canoha's genin, Ha ha ha. Though he wasn't exactly a genin, he was young. Maybe that was an advantage in itself. You insolent brat. Chiyo, completely enraged, barked out an order. Kill him. The Gaker shinobi immediately moved to attack. But in that split second, Maigetsu Sensen's figure vanished like a ghost. Along with him, Yi Tsong, whom he had been holding tightly. Chiyo froze, her eyes widening in shock. With her years of battle experience and keen perception, she could tell immediately this was not the body flicker technique. This was something far more terrifying. He had disappeared completely. Even his chakra signature had vanished without a trace. Damn it! That little brat tricked us. He was playing weak the whole time. A strong sense of defeat surged through Chiyo's heart. This is spacetime ninjutsu. She was one of Gaker's top combatants, and she recognized the technique at once. But recognizing it now was meaningless. It was already too late. It turned out that Maigetsu Sensen had secretly placed marking seals on Yamanaka Pingy and the others earlier. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he teleported between several points, swiftly relocating everyone away from the ruins where they had been trapped. By the time Gaker's ninjas stormed the area, all that remained were scattered bloodstains on the ground. Not a single Canoha ninja was in sight. You damn brat! Chiyo's face turned red with fury. You won't get away with this! She roared in frustration. She had led an elite strike force, yet not a single enemy had been captured. And worse, they had escaped right under her nose, Her pride was shattered. The third Kazekage's iron sand. Use it to track them. Clinging to her last shred of hope, Chiyo ordered her men to retrieve the iron sand. Since the iron sand particles were magnetically linked, they had been using them to track Yi Tsong's whereabouts all along. But... The shinobi holding the iron sand frowned. He cautiously approached a broken section of the wall, crouching down. And then... his face turned pale. What he saw chilled him to the bone. A pile of iron sand dust, scattered across the ground. Chiyo-sama. The shinobi's voice trembled. The enemy discovered the iron sand powder. And they removed all of it. Chiyo's vision darkened. The next second. Her furious scream echoed through the ruins. You damn Canoha shinobi! I will never forgive you. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away. Kakashi Tsukumo stood atop a massive boulder, gasping for breath. He had used chakra to push his speed to the limit. While this method had allowed him to cover an incredible distance in mere minutes, it had also drained his chakra to an alarming degree. In just 2 minutes, he had sprinted 5 kilometers non-stop. Now, finally, he stopped. He should be safe here. But as he struggled to catch his breath, a faint sound reached his ears. Instantly, his body tensed. Hand on his sword, he prepared for battle. But the moment the figures appeared before him, his exhaustion vanished. His face broke into pure, unrestrained joy. Because standing before him was Yitsang. And right behind her, Yamanaka Pingy, Season Ken, Yuzuki, and Tsuchijio. His entire squad. Safe. All of them. Qianshan. Kakashi Tsukumo let out a triumphant shout. You did it! His laughter rang out, full of relief. Ha 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 ha. Chio must be losing her mind right now. She never expected you to know spacetime ninjutsu. For a moment, he forgot his fatigue, laughing freely. Oi, Tsukumo-sama. Tsuchijio, the most boisterous of the group, finally caught on. Realizing they had actually survived, he grabbed Maigetsu-san in a bone-crushing hug. It's a miracle we made it out. Oh oi. Let go of me. I'm exhausted. Maigetsu-san groaned. I just teleported all of you 5 kilometers. My chakra is almost gone. He wasn't exaggerating. Even though his chakra reserves had improved, using the Flying Thunder God technique to transport multiple people over such a long distance had taken a massive toll. Ha ha. No worries, I've got my special soldier pills. Tsuchijio grinned, pulling out a pitch-black pill from his pouch. They taste awful, but they'll give you a temporary boost. Go ahead, eat one. Maigetsu-san eyed the pill, his lips twitching. Tsuchijio. I appreciate the offer, but my stomach is very sensitive. I'd rather not risk it. He backed away slightly. Tsukumo-sama, we shouldn't stay here long. Even without the iron sand tracking us, we're still inside wind country. It's not safe. Maigetsu-san reminded them. Kakashi Tsukumo nodded. Guangren, carry Season. Yazuki, assist him. Everyone else, move out. We're heading back to the land of fire. Back in Sunigakure. The atmosphere was suffocating. Inside the Kazekage's office, Shio and Kamaki stood before the third Kazekage, reporting everything. As they finished, the veins on the Kazekage's forehead bulged. His usually calm voice carried barely restrained fury. So, the two of you led an elite force. And you failed to capture a single one of them? His words were cold and cutting. Do you realize what this means? His disappointment was palpable. Yitsong was my personally appointed raid captain. Her capture is a significant loss to Sunigakure. Shio lowered her head. I request permission to resume my position as raid captain. I will personally lead a force to retrieve Yitsang and restore Sunigakure's honor. Without waiting for a response, she turned and left the office. Once Chio and Kamaki were gone, a wave of black iron sand surged, covering the entire office. The third Kazekage's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Canoha! His voice was deathly cold. This isn't over. His killing intent filled the room. We will settle this soon. Hearing Maigetsu-sensen's sudden request, the entire room fell silent for a moment. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just been leaning back in satisfaction, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, asterisk. Why shouldn't we hand her over to the interrogation department, asterisk. Everyone's gaze shifted to Maigetsu-san. Even Kakashi Tsukumo was a little taken aback. You brat, what kind of nonsense are you spouting now? Maigetsu-san scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Well, I was thinking, she's a pretty valuable asset, right? If we send her straight to the interrogation department, those guys will probably just beat her up and try to force information out of her. But what if she doesn't break? What if she resists and we get nothing useful? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. You're suggesting an alternative? Maigetsu-san grinned. Of course. Rather than treating her like a simple prisoner, why not try to persuade her? She's not just any Sunigakure shinobi, she's the captain of their raid unit. That means she's highly skilled, experienced, and well-informed. If we handle this right, we might not just get intelligence, we might even get her to switch sides. The room went dead silent. Even Yamanaka Pingy and Hyuga Guangren, who had been standing quietly, exchanged glances. Kakashi Tsukumo let out a small chuckle. You brat, you're really something. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard thoughtfully. You're suggesting we recruit her? Exactly. Maigetsu-san nodded enthusiastically. Think about it, she's probably feeling betrayed right now. We abducted her, and her comrades failed to rescue her. Sunagakure's leadership might even blame her for getting captured. If we play this right, she might start questioning her loyalty to Sunagakure. And once doubt sets in, well, converting an enemy into an ally is always better than just extracting information and discarding them, right? Kakashi Tsukumo crossed his arms, now looking genuinely intrigued. That's a bold strategy. But do you really think she'll betray her village so easily? Maigetsu-san smirked. Not easily, no. But with the right incentives? Maybe. Besides, aren't we shinobi? Psychological warfare is part of the job. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly. Asterisk he, asterisk. Asterisk, you're quite the schemer, aren't you, asterisk. Maigetsu-san feigned a look of innocence. Me? Scheming? No way, Hokage-sama, I'm just making a logical suggestion. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke from his pipe, deep in thought. After a long pause, he finally nodded. All right. We'll hold off on handing her over to the interrogation department for now. But, Maigetsu-san, since this was your idea, you will be responsible for handling her. Maigetsu-san blinked. Wait, what? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. You wanted to persuade her, didn't you? Then do it. You have 1 month. If you fail to convince her to cooperate, she will be turned over to the interrogation department. Maigetsu-san gulped. Well, crap. Somehow, he had just talked himself into an entirely new mission. Kakashi Tsukumo patted his shoulder with a grin. Good luck, kid. You've got your work cut out for you. Tsuchijio burst into laughter. Ha ha. Looks like you got yourself a new project, Shinshan. Maigetsu-san sighed dramatically. Asterisk man. I really should have kept my mouth shut, asterisk. Shinshan, do you realize what you're saying? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Maigetsu-san with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This woman is a Sunagakure shinobi and enemy combatant. If we don't hand her over to the interrogation department, how else are we supposed to extract information? Despite Maigetsu-san's sudden request, Hiruzen wasn't angry. Instead, he was intrigued by his reasoning. Well, she is a ninja, but she's also a woman. Maigetsu-san scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I mean, the people in the interrogation department, they can be pretty rough. As a gentleman, I just can't bear to see her suffer like that. Come on, Hokage-sama, can't we try a different method to get information? His words made Kakashi Tsukumo facepalm. The rest of the squad exchanged amused glances. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Kid, do you have some kind of misconception about the interrogation department? While we do need intelligence, we don't resort to torture if the subject cooperates. If she's willing to provide information, we won't use force. And if she proves cooperative enough afterward, we might even allow her to stay in the village temporarily, though she will be under strict supervision and sealed. Hearing this, Maigetsu-san gave an embarrassed chuckle. His impression of the interrogation department came mostly from the future, from Marino Ibiki, the ruthless torture specialist who could make people wish they were dead. But now that he thought about it, Ibiki was still just a kid at this point. It seemed like the current interrogation department wasn't quite as extreme. Oh, I see. Well, in that case, I think I'd be perfect for supervising her. Maigetsu-san's eyes lit up. I know sealing techniques. How about the 5 elements seal? That should be enough to keep her from causing trouble. Without waiting for an answer, he walked over to Yi Tsung. Extending his right hand, chakra flared at his fingertips, forming a burning seal. Asterisk 5 elements seal, asterisk. As he pressed his hand against Yi Tsung's exposed midriff, a black sealing formula spread across her skin. With this in place, her chakra flow would be disrupted, greatly weakening her abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched with interest. Shinshan, why are you so invested in a Sunagakure kunoichi? There are plenty of beautiful women in Canoha, you know. Maigetsu-san paused for a moment. How was he supposed to explain this? Should he just tell them? That in the future, Yi Tsung would be betrayed by her own village? That she would become a hero only to be silenced by her own people? Honestly, it wasn't about personal attraction. It was about the sheer tragedy of her fate. Of course, she did have a beautiful back. When I infiltrated Gaker, I saw her bathing alone. Maigetsu-san spoke slowly. There was a brief moment of silence. Then, everyone turned to look at him. Kakashi Tsukumo's expression was unreadable. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Yamanaka Pingy coughed awkwardly. Tsuchijio nearly choked on air. Maigetsu-san quickly continued before anyone could misinterpret. The point is, she had this lonely aura about her. She's still young, but because of her strength, she's constantly sent into battle. She exhausts herself every day, fighting for her village, healing her wounds alone. Seeing that, it made me think about war. How many people appear strong on the outside, but suffer in silence? I don't like fighting. Even though I have powerful techniques, I don't want to be a warrior. I enjoy my freedom, but I will fight for my village, because Canoha is my home. And isn't she the same? If she had a choice, she probably wouldn't be a fighter either. If we can give her a new home, why shouldn't we? Canoha has never been a village that seeks war, right? His words left the room in stunned silence. Even Kakashi Tsukumo was visibly moved. He had spent his entire life fighting for Canoha, carrying out missions without hesitation. But at the end of the day, he always returned home alone. War. If they could avoid it, who wouldn't? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled slowly. Interesting perspective. Then, he suddenly smirked. All right, enough pretending to be asleep. His words made the room tense. Everyone's gaze snapped toward the sofa, where Yichi-san lay. She was awake. Maigetsu-san stiffened. Wait, she's awake? He had definitely used enough sleeping agent to keep her unconscious for at least half a day longer. How was she already awake? Yichi-san sat up, her fiery gaze locked onto Maigetsu-san. Fury burned in her eyes. She knew. She knew he had spied on her in the bath. She knew he had dressed her. Her glare alone was enough to make Maigetsu-san's soul leave his body. I'm dead. I'm so dead. All because of that damn old man. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had just told him she was awake, he wouldn't have said anything. Now, Maigetsu-san was officially on her kill list. Asterisk, you placed this seal on me too, didn't you? Asterisk. Yichi-san's voice was cold. Asterisk, little brat. I'll remember this, asterisk. If looks could kill, Maigetsu-san would have been obliterated. Cold sweat ran down his back. Asterisk, big sister, I'm already 15. You're only 18. Stop calling me a brat, asterisk. Kakashi Tsukumo, unfazed, stepped forward. Since you're awake, you should already understand your situation. You have two choices, cooperate, or we make you cooperate. Yichi-san stood slowly, her presence alone making the air feel heavier. Even at just over 160 centimeters in height, her aura was commanding. Asterisk, if you want information, asterisk, she said evenly, asterisk, then come and take it, asterisk. Asterisk, but if I'm not mistaken, asterisk. She glanced at Yamanaka Pingy. Asterisk, you've already pried into my mind, haven't you, asterisk. She felt it. The lingering sensation of her mind being touched. The aftereffects of a Yamanaka's technique. You brat, you said you'd be my warden? Yichi-san's sharp eyes flickered with confusion for a moment before a playful smirk appeared on her face. Why yeah. Maigetsu-san nodded nervously. He couldn't exactly take back what he said now. Good. Yichi-san's expression didn't show any fear. Instead, she reached up, tore off her Gaker forehead protector, and tossed it onto the Hokage's desk. Then, without hesitation, she sat down on the sofa, her fiery eyes unwavering. Despite her defiant demeanor, only she knew what was going through her mind. She wasn't surrendering, she was adapting. She had no illusions about escaping. Not with Canoha's white fang standing right there. She also wasn't naive enough to think that Gaker would come to rescue her. But what truly swayed her decision was something Maigetsu-san had said earlier. Asterisk, a truly lonely person wouldn't have chosen this path if not for their village's demands. Asterisk. She was an orphan, discovered and trained by Gaker because of her talent. Once she became strong enough, she was thrown into battle, always fighting for the village. Loneliness had long been a part of her existence. Take her to the interrogation department first, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed. Pingy, go with them. He then turned to Maigetsu-san, who was practically radiating anticipation. You too, Xianshan. Since you were so eager to take responsibility, the job of watching over her is yours now. But remember, if she makes a move inside the village, you know what the consequences will be. Maigetsu-san nodded solemnly. Interrogation Department. The interrogation department wasn't as dark and terrifying as one might imagine. It was just a normal building. Yitsong sat in the center of the room, surrounded by the same Canoha shinobi from before, plus a few more. Yamanaka Pingy placed a hand on her head, activating his mind-reading technique to extract information. Meanwhile, Yitsong's mind kept replaying Maigetsu-sensen's words. And with them, her own loneliness. Damn it. I don't even like being alone. Tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. For the first time, she showed a side of herself she had never revealed to anyone before. Ha! Maigetsu-sen blinked. Did the mind-reading technique just make her cry? Pingy, are you sure your technique is working properly? Is it expired or something? His suspicion made Yamanaka Pingy's eye twitch. Oi, I'm from the Yamanaka clan. My mind-reading technique does not fail. I only extracted her memories, it just causes some temporary disorientation. Her crying has nothing to do with me. Yitsong snapped back to reality, quickly wiping her tears away. Her cold mask returned. I can leave now, right? She stood up and shot a glare at Maigetsu-sen. You brat! Take me out of here. Maigetsu-sen let out a sigh of relief. Alright. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he led Yitsong out of the interrogation department. Outside the interrogation department. Once they stepped outside, Maigetsu-sen reached for her restraints. I'll take off the handcuffs, but the 5 elements seal stays. Your chakra is locked, so don't even think about trying anything. For now, you'll probably be living at my place. Don't worry, it's not just me. There are other people there too. Yitsong snorted in disdain. What? Are you scared of me? You weren't so nervous when you were spying on me in the bath. Her piercing gaze locked onto him. Your stealth abilities are very impressive. Even when I was bathing, I never let my guard down. Maigetsu-sen had no idea how to respond to that. What was he supposed to say? Oh yeah, I can turn invisible, that's why you didn't notice me. Yeah. That would go over well. He wisely chose to stay silent. Not answering? Fine. Let's go, brat. Can you not call me that? Maigetsu-sen groaned. I'm 15. You're only 18. That's barely a 3-year difference. Yitsong raised an eyebrow. I don't know your name. And, you do look younger than me. Maigetsu-sen sighed. Maigetsu-sen. From the Moonlight clan of Canoha. Now come on, I'll take you to my place. Maigetsu-sensen's home. Upon arriving home, they were greeted by Yujiko Simi, who was sitting outside, watching over Moonlight Hay-8. She brightened when she saw Maigetsu-sen return. But then, her eyes landed on Yitsong. And she froze. Oi, kid. Her eyes flicked between Maigetsu-sen and the kunoichi. You actually brought home a woman? She clicked her tongue approvingly. Not bad. Not bad at all. She gave Yitsong a once-over. Big chest, wide hips, definitely good for childbearing, Yitsong blinked. She had never experienced a situation like this before. Meanwhile, Maigetsu-sen buried his face in his hands. Oh my god, Simi wasn't done. If your parents were alive, they'd be overjoyed to see you bringing home a girl so young. Finally, the Moonlight bloodline can continue. She turned back to Yitsong. Don't worry, dear. This kid might seem unreliable, and, well, he is unreliable, but he's not a bad person. Before Maigetsu-sen could protest, she dragged Yitsong toward the courtyard. Maigetsu-sen stood there, stunned. Then, he let out a soft chuckle. He had been worried that Simi might not accept Yitsong. Turns out, his worries were completely unnecessary. I should have expected this, Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office. Tsukumo, what is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the document on his desk. A letter of resignation. From Kakashi Tsukumo. You're resigning? Kakashi Tsukumo smiled faintly. Middle age has made me less decisive. This mission, if not for Chinchan's Flying Thunder God technique, I might have made a terrible decision. And the mission might have failed. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Kakashi Tsukumo exhaled. I'm only stepping down as captain of the ANBU. I will still serve as a shinobi of Canoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him for a long moment. Then he sighed. I see. If that's your decision, I won't stop you. But in his heart, he couldn't shake the feeling that something ominous was on the horizon. The White Fawn's resignation, the Moonlight Household crisis. Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly observed Kakashi Tsukumo, who stood before him with a calm smile. A strange sense of unease filled the Hokage's heart. Tsukumo had always been one of his most steadfast supporters, a warrior of unparalleled strength, a pillar of Canoha. His reputation as Konoha's White Fang had shaken the entire ninja world, especially during the Second Great Ninja War. His role as the ANBU captain was crucial. So why would a seemingly simple intelligence-gathering mission make him question everything? Why was this the moment he decided to step down? Tsukumo exhaled, his voice laced with introspection. Hokage-sama, do you know what surprised me the most during this mission? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, listening. Tsukumo continued, his tone growing heavier. It wasn't the enemy's strength. It wasn't the danger we faced. It was, myself. He lowered his gaze slightly, as if reflecting on something deeply troubling. When I was trapped, forced into that impossible situation, I realized something: my own subordinates remained calmer than I did. I don't know when it started, but at some point, I began seeing death as the only solution to problems. On the battlefield, eliminating the enemy became second nature and instinct. But when it came to my own decisions, when I was faced with the possibility of sacrificing either the mission or my comrades, he let out a bitter chuckle. My mind froze. I actually thought about dying alongside my enemy, as if that was the only option left. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, sensing the weight behind his words. This wasn't just a passing thought. This was something that had shaken Tsukumo to his core. We only survived because of Maigetsu-sensen's quick thinking and his Flying Thunder God technique. If he hadn't been there, the mission would have become 10 times more difficult. When Chisen was severely injured, I hesitated. I couldn't decide, do I abandon the mission to save him, or do I leave him behind for the mission's sake? No matter what I chose, I would be left with regret. Tsukumo's expression was calm, but his words carried undeniable exhaustion. So, I've decided to step down as ANBU captain. A sword should be wielded without hesitation. It should have no emotions, no doubts. If someone needs to tell me where to strike, then maybe I'm not fit to lead anymore. His eyes flickered briefly with uncertainty. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and took a deep drag from his pipe. After a long pause, he asked, Tsukumo, what truly changed you? You've always been my right-hand man. The ANBU needs you. Tsukumo smiled faintly. Maigetsu-san. Sarutobi Hiruzen blinked. Tsukumo's gaze turned thoughtful. That brat is reckless, unpredictable, and constantly oversteps boundaries. But on the battlefield, his mind is sharper than most seasoned shinobi. He chuckled, recalling the 1,000 years of death incident. Even now, the sting of that prank lingered in his memory. He's smarter than me. The only thing he lacks is battle intent. Even though he has tremendous power, he avoids fighting whenever possible. But that doesn't make him weak, it makes him dangerous in a different way. When he cornered me into making a decision, his serious expression, that was probably his true self. A genius who knows how to hide his brilliance. Tsukumo shook his head slightly, a hint of self-deprecation in his eyes. In comparison, I feel lacking. He wasn't blind. He had heard the whispers in the village. He knew how people talked about him. But he never cared. As long as his strength remained undisputed, words meant nothing. Yet, what if one day he made a mistake? What would happen then? Tsukumo let out a light laugh. Hokage-sama, please accept my resignation. Maybe I'll even become a teacher at the Ninja Academy. My swordsmanship is excellent, I'd be perfect for training students. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply. He understood. For Tsukumo, this was liberation. By stepping back voluntarily, he could still serve Canoha without being in the relentless spotlight. All right. But until we find a suitable replacement, you'll still need to assist where necessary. Tsukumo nodded. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked. What about the son of Gaker Kunoichi? Has the intelligence gathering been completed? Tsukumo nodded. Yes. Yamanaka Pingi successfully extracted the needed information without resistance. As for the kunoichi, she's currently staying at Maigetsu Sensen's house. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly choked on his pipe smoke. He narrowed his eyes. That brat didn't fall for her, did he? Why else would he take an enemy kunoichi into his own home? Tsukumo threw his head back and laughed. He had wondered the same thing. But since Maigetsu Sensen hadn't said anything about it, he didn't pry. Who knows? The kid did learn a lot of sealing techniques from Orochimaru. He's got her locked down with the 5 elements seal, she's not going anywhere. Still, I have to admit, his taste isn't bad. Scorch Release is an extremely powerful Kekkei Genkai. If we convince her to join Canoha, she'll be a huge asset. And if those two actually get together. Tsukumo smirked. Imagine a combination of Scorch Release and Transparency Release. That would be an entirely new bloodline limit. The two older men exchanged knowing glances. Then burst into laughter. Meanwhile, in the Moonlight household. Neil, Maigetsu Sensen was on the ground. His head bowed, his face bruised. Across from him, Ujiko Simi was glaring at him with pure disappointment. Shinshan, I never thought, never in my life, that you would do something this shameless. You drugged a girl in a bathhouse and kidnapped her, I thought you were just perverted, but abduction? This is a new low. Yitsang sat nearby, barely holding back laughter. Moments ago, she had casually explained everything, how she was from Sunagaker, how she was captured, and how she ended up here. Sini did not care about her being an enemy combatant. No. She cared about Maigetsu Sensen's honor. And apparently, it had been shattered. Sini Obasan, I swear it was for the mission. I had to act. If I didn't. Silence. Sini huffed. You saw her naked. How do you expect her to find a husband now? I don't care. You must take responsibility. You will marry her. Yid-san. Maigetsu Sensen, huh? Hold on, I think she's pretty, sure, but I never planned to give up the whole forest for one flower. The next day, at the strong insistence of Ebizame, Tsukikage Chisen had no choice but to take Yid-san on a tour of the Hidden Leaf Village. In fact, he himself needed to report back to the Ninja Academy, as his classes had to continue after just returning from a mission. When Yid-san learned that Tsukikage Chisen was actually a teacher, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. You're already a teacher at such a young age? Yid-san asked doubtfully. Hey, that's not the right way to put it. Haven't you heard the saying one who excels is a teacher? Tsukikage Chisen said proudly. TCH, then what exactly do you teach? Yid-san pressed on. Ninja concealment techniques, Tsukikage Chisen replied. Yid-san was momentarily speechless. The thought of this kid sneaking into the women's bathhouse without her noticing made her unwillingly admit that he was indeed skilled in stealth. However, this course still sounded rather dubious. This was Yid-san's first time entering another village. She was used to the endless yellow sands of Sunagaker, so she couldn't help but admire the lush green mountains and waters of the Hidden Leaf. What's wrong? Do you think Canoha is beautiful? Tsukikage Chisen teased. If you like it, why not just stay here and never go back? Yid-san quickly withdrew her gaze. Although Hidden Leaf Village was indeed picturesque, she was a shinobi of Sunagaker. Getting her to abandon her village wouldn't be easy. Keep dreaming. Right now, I'm just your captive. If I get the chance, I'm going back, she said firmly. Tsukikage Chisen smiled slightly as he looked at Yid-san's stubborn expression. He understood her deep attachment to Sunagaker, convincing her to stay would be no easy task. Teacher Chisen, you're back. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from around the corner. Uchiha Obito, Might Guy, and Rin were heading toward the Ninja Academy. The last graduation exam had resulted in only Kakashi graduating early, and he was currently out on a mission. Meanwhile, Jigai, having failed the last exam, was even more determined than before. This is, my friend, Tsukikage Chisen introduced vaguely. Teacher Chisen's friend? Then they must be really strong. Uchiha Obito's eyes instantly lit up. He was always eager to improve his strength and hoped to graduate successfully next year. Might Guy was even more fired up. Let's have a match. Ever since the last graduation exam, I've been training twice as hard. Uchiha Obito declared. Yes, Guy. Youth must burn brightly. Teacher Chisen. This, Lady Sensei. Please guide us. Might Guy shouted excitedly. Lady Sensei? Yi-sung was momentarily stunned when she heard the young boy address her like that. A teacher? She was just a prisoner, how had she suddenly become a teacher? Guy, you're absolutely right. Let's go to the academy training field. I'll have Sensei Yi-sung train with you. Tsukikage Chisen decided, laughing loudly and giving Yi-sung no chance to refuse. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito and Guy immediately sprinted toward the ninja academy. Rin greeted Tsukikage Chisen before following suit. Hey, who said I agreed to train those brats? Yi-sung protested in annoyance. She had never agreed to this. Come on. It's not like you have anything better to do. Even though you have my seal on you, you can still use basic jutsu. Just be careful, I don't want the security force to arrest you, Tsukikage Chisen shrugged. To him, sparring with a few kids wasn't a big deal. Then, without waiting for Yi-sung's response, he grabbed her hand and started walking toward the ninja academy. Hey! You little brat! Let go of me! I can walk by myself! Yi-sung struggled, but Tsukikage Chisen ignored her and continued pulling her along, trying not to attract attention. Seeing this, Yi-sung quickly stopped resisting, though a faint, almost imperceptible blush crossed her face. So this is your ninja academy? It doesn't look like much, Yi-sung commented with a hint of disdain when she saw the school. The three-story building was plain and unimpressive. Hey, don't you understand the beauty of simplicity? As long as it educates students, who cares about extravagance? Tsukikage Chisen replied seriously. The beauty of simplicity? Education doesn't need extravagance? Yi-sung pondered his words and nodded slightly. What he said made sense, so long as the next generation was properly trained, the school's appearance was irrelevant. TCH, why did this kid always say things that caught her off guard? The two of them headed straight for the training field, where Uchiha Obito and Guy were already prepared. Whether they had spread the word or others had simply noticed, the field was now surrounded by a crowd. Why are there so many people? Yi-sung said irritably. Tsukikage Chisen, I'm telling you, I'm not doing this. She was already a captive, and now she had to perform in front of all these people? It made her feel like a spectacle. Tsukikage Chisen was also a bit surprised. Don't blame me for this is all Guy's fault. He blabbed, and when people heard that a beautiful teacher was coming to the school, they all showed up. A beautiful teacher? Well, that was an accurate description. Yi-sung, look at how eager the students are. Just spar with those two troublemakers. Don't worry, it's just a friendly match, Tsukikage Chisen said before suddenly pushing Yi-sung onto the field, completely ignoring her furious expression. Teacher Yi-sung, I'm Uchiha Obito. Might Guy. Please guide us. Both boys exclaimed. Feeling the eyes of the crowd on her and looking at the two excited young boys, Yi-sung secretly swore, damn you, Tsukikage Chisen. I will get my revenge for this, ***. However, she was also surprised by the identities of the two before her. Uchiha clan? I didn't expect to meet someone from Canoha's most prestigious clan so soon, ***. I'm Yi-sung. As for my strength, I'd say I'm barely at the Jonin level, she said. Since her chakra flow was sealed, she had already tested that her scorch release was unusable, and many high-level jutsu were restricted. But as an elite Jonin from Gaker, her combat instincts and awareness remained sharp. Wow! A Jonin? Our school has another powerful teacher now. The students were immediately thrilled. Most of their instructors were Chunin, and the only Jonin in the school had retired due to injuries. And Tsukikage Chisen, who had recently been promoted to Jonin, didn't really count. Meanwhile, the other teachers frowned slightly, curious about Yi-sung's identity. She was so young yet already a Jonin? And they hadn't received any notice about a new teacher joining the academy. Since that's the case, I'll act as the referee. This match is just for sparring, so be mindful of your strength, Tsukikage Chisen said seriously to Yi-sung. Given her special status, it was important to control the intensity of the match. I don't need you to tell me that. They're just two little brats, Yi-sung snorted, her face full of dissatisfaction. Uchiha Obito and Might Guy stretched their bodies, then shouted in unison, here we come. The two charged at Yi-sung like fierce tigers, unarmed and seemingly intending to rely solely on taijutsu. Yi-sung immediately noticed their movements. Pure taijutsu didn't intrigue her, she was more interested in seeing the Uchiha clan's natural talent. However, when the two reached her, she realized she had been a bit careless. Leaf Whirlwind. Might Guy was the first to attack, leaping up and delivering a whip-like kick straight at Yi Tsung's face, while Uchiha Obito aimed a punch at her midsection. Their coordination was seamless, with one attacking high and the other low, forming a fierce assault. Feeling the force of their attacks cutting through the air, Yi Tsung was slightly surprised. Strong taijutsu users, huh? As an elite jonin of Gaker, even with her abilities somewhat restricted, she wasn't someone two genin could easily contend with. With a swift motion, Yi Tsung grabbed Might Guy's right leg midair and forcefully slammed him downward. He instantly lost his balance, his leg still caught in Yi Tsung's grip, making it difficult to break free. Obito! Get back! Might Guy shouted while attempting to kick with his other leg to escape. Yi Tsung smirked slightly, this kid had some resilience. But she didn't stop, with another burst of strength, she slammed Might Guy into the ground. Boom! A loud crash echoed as Might Guy made heavy contact with the ground. Damn it! Might Guy ignored the pain and flipped back onto his feet, immediately launching another elbow strike. Meanwhile, Obito, who had dodged earlier, returned with another punch. This time, Yi Tsung didn't counter directly. Instead, she jumped back to evade their attacks. Landing lightly, she smiled. Not bad taijutsu, but it's still not enough to win. Ignoring her taunt, Guy charged again. Guy! Watch out! After his first wave of taijutsu, Uchiha Obito began forming hand seals. A moment later, a fireball about a meter in diameter shot out toward Yi Tsung. Oh? Fire release? Not bad, but still not quite enough, Yi Tsung said calmly. Guy immediately leaped high into the air, leaving Yi Tsung directly exposed to Obito's great fireball jutsu. However, Yi Tsung remained unfazed. She quickly formed seals. Fire release, flame burst technique. In an instant, 4 points of light ignited around her, transforming into flames. Under her control, the 4 fireballs collided with the great fireball jutsu one after another. Seeing this, Tsukikage Chisen raised an eyebrow. Isn't this just a weaker version of Scorch Release? He knew that Yi Tsung's Kekkei Genkai was Scorch Release, a combination of fire and wind chakra. Her signature technique was Scorch Release, extremely steaming murder, which created fireball-like projectiles that, upon contact, would evaporate the moisture in an enemy's body, leaving them a dried-out husk. The fire jutsu she used now bore a striking resemblance to that ability. After colliding with 2 of Yi Tsung's fireballs, Obito's great fireball jutsu dissipated. TCH, the same fire release, huh? But the power was overwhelming. Obito wiped the sweat from his face, feeling the immense pressure. The remaining 2 of Yi Tsung's fireballs rushed toward Might Guy, forcing him to retreat. The two boys regrouped, their initial confidence completely gone, replaced by shock. So this is a jonin. Why do I feel like she's even stronger than Teacher Chisen? Hearing this, Tsukikage Chisen felt a little awkward. Still, he didn't argue. When it came to raw firepower, Yi Tsung was indeed superior. Are you two done yet? Yi Tsung stretched her arms slightly, feeling refreshed. Her tone had also become more relaxed. That's enough. Yi Tsung sensei wasn't even using much effort. If she had, you two would have been down already. Obito, Guy, you've improved, but you're still not there yet. Keep working hard, Tsukikage Chisen said, stepping forward to end the match. There was no point in continuing, the experience gap was too great. Even with her chakra restricted, Yi Tsung's combat intuition and skill far outmatched the two genin. Tsukikage Chisen, you're so annoying. I was just starting to have fun, Yi Tsung complained before Obito could even say anything. She looked visibly displeased. Moderation is key. Don't forget your current status, you still need to be careful, Tsukikage Chisen reminded her. He couldn't let Yi Tsung get too carried away, considering her unique situation. Realizing that she was still a prisoner, Yi Tsung pursed her lips in frustration. Alright, everyone, disperse. Don't you all have classes? Tsukikage Chisen waved off the onlookers before leading Yi Tsung out of the Ninja Academy. So, what do you think? Isn't our Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy better than Gaker's? He asked with a grin. Yi Tsung scoffed in response. Not even close. Just a bunch of brats. Tsukikage Chisen didn't argue, simply smiling as they continued strolling through the village. From the bustling commercial streets to the residential areas, he greeted many familiar faces along the way. Watching this, Yi Tsung was surprised. This guy, is he really this well-liked? What's wrong? Surprised by how popular I am? Tsukikage Chisen joked. Life is about making friends. Especially for people like us, it's always good to have more allies. Yitsong fell silent at his words. She had always been alone, even when working with teammates on missions. She had never truly felt a sense of companionship. Friends, that actually sounds nice. Suddenly, she asked, where are the Uchiha and Hyuga clans? Can you take me to see them? Why do you want to see the Uchiha and Hyuga clans? Tsukikage Chisen asked, his face full of confusion as his mind quickly analyzed the situation. In that fraction of a second, he began speculating on Yitsong's thoughts. As a ninja from Gaker, her curiosity about Konoha's two major Kekkai Genkai clans was not something to take lightly. After all, both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were highly vigilant, and many who had tried to get close before had failed. He didn't want Yitsong doing something reckless under his watch. It's just pure curiosity. If I'm not allowed to go, then forget it, Yitsong said calmly. Her expression betrayed no emotion, making it even harder for Tsukikage Chisen to read her intentions. Was she truly just curious, or did she have another motive? At that moment, Comei's voice came to his rescue. Relax, kid, take her there. Her emotions are completely stable, no fluctuations at all. I'd say she just wants to see the Kekkai Genkai for herself. After all, she has one too. My chakra may not sense malice like Kurama's, but I have my own special ability, I can sense emotions. With me keeping watch, you can go ahead and flirt with her worry-free. Damn, Comei, you're a real bro. If I had known you had this ability, I wouldn't have wasted time worrying. From now on, anytime we meet someone new, you have to help me out. This is way too useful for social interactions, ***. Alright, let's go. I'll take you to the Hyuga clan first. I don't really know anyone from the Uchiha, Tsukikage Chisen said. Yitsong's eyes flickered slightly when she saw that he was actually agreeing to take her to see the two great clans. Aren't you afraid I'm trying to gather intelligence? She asked. Go ahead and gather. Those clans are so big, do you think they care if people look? Tsukikage Chisen shrugged, thinking to himself, you're curious, but Comei already told me there's nothing suspicious. With my multiple cheats, if I can't handle something this small, how can I survive in Canoha, ***. Let's go. The Hyuga clan's compound isn't in the village center, they're a large clan, after all. With that, Tsukikage Chisen led Yitsong forward. They passed through the bustling streets, moving away from the noise and entering a quiet forest. Soon, the emblem of the Hyuga clan appeared before them. We're here. Beyond this point is the Hyuga clan's territory. Like the Uchiha, they're extremely proud, so watch more and talk less, Tsukikage Chisen advised. As they stepped into Hyuga territory, they began encountering members of the clan. Dressed in long robes, they appeared calm and dignified. Many of them smiled when they saw Tsukikage Chisen. Well, if it isn't Chisen. What brings you to the Hyuga compound? That herbal medicine you gave me last time tasted awful, but it worked wonders, an elderly man greeted him. Ha, isn't this Elder Yamazaki? Good medicine always tastes bitter. By the way, where are Hizashi and Hayashi? I'm looking for them, Tsukikage Chisen replied cheerfully. Yitsong was almost numb to the situation. Why does this brat know people everywhere he goes? And from the looks of it, he's even helped the Hyuga clan before ***. The young clan head is at the training grounds with Hizashi. Come by for tea sometime, the elder said. Got it, thanks, Elder Yamazaki. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tsukikage Chisen led Yitsong toward the training grounds. You must be curious, he suddenly said. It's nothing special. I like wandering around, and last time I came here, Elder Yamazaki was seriously ill. I happen to know a bit about medicinal herbs, so I made him some medicine. At this, Tsukikage Chisen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't actually know traditional medicine, it was just that in his past life, he had taken enough herbal remedies to recognize various ingredients like bical skullcap, honeysuckle, aster, mulberry bark, dandelion, bupleurum, and forsythia. In the end, we became familiar. Come on, I'll introduce you to some people. They soon arrived at the training grounds, where two young men in their early 20s were engaged in an intense sparring match. Yo! Hayashi, Hizashi, sparring again? The sudden voice interrupted their bout, but they didn't even need to turn around or activate their Byakugan to recognize the speaker. Chisen? What brings you to the Hyuga compound? Yeah, I heard from Ko that you just got back from a mission. Shouldn't you be resting? The two men stopped and turned around in unison. It was Hayashi, the eldest, and Hisashi, the second-born. Well, there's a lovely lady here who's curious about the Hyuga, so I brought her for a tour, Tsukikage Chisen said with a grin. The two were momentarily stunned before showing a hint of resignation. Chisen, this must be the Sunagakure Kunoichi from your mission, right? Even if she's under your supervision, isn't letting her roam freely a bit inappropriate? Hayashi said, his tone strict. As the Hyuga clan's future leader, he believed that captives should act like captives, not stroll through Canoha just because someone was watching over them. I'm keeping an eye on her. Besides, your clan is so large, are you really afraid of being looked at? Tsukikage Chisen said indifferently. Hayashi's expression instantly turned proud, his aura exuding confidence. Of course not. The Hyuga clan cares nothing for the covetous eyes of others. Anyone who dares to challenge us will be met with the might of our gentle fist. Hisashi chuckled and patted his elder brother on the shoulder. Chisen is just messing with you, no need to be so serious. If I'm not mistaken, this is Yi-song, correct? You have Scorch Release, right? Compared to Hayashi, Hisashi was much more approachable. Yes, Scorch Release. But I can't use it right now, I've been sealed, Yi-song admitted as she observed the two men. Her combat experience told her that both were at the Jonin level, their auras incredibly strong. Without her Scorch Release, she wasn't their match at all. Hayashi suddenly activated his Byakugan. Oh? A 5-element seal? Your chakra flow has been completely restricted, Chisen, you really went all out, he remarked. Yi-song was slightly startled, watching as the veins around Hayashi's pale eyes bulged. So this is the Byakugan. It can perceive chakra flow, ***. Hayashi, however, had no patience to explain to her like Tsukikage Chisen did. You're as strict as ever, Hayashi. Alright, I was just giving her a little tour, we'll be heading back now. Let's catch up later at the bathhouse, Tsukikage Chisen said casually. Hayashi nearly tripped at the mention of the bathhouse, looking at Tsukikage Chisen with utter exasperation. Leaving the Hyuga compound, Tsukikage Chisen led Yi-song toward the Uchiha district. Along the way, Yi-song remained silent, deep in thought. She knew very well the power of Kekii Genkai, especially the unique abilities hidden within those special eyes. Suddenly, she realized that she had no idea what Tsukikage Chisen's Kekii Genkai was, so she asked. Tsukikage Chisen, what about you? What's your Kekii Genkai? Hearing this, Tsukikage Chisen stopped in his tracks and smirked playfully. My Kekii Genkai? Take a guess. I'm not guessing. Just tell me, Yi-song urged impatiently. However, in the very next second, her eyes widened in shock. Tsukikage Chisen had vanished right before her eyes, along with his presence. Tsukikage Chisen! Where did you go? Yi-song called out in alarm. I'm right beside you, his voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Startled, Yi-song instinctively jumped to the side. Scared you, didn't I? Tsukikage Chisen laughed triumphantly. This is my Kekii Genkai. It's also how I snuck you out of Sunagakure. As he spoke, he deactivated his Toton, transparency release, reappearing before Yi-song. Yi-song stared at him, her emotions mixed. A Kekii Genkai that granted perfect concealment, not only did it hide his body, but even his chakra signature was erased. No wonder he had been able to approach her undetected. Toton my Kekii Genkai. It allows me to completely conceal myself, no one can see me, not even the Byakugan or Sharingan, Tsukikage Chisen declared confidently. However, his boasting immediately attracted unwanted attention. Oh? Who dares to make such an arrogant claim? A stern voice called out from behind them. The two turned to see two ninja adorned with the Uchiha fan emblem, glaring at them with fury. Great, this is bad, Tsukikage Chisen groaned internally. If he had to say who was the most troublesome person in Canoha, he'd probably say Danzo. But if he had to say who was the most unreasonable, it was definitely the Uchiha. In their eyes, the heavens ranked second, they ranked first, and no one could challenge them. Well, if it isn't Tsukikage Chisen, one of the Uchiha sneered. A mere descendant of a fallen clan dares to challenge the authority of the Uchiha? At this time, the Third Shinobi War had yet to begin, and the Uchiha still held a prestigious position in Canoha, full of arrogance. Uchiha say, Uchiha Mukujin, you two sure have sharp ears. You heard that from so far away? I'm starting to wonder if you've awakened the Sharingan or Sharingan ears, Tsukikage Chisen retorted. You bastard! Are you looking for a fight? I'll show you that the Uchiha's authority isn't something a third-rate ninja like you can challenge. That insult nearly fried Tsukikage Chisen's CPU. On the side, Yi-sung couldn't help but laugh. Tsukikage Chisen is at least a jonin personally promoted by the Hokage, yet in the Uchiha's eyes, he's just a third-rate ninja? Oh, I'm a third-rate ninja, huh? Alright, then I guess I'll have to make you call me daddy today, Tsukikage Chisen said. Knowing that reasoning with an Uchiha was pointless, it was better to let fists do the talking. Humph. Don't say we're ganging up on you, I'll take you on alone. Uchiha Sei declared boldly. Yeah, right, Tsukikage Chisen scoffed. The next second, he activated Totan and vanished from sight. Humph, cheap tricks. Sharingan. Uchiha Sei activated his Sharingan, searching for Tsukikage Chisen's whereabouts. At 17 years old, he had already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. His talent was undeniable. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was someone who lived and breathed stealth. While cloaked in Totan, Tsukikage Chisen calmly walked toward Uchiha Sei. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sei, despite using his Sharingan, couldn't see him at all. Panic crept into his expression. Ha! You dare challenge me with that weak display? Even if Fugaku himself were here, I wouldn't be afraid. And you, his little lackey? Uchiha Mukujin, who had also activated his Sharingan, was equally stunned. He couldn't see Tsukikage Chisen either. Now, if you call me daddy, I'll let you off easy. If not, hee, Tsukikage Chisen's voice echoed menacingly around them. Never. Uchiha Sei and Uchiha Mukujin pressed their backs together defensively. Alright, you asked for it. Tsukikage Chisen leisurely walked up to them and deactivated Totan. Just as they were about to react. Swish. Swish. In an instant, both Uchiha disappeared. Yi-sung's eyes widened in shock. Tsukikage Chisen, where did you send them? Why are they gone? They? Oh, I just sent them somewhere, fitting, Tsukikage Chisen grinned. Forget about going to the Uchiha district, I don't think we'd make it out in one piece. Let's go eat Canoha's best ramen instead. I guarantee it's delicious. With the Uchiha incident behind her, Yi-sung had a general idea of what the Uchiha were like and lost interest in visiting their compound. She followed Tsukikage Chisen to a Chirako ramen, ready to enjoy some food. Just then, Tsukikage Chisen received two notifications. Ding! Detected that the host sent Uchiha Sei and Uchiha Mukujin into the women's bathhouse, causing mass outrage. Reward, +1 physical strength. Ding! Uchiha Sei and Uchiha Mukujin were caught fleeing the bathhouse, instantly becoming infamous. Reward, +1 physical strength. Ha! You think you can mess with me? I'll make sure your names are known throughout the village, ***. Though he was a little disappointed that he couldn't personally witness their humiliation, he made a mental note to gather some material on the incident later. Clenching his fists and feeling his enhanced physique, Tsukikage Chisen was quite pleased. A few days later, Tsukikage Chisen was invited to the Hataki residence. Upon entering, he noted that despite Hataki Tsukumo's legendary status, his home was quite modest, similar in size to the Moonlight clan's house. It made sense, both were from declining clans with few members, so a large house wasn't necessary. Of course, what he didn't know was that Yi-sung was right beside him. So this is the White Fawn's house? Looks pretty ordinary, Yi-sung remarked. TCH, what do you know? True strength doesn't need luxury. Tsukikage Chisen shot back. Yi-sung immediately shut up. Over the past few days, she had realized that no matter what she said, Tsukikage Chisen's sharp tongue would always leave her speechless. She simply couldn't out-talk him. Chisen-sensei, you're here. The one greeting them was Kakashi, who had grown taller since their last meeting. Yo, Kakashi. Sashibori de so, have you been promoted to Chunin yet? Tsukikage Chisen joked while forming a hand seal. Kakashi's instincts screamed danger, and he immediately leaped backward. But he underestimated Tsukikage Chisen's speed. Canoha-style taijutsu secret technique, 1,000 Years of Death. Kakashi. Awoo! With the jutsu successfully landed, Kakashi was sent flying. Ha 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 ha. Kakashi, you're still too green. Even Lord Tsukumo took this attack without flinching, you've got a long way to go. Yi-sung was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell did I just witness? In the main hall, Hataki Tsukumo watched with a broad smile as Tsukikage Chisen squirmed left and right in pain, his mood particularly cheerful. Kakashi, you see? Learn from your father, this 1,000 Years of Death technique is enough to let you dominate the ninja world, Hataki Tsukumo said with a grin. Meanwhile, Tsukikage Chisen was still feeling the lingering pain from his little flower, the sharp sting nearly making him pass out. But he gritted his teeth and endured, staring defiantly at Hatake Tsukumo while thinking to himself, damn, this old man sure knows how to get revenge. Why does the same move feel so different when used on me? On the side, Kakashi clutched his own backside, his face filled with utter speechlessness. What kind of insane cycle is this? Tsukikage Chisen does it to me, then my dad does it to him. Poor little flower, never even had a chance to bloom. Hatake Tsukumo, ignoring his son's misery, turned to Yi-sang and asked with a gentle smile. Yi-sang, how have you been finding life in Canoha these past few days? Yi-sang hesitated for a moment before replying, It's quite prosperous, relatively peaceful, and most importantly, the scenery is beautiful. It's a lot better than the land of wind. She took a sip of the tea Hatake Tsukumo handed her, and her expression showed surprise. This is actually pretty good. That's good to hear. Although we did capture you, if you ever wish to join Canoha, that would be even better. Of course, it's entirely up to you. If you want to return to Gaker, well, I'm afraid that won't be possible, Hatake Tsukumo said warmly. Yi-sang nodded. She understood that Canoha would never let her return easily, so she chose to endure. As a ninja, patience was one of the most crucial qualities. Besides, she had to admit that her days in Canoha had been surprisingly enjoyable. At the Moonlight residence, Ebazame kept her company, chatting about all sorts of interesting things, something she had never experienced in Gaker. Even Tsukikage Chisen would take time to show her around the village. In all these years, these past few days had been the most relaxing she had ever had. Just then, Hatake Tsukumo changed the subject. Chisen, I called you here today because I wanted your opinion on something. Both Tsukikage Chisen and Kakashi looked surprised. My opinion? You must be joking. You're the legendary White Fang of Canoha, Tsukikage Chisen said, clearly skeptical. Hearing this, Yi-sang furrowed her brow slightly. She suddenly realized another trait of Tsukikage Chisen: he was incredibly petty and held grudges. You sure don't let things go easily. What's wrong? Not as calm as you were back in the land of wind? Hatake Tsukumo teased. Alright, I won't keep you guessing. I've already submitted my resignation as the commander of the Anbu. Who knows, maybe I'll end up teaching at the Ninja Academy like you. His words stunned everyone present. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his father. To him, Hatake Tsukumo had always been Konoha's pillar of strength, his idol. He couldn't understand why his father would suddenly make such a decision. Yi-san's pupils shrank sharply. The name White Fang of Canoha was legendary among enemy nations. If the Kage represented the highest combat power of a village, then Hatake Tsukumo was essentially Konoha's second Kage. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Unlike them, Tsukikage Chisen's first thought was, has this guy finally come to his senses? His second thought was, he's not going to die. If Hatake Tsukumo didn't die, Canoha would have two Kage-level powerhouses in the open. This meant that in the upcoming Third Shinobi War, Canoha would be even stronger. In his past life, he had always believed that if Hatake Tsukumo had been around during the war, the Battle of Kikyo Pass, one of Konoha's bloodiest conflicts, might never have happened. But what had caused Hatake Tsukumo to suddenly consider stepping back? To be honest, Chisen, when you forced me into that dilemma back in the Land of Wind, my mind was a complete mess. I didn't know what to choose. I couldn't understand why someone like me, who had never hesitated in the face of thousands of enemies, would suddenly feel conflicted over the choice between my comrades and the mission. After returning, I thought about it a lot. I'm not young anymore. I no longer have the decisiveness I once had. So I chose to semi-retire. Hatake Tsukumo handed a cup of tea to Tsukikage Chisen. For that, I want to thank you. If not for you, I might have made a decision I'd regret for the rest of my life. This truly caught Tsukikage Chisen off guard. He hadn't expected Hatake Tsukumo to say something like that. But the issue Hatake Tsukumo mentioned was the exact same problem that had ultimately led to his downfall in the original timeline. This man, as powerful as he was, had a heart as fragile as glass. As for my resignation, the Hokage has already approved it. Once my successor as Anbu commander takes over, I'll officially step down. After that, I'll just be an ordinary ninja. Teaching at the academy doesn't sound too bad. Hatake Tsukumo's gaze shifted toward his son. Almost 6 years old already. Time passed so quickly. Ha! If you step down, can the Anbu even function? Tsukikage Chisen asked bluntly. Not to brag, but without you around, they're a mess. They might sound impressive, but they're nothing without your leadership. Hatake Tsukumo nodded at that. Then, he suddenly smiled. That's why I recommended you to the Hokage. What? Tsukikage Chisen's eyes widened in shock. You'll be joining the Anbu. Starting from the bottom. Tsukikage Chisen immediately screamed internally. I freaking knew it. The moment I walked in, my right eyelid wouldn't stop twitching. I thought it was because of 1,000 years of death, but it turns out I was being naive, ***. Yi-song looked at Hatake Tsukumo in confusion. This brat? In the Anbu? Kakashi, on the other hand, had a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The Anbu? Can I join too? No, wait, Lord Tsukumo. By your logic, I helped you, I saved you. How could you repay kindness with betrayal? I'm just a regular ninja, okay, fine, I got promoted to Jonin early, but I have almost zero combat ability. I only know how to run away. Putting me in the Anbu is a joke. Tsukikage Chisen was nearly pulling his hair out. What the hell is wrong with my luck lately? Why is everything going wrong? Tsukikage Chisen fell silent. He knew very well that siding with the Hokage meant stepping on someone else's interests, which would inevitably bring trouble. Despite its peaceful and harmonious facade, Canoha had its fair share of schemers lurking beneath the surface. Shimura Danzo, he's probably up to something shady again. He thought to himself with a sigh. Might as well just report my ninja registration number to him directly. When do I report in? Tsukikage Chisen asked. Arrange it as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. If the other faction finds an excuse to make a move, she'll be in danger, Hatake Tsukumo said seriously. Yi-song lowered her head. Beside her, young Kakashi glanced at the older girl in surprise. He hadn't realized she was from Gaker. Internally, he couldn't help but admire his older brother figure. Chisen NII is pretty amazing. He just casually captured a ninja like her, ***. What? Surprised? Tsukikage Chisen grinned at Kakashi. Your big bro here is full of surprises. Then, turning to Kakashi, he said, I heard you signed up for this year's Chunin exams? Kakashi nodded. He had wanted to surprise his father, but clearly, keeping secrets from Hatake Tsukumo was impossible. Good. Striving to improve is a good thing, but don't be careless. There's always someone stronger out there, Hatake Tsukumo advised. Kakashi, however, looked a bit exasperated. Why has my old man suddenly become so talkative? Hey, you do realize Kakashi is only 6, right? A 6-year-old taking the Chunin exams, what more do you want? If young people can't have a little arrogance, are they even young anymore? Tsukikage Chisen couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to defend Kakashi. He knew Kakashi had the skills. If he grew into an elite jonin in the future, he'd surely remember who had his back. You really do look out for him, Hatake Tsukumo chuckled. Actually, if you don't want to join the Anbu, there's another path, you could become a jonin instructor. A jonin instructor? Images of Might Guy, Gunma Shiranui, and other problem children flashed in Tsukikage Chisen's mind. He shuddered. Yeah. I'll pass. They're all walking disasters. Fine, Anbu it is. As long as it wasn't root, he could deal with it. Alright, I'll report to the Hokage tomorrow, Tsukikage Chisen decided. Oh, by the way, Lord Tsukumo, do you have any tips for 1,000 years of death? Why is your version so much more effective than mine? Kakashi's eyes instantly lit up at the question, full of interest. Yi-song, on the other hand, rubbed her temples, sighing internally. Why are all Canoha ninja so weird? How did this village become the #1 ninja village? That night. Back at the Moonlight residence, Tsukikage Chisen watched his baby brother crawling around on the floor and smiled. Hey 8, you better grow up quickly. Big bro is counting on you to make a name for yourself, so I can live the good life. Ebizame and Yi-song rolled their eyes at him. Tsukikage Chisen, are you really going to join the Anbu? Yi-song asked. Though she was from a different village, Gaker had its own Anbu, and she understood their duties well. She couldn't shake the feeling that Tsukikage Chisen wasn't suited for the job. What else can I do? Hand you over? Tsukikage Chisen replied casually. Forget it, it's just the Anbu. I may not be a fighter, but I'm not easy to kill either. As he spoke, he played with his little brother absent-mindedly. Just then, Comei spoke up. Chisen, that girl's emotions just fluctuated. She showed a trace of concern. Tsukikage Chisen froze for a moment. Concern? Asterisk, was she worried about me? Or, asterisk. He fell into contemplation. Eba's aim, however, was much more straightforward. Oh? Yeet-song, your expression looks off. You're not worried about this brat, are you? Her words directly exposed Yeet-song's thoughts. Tsukikage Chisen turned to look at Yeet-song, and sure enough, her face showed a hint of concern. It was obvious. Relax. Even without you, this day was bound to come sooner or later. Our Hokage isn't exactly pure-hearted, he was never going to let me off the hook, Tsukikage Chisen said lightly. Far away in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly sneezed. Asterisk. Either Tsukikage Chisen or Jeriah must be bad-mouthing me again, asterisk. TCH, who's worried about you? Yeet-sang scoffed, quickly looking away. Don't flatter yourself. Tsukikage Chisen and Ebazame exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. The Moonlight residence was filled with cheerful laughter that night. The next day, after waking up, Tsukikage Chisen headed straight for the Hokage's office. Hatake Tsukumo had been right, Yeet-song's status was special. If Danzo got wind of it, she'd be dragged into root in an instant. He hadn't gone through all that trouble capturing her just to have her ruined by that old schemer. Lord Hokage, I'm applying to join the Anbu, Tsukikage Chisen said solemnly. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe and smiled. You've made up your mind? Yes. Good. Come back at this time tomorrow, I'll take you to report in. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and Tsukikage Chisen made his decision final. If he was going to do this, he wouldn't hesitate. His philosophy was simple: if he could avoid fighting, he would. If he needed to run, he'd be the first one out. Leaving the Hokage's office, he didn't head home or to the academy. Instead, he went straight to Orochimaru's residence. Sensei, I'm here. A chilling voice echoed from inside. Oh? So Chisen-kun remembers he has a teacher? You've been back from your mission for days, and you're only now thinking of me? Orochimaru slowly stepped out, gazing at his student. Ahaha, sensei, you know how it is. I had to keep an eye on that Gaker Kunoichi. I only just got some free time to visit you, Tsukikage Chisen quickly explained. Orochimaru smirked. I don't buy it. You're a sly one. Then, his expression darkened slightly. If you're joining the Anbu, behave yourself. Tsukikage Chisen was taken aback. Wait, are you saying the idea of me joining the Anbu wasn't Hatake Tsukumo's? Oof. Without the Anbu, you wouldn't be able to protect that woman, Orochimaru said. Honestly, how do you manage to go on a mission and bring back a woman? If it weren't for the fact that she has a Kekei Genkai, I'd have given you a good beating. Tsukikage Chisen was stunned. So it was Orochimaru who arranged for me to join the Anbu? His perspective on his teacher momentarily shifted. But in the very next second, Orochimaru's next words shattered his thoughts. Make sure to send me 3 vials of her blood. Scorch release, right? A fascinating research subject. A Kekei Genkai like that should be properly studied. Asterisk, yep. Orochimaru is still the same old research-obsessed Orochimaru, asterisk. Tsukikage Chisen stood quietly, listening intently as Orochimaru eyed him with satisfaction. I heard you used the 5-element seal on that kunoichi? Looks like you've already finished studying the sealing scrolls I gave you, Orochimaru said approvingly. He had always admired Tsukikage Chisen's ability to learn quickly. No matter what jutsu he was taught, he mastered it at an astonishing pace. The only regret was that he had absolutely no talent for scientific research, which Orochimaru found disappointing. By the way, sensei, can you tell me more about Danzo? Tsukikage Chisen asked seriously. He knew that if there was anyone in Canoha who understood Shimura Danzo best, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen. But he couldn't just ask the Hokage directly, so he had to get his answers from Orochimaru instead. So Hatake Tsukumo told you about him, didn't he? Orochimaru sneered. Since you already know, I'll give you a brief explanation. Canoha isn't just made up of the visible ninja forces and the Anbu, there's another faction known as Root. Their leader is Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru's expression turned cold. I won't tell you too much about him. Just remember this: avoid dealing with him whenever possible. It won't do you any good. Tsukikage Chisen noticed the look in Orochimaru's eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. It was clear that his teacher had had some dealings with Danzo before. That meant he himself would need to tread carefully in the future. Right now, he still had Orochimaru's protection, but once his teacher defected from the village, things would get dangerous for him. Alright, if you have nothing else, go back. The jutsu I've taught you should be enough for now. And don't forget, bring me that blood sample as soon as possible, Orochimaru said, dismissing him. Sensei, I've been feeling particularly sharp-minded lately. I think I can finally contribute to your research. Maybe we should give it another try? Tsukikage Chisen suddenly said, his face full of confidence. Orochimaru glanced at him skeptically. Really? Absolutely. Tsukikage Chisen declared firmly. If that's the case, then it's a good thing. Fine. Start by dissecting this frog. If you pass, I'll give you another chance, Orochimaru said. Understood. I won't let you down, sensei. Internally, Tsukikage Chisen was grinning. He wasn't particularly thrilled about dissecting frogs, but if it meant getting back into Orochimaru's lab, he was willing to endure it. The truth was, he wasn't completely clueless about dissection. His real goal was to access Orochimaru's research data. Last time, he had only managed to steal some medical supplies before being caught. This time, he had to be more patient. He couldn't make any rash moves until he got his hands on something truly valuable. Damn, that Kusanagi sword was amazing. Too bad I don't know Kenjutsu. I should find a chance to ask Hatake Tsukumo to teach me the Hatake sword style. Lost in thought, he methodically dissected the frog. Soon, it lay in pieces before him. Sensei, I'm done, Tsukikage Chisen reported. Orochimaru glanced at the dissected frog and gave a small nod. Though the results weren't perfect, they were a significant improvement from before. It seemed that this kid was finally taking research seriously. That kind of dedication was valuable. Moreover, his Kekkei Genkai and unique abilities might prove useful for future experiments. Thus, Tsukikage Chisen was granted access to Orochimaru's laboratory once more. This time, the room was filled with even more culture vessels. One glance, and Tsukikage Chisen immediately recognized what they were: experiments involving the cells of the first Hokage. He suppressed his excitement, reminding himself to stay calm. Hokage's office. What? The Anbu? Shimura Danzo roared in anger. Hiruzen! I told you that boy should have been given to me. He had come to the Hokage's office with the intention of transferring Yitsong to Root. To him, a captive like her could be a valuable asset in the future, both against Tsunagakure and for his own ambitions. The Root division specialized in powerful sealing techniques. He was confident that he could brainwash Yitsong and turn her into one of his loyal subordinates. After all, joining Root meant becoming part of Canoha. But now, he had just learned that Tsukikage Chisen had joined the Hokage's direct Anbu forces and was responsible for guarding Yitsong. This completely shattered his plans. How could he not be furious? Danzo, watch your tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen said sternly. Tsukikage Chisen is a jonin of the village, and now he's an Anbu member. Yitsong was captured by him, so it's only right that he be responsible for her. As for her fate, that will depend on her own choices. If a Kekkei Genkai ninja like her is willing to join Canoha, there's no reason to refuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with confidence. Seeing Danzo frustrated only made him more pleased with himself. Ha! You always try to trip me up. This time, you failed. But what about the intelligence? Don't forget, she's a Tsunagakure ninja. The information she holds is what's most important. My root forces can extract all the intel we need from her mind. Danzo argued, still unwilling to give up. But Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't about to let him have his way. In his eyes, now that Yitsong had entered Canoha, she was already one of them. It was just a matter of time before she fully integrated. Besides, with Tsukikage Chisen overseeing her, he was confident that she would eventually side with Canoha. Most importantly, if she was brought in by Tsukikage Chisen, she would stand with the Hokage's faction, leaving no openings for Danzo to exploit. No need, Sarutobi Hiruzen said dismissively. We already obtained all the necessary intelligence from her on the first day of her capture. Here, take a look. He casually pulled out a report containing detailed information on Tsunagakure. Another victory for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, on the other hand, was left speechless with rage. His only response was a deep, resonating harumph that shook the walls before he turned and stormed out. Watching him leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh. Danzo, I win this round. Ha ha ha. Once the laughter faded, his expression grew serious. The war is coming. With Gaker and Gaker's plans now uncovered, the next step was to formulate countermeasures. As for Gaker, Anoki, let's see how our strategies play out this time. In the past few days, Chisen had been living quite comfortably. Whenever he had free time, he would head to Orochimaru's lab. He had to admit, when it came to jutsu development in various research fields, Orochimaru's talent was truly extraordinary. Sensei, I don't quite understand. Can bloodlines really be artificially created? Chisen asked while secretly thinking, of course they can, just look at Yamato. That's precisely the subject of my current research, Orochimaru replied, his golden eyes gleaming with excitement. If we can artificially create Kekii Genkai, then theoretically, we could replicate powerful bloodlines at will. This could lead to breakthroughs not only in genetic manipulation but also in the study of immortality. His voice carried an almost obsessive fascination with the possibilities. Over the past few days, Orochimaru had fully accepted Chisen's presence in his lab. Despite being a complete novice in scientific research, Chisen's diligence and effort greatly pleased Orochimaru. Unlike before, when he had been reckless and impatient, this time, Chisen approached the work with much more steadiness. Though his learning progress was still slow, he was at least useful as an assistant. The road of scientific research was lonely and tedious. Having a disciple alongside him wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Just then, a voice called from outside the lab. Orochimaru-sama, the Hokage has summoned you and Chisen. Orochimaru's brows furrowed slightly, while Chisen instinctively stepped toward the door. Seeing the masked Anbu waiting outside, he immediately understood something must have happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come directly to summon Orochimaru. We'll be there shortly, Orochimaru said as he stood up. Did the Hokage mention what this is about? The Anbu hesitated for a moment before replying, it concerns Iwagakure. Chisen nodded, already piecing things together in his mind. Just great, first we deal with Gaker and Gaker, and now Iwagakure wants in on the mess too. This three-way siege is seriously annoying, Let's go, Chisen-kun, Orochimaru said. Having overheard the conversation, he put down his work without hesitation and followed the Anbu alongside Chisen toward the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. The atmosphere inside was unusually heavy. Orochimaru, you're here, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted, nodding slightly. Orochimaru gave his usual reserved response, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind. He was well aware of his student's personality. The latest intelligence from the front lines reports that Iwagakure has dispatched a large number of ninja into the land of grass. Leading them is Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over a bloodstained scroll. Clearly, this information had been obtained at great cost, likely at the expense of the intelligence operatives' lives. A Jinchuriki? If I remember correctly, Iwagakure only had the Four Tails before this. They didn't have a Five Tails, Orochimaru noted, recalling details from the Second Shinobi War. That's precisely why I called you here. The situation has changed. Iwagakure now has a new Five Tails Jinchuriki, and he has already begun to harness its power. As for why they've entered the land of grass, I don't think I need to spell it out, Sarutobi Hiruzen said gravely. Jinchuriki could play a decisive role in the outcome of a war. Chisen silently analyzed the situation. He was certain there was more to this meeting than just Iwagakure's movements. And judging by Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, he had a strong hunch that this was related to the Nine Tails. Sure enough, his guess was confirmed in the next moment. Orochimaru, I need your assistance. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone became even more serious. Lady Mito's body can no longer hold on. We must ensure the continued existence of the Nine Tails in Canoha. Only with its presence can we maintain deterrence over other nations. There it was, the transition of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was imminent. The new host was decided long ago, wasn't it? Kushina Uzumaki, another member of the Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru remarked, unfazed. He had anticipated this long before. If even Chisen had figured it out, how could someone like Orochimaru not have seen it coming? Yes, it's her, Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed. But you understand how important this process is. In Canoha, aside from Lady Mito, only you, Jeriah, and I have extensive knowledge of sealing techniques. Jeriah isn't in the village right now, so the only ones who can ensure the success of this transition are you and me." As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze toward Tsukikage Chisen. "Chisen, I called you here for the same reason. As Orochimaru's student, I've seen your proficiency in sealing techniques like the 5 elements seal you used on Yi Tsung. For this 9-tail sealing mission, you'll be participating as well. You will be working alongside Namake's Minato. Jeriah trained him in sealing techniques, so he will also be assisting." Ah, of course Minato is involved. Well, it makes sense after all, the 9-tails Jinchuriki is his future wife. "I'll follow your orders, Hokage-sama, but I doubt I'll be much help," Tsukikage Chisen replied humbly. Internally, however, he was smiling. Asterisk with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru present, there's no way anything will go wrong. And don't forget, the Uzumaki clan has a built-in cheat code, the adamantine sealing chains. Even the 9-tails can't break free from that asterisk. But something was bothering him. Asterisk in the original timeline, this process was supposed to be highly secretive. Why are so many people being involved this time, asterisk? Don't underestimate yourself. You've grown rapidly, and it won't be long before you become an elite jonin. Tsukumo has high hopes for you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said encouragingly. Alright, we'll notify you of the exact time later. In the meantime, prepare yourselves. This mission is critical, there can be no mistakes. Orochimaru and Tsukikage Chisen nodded before leaving the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, at Uzumaki Nito's residence. After seeing them off, Sarutobi Hiruzen made his way to Uzumaki Nito's home. "Lady Nito, as you requested, I've informed them," he reported. Thank you, monkey," Uzumaki Nito said with a gentle smile. "But Lady Nito, I don't understand. The 9-tails transition could have been handled in secret. Why involve them?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, genuinely curious. "This was a decision Kushina and I made together," Mito explained. "She chose Namake's Minato as her protector. As for me, I chose Tsukikage Chisen not for his strength, but to confirm something." Her eyes glowed with a motherly warmth. "As for Orochimaru, since Tsukikage Chisen is his student, having him there is an extra layer of security." She then shifted the conversation. "Monkey, I hear the other villages are stirring again?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his expression turning grim. "Rest assured, Lady Nito. As long as I am here, Canoha will not fall." "That's good to hear," she said softly. "Now, leave me be. I am tired. Let me have some peace." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the first Hokage's wife, a woman who had devoted her life to Canoha. She had been its first Jinchuriki, bearing the burden of controlling the 9-tails for decades. Her sacrifice and dedication commanded his deepest respect. **** Back in Orochimaru's lab, Tsukikage Chisen found himself deep in thought. ***. The 9-tails, the most powerful of all the tailed beasts, yet time and time again, it had been manipulated by the Uchiha clan. How pathetic. Humph. What's so great about that stupid fox? Can it fly? Can it spit paralyzing powder? Chisen, listen to me, even if Kurama were standing right here, I wouldn't even look at him. I'm way more impressive. If he tries to chase me, I'll just keep flying. What can he do about it?" Comei's voice suddenly rang in his head, full of disdain and jealousy. "Ha, relax, Comei. Who cares how strong the 9-tails is? As long as we're having fun, that's what matters. By the way, how's the latest batch of bugs you've been catching?" Tsukikage Chisen had no reason to be envious of the 9-tails. To him, it was just a cranky old fox with a bad temper. Probably the only person who could put up with it was Naruto and his ultimate talk no jutsu. Comei, on the other hand, was a great companion, someone he could joke around with. I was just venting. Lately, the bugs I've caught have been fat and juicy, delicious. I have to say, Chisen, you really are a man of many talents. Even bug farming is something you excel at. Aside from combat, Tsukikage Chisen seemed to be good at almost everything else. Raising bugs was just a minor skill among many. While he and Comei were chatting, Orochimaru suddenly spoke up. "Chisen-kun, what are your thoughts on the tailed beasts?" Both Tsukikage Chisen and Comei were momentarily stunned. Thoughts on tailed beasts? What kind of question is that? Should I be looking at them from a standing position, or maybe sitting down? I don't have any particularly strong opinions, Tsukikage Chisen answered carefully. Tailed beasts are powerful, but mastering their power is incredibly difficult. If someone can't control their tailed beast, even if they're a Jinchuriki, they won't last long, let alone be effective in battle. Orochimaru nodded, seeming satisfied with the answer. In my view, tailed beasts are nothing more than external forces. And external forces are unreliable. Only the power you truly master yourself is absolutely dependable. Like your Kekii Genkai and your Flying Thunder God technique. They may not seem as overwhelming as a tailed beast at first glance, but their potential is limitless. Orochimaru's words made a lot of sense, and Tsukikage Chisen silently agreed. Take Namake's Minato, for example. He single-handedly surpassed Orochimaru and became the Hokage, all thanks to his mastery of the Flying Thunder God. He could even teleport tailed beast bombs away. That ability was so overpowered it was ridiculous. Even now, Tsukikage Chisen couldn't wrap his head around how Minato managed to redirect a tailed beast bomb. The sheer amount of chakra that must have required, it was terrifying to think about. And Minato wasn't even a Jinchuriki. His chakra reserves had to be absolutely monstrous. Not to mention Naruto later on, his Uzumaki lineage gave him absurd amounts of chakra. Otherwise, how could a kid casually create hundreds of shadow clones from day one? Even if Tobirama Senju were alive, he probably wouldn't understand how Naruto pulled off such feats. Alright, I doubt we'll play a major role in the Ninetales transition. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are unrivaled in the ninja world. When it comes to sealing techniques, no one compares to them. Let's get back to our experiments, Chisen-kun. Orochimaru's words made sense to Tsukikage Chisen. With two Uzumaki present, there was no real need for them to be involved. But then, why were they still being called in for the process? That was what felt off. Land of Grass, Iwagakure's encampment. Han, are you alright? An Iwagakure Jonin looked at the tall, armored man before him with concern. I'm fine. The Five Tails is relatively calm. This armor was personally crafted by the Tsukikage. It effectively suppresses the tailed beast's power, Han replied as he stood up. At over 2 meters tall, Han emitted an overwhelming sense of pressure. His red armor only made him more striking. He was Iwagakure's Five Tails Jinchuriki. Thanks to his immense willpower and the specially designed armor, he had successfully suppressed the tailed beast's influence and had become one of Iwagakure's strongest assets. As expected, Han is still as dependable as ever. The Jonin looked at Han with admiration. Before becoming a Jinchuriki, Han had already been a formidable ninja. His incredible endurance and iron will allow him to control the Five Tails better than most Jinchuriki could control their own beasts. This mission is to establish a defensive line in the Land of Grass as a staging ground for our attack on Canoha. Once our supplies are in place, we'll begin the operation. Iwagakure's ambitions were crystal clear. They were preparing for war. 8 days later, Canoha. After a long wait, the summons finally arrived. A masked Anbu knocked on Orochimaru's door. Orochimaru-sama, the Hokage requests your and Tsukikage Chisen's presence. Orochimaru and Tsukikage Chisen exchanged glances. It's time, the Ninetales transition is happening. Canoha, secluded house outside the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen had arranged for a special location for the transition process. Inside the house, those present included Hiruzen, Biwako Sarutobi, Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina, and Namake's Minato. Mito-sama. Kushina, don't worry. Just remember what I told you, you need to fill it with love. If you can do that, then even as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, you can still find happiness. As she spoke, Mito's gaze naturally drifted toward the golden-haired young man beside Kushina. Minato, catching her look, immediately blushed. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Mito-sama, I promise I will take good care of Kushina. You can rest easy. Kushina, already teary-eyed, was moved by Minato's words and began crying outright. Just then, 2 figures landed outside the house. Orochimaru and Tsukikage Chisen have arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the door to welcome them. All preparations are complete, Mito-sama. We can begin whenever you're ready. Unexpectedly, Mito shook her head. No rush, monkey. Take them outside for a moment. Then, she looked directly at Tsukikage Chisen. Tsukikage Chisen, come in alone. All eyes turned toward Tsukikage Chisen. Suddenly, he felt enormous pressure. What the why me? I'm just a regular ninja. No, correction, I'm a ninja who just wants to slack off, Well, since Lady Mito has spoken, Chisen, go on in, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Given Mito's status, being the wife of the first Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for decades, there was no way Hiruzen would refuse her request. Soon, everyone else left the room, leaving Tsukikage Chisen alone with Uzumaki Mito. Mito looked at him and chuckled softly. He. At first, I thought my senses were mistaken. But it turns out Canoha still has someone like you, a perfect Jinchuriki. Because of a single remark from Mito, Moonlight Qianshan's heart was already in turmoil. However, having lived 2 lives, his mindset was exceptionally steady. He quickly suppressed his emotions and responded with extreme calmness. Mito-sama, what are you talking about? Jinchuriki? Me? How could that be possible? Mito looked at the young boy before her with a smile. Though he was only in his early teens, he was already capable of hiding his thoughts so skillfully, it was truly a rare talent. Kid, I have lived to this age, and deceiving an old woman is not a good thing, you know. This room has been sealed with a barrier. No sound can escape, so you can rest assured. After all, I am the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Though I have never used its power, its influence has always been there. It has given me the ability to sense malice, as well as the ability to recognize my own kind. The chakra of the Nine Tails is extremely unique, vast and filled with a distinct power. My perception does not lie. You have a tailed beast inside you. Moonlight Qianshan's heart sank, damn it. No wonder she called him here, she was lying in wait for him. What should he do? What should he do? If Mito were to reveal that he was a Jinchuriki, everything would be over. No, not everything. At worst, he would be imprisoned? Impossible. If they thought they could imprison him, what a joke. Did they think his flying thunder god technique was just for show? Just as Moonlight Qianshan's thoughts were running wild, Mito chuckled softly. Alright, kid, stop overthinking. I have no intention of exposing the fact that you're hiding a tailed beast. A person with no malice in their heart would not do anything to harm the village that raised them. I am not interested in how you obtained your tailed beast or which one it is. The only thing I care about is you, Moonlight Qianshan. At this point, Mito let out a small sigh. Her next words made Moonlight Qianshan's heart tremble, and even Comei inside him stirred. For a long time, I have believed that tailed beasts are not inherently evil. So, even though the Nine Tails is filled with malice, I have always wanted to purify it with love. I have spent the latter half of my life resisting the Nine Tails. At one point, I thought I had chosen the wrong path, but now I see that I was not mistaken. You have shown me, through your actions, that not everyone passively accepts their tailed beast. There are those who embrace them with love, who open their hearts to them. Moonlight Qianshan, thank you, for allowing me to witness a moment of true harmony between humans and tailed beasts. As she finished speaking, Mito, who was leaning against the bed, slightly bowed toward Moonlight Qianshan. Mito-sama, what are you doing? Moonlight Qianshan quickly sidestepped, not daring to accept such a gesture. Though he was carefree by nature, he still understood proper etiquette. The elderly woman before him had dedicated her life to Canoha and to peace, despite all the hardships she had endured. If possible, can you tell me which tailed beast resides within you? Of course, you don't have to. After all, this is your secret. But no matter what, I ask that in the future, you take care of Kushina. She may seem strong, but in the end, she is still just a girl. Namake's Minato is indeed extraordinarily talented, and he has deep feelings for Kushina, but he is not a Jinchuriki, he cannot understand the struggles of one. Your presence is very important to her. Hearing the old woman's request, Moonlight Qianshan felt a wave of emotions surge within him. Even as she was nearing the end of her life, she was still thinking about the next generation. How could he refuse? With a sigh, he nodded. Seeing his agreement, Mito smiled with relief. Don't worry, once the Nine Tails is passed on, I will leave this world. Your secret will go with me. Alright, you may leave. Thank you, child. With that, Mito withdrew her gaze, quietly awaiting her final moment. Moonlight Qianshan turned and walked to the door, but just as he was about to open it, his hand stopped. The companion inside me. The Seven Tails. Its name is Comei. With those words, Moonlight Qianshan pushed the door open and stepped out. Mito's entire body trembled slightly, and then she smiled faintly, murmuring. So, tailed beasts have names too. What a pity. Qianshan-kun. You're out. Kushina, what did Mito-sama say to you? As soon as Moonlight Qianshan came out, Kushina was the first to rush up to him and ask. Looking at the girl before him, Moonlight Shinshan smiled slightly. Mito-sama asked me to stay by your side. She said she understands how difficult the path of a Jinchuriki is. Minato and I are your friends, and she wants me to make sure you don't let the Nine Tails affect the love in your heart. Hearing this, Minato chuckled softly. Because Mito-sama had just said the same thing to him. Kushina, I told you, Mito-sama would definitely ask Shinshan to watch over you. At that moment, Moonlight Shinshan was slightly stunned before turning to glance at the wooden house behind him. Mito-sama. You even considered this? Afraid they would be suspicious, you specifically called Minato to act as a cover? Sigh, as expected, anyone who survived the Warring States period was truly a wise person. Minato, you too? Might as well go all in, since Uzumaki Mito had already covered for him, there was no reason not to play along. Kushina, don't worry. We will always be your friends. Hearing this, Kushina's eyes turned red once again. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been standing nearby, let out a sigh, but for the sake of the greater good, he still stepped forward. Kushina, it's time. Remember Mito-sama's expectations of you. Kushina wiped her reddened eyes and nodded firmly. Then, with a determined expression, she walked toward the wooden house. The Nine Tails transfer ceremony officially began. The process proceeded smoothly, without any major complications. With Mito-sama's passing, Kushina successfully became the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The sealing technique used was the four symbols seal. Thus, Kushina became the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. That night, back at home, Moonlight Shinshan sat on the rooftop, gazing at the night sky. Suddenly, Comei's voice rang out. Shinshan kid. Thank you. Comei, are you scared of the Nine Tails? Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Damn you, Shinshan. I was just moved by that woman's words, that's all. Love, huh? I wonder if Kurama will ever experience that so-called love. Although tailed beasts often fought, they all originated from the same source and shared a bond. Ha ha ha, he will. That fox, he will definitely experience love. Just like how I have you, Comei. I will love you too. Comei. Forget it. I don't need your love. I have better taste. You're too ugly. Moonlight Shinshan, you. Since Kushina took on the role of Jinchuriki, 2 months had already passed. Her missions outside the village had been completely cancelled, and she was no longer required to carry out any tasks. Instead, she received a fixed stipend every month. She understood the reason behind this arrangement, yet she had no choice in the matter. After all, her status was now different from before. As the Jinchuriki of the Land of Fire, this was something she had to endure. Fortunately, with Namake's Minato and Moonlight Shinshan by her side, she didn't feel too lonely. Inside Moonlight Shinshan's home. Pakora, is Gaker fun? I've never seen a desert before. What's it like? If everything is covered in sand, how does your village survive? Don't you run out of water? Kushina and Pakora sat together, sipping tea and enjoying some sweets. What's so great about sand? Compared to Canoha, it's far inferior. But there is an underground river beneath Gaker, you know. So, Gaker isn't short on water. It only took a day for Pakora and Kushina to go from strangers to friends. After all, in a way, their situations were quite similar. One was restricted from leaving the village, and the other was also confined within her own village. Their circumstances weren't exactly identical, but they were eerily close. When Pakora learned that the girl in front of her was a Jinchuriki, she was genuinely shocked. Likewise, when Kushina found out that Pakora was a Gaker ninja and that she had been captured and brought here by Moonlight Shinshan, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Thus, after a day of exchanging thoughts and experiences, the two successfully became friends. So, that bastard Moonlight Shinshan ran off to his teacher again? Yeah, he said he's working on some kind of research. He's being all secretive about it, making it impossible to figure out what he's up to. Pakora complained about Moonlight Shinshan with clear annoyance, thinking to herself, he promised to show her around Canoha, yet after just 3 days of enthusiasm, he completely disappeared. Men are so unreliable. Minato also said he'd keep me company, but the moment I looked away, he ran off on a mission. Pakora, why don't we go shopping? Kushina wasn't the type to sit still. Asking her to stay in one place quietly was almost like asking for the impossible. Just the two of us? Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Considering my identity. Pakora also wanted to go out and see the world, but her status was too special. She didn't want to cause trouble for Moonlight Qianshan. After all, the only reason she could stay here safely was because Qianshan had taken on an ANBU position. Ah, come on. We may not be allowed to leave the village, but just strolling around inside shouldn't be a problem, right? Under Kushina's persistent persuasion, Pakora finally gave in and agreed. And so, the two of them stepped into the village and began their leisurely outing. Meanwhile, inside Orochimaru's laboratory. Subarashii. Qianshan-kun, your idea is absolutely correct. It is common for ninjas to possess multiple chakra natures, but why don't they naturally develop Kekei Genkai? It's because their blood lacks the guiding factors necessary. If we can artificially induce the fusion of these elements, we might be able to create new chakra natures. What a pity. Though both you and Pakora have fascinating bloodlines, they are not sufficient to support this research. While your blood contains power, the amount is too small. Additionally, its vitality has significantly decreased. Sigh, what a shame. Over the past 2 months, Orochimaru had been conducting an in-depth analysis of Kekei Genkai with Moonlight Qianshan, hoping to artificially create such abilities. Although the research had made some progress, they lacked sufficient materials to further their exploration. At this moment, Moonlight Qianshan's face was somewhat pale. Over the past 2 months, Orochimaru had been drawing his blood every few days. He felt like a walking blood bank at this point, yet even with all the blood he had contributed, it was still not enough to sustain Orochimaru's research. That was why Orochimaru had just sighed in disappointment. Sensei. You've already made incredible progress. I bet no one else in the entire ninja world has gotten this far. But, Sensei, can you stop drawing my blood? I feel like I'm about to become anemic. Orochimaru glanced at his disciple's pale face and smiled slightly. Qianshan-kun, stop pretending. Even though I draw a few vials of blood from you every few days, I've been giving you blood-replenishing medicine without fail. With your constitution, you won't become anemic. If you want a reward, just say it. Considering how much you've cooperated with my research, I might grant your request. Since the experiment had made progress, Orochimaru was in an exceptionally good mood. The moment he heard the word reward, Moonlight Qianshan's complexion immediately turned rosy. This was a technique he had developed by extending the principles of the 8 gates. By opening the first gate, he could increase his chakra flow and forcibly control the circulation of blood in his face. It had to be said that this guy was certainly talented in developing ninjutsu, though his research direction was always somewhat unconventional. Sensei, I think you have a real knack for mechanical research. Could you make me a suit of armor? Nothing too exaggerated, just something that can shoot fire and discharge electricity. Orochimaru. Do you even hear yourself? Armor? That can shoot fire? That can discharge electricity? Why don't you just ask for something that can fly while you're at it? Moonlight Qianshan, oops, my bad. I can already fly. Qianshan-kun, I think you're getting too comfortable. How about I spar with you? I wouldn't want your skills to decline after 2 months of no training. Seeing the dangerous glint in Orochimaru's eyes, Moonlight Qianshan shuddered. Damn it, if he won't do it, fine. But why does he have to get violent? Sensei, the sun is still up. I think I'll go take a bath instead of bothering you with your research. I'm leaving now. With a swift activation of the Flying Thunder God technique, Moonlight Qianshan vanished from Orochimaru's sight in an instant. Watching his student flee, Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle. Looks like I'll need to set up a barrier here next time. Flying Thunder God, huh? On the Hokage Rock. Escaping from the lab, Moonlight Qianshan sat on the Hokage Rock, gazing down at the village and muttering to himself. Humph. My teacher is so stingy. It's just a suit of armor, is it really that hard? Forget it. I guess he hasn't reached that level of mechanical research yet. Sigh, 2 months and I haven't increased my attributes at all. How frustrating. It's time to return to my old ways. Ha! Those two. Suddenly, Moonlight Qianshan activated bug vision and looked down at the shopping district. When he saw who it was, his eyes widened in surprise. They actually went out? This Kushina. It's one thing for her to sneak out, but she actually brought Pakora along too? But in the next second, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Ha! This is a great opportunity. Now, how should I go about this without anyone noticing? It didn't take long for Moonlight Shinshan's scheming mind to come up with the perfect prank. The next moment, his figure vanished from the Hokage rock. He roughly estimated the walking speed of Pakora and Kushina, then activated transparent release and appeared outside a shop not far from them. He stepped inside. "Comei, lend me some phosphorus powder." What do you need that for? Don't ask so many questions. Just tell me, do you want to see a good show? I do. Here, take it. Comei had been completely led astray by Moonlight Shinshan. The moment he heard about a prank, he got more excited than anyone. As Comei's chakra surged into his body, a sly grin appeared on Shinshan's face. This was a traditional medicine shop, with shelves full of various herbs. The shopkeeper was busy at the counter when, out of nowhere, a cloud of phosphorus powder was thrown into his face. The next second, the shopkeeper collapsed into a deep sleep. "Comei, how long will he be out?" "I'd say about a day." "Good. That works." Once the shopkeeper was unconscious, Moonlight Shinshan dispelled transparent release, swiftly dragged the man into the back room, and cast a transformation jutsu to take on his appearance. Except, this shopkeeper looked a bit mischievous. Then, he patiently prepared to welcome Pakora and Kushina. "Shinshan, how are you so sure they'll come to this shop?" "Instinct. My instinct tells me they won't." "Then your instinct is wrong." Comei was speechless. He quietly waited for Moonlight Shinshan to begin his performance, thinking to himself, if they don't show up, I'm going to nag you to death. Little did he know, Pakora and Kushina had already spotted the medicine shop ahead. "Pakora, do you know how to make soldier pills?" "What for?" "To eat, of course. Look, we can't leave the village, but we can still make things ourselves. Once we finish, I'll give some to Minato, and you can give some to Shinshan. What do you think?" Pakora was speechless. She reached out and poked Kushina's forehead with her finger, scolding her. "You really can't sit still, can you? And why do I have to make them for Moonlight Shinshan? Don't forget, he's the one who abducted me. If not for him, I'd still be an elite jonin of Gaker." Kushina grinned and scoffed. "Pakora, stop pretending. If you really wanted to go back to Gaker, you would have tried to escape by now. But you haven't not even 1 star. That means there's nothing in Gaker keeping you there. If that's the case, you might as well stay in Canoha." Pakora's heart clenched. At first, she truly had wanted to escape back to Gaker. But after spending months here, she had felt an entirely different atmosphere from her home village. Ebisu, Kushina, and even Moonlight Shinshan, they had gradually dispelled the loneliness in her heart. At some point, Pakora had forced herself to forget her identity as a Gaker ninja. She preferred living as an ordinary person. "Alright, Pakora, let's go. The medicine shop is right ahead. We'll buy some ingredients for the soldier pills." Kushina tugged at her hand, eager to go inside, but Pakora hesitated. "Even if we're making soldier pills, we don't need a medicine shop." "Kushina, I know the recipe for soldier pills." As everyone knew, soldier pills were an essential supply for ninjas, helping to restore chakra and provide sustenance, like compressed rations. The standard recipe included 1 tablespoon of cocoa powder, 1 tablespoon of vegetable juice, preferably green, 6 small bean snacks, about 10 g, 8 small crackers, about 20 g, 10 mixed nuts, about 15 g, 2 teaspoons of sesame seeds, a pinch of 7-spice chili powder, and 25 raisins. Note, this recipe is from the Book of Soldiers. Pakora, of course I know how to make them. But think about it, we're making these ourselves, how can we make them plain? To boost their nutritional value, we have to add some medicinal herbs. Come on. With that, Kushina pulled Pakora into the shop. Seeing the 2 girls enter, Comei was stunned. "Holy crap, Shinshan, you're amazing." Moonlight Shinshan laughed smugly in his mind. This is nothing. Nothing at all, Welcome, dear customers. What can I get for you? We have all kinds of medicinal herbs, whatever you need, we've got it. Moonlight Shinshan, in full acting mode, perfectly imitated an enthusiastic shopkeeper. Pakora eyed the shopkeeper warily. Something felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Meanwhile, Kushina had already started asking about the ingredients for soldier pills. "Shopkeeper, I want to make soldier pills. Are there any herbs that can enhance their effects without causing harm?" "Oh. Soldier pills, **. Ha ha ha, Minato, my dear friend, you're in for a treat. Moonlight Shinshan almost burst out laughing. He knew Kushina was making these for Namake's Minato. Perfect. This trip wasn't wasted at all. The thought of teaming up with Kushina to prank Minato made him giddy with excitement. Oh, soldier pills, you say? Yes, let me see. When adding herbs to soldier pills, you must be careful, never exceed 3 types. If you want to enhance their effects, I recommend fire hemp seeds, Chinese arborvitae kernels, and apricot kernels. These 3 are very mild and perfect for making soldier pills. Even if Hatake Tsukumo himself came, he wouldn't suspect a thing. Hearing this, Kushina immediately ordered 5 pounds of each. Moonlight Shinshan nearly choked from holding back laughter. 5 pounds? Minato, my friend, you're in for a feast, ***. That's too much. Will we even use all of it? Pakora thought the quantity was excessive and suggested buying less. But Moonlight Shinshan wouldn't let her ruin his plan. Don't worry. These herbs are very mild, so even if you use a little extra, it won't be a problem. But remember, don't use all 5 pounds at once. Even the Hokage wouldn't be able to handle that. For a single batch, just use 1 pound. 5 pounds will last you a long time. Acting on his moral conscience, Moonlight Shinshan kindly advised them. Kushina, touched by his kindness, praised the shopkeeper as a good man. A good man, pfft, Moonlight Shinshan almost lost it. Inside him, Comei was already rolling with laughter. The thought of Minato eating soldier pills laced with 3 powerful laxatives and at a 1 pound dosage was too much. Minato, don't thank me. This is all for your own good, courtesy of Kushina. Fun fact: fire hemp seeds, Chinese arborvitae kernels, and apricot kernels all have laxative properties. Just as Tsukikage Chisen struggled to suppress his laughter and handed the bag full of medicinal herbs to Kushina, another person suddenly walked into the shop. Kushina, you're here too, Sashirbi Yurida Ini. Mikoto-chan. It's been so long since you last came to see me. This sudden conversation made Tsukikage Chisen freeze for a moment. However, when he heard the name Mikoto, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Mikoto? Uchiha Mikoto? Isn't that the future wife of Fugaku? Doing a quick mental calculation, these two should be getting together soon, right? But he wasn't sure if the whole confession incident involving Namake's Minato and Uchiha Fugaku had any lasting effects. Hopefully, it didn't mess things up to the point where Itachi and Sasuke ceased to exist. Ah, it's all because of that Tsukikage Chisen and Namake's Minato. Tsukikage Chisen, huh? Kushina, Humph. It's all Tsukikage Chisen's fault. Because of those two, Fugaku has been acting totally deranged these past few days. He's been sharpening his sword every day, muttering about cutting down Namake's Minato and Tsukikage Chisen to prove his innocence. Hearing this, Pakora immediately became interested. As expected, women have a strong sense of curiosity when it comes to gossip. She quickly leaned in, her face full of intrigue. And who is this? Oh, Mikoto, let me introduce you. This is Pakora, my dear older sister. Uchiha Mikoto quickly greeted Pakora with a respectful bow, and Pakora helped her up. Please, continue. What exactly happened between this? Fugaku and Tsukikage Chisen and Namake's Minato? Mikoto looked a little puzzled. This incident had caused quite a stir. How could this older sister not know about it? Kushina quickly stepped in to explain. Pakora has been out on missions all this time and just returned to the village recently. She doesn't know about it yet. Uchiha Mikoto immediately showed an expression of understanding. Humph, it's all because of that Tsukikage Chisen forcing Namake's Minato to confess to Fugaku. Confess? Yes. Apparently, Minato lost a bet with Tsukikage Chisen, and as punishment, he had to confess to Fugaku. Ugh! How could they use something like that as a wager? The more Mikoto spoke, the angrier she became. She was practically turning into a red-hot chili pepper. Meanwhile, behind them, Tsukikage Chisen suddenly shivered. He thought to himself, winter is really coming. So cold. I need to put on more layers. Pakora nearly burst out laughing after hearing the whole story. She had always thought that Tsukikage Chisen was particularly unpredictable, but she never expected him to make someone else pull a stunt like this. He was just as unreliable as ever. Pakora, stop laughing. Minato and Fugaku even ended up hugging each other. After that, Fugaku completely lost it and started sharpening his sword every day, saying he was going to cut down both of them. I was worried he'd wear himself out, so I came here to buy some medicinal herbs to make soldier pills for him.
Oh? Another person making soldier pills? And for Uchiha Fugaku, no less?
Tsukikage Chisen was immediately intrigued. Well, if he was already messing with one of them, he might as well go for both.
Minato had eaten them, Fugaku should too.
After all, these two plans were so deeply connected. Sharing hardships together was a beautiful thing.
Makoto, I had the same idea as you.
I'm also here to buy herbs for soldier pills, but mine are for Minato.
By the way, that whole incident was mostly Tsukikage Chisen's fault.
It had nothing to do with Minato.
Tsukikage Chisen heard this loud and clear, and his resentment soared. Oh, come on.
It was obviously Minato who started this war by mocking him for not having a master.
Then, after losing, Minato couldn't accept the result and dragged him down with him. How did he suddenly become the sole culprit in Kushina's version of the story? Really? What kind of herbs did you buy? Are they effective?
This is my first time making soldier pills with medicinal herbs. I have no experience at all.
Hearing this, Kushina immediately brightened up.
She turned to Tsukikage Chisen, full of confidence, and declared,
I bought hemp seeds, apricot kernels, and arborvitae seeds.
The boss said these 3 herbs are mild and most suitable for making soldier pills.
Right, boss?
Tsukikage Chisen quickly nodded in agreement. Looking at Makoto's shining eyes, he was already imagining himself gaining dozens of attributes. After all, from his experience, the more important the character, the greater the rewards they provided.
That's right. Take them back and eat them without worry. The effects will definitely surprise you. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto immediately took out her money and bought the herbs.
Under Kushina's guidance, she ended up buying 5 pounds of them all at once.
Watching Makoto walk away with 5 pounds of medicinal herbs, Tsukikage Chisen felt his facial muscles twitch uncontrollably. Hold it in, Chisen. You must hold it in. Ahahaha. Uchiha clan members. This is killing me.
Just imagining all those red-eyed people squatting on the ground clutching their stomachs. Why does this amuse me so much, Lord Comei? Comei, who was already laughing so hard he could barely breathe, reminded Tsukikage Chisen again.
Meanwhile, Kushina and Makoto didn't notice Tsukikage Chisen's twitching face, but Pakora did. She immediately spotted the strange expression on the shopkeeper's face. Combined with the odd feeling she had when she first entered, she couldn't help but ask. Boss, what's wrong with you? Why is your face twitching so much? Tsukikage Chisen was startled and thought to himself, why is this woman's observation skill so sharp?
He quickly suppressed his impending laughter and put on a sorrowful expression, saying,
It's an old problem.
Whenever I talk too much, my face starts twitching.
It's an incurable condition. I've always relied on medicinal herbs to manage it. That's why I became an herbalist.
I just want to use my knowledge to help more people escape this kind of suffering. You had to give it to him. Tsukikage Chisen's ability to improvise was top-notch. A minor twitching problem now sounded like he was on the verge of death. And with his constantly twitching, sorrowful-looking face, Pakora immediately dropped her suspicions and even felt a little guilty. This shopkeeper was so selfless, yet she had doubted him. Sigh, this is all Tsukikage Chisen's fault.
Tsukikage Chisen, what the hell? How did this end up being my fault too? In the end, the 3 women left the shop, chatting and laughing as they carried their herbs away. Watching them disappear through his insect perception, Tsukikage Chisen finally lost control. With a teleportation jutsu, he instantly appeared on the Hokage rock and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Meanwhile, back at home, Kushina and Pakora wasted no time and immediately started making soldier pills. Pakora, how much of the herbs should we use?
According to the boss, we should use 1 pound per batch.
If it's not enough, we can buy more.
Alright. Let's get started. Minato should be back in a few days. I want him to have fresh soldier pills.
Alright, you silly girl, let's begin.
If that scoundrel Chisen knew that you personally made his soldier pills, Pakora, he'd probably cry his heart out.
Oh, he will definitely cry his heart out. In the past few days, Tsukikage Chisen noticed that Kushina was frequently running back home, dragging Pakora into a room where they would stay for an entire day. Tsukikage Chisen naturally knew what they were up to. Not just them, even Uchiha Makoto's activities were clear to him. Wasn't it just Namake's Minato and Uchiha Fugaku working on that special batch of soldier pills? By now, Minato should have returned, right? Once he was back, there would definitely be a good show to watch. Feeling cheerful,
Tsukikage Chisen headed straight for the Ninja Academy. Graduation exams were about to begin, and it seemed like the Chunin exams would be starting soon as well. As an assistant instructor, he was also on the list of exam proctors. When he arrived at the school, he found that all the students and teachers were gathered on the training field, divided into two formations, one larger and one smaller. Curious about the scene, Tsukikage Chisen instinctively walked into the teacher's formation.
Yo! Teacher Tsukikage, you've been on a break for a while. Finally back at school, huh?
Heh, I was just caught up with missions.
But, Teacher Mayu, what's all this about?
Tsukikage Chisen approached a middle-aged teacher who had a kind demeanor and had taught many batches of students.
This teacher was originally a Chunin.
Though his combat skills weren't particularly outstanding, his vast knowledge made him highly respected.
I heard that the principal is being replaced.
They say the new principal is quite a powerhouse.
This is the school's welcome ceremony for the new principal. A new principal? How had he not heard about this? Judging by Teacher Mayu's expression, the new principal was indeed someone formidable. Although Canoha was relatively peaceful, it was still a ninja village, and revering the strong was completely normal.
Just as he was pondering who this new principal might be, a loud voice pulled him back to reality.
Welcome, new principal.
As the voice fell, thunderous applause erupted.
Both students and teachers clapped enthusiastically.
On the temporarily constructed stage, where originally only the old principal stood, another person appeared in the blink of an eye. The moment they saw this person, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Because this man, appearing to be in his prime, wore the refined aura of someone shaped by years of experience. His short, silver-white hair was particularly eye-catching, and a faint smile constantly hung at the corners of his mouth. The only difference was that the Hokage half-sleeve coat was gone, and his previously stern expression now carried a touch of warmth.
Tsukumo Hatake? Tsukikage Chisen blurted out in shock. The next second, everyone around him turned and glared at him fiercely. Teacher Chisen, this is Lord Tsukumo. How could you address him so casually? Lord Tsukumo is our new principal and your superior. You should show respect.
The old principal was so furious that his face turned red, and his veins bulged.
Hatake Tsukumo chuckled and raised a hand to stop the old principal's ranting. Teacher Chisen, are you surprised? But if I recall correctly, I did mention before that I would come to the Ninja Academy to teach.
The moment Tsukikage Chisen laid eyes on Hatake Tsukumo, he felt a small flower trembling in his heart. He finally understood why the people of Hidden Hot Water Village had once called him the White Fang. That one move, the 1,000 Years of Death, wasn't just a physical blow, it was a mental attack, one that left unforgettable trauma. Seeing the dazed look on Tsukikage Chisen's face, Hatake Tsukumo let out a soft laugh before turning to address the students and teachers below.
I believe everyone here knows me, so I'll keep my introduction brief. I am Hatake Tsukumo, your new principal. I look forward to working with all of you. With just 3 simple sentences, the stands erupted into chaos. Oh my god. Am I dreaming? The legendary White Fang of Canoha is our new principal. This is amazing. Ha ha ha. We're so lucky. With Principal Tsukumo leading us, we'll definitely become the best ninjas. Exactly. Those who already graduated are so unlucky.
Listening to the students' cheers, Tsukikage Chisen had a strange expression as he sighed inwardly.
Ah, youth, so naive. Do you kids even understand who you're dealing with?
This man before you, he's ruthless enough to be tough on his own son. Back in the day, just because his son wanted to graduate early, he personally arranged for a jonin to oversee the exam.
And you all think you're lucky? Poor children. Your days of suffering are about to begin. Everyone, quiet down. Principal Hatake has more to say.
Seeing that the crowd had calmed down a bit, the old principal quickly stepped in to restore order. Once the noise faded, Hatake Tsukumo smiled slightly and continued speaking.
The graduation exams are approaching. I have some personal thoughts and perspectives on this matter. For a long time, the graduation exams have always focused solely on ninjutsu assessments, which I find extremely unfair. A ninja should not be judged based solely on their proficiency in ninjutsu.
Genjutsu, taijutsu, and even stealth techniques are all essential skills that a ninja must learn and master. Therefore, the upcoming graduation exams will undergo a major reform. In my opinion, more students should have the opportunity to showcase their strengths. As long as they can demonstrate excellence in their respective fields, they all deserve the chance to become ninjas. As his words fell, the entire field fell into stunned silence.
Tsukikage Chisen's eyes widened as he stared at Hatake Tsukumo.
He never imagined that Tsukumo would make such a drastic change. A reformation of the Ninja Academy system, this was an incredibly significant move. To put it bluntly, this overturned the policies set by the second Hokage. But this decision was absolutely right. People's potential lies in different areas, and a one-size-fits-all approach had too many flaws. Who said taijutsu couldn't reach Kage level? Give it 20 years, and watch Might Guy open the 7th gate and kick someone to death. If you can't wait that long, go find Might Due and see for yourself. Who said stealth techniques weren't viable? Let them try telling that to Tsukikage Chisen, and he'll empty their house overnight. Yes. Principal Hatake is the best, The first person to burst into cheers was Might Guy, his flushed face radiating excitement.
I think Principal Hatake is absolutely right. Guy's taijutsu has long surpassed normal standards, but because the exams always focus on ninjutsu, he's been unable to graduate.
I support this. As Guy's friend and second rival, Uchiha Obito also raised his voice in support.
Soon, more voices joined in, chanting praises for Principal Hatake.
Even the teachers, after some reflection, found the reform to be a good idea.
In an instant, the support for Hatake Tsukumo grew overwhelmingly strong. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Hatake Tsukumo truly deserves his title as the strongest under the Hokage. Just for this bold decision alone, no one can compare.
I was just wondering how I could help my guy pass this time. Tsukikage Chisen looked at the stage, his face full of admiration for Tsukumo.
However, a grudge must still be avenged. The pain of the 1,000 years of death must be repaid. If he doesn't get his revenge, he'll carry this psychological trauma forever. The news of Hatake Tsukumo becoming the principal of the Ninja Academy spread through the village like a whirlwind. Most people were shocked. After all, just a few days ago, the White Fang of Canoha was still serving as one of the village's top combat forces.
Yet now, he had suddenly transformed into an educator? The contrast was simply too great.
However, despite their surprise, the villagers readily accepted the decision. After all, having such a powerful figure educating the next generation was undoubtedly a great benefit for the village. Young children who had yet to enroll were especially excited, as if they could already see a bright future ahead of them. But where there is support, there will inevitably be opposition. At this very moment, a heated debate was unfolding inside the Hokage office. On one side stood Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Tsukumo, while on the other side were Shimura Danzo, Koharu Utatane, and Hamura Mitokado. The argument was fierce, so fierce that the entire office was filled with their voices.
This is complete nonsense.
Danzo, looking like a pallbearer, metaphorically carried the second Hokage's coffin as he firmly opposed the decision.
The Ninja Academy was established by Lord Tobarama Senju. Its purpose has always been to train powerful ninjas for the village. Koharu and Hamura also carried the coffin alongside Danzo, surprisingly united in their stance.
Originally, Danzo had even invited Akimichi Torafu to join them in their coffin-carrying protest, hoping he would support their cause. But Akimichi Torafu, busy managing his barbecue shop, flatly refused.
Seeing Torafu's disinterest, Danzo didn't push further. After all, 3 coffin bearers were already enough. Hiruzen, you've gone too far this time. Hamura's expression was dark and displeased.
In his opinion, arbitrarily changing the Ninja Academy's examination system was a major violation of protocol.
Though Koharu remained silent, her gloomy expression made her stance clear.
I won't deny that this policy was set by Lord Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, gripping his smoking pipe. But times have changed, and the current system is no longer suitable. The key to being a ninja is well-rounded ability, not just proficiency in ninjutsu.
Canoha has plenty of taijutsu specialists. Don't tell me you've forgotten Old Chen's taijutsu strength?
Hiruzen's words were sharp. Old Chen, the founder of the Canoha Dragon God style, had already reached the level of a jonin purely through taijutsu.
And what about Tsukikage Chisen? He doesn't specialize in combat ninjutsu at all, but with his stealth techniques alone, can you honestly say he's weaker than an average elite jonin? Tsukikage Chisen, listening in his heart, I am weak. Really weak.
I swear, ***. Focusing solely on ninjutsu while ignoring other aspects is a flaw that must be corrected. I admit that ninjutsu is powerful, but we're all growing older, we don't have as much chakra as we used to.
In such a situation, isn't it meaningless to rely purely on ninjutsu?
If we don't cultivate strong bodies along with our techniques, then even the most advanced ninjutsu will be useless.
Sarutobi Hiruzen, now at full power, burned like a miniature sun. His overwhelming passion and authority forced Danzo and the others to temporarily back down. Even so, we cannot change Tobirama-sama's policies. Danzo clung tightly to the old regulations, refusing to budge.
If you want to train a broader range of talents, you can add elective courses. There's no need to modify the final exams. Hiruzen gritted his teeth in frustration.
Then let's talk about the third Raikage.
You all know just how powerful he is.
He doesn't rely solely on lightning release ninjutsu. His strength comes from his unbreakable body. Don't you want to train more warriors like him?
Hatake Tsukumo, arms crossed and smiling, delivered a hard-hitting truth. The Raikage's power stemmed from his physical prowess.
Without a formidable body, even the strongest ninjutsu would be wasted.
There are already students at the Ninja Academy who have grown strong through taijutsu alone.
I am not trying to overthrow Lord Tobirama's will.
Rather, I want to better fulfill his vision by bringing out the full potential of every ninja. Take Tsukikage Chisen, for example. He may not be a frontline fighter, but in the fields of intelligence gathering and stealth, he's one of the best in the entire village. I want to cultivate more top-tier specialists like him so that Canoha's strength will continue to grow, like an unending wildfire. As a battle-hardened veteran, when Hatake Tsukumo unleashed his full presence, few could stand against him. Though Danzo had experience, Koharu and Hamura had not fought in years. They were far weaker than before.
At this moment, Tsukumo's aura completely overwhelmed them. Feeling the sharp killing intent from the white fang of Canoha, Koharu and Hamura began to waver. More importantly, Tsukumo's arguments were undeniably correct.
The village was facing increasing threats from the other hidden villages. Suna, Iwa, and Kumo*** were all preparing for war.
If things continued the way they were, Canoha might soon be forced to send underage children to the front lines.
Even if you are right, you should not have announced this so publicly.
Koharu finally spoke, though her words were weak. This kind of blatant change disrespects Tobirama-sama's legacy.
Hatake Tsukumo scoffed. What good is face? The village is under constant threat from 3 different nations.
If we don't adapt, we'll be facing a disaster.
I'll say it clearly, ***, this reform will happen ***. I will not allow talented students to be buried just because they don't conform to outdated standards. Oh, and by the way, ***, Gold Shen has agreed to teach at the school ***.
He will personally train students in taijutsu.
I guarantee that under his guidance, the students' physical abilities will skyrocket. The room fell silent.
Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura were stunned.
They knew how stubborn old Chen was. He was like a rock, impossible to persuade.
Yet Tsukumo had somehow convinced him to join?
This meant that Tsukumo had planned everything in advance. He was determined to win from the start.
Danzo's expression darkened. He knew he had lost the argument.
But he wasn't one to admit defeat easily, so he resorted to his signature move.
Hiruzen.
You will regret this. If the Ninja Academy collapses because of this, I hope you're ready to face Tobirama-sama's wrath.
Humph.
As Danzo stormed out, Koharu and Hamura realized that the decision was final.
And honestly,
they had no real reason to oppose it anymore.
Thus, the heated debate ended in complete victory for Tsukumo and Hiruzen.
The reformation of the Ninja Academy had officially begun. At the Ninja Academy. Old Chen, I really appreciate your help this time. If it weren't for our past ties, I wouldn't have come.
Standing beside Hatake Tsukumo was a short, middle-aged man with dark skin.
Although he was small in stature, simply standing there, he exuded an undeniable aura of strength.
This man was known as Canoha's strongest taijutsu user, and his real name was Chen Baojun.
His signature technique, Canoha Dragon God, had made countless enemy ninjas tremble in fear. Once upon a time, he had an apprentice who, like him, dedicated himself to taijutsu training. However, during the Second Great Ninja War, his student tragically perished. Since then, Chen had lost motivation and withdrawn from teaching. It wasn't until Hatake Tsukumo personally sought him out, sincerely inviting him to return in order to cultivate new talent for Canoha, that the old master was finally convinced to make a comeback.
Whoa! Isn't that Shin-sensei? You're really going to be a teacher? A loud, enthusiastic voice rang out from the training field.
It was Mike Guy, who was sweating profusely as he trained his body.
As a ninja devoted to taijutsu, he deeply admired Chen Baojun. Old Chen, that's the talented student I told you about.
Incredibly hardworking, incredibly determined.
With just taijutsu alone, he's already as strong as a typical chunin.
Chen Baojuan's sharp eyes flickered as he observed Might Guy, watching the boy train with unrelenting passion. However, after a brief glimmer of interest, his expression darkened slightly.
Taijutsu, sigh.
With Chen Baojun joining the faculty, the energy at the Ninja Academy surged. Even Tsukikage Chisen, who had initially remained neutral about the academy's reforms, couldn't help but marvel at the drastic changes Hatake Tsukumo had brought. Meanwhile, during Tsukikage Chisen's stealth class, suddenly, a spatial fluctuation rippled through the academy. As someone who also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Tsukikage Chisen immediately recognized the incoming presence. Alright, everyone, self-study for now, I have something to take care of. The next second, Flying Thunder God activated, Sure enough, on the rooftop of the academy, two figures appeared. A familiar golden-haired ninja, full of youthful energy, had returned from his mission Namikaze Minato, Chisen, I thought I could teleport in without alerting you. Ha! What a joke! The spatial fluctuations caused by the Flying Thunder God technique how could I not sense them Tsukikage Chisen grinned widely at Minato, thinking to himself. Finally! You're finally back. I've been waiting for this moment for so long, Even Comei, the seven-tails sealed inside him, chimed in excitedly. Yes, yes. I've been waiting too. The show's about to start, Minato laughed heartily. Well, as soon as I finished my mission, I rushed back. I heard Tsukumo-senpai became the new principal and implemented major reforms? Seeing Tsukikage Chisen nod, Minato's smile grew even wider. That's amazing. Only Tsukumo-senpai would have the vision to do something like this. The academy has produced many talented ninjas, but its structure has always been too limited. Oh, by the way, now that I'm back, I'm set to be promoted to Jonin. Which means I'll soon be assigned as a team leader. I wonder what kind of students I'll have, I'm so excited. Becoming a team leader? At that moment, three familiar faces flashed through Tsukikage Chisen's mind. A cold and serious Kakashi, a hot-headed Obito, and a sweet-smiling Rin. TSK, is the Minato team finally about to be formed? This is getting interesting. But right now, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was, Minato, let's go. You have no idea how much Kushina has been missing you these past few days. Oh, and have you seen Fugaku since you got back? The moment he heard Fugaku's name, Minato shot Tsukikage Chisen a fierce glare. No. Do you think I'd dare go see him? I bet he's been sharpening his sword every day, waiting to either kill me or kill you. Oh, still claiming that you and Fugaku aren't connected? Yet you guessed his reaction so accurately? Let's not waste time. Let's go home quickly. Kushina has been staying at my place these past few days. At your place? Yeah. She's been getting along really well with Pakora, and she even prepared a surprise for you. Without further delay, Tsukikage Chisen grabbed Minato and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. After a few rapid teleportations, they arrived right in front of his house. Whoa, Chisen, I know the Flying Thunder God is convenient, but wasn't that a bit excessive? We could have just walked back, it wouldn't have taken long. Minato, unaware of Tsukikage Chisen's true intentions, complained lightly. What he didn't realize was that Tsukikage Chisen wasn't the one paying the chakra cost Comei was handling it all And Comei was just as eager to witness what was about to unfold. Go on, bro. Kushina's been waiting for you for days. I won't intrude, I still have a class to teach. With that, Tsukikage Chisen vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Though in reality, he had only teleported to the other side of his house. Then, activating transparent escape technique, he snuck onto his own rooftop and silently observed the scene unfold. Inside the house. Kushina, are you here? Minato's voice echoed through the house. Ah! Minato, you're back. Hearing his voice, Kushina rushed over, overjoyed. Yeah, I just got back today. Chisen told me you were here, so I came to find you. He was with me earlier, but he had to return to class. Seeing Kushina, Minato's heart filled with warmth. The two of them had always liked each other, though neither had openly admitted it yet.
Kushina quickly grabbed Pakora, pulling her forward. Pakora, who had met Minato once before, didn't know him well.
However, since she had grown close to Kushina, their connection naturally deepened.
Kushina, wasn't there a gift you wanted to give him? Now seems like the perfect time. At Pakora's reminder, Kushina's face turned red.
After stealing a glance at Minato, she bolted into the house.
Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Tsukikage Chisen's whole body trembled with excitement. Driven by pure curiosity, he sneaked into the room.
On the table, there were 2 bags of soldier pills.
Wait. Why are there 2 bags? Feeling suspicious, Tsukikage Chisen carefully approached the table. He watched as Kushina grabbed the pink-colored bag and ran out. That bag definitely contained the special laxative-infused soldier pills. But what about the other bag?
Cautiously, Tsukikage Chisen peeked into the black-colored bag.
A sweet aroma drifted out. Ha!
These are soldier pills too, but why do they smell so good, ***?
They didn't seem like Kushina's work. Could it be?
Tsukikage Chisen slowly turned his gaze toward Pakora, who stood in the courtyard.
At that moment, he realized the truth. Pakora must have made these. But, who were they for?
This is a soldier pill, and it seems like a lot of ingredients were added to enhance the flavor.
Also, this fragrance, is that a floral scent?
Tsukikage Chisen, being well-versed in food, only needed a slight sniff to determine a lot about the pill's composition.
Not to mention, these soldier pills are perfectly made.
From my personal judgment, they should taste really good.
Can I try one?
The enticing aroma was making him incredibly tempted, but he held back ***, just in case *** there was something suspicious about them. Meanwhile, Kushina had already run up to Minato, clutching the soldier pills she had personally made.
Here. I made these especially for you. I added 3 medicinal herbs to greatly enhance their effects. I hope you like them.
Minato, seeing Kushina's blushing face as she handed him a pink-colored bag, couldn't help but smile warmly.
Kushina made him a gift. He was absolutely delighted. Of course, I'll love it. This is your heartfelt gift to me. Special soldier pills, huh? Let me take a look.
Few things in life bring as much joy as receiving a gift from someone you love.
Feeling elated, Minato immediately opened the bag.
Inside, a neatly arranged row of black pills greeted his eyes.
Ha! These are really well made, Kushina. I don't remember you ever making soldier pills before? Kushina nodded and then gratefully glanced at Pakora. It's all thanks to Pakora. She taught me how to make them.
I spent several days learning before I finally got them right.
Since it's my first time making them, the taste might not be the best, but I promise the effects are great. Oh. Also, Pakora made a bag too.
But hers is for Tsukikage Chisen. Pakora, who had been quietly spectating, instantly turned red when she was suddenly dragged into the conversation.
Kushina. Don't talk nonsense. Who said I was giving it to that bastard? Pakora, stop pretending. You were so focused when making them. You even added a bunch of sweet ingredients that Chisen loves. You think I didn't notice?
Pakora's face turned crimson, while Tsukikage Chisen, who was hiding inside, was completely stunned.
Wait a minute.
Because of his past life's experiences, he wasn't particularly interested in most of the local foods.
Normally, he cooked for himself. But there was one exception ***, he loved sweets ***. Ha! Pakora likes Chisen? Isn't this the classic case of not knowing each other before but growing close later? Or maybe it's love born from rivalry?
Hearing this, Minato's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Tsukikage Chisen cursed in his mind. I knew it. This seemingly honest guy is actually a gossip-loving menace. Anyone who trained under Jeriah definitely wouldn't be normal.
Maybe the gossip was too compelling, because Minato, without thinking, popped a soldier pill into his mouth while listening.
Crunch. Huh?
Why does this taste so medicinal? Whatever. This was made by Kushina, so even if it tasted bitter, it was still sweet to him.
Meanwhile, Pakora was losing her composure completely. Stop saying nonsense. I didn't. I only made them to teach Kushina.
I just added the sweets because I like them myself, they were meant for me.
Pakora had never been this embarrassed before.
She was so flustered that she started stumbling over her words.
Tsukikage Chisen, observing everything, almost burst out laughing.
Still curious, he reached for the black-colored bag, took out a soldier pill, and popped it into his mouth.
This is delicious. Hey! Chisen, give me one. No way. This was made for me. How could you steal from me?
Besides, I'll just get you some bugs to eat later, so don't fight me on this.
Tsukikage Chisen was in high spirits. This soldier pill was really good. There wasn't even a hint of bitterness, just a pleasant sweetness that perfectly suited his taste.
At first, he had been worried there might be something wrong with the pills. But seeing Pakora's blushing face, he felt reassured.
That tiny trembling in her posture, it was adorable.
Unable to resist, he grabbed another pill and ate it.
So sweet.
Completely different from Minato's batch.
Minato's was full of medicinal herbs, bitter as hell Pakora's batch was pure bliss. But in the very next moment, he went absolutely insane.
Wait a second, Pakora.
You said these were for yourself? Then why did you put a whole pound of medicinal herbs in them? You think I'm an idiot? Suddenly, thud! A heavy object hit the floor inside the house.
Everyone's gazes snapped toward the sound. A black-colored bag had fallen to the ground, spilling fragrant soldier pills everywhere.
Ha! Isn't that the bag Pakora made? Why did it fall? I didn't touch it. Kushina looked confused.
But before anyone could figure it out,
they understood everything.
In the next instant, Tsukikage Chisen deactivated his transparent escape technique and suddenly appeared before them. With one swift movement, he rushed up to Pakora, grabbing her by both arms. His trembling hands clenched her arms tightly. His voice shook.
Pakora, tell me. The soldier pills you made. Did you not put medicinal herbs in them? Everyone was stunned.
No one had even realized Tsukikage Chisen was hiding in the house this whole time.
Pakora was especially shocked.
Tsukikage Chisen was now so close that she could smell the sweetness on his breath, the same scent as the pill she had made.
Pakora, answer me. You didn't put medicinal herbs in these, right? You just said they were for yourself, so there shouldn't be any herbs, right? Sweat poured down Tsukikage Chisen's face. He looked completely terrified.
Pakora, still flustered, snapped back.
Chisen, you bastard. Why are you even here? And, did you eat my soldier pills?
Yeah.
What of it? I ate them myself. If they were for you, then why did you put a whole pound of medicinal herbs in them?
The herbalist specifically said that 1 pound was the perfect amount. Pakora, having reached her limit, exploded.
I'm telling you. Wait, huh? Her anger suddenly faded. Chisen, why are you crying? Hey! You're a grown man. Why are you crying like this? I made them for you, okay? I added extra sweetness to cover the bitterness. Is that good enough for you? Tsukikage Chisen burst into uncontrollable tears. He cried so hard that Pakora panicked, while Kushina and Minato stood there, completely dumbfounded.
Finally, the truth was revealed, and everyone finally understood why there was no medicinal taste in the military ration pills. Moonlight Qianshan was already sobbing uncontrollably, unable to comprehend how things had spiraled out of control. He had always been cautious, merely a bystander eating melons *, yet somehow, he ended up becoming the center of the drama. At that moment, a sudden system notification rang in his mind.
Ding! Detecting that the host has hidden their identity and used laxatives to poison Uchiha Fugaku, resulting in severe diarrhea that required hospitalization. Congratulations! You have earned the perfectly inhumane reward. Special reward, Tailed Beast Transformation Proficiency plus 30. Note, upon reaching 100, you may attempt to use Tailed Beast Bomb. Oh no! The reward is great, but this is way too terrifying. Moonlight Qianshan panicked internally. Fugaku actually ended up in the hospital? The combined effect of those 3 ingredients was that strong? I'm doomed! Hearing the system prompt, he cried even harder. Moonlight Qianshan, stop crying already. What on earth is going on?
Yitsong had never seen a grown man cry so miserably and was momentarily flustered.
Kushina and Minato exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude as they continued to enjoy the unfolding drama.
Especially Minato, he still had a military ration pill in his mouth, and his expression was absolutely priceless.
Moonlight Qianshan opened his mouth several times but couldn't say anything.
The bitterness in his heart threatened to drown him. Just then, a sharp voice suddenly rang from outside the house.
Kushina, are you there? Sister Yitsong, are you there? Something's wrong. Whatever you do, don't eat those herbs. They're not supplements, they're laxatives. Uchiha Makoto's anxious voice came from beyond the door.
Minato, who was just about to put another military ration pill in his mouth, trembled all over. He turned his head toward the door in disbelief. Yitsang and Kushina also looked over, only to see Uchiha Makoto sweating profusely as she ran toward them, shouting, Laxatives? Minato struggled to swallow the military ration pill, tasting its bitter medicinal flavor. His face instantly turned pale, and he instinctively looked at the pink pouch in his hand. Then, he turned toward Moonlight Qianshan, who was now crying even harder, and suddenly understood everything.
Moonlight Qianshan! You bastard! Did you set us up? Why had Moonlight Qianshan reacted so dramatically after eating the military ration pills? Why did Fugaku end up hospitalized after taking the medicine?
The whole series of events pointed directly at Moonlight Qianshan. Yitsang and Kushina also came to a realization and quickly turned their gazes toward him. Under their stares, Moonlight Qianshan stopped crying. Crying was useless now, it was too late, the military ration pills had already been eaten.
Moonlight Qianshan, are you the shop owner?
Yitsang suddenly recalled how suspicious the shopkeeper had seemed that day. Now, everything made sense.
I knew something felt off that day. She glared angrily at the tear-streaked boy in front of her. You bastard! You actually made me buy laxatives to make military ration pills. Minato! Are you okay?
Kushina was so furious that her hair floated in the air, but in the next second, she rushed to Minato's side, looking at him with deep concern.
Minato was speechless. He looked at the half-eaten military ration pill in his hand and felt that he was doomed. Kushina, Sister Yitsang. Uchiha Makoto gasped for breath and looked at the eerie atmosphere in the yard before hurriedly asking.
Kushina and Yitsang simultaneously shot murderous glares at Moonlight Qianshan, making him shudder not out of fear, but because the laxative was starting to take effect.
And Minato was experiencing the same thing. You bastard, Qianshan! Where's your bathroom? Minato's face was deathly pale as he trembled and dashed toward the house. Ding!
Detecting that the host has hidden their identity and used laxatives to poison Namake's Minato, resulting in unbearable diarrhea and public humiliation in front of his beloved.
Congratulations! You have earned the perfectly inhumane reward. Special reward, Tailed Beast Transformation Proficiency plus 30. Note, upon reaching 100, you may attempt to use Tailed Beast Bomb. Hearing the system notification and feeling the cramps in his stomach, Moonlight Qianshan's expression became even worse than crying. Trembling, he ran toward his own bathroom. The three women exchanged glances, then, as if reaching a silent agreement, their gazes all landed on Moonlight Qianshan. Moonlight Qianshan, you bastard! Canoha Hospital. The first hospital in Canoha had existed since the village was founded, but back then, medical knowledge and personnel were scarce. Later, thanks to Tsunade's exceptional medical ninjutsu and the introduction of advanced medical concepts and systems, the hospital gradually improved. Various medical teams, research departments, and even pharmaceutical divisions were established. After 10 years of development, Canoha Hospital had become one of the village's most important institutions. And today, Canoha Hospital welcomed 3 patients with the exact same symptoms, causing the on-duty doctor to sigh. These days, even taking laxatives has become a group activity. Inside a hospital ward, 3 beds were lined up from left to right. The one by the window was Uchiha Fugaku's, the middle one belonged to Moonlight Qianshan, and the bed closest to the door was Namake's Minato's. Standing beside them were Uchiha Makoto, Yitsang, and Uzumaki Kushina, along with a doctor and a nurse. Fire hemp seed, biota seed, apricot kernel, all of them are laxatives, and you actually mixed them together to make military ration pills. What were you thinking? Which quack doctor gave you this prescription? Everyone in the room turned their heads in unison to stare at Moonlight Qianshan. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could disappear into a hole. Alright, you'll need a total of 15 4 drips to completely flush the residual effects of the medicine from your system. Take your time. The doctor gave the 6 people in the room a look of pity before sighing and walking away. As soon as the doctor left, a series of enraged roars erupted within the ward. You bastard! Once I'm out of here, I'm sharpening my blade and coming for you. From Uchiha Fugaku, whose Sharingan had activated. Qianshan! Just how much do you hate me to poison me like this? From a pale-faced Namake's Minato. Moonlight Qianshan! Just you wait. If I don't beat you back into this hospital, I'm not Uzumaki Kushina. From Kushina, who was glaring at him while worriedly looking at Minato. Humph. Fugaku, when we get out of here, I'll help you sharpen your blade. From an enraged Uchiha Makoto. Sigh. Seeing you, I finally understand that a person, no, you can no longer be considered a person, can truly sink to this level. From a completely exasperated Yeetsong. Moonlight Qianshan, I, sigh. One wrong step, and the whole game is lost, asterisk. Comei, asterisk, this show is absolutely hilarious. Ha ha ha. Qianshan, let's do this again sometime, asterisk. Ding. Due to the host's inhumane poisoning behavior, deeply affecting 5 individuals, the system is extremely gratified. Additionally, in recognition of the host's unwavering commitment to his beliefs, even at the cost of self-sacrifice, a special reward has been granted, Tailed Beast Transformation Proficiency plus 30. Note, upon reaching 100, you may attempt to use Tailed Beast Bomb. Asterisk eating melons is a Chinese internet slang term referring to watching drama or gossip unfold as a bystander. Moonlight Qianshan lay silently on the hospital bed, feeling the intense killing intent emanating from both sides of him. This oppressive aura made him so terrified that he didn't dare to move even a finger. Helpless, he quietly opened his status panel, which recorded all his detailed information. Moonlight Qianshan. Age asterisk 15. Affiliation asterisk Canoha Village, Moonlight Clan, Jonin, Jinchuriki, Seven Tails. Kekkei Genkai asterisk Transparent Release, Perfect Mastery. Ninjutsu asterisk Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, 8 Gates, Flying Thunder God Technique, Fire Release, Great Fireball, Phoenix Sage Fire, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Headhunter Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Armor, Great Breakthrough, Wind Cutter, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Tailed Beast asterisk Comei, 7 Tails, Affinity, 100, Tailed Beast Transformation Progress, 90. Note, upon reaching 100, Tailed Beast Bomb can be used directly. Attributes asterisk. Strength, 55. Speed, 70. Chakra, 70. Stamina, 77. Ninjutsu, 80. Taijutsu, 50. Genjutsu, 55. Hand Seals, 58. Ding. Reminder, status panel settings are based on the Book of Combatants, with an approximate ratio of 1:10. The only silver lining in this disaster was that his Tailed Beast transformation progress had reached 90, meaning he was now fully capable of transforming into the 7 Tails while maintaining his sanity, making him a true perfect Jinchuriki. However, despite this great reward, the cost had been far too high. Glancing to his left, Uchiha Fugaku was gripping his katana, seemingly only a hair's breadth away from drawing it. To his right, although Namake's Minato's face was pale, his glare was still locked onto him with deadly intensity. Qianshan couldn't help but sigh internally. Life is really tough. Seeking an escape plan. Asterisk Comei, how long until my body recovers? Asterisk Moonlight Qianshan desperately pleaded with his partner. Asterisk I don't need a full recovery, just enough to move. I really can't stay here any longer. Asterisk. There is a way, after all, I am the 7 Tails, Comei mused. Though this whole spectacle had been incredibly entertaining, seeing his little brother in such dire straits made him feel a bit guilty. For the sake of future entertainment, he decided to lend a hand. But this method might not suit you, and it could have some side effects. Asterisk I don't care about side effects. As long as I can get out of here, I'll do anything. Asterisk Qianshan had completely given up on dignity at this point. Right now, he couldn't even move. If he could, he would have already used Flying Thunder God to escape. Even lying in the middle of a forest would be better than being stuck between these two menacing individuals. Asterisk you know about phosphorus powder, right? Asterisk Comei said slowly. Asterisk it can paralyze your entire body, reducing the medicine's effects on you. You just need to seize the short window of opportunity to activate Flying Thunder God and escape. Of course, there's always the option of using Tailed Beast Transformation, asterisk. Hearing this, Moonlight Qianshan jolted. Right. How could he forget about Tailed Beast Transformation? Once he entered that state, the massive surge of chakra would instantly burn away the residual toxins in his body. Asterisk brilliant idea, Comei. This plan is perfect. Asterisk Qianshan exclaimed excitedly. Asterisk hurry. My chakra is completely locked right now, I need you to lend me some so I can use the phosphorus powder. Asterisk. Comei hesitated slightly upon hearing Qianshan's enthusiasm. Asterisk listen, Qianshan, even though you're my Jinchuriki, Tailed Beast transformation is a complex process. If you lose control the first time, we could both end up locked away by Canoha. I just got out of captivity, I don't want to go back. Asterisk. Hearing this, Shinshan immediately felt reassured. Oh, so that's what he was worried about? Tailed beast transformation? No problem, asterisk asterisk. He had already mastered 90 of it, this was just a simple partial transformation. He didn't even need to go full beast mode, just a half transformation would be enough to purge the medicine from his system. Victory was within reach. Asterisk relax, Comei. Just use the phosphorus powder, I'll handle the tailed beast transformation. Asterisk Shinshan declared confidently. Asterisk we have such a great bond, our synchronization is top tier. I've got this. Just sprinkle the powder, and leave the rest to me. Asterisk. Comei could feel Shinshan's overwhelming confidence. He wasn't sure where the kid got it from, but with a 100 affinity, he decided to trust him. Asterisk alright, Shinshan, be careful. Once you feel the paralysis setting in, activate Flying Thunder God immediately. I'll release the phosphorus powder gradually to avoid knocking you out completely. Asterisk. Because this phosphorus powder wasn't Shinshan's own chakra-infused version, it was from Comei himself, it was far more potent. Escape in progress. The moment the phosphorus powder entered his body, Shinshan's tongue went numb. Asterisk, these two idiots, I'm outta here.
Asterisk he thought smugly.
Asterisk Asterisk asterisk, goodbye, suckers. Asterisk. Uchiha Fugaku and Namake's Minato frowned as they watched Shinshan open his mouth and yell incoherently. Asterisk you bastard. Are you mute or something? What the hell are you yelling for? Asterisk. Asterisk yeah. If you can't speak, just shut up. You're so damn noisy. Asterisk. The two were furious.
If their 4 drips weren't restricting their movements, they would have lunged at Shinshan and punched him on the spot.
However, the next second, they were stunned.
Shinshan had vanished. Even his 4 drip was gone.
Asterisk he disappeared? No, wait, he used a jutsu to escape? Asterisk. Asterisk Flying Thunder God? That's impossible. Our chakra has been sealed, how did he manage it? Asterisk.
Fugaku and Minato stared blankly at the empty space where Shinshan had been, completely shocked and confused. Ever since they were put on 4 drips, their chakra had been completely suppressed, they couldn't even perform basic jutsu, let alone something as advanced as the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, Moonlight Shinshan had just teleported away right in front of them. Into the depths of the forest. With a single activation of Flying Thunder God, Shinshan transported himself to the farthest marked location, the Forest of Death. Asterisk holy crap, why is this forest so dark? Does Canoha really have a place like this? Asterisk Comei exclaimed. The sudden transition from a bright hospital ward to a gloomy forest nearly made him jump. Just as Shinshan was about to speak, he realized that due to his paralysis, his tongue and mouth wouldn't move properly. Drool dripped uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Internally, he screamed at Comei, asterisk forget about where we are. Hurry up and prepare for tailed beast transformation. This place isn't safe, I don't want to get ambushed by some bear or asterisk. Holy shit. Comei, you bastard, hurry up. There's a bear. A massive brown-gray bear, nearly 3 meters tall, loomed in front of Shinshan, drooling as it stared at him. This wasn't just any ordinary bear, it was clearly eyeing him as prey. Asterisk tailed beast transformation. Now. Asterisk. Asterisk Comei, hurry the hell up. Asterisk. With no time to think, Shinshan instinctively rushed toward his inner seal, flinging the gates wide open. In an instant, the immense chakra of the 7 tails surged forth like a tidal wave. Deep in the dark depths of the forest, encountering a starving brown bear meant facing the terrifying fate of being devoured alive. And at this very moment, Moonlight Shinshan found himself in exactly such a desperate situation. The drooling, fierce-eyed bear lunged at him with terrifying speed, its massive claws ready to tear him apart. A race against time. Asterisk Comei, asterisk Shinshan shouted anxiously. Asterisk stop rushing me. Almost there. Asterisk Comei was just as frantic. He could already see the gaping maw of the bear. If he didn't hurry, he might lose his dear little brother forever. Thinking about how he'd never again be able to watch Shinshan's hilarious disasters, a madness surged within Comei. He poured chakra into Shinshan's body without restraint, as if trying to flood him with all his power.
Roar, time to eat. The brown bear let out an excited roar, as if it could already taste its next meal. But in the very next second, a massive red chakra-cloaked arm slammed down on its chest like lightning. The awakening of the beast. Made it, Qianshan shouted in excitement. Qianshan. Half-tailed beast transformation. Hold on. Don't let my chakra make you lose yourself. Comei's voice was filled with seriousness. He was genuinely worried that Qianshan might lose control in the transformation process. Damn, this feels amazing. Is this your chakra, Comei? Qianshan's entire body was enveloped in violent, surging chakra, forming a blazing red-tailed beast cloak around him. Keep it coming. Half-tailed beast transformation is nothing to me, Hearing Qianshan's arrogant confidence, Comei finally relaxed a little and continued channeling chakra into him. The brown bear, pinned to the ground, suddenly felt something terrifying. This wasn't prey. This was a nightmare incarnate. Its massive frame trembled uncontrollably in fear. The true power of a Jinchuriki. Comei, watch this. Half-tailed beast transformation? Easy, At that moment, Qianshan truly experienced the terrifying power of a tailed beast. The sheer amount of chakra flowing through him drove him into madness. His skin began to crack apart. Beneath the disappearing flesh, a layer of glowing red chakra emerged. Under the bear's horrified gaze, its prey was no longer human. It was turning into a red-skinned monster. Roar. With an earth-shaking roar, Qianshan's transformation accelerated. 1 tail. 2 tails. 3 tails. 4 tails, Qianshan, that's enough. For your first half-tailed beast transformation, 4 tails is plenty. Seeing Qianshan howling wildly in excitement, Comei panicked. He immediately stopped the chakra flow, afraid that Qianshan would completely lose control. 4 tails was already terrifying. Any more and things would spiral out of control. The predator becomes the prey. Sizzle, Black smoke rose from the bear's singed fur. The intense heat from Qianshan's transformed body had scorched the bear's head. Gra. The bear screamed in agony, but before it could react, it suddenly realized. It was flying. At blinding speed, it was launched through the air, hurtling toward the distant horizon. You wanna eat me? Maybe in your next life, Qianshan let out another triumphant roar, thrilled by his power. With tailed beast chakra, he felt invincible. He wasn't worried about losing control. He knew he was a perfect Jinchuriki, not just in name but in reality. He was already thinking ahead. Once his tailed beast transformation progress hit 100, he could test out the tailed beast bomb even in half-tailed beast mode. Time to escape. Qianshan. That's enough. The medicine in your system is completely gone. Cancel the transformation now. We're still in the village. If someone finds us, we're screwed. Comei was on edge. He had no desire to be locked up again. His entertainment wasn't over yet. Alright. I'm canceling it now, Of course, Qianshan knew they were still in Canoha. He didn't want to cause more trouble, so he immediately cut off his connection to Comei's chakra. The blazing red cloak quickly dissipated, revealing his normal form. The area where he had been standing was now a barren wasteland. TCH, made a bit of a mess. Better get out of here before someone finds us, His first transformation had been a little too destructive, but thanks to it, he was completely recovered. With a flicker. Flying Thunder God activated. The scenery shifted instantly. The entire village spread out before him. He was standing atop the Hokage rock. New plans, new trouble. Comei, I think we need to leave the village for a while. If we stay, those guys will definitely hunt me down once they're out of the hospital. And that's not even counting Kushina and Makoto. Qianshan sat cross-legged, pondering his next move. He had no desire to face their wrath. Suddenly, a mischievous grin appeared on his face. Oh yeah, didn't the third Hokage mention that Iwagakure's Jinchuriki was spotted in the land of grass? His grin widened. Comei, should we take a little trip to the land of grass? Hearing this, Comei's interest was immediately piqued. More drama? Count him in, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk oh? You mean Han? That horned guy? Sounds fun. Asterisk. Asterisk exactly. And if things go well, I might even get Han and Son Goku to fight each other. He, asterisk. Hearing this, Comei got even more excited. A Jinchuriki versus Tailed Beast battle? Yes, please. Asterisk asterisk alright, let's do it. But first, I need to borrow something from my teacher asterisk asterisk. With another flicker. Flying Thunder got activated again. He appeared at Orochimaru's residence. Asterisk asterisk sensei, are you here, asterisk asterisk. He called out expectantly, but after waiting several moments, only silence answered him. Asterisk asterisk sensei? A bad feeling crept up on him. Asterisk asterisk damn it. Of all times to be out, why now? Frustrated, he turned to leave. But just before he did, he placed a hand on the door and sensed something with his chakra. The result made him furious. Asterisk asterisk what the hell? So many seals? Is this to keep out thieves or just to stop me specifically? Asterisk asterisk damn it. Didn't he say we'd do research together? Liar. Fraud, asterisk asterisk. Enraged, Shinshan stormed off. He had no way to break through the 50-layer security seals. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Orochimaru laughed softly to himself. Asterisk he. 50? You underestimate me. That's just the outer layer. If you went deeper, you'd be dealing with over 200 seals. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk Shinshan, kid, your teacher isn't here. Does that mean our plan is ruined? Asterisk asterisk Comei asked worriedly. Asterisk asterisk Moonlight Shinshan frowned. Don't say that. I was really looking forward to a good show, asterisk asterisk he sighed helplessly. Asterisk asterisk what can I do now? I remember my teacher made a hallucinogenic drug. If I could get Five Tails Jinchuriki to take it and then teleport him straight into Iwagakure, that would definitely be an epic spectacle, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk then go find the drug, asterisk asterisk Comei urged. Asterisk asterisk find it where? Did you not see how many security seals Orochimaru put up to keep me out? If I try to break in, I'll be crippled before I even reach the lab. And knowing him, if I force my way in, the entire lab will probably self-destruct. Shinshan grumbled in frustration. The self-destruct mechanism was actually his own idea back when he jokingly suggested it to Orochimaru. Who knew it would come back to bite him now? Asterisk asterisk forget it. No drug, no problem, asterisk asterisk Shinshan made up his mind. Asterisk asterisk let's just go to the land of grass and see if we can mess with the Iwagakure ninjas. Staying in the village is too dangerous, I could get hacked to pieces at any moment, asterisk asterisk. Mission request, a flawless excuse. Without hesitation, Shinshan teleported directly to the Hokage's office. Asterisk asterisk Hokage-sama, Moonlight Shinshan requests an audience, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk Comei asterisk asterisk. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up and smiled when he saw Shinshan. Asterisk asterisk well, what brings you here? Or, have you finally decided to fulfill your duties as an ANBU, asterisk asterisk? Sarutobi chuckled, setting down the scroll in his hands. Asterisk asterisk of course, I always carry out my duties, asterisk asterisk Shinshan said with a dead serious expression. Asterisk asterisk in fact, I'm here with a mission request. I want to infiltrate the land of grass to gather intelligence on Iwagakure's movements, asterisk asterisk. Sarutobi was genuinely surprised. In his mind, Shinshan was the perfect candidate for this mission, but he had always wondered how to convince the lazy troublemaker. Yet here he was, volunteering. It seemed letting Orochimaru train Shinshan had been a brilliant decision. In just a short time, that snake had completely changed this brat's attitude. For a moment, Hiruzen basked in his own wisdom. Asterisk asterisk Hokage-sama, please say something, asterisk asterisk Shinshan looked at him expectantly. Asterisk asterisk just give the order, and I'll depart immediately. A Jinchuriki? I'll dig up every detail on him for you, even what size kunai he uses, asterisk asterisk. Seeing the burning determination in Shinshan's eyes, Sarutobi was even more satisfied. With a firm slap on his desk, he exclaimed. Asterisk asterisk excellent. Shinshan, your resolve is outstanding. You truly embody the will of fire.
This mission is yours. Whatever equipment you need, just ask, I fully support you, ***. At this moment, Hiruzen no longer saw Qianshan as that little bastard who once reported him for peeping.
No. He now saw a promising young shinobi ***, a disciple worth nurturing ***.
Great. I don't need any equipment, just some money ***. Qianshan scratched his head sheepishly. ***, this mission won't be quick, and I still need to eat. You know how it is, I have a little brother and Ebisu's family to look after. I can't ask them for money ***. In reality, Qianshan had money, he just didn't dare go home to get it after the laxative incident. If Hayate had already heard about it from Yeat Song, Qianshan would probably get kicked out the moment he stepped inside. ***, no problem. How much? 50,000 Rio, ***. In a fantastic mood, Hiruzen pulled a stack of cash from his drawer and handed it over. Qianshan snatched it up instantly, stuffing it into his pocket. ***, I'm off then, Hokage-sama. Expect good news from me, ***. The next moment ***, flying thunder god, ***. Qianshan vanished from the Hokage's office. The Hokage's observations ***. Watching Qianshan disappear, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily. Forget paperwork, he pulled out his crystal ball and activated the telescope jutsu. ***, ha ha ha. When I'm in a good mood, my vision gets clearer, ***. His gaze sharpened. Hiss, ha, so white. ***, ha 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 ha. Truly, as the saying goes, ***, an old man who refuses to die is just a pervert. The land of grass, a haven for spies. Nestled between the lands of wind, earth, and fire, the land of grass had a harsh environment, much like Amagekure. Amagekure endured because of Hanzo the salamander and later Pain powerful figures who kept it standing. But Kusagakure had no elite warriors. Instead, its survival depended on espionage and information dealing. The grass ninjas sold intelligence between the major nations, using secrets as their currency. Because of this, Iwagakure had easily established a presence in the land of grass. After all, Kusagakure wouldn't dare turn away such a profitable client. Tracking the five tails. Qianshan had already crossed the border into the land of grass. He removed his Canoha forehead protector. This place was crawling with Iwagakure spies. ***, Comei, can you sense the five tails? ***. Nope, ***. Comei sighed. Kokuo's chakra is the most balanced among us tailed beasts, completely neutral. Her strength comes from her ridiculous stamina and raw power ***. If it's just brute strength, she's even stronger than that stupid fox ***. And with her boil release, that evaporates chakra to boost her strength, you definitely don't want to get hit by her ***. With your tiny body, you'd probably shatter on impact ***. Qianshan rolled his eyes. To tailed beasts, all humans were tiny. Well, except for the third and fourth raikage, those guys could tank the eight tails attacks head on. They weren't human. ***, guess I'll just search slowly. The land of grass isn't that big. Might as well treat this like a vacation ***. Qianshan shrugged. His main goal was hiding from the people who wanted to kill him, not gathering intelligence. If he happened to find something useful, great. If not ***, he'd still be enjoying himself ***. Meanwhile, as Qianshan casually wandered into the land of grass, thinking about maybe messing with the five tails, his teacher Orochimaru was doing the exact same thing. But his target wasn't the five tails. No. Orochimaru was going for the eight tails in Kumogakure. At this moment, the Cloud Thunder Gorge had already plunged into chaos, with the eight tails, its eyes blood-red, in a state of frenzy. In the distance, a female ninja watched the scene before her with a smile on her face. Tailed beasts. Jinchuriki. Heh, she murmured softly. Just as Lord Qianshan said, a Jinchuriki who cannot properly control a tailed beast is completely fearless. With just a little manipulation, they can be played like puppets. However, Lord Qianshan, you were wrong about one thing. Tailed beasts are indeed difficult to fully control, but if we use their cells for certain creations, the replicas we produce will be entirely controllable. This person was none other than Orochimaru, who had infiltrated Kumogakure in disguise. And the rampaging eight tails before him was precisely his masterpiece. The third Raikage, leading numerous other ninjas, was doing everything in their power to suppress the berserk-tailed beast, and the intensity of the battle made even Orochimaru secretly marvel. Only by firmly grasping this controllable power in one's own hands can one truly succeed. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. Lord Shinshan, just wait, perhaps we too will have a chance to wield the power of a tailed beast. Meanwhile, far away in the land of grass, Tsukikage Shinshan remained completely unaware of these events. At this moment, he was inside a bustling gambling house, immersed in the heated atmosphere of wagering all around him. Place your bets, no more bets. At the dealer's call, everyone hurriedly placed their wagers. Shinshan, why are we here? This place is so noisy and chaotic, how boring, Comei grumbled in dissatisfaction. Tsukikage Shinshan ignored Comei entirely and casually walked over to the dealer. Squatting down, he reached into his pocket and pulled out counterfeit money he had prepared in advance using transformation techniques. In a blink, he swiftly exchanged the fake money with real currency. Done. Tsukikage Shinshan smirked to himself. The greatest advantage of his stealth techniques was that they were nearly undetectable. It was difficult to act within his own village since they were his comrades, but here in the land of grass, which was soon to become a battlefield, money would soon lose its value. He might as well redistribute it while he could. Having pocketed the money, Tsukikage Shinshan scampered up a tree nearby and excitedly began counting his earnings. So boring. Shinshan, how can you be so obsessed with these pieces of paper? Comei yawned, utterly uninterested. Comei, you don't understand. These aren't just pieces of paper, they're money, Tsukikage Shinshan said with a serious expression. You can't live well without them. Before long, he finished counting and smiled in satisfaction. Not bad, 400,000 Rio, enough for us to live comfortably for a while. Of course, his goal in taking this money wasn't just for personal enjoyment, it was to gain attributes. He was already prepared. As soon as the gambling house discovered that their money had turned into leaves, the attributes would automatically be credited to him. Although the amount of attributes he might gain wouldn't be substantial, every bit counted. He had been in the land of grass for a week now. Although he had seen many Iwagakure ninjas, he had yet to locate the Jinchuriki or find Iwagakure's temporary base. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely played around while continuing his search. The 50,000 Rio Sarutobi Hiruzen had given him was long spent, so to keep himself funded, and to punish evildoers, he had set his sights on the various gambling houses in the land of grass. And sure enough, his first attempt had already netted him 400,000 Rio, leaving him in an exceptionally good mood. What's that? Suddenly, Tsukikage Shinshan felt a faint vibration from the distance. Looking up, he saw a thin wisp of white smoke rising into the sky. Shinshan. That's it, that's the boil release of Lord Mu. Comei's voice carried a hint of excitement. Hurry! The Jinchuriki of Lord Mu must be over there. Ha! Wait, why aren't you moving? Move already, Shinshan. Comei urged him to run toward the white smoke. TCH, Comei, could you be any less obvious? Tsukikage Shinshan saw through Comei's intentions at a glance. You're pushing me to go just because you want to watch a fight, aren't you? Comei, caught red-handed, wasn't the least bit embarrassed. He was indeed bored out of his mind, and a good battle would be an excellent source of entertainment. Fine, let's go. After all, our mission is to investigate this Jinchuriki. Tsukikage Shinshan shook his head helplessly. Let's see what kind of person this Jinchuriki is. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a small-scale battle had just concluded. Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, held a Kumogakure ninja by the throat with one hand, lifting him high into the air. What is a Kumogakure ninja doing in the land of grass? A glint of coldness flashed in Han's eyes. Aren't you causing trouble in the land of hot water? What, now you want a share of the spoils in the land of grass too? The Kumogakure ninja, struggling in Han's grip, was just about to explain when his neck was crushed under Han's immense strength. Next time, speak faster. I have no patience for stalling. Han casually tossed the corpse aside, taking a deep breath in an attempt to suppress the inexplicable unease within him. Judging from the battle just now, he wasn't as in control of the tailed beast within him as he had claimed. Everyone, tighten surveillance of the land of grass. If you spot any Kumogakure ninjas, kill them on sight. Han commanded decisively. The surrounding Iwagakure ninjas immediately dispersed to carry out their orders. This entire scene was witnessed by Tsukikage Qianshan, who had just arrived. He couldn't help but marvel, wow, such overwhelming strength. I feel like I'm looking at Lady Tsunade, Tsunade's monstrous strength was legendary, nearly unrivaled. But now, seeing Han's raw power, it was clear that even she wasn't entirely unmatched. At the very least, this Jinchuriki could rival her in sheer strength.
Seriously? Someone who can match Lord Mu in strength? Qianshan, you're not joking, are you? Comei looked doubtful. Why would I lie? He's from the Senju clan, haven't you figured it out yet? Tsukikage Qianshan said smugly.
The moment Comei heard Senju clan, he fell silent. Back then, the nine-tailed beasts had been utterly crushed by a single human, Senju Hashirama. Just thinking about that experience filled Comei with fear and pain. Meanwhile, Tsukikage Qianshan continued to carefully observe the Jinchuriki before him. Han, an elite ninja of Iwagakure, possessing unfathomable strength and definitely not someone to underestimate. At this moment, he could tell that Han was in an unstable state, which meant there might be an opportunity to strike. Gazing at Han's heavy armor, Tsukikage Qianshan's eyes gleamed with mischief.
Comei, look at his armor. Ha? What's so special about it?
It's just a bunch of thick plates ugly as hell.
Comei scoffed. Look closely. Don't you notice something strange? Tsukikage Qianshan hinted. Look closely. Whom?
There are holes.
Comei's eyes widened in surprise.
What are those holes for?
Tsukikage Qianshan grinned brightly. Comei, you're finally catching on.
These holes are our opportunity. Comei still didn't fully understand, but under Tsukikage Qianshan's influence, his usually sluggish mind started to become more flexible. Staring at the small ventilation holes in the armor, he suddenly grasped Tsukikage Qianshan's intent.
Ah. Qianshan, you're such a devious little brat. Comei couldn't help but laugh. How about phosphorus powder? I guarantee I can clog up all those exhaust vents. Tsukikage Qianshan nodded firmly. Just clogging them isn't enough. Comei, does your phosphorus powder have hallucinogenic properties?
I'm terrible at genjutsu, so I'll have to rely on you. Inducing a Jinchuriki into a hallucination was the fastest way to provoke the tailed beast within. A perfect Jinchuriki could resist using the beast's chakra, but if they weren't perfect, falling into a genjutsu could trigger a berserk transformation. Interestingly, Tsukikage Qianshan and Orochimaru seemed to share a similar mindset. Perhaps this was the so-called master-disciple synergy.
Hallucinogenic?
I might not have anything like that, Comei said helplessly.
My phosphorus powder has many effects, but it doesn't have any mental impact. Tsukikage Qianshan nodded lightly.
He understood that nothing was perfect. No matter how powerful phosphorus powder was, it had its limitations.
So, he wasn't too disappointed. In that case, we'll have to change our approach.
We need to find a way to forcibly provoke him into a tailed beast transformation.
A sly glint flashed in Tsukikage Qianshan's eyes.
I think, given how excited he is after using boil release, if we block his armor and prevent his energy from being released, he might get so frustrated that he goes berserk. There was no denying that Tsukikage Qianshan had keen observation skills and sharp thinking. He quickly locked his target onto Han's armor.
But Qianshan, are you confident that you can get close enough to tamper with his armor without being noticed? Comei asked with concern. Tsukikage Qianshan shook his head helplessly.
This was indeed a difficult task. After all, Han was an elite jonin and a Jinchuriki, not someone to be underestimated. But for Tsukikage Qianshan, the more challenging something was, the more excited he became.
Right now, he was itching to give it a try. No rush.
Let's follow him first and locate their camp, Tsukikage Qianshan said calmly. We still have a mission to complete, and we can't expose ourselves so easily. Besides, he just finished a battle and is probably on high alert.
We can't afford to provoke him now.
A long-term strategy is the safest approach.
Meanwhile, in Canoha. That damn bastard. He just ran off like that.
Kushina roared angrily outside the Hokage office, while Pakora rubbed her forehead in frustration. Because of Tsukikage Qianshan's sudden departure from the village, his guardian had been switched from him to Tsukumo Hatake, which made Kushina very uneasy.
Kushina, calm down.
I've already applied to the Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku said grimly. The killing intent radiating from him was so intense it almost felt tangible. I'll go with you to the land of grass to bring Qianshan back and complete the mission.
That's right. Fugaku-san, we'll definitely capture that bastard and teach him a lesson. Uchiha Makoto cheered from the side. Fugaku gave a firm nod and then walked toward the village gate. Pakora-san, Kushina will be in your care for the next few days. I'm heading out as well. Just as Namake's Minato walked up to Fugaku, he was met with a pair of murderous Sharingan eyes. Stay away from me. Otherwise, I might not be able to stop myself from cutting you down. Until I deal with Tsukikage Chienshan, you're still a suspect. Fugaku's tone was filled with cold determination. Namake's Minato sighed helplessly, silently cursing in his heart, damn you, Chienshan. Back in the land of grass. Silently trailing behind Han, Tsukikage Chienshan suddenly felt an itch in his nose. He suppressed the urge to sneeze, but he couldn't help wondering which bastard was cursing him. When he finally spotted Iwagakure's temporary camp, he was completely stunned. How had he not noticed earlier? Right before him stood at hot spring and asterisk. Damn it. How did I not think of this sooner, As Han entered the hot spring inn, the manager immediately stepped forward to greet him. Lord Han, you've returned. Prepare a room for me. I need to rest, Han said in a deep, powerful voice, exuding a strong-willed presence. Tsukikage Chienshan observed everything closely, already calculating his next move. Comei, how much phosphorus powder do you think it would take to block those vents? Hard to say. Probably a few pounds. But don't worry, I can refine as much as you need, Comei responded energetically. But that's not the real issue. We still need a trigger. Without an enemy to provoke him, he won't act rashly, Tsukikage Chienshan frowned. Both Comei and Tsukikage Chienshan fell into deep thought. This was indeed a problem. Without a suitable enemy, their plan might fall apart. No worries. Since Kumogakure's ninjas have entered the land of grass, there won't be just one of them. Worst case, we wait a couple more days, Tsukikage Chienshan reassured himself. In the meantime, we can gather intelligence and see how many similar bases they have in the land of grass. 2 days later. Tsukikage Chienshan wasn't foolish enough to just sit in a tree and wait. He had already placed flying thunder god seals in multiple locations and would periodically teleport away to rest. He had set up over a dozen coordinates across the land of grass, all in hidden spots, ensuring he could move freely. Meanwhile, something seemed off about Han. Ever since entering the hot spring inn, he had been meditating in his room, never even taking off his armor. This frustrated Tsukikage Chienshan to no end. He even started wondering if Han didn't need to use the restroom. Chienshan, have you considered the possibility, just a possibility, Comei suddenly said, that he's asleep? Tsukikage Chienshan froze. Asleep? For 2 days, Wait, asleep? You saw it yourself, his connection with Lord Mu is unstable. Using sleep to restore that connection isn't unusual, Comei explained. It's just like when we first bonded, I needed to rest to stabilize our state. After all, maintaining a Jinchuriki's chakra balance isn't easy. Realization dawned on Tsukikage Chienshan. That actually made a lot of sense. When he first merged with Comei, he also needed time to adjust. Damn it. I wasted 2 whole days, Comei, why didn't you tell me earlier? Tsukikage Chienshan asked, clearly annoyed. You didn't ask? Comei replied innocently. The two just stared at each other in their mental space, both feeling exasperated. Shit. Whatever, I'm going in to test things out. Tsukikage Chienshan gritted his teeth, deciding not to hesitate any longer. He activated his stealth release, carefully approaching Han's room. Slowly, he cracked the door open, and sure enough, Han was fast asleep. He's actually asleep. Tsukikage Chienshan cursed internally. Damn it, 2 days wasted. Comei, get the phosphorus powder ready. Strike first. Who cares when the battle starts? Let's set the plan in motion, Staring at the peacefully sleeping Han, Tsukikage Chienshan was filled with a mix of frustration and determination. No matter what, he was going to carry out his plan and make this Five-Tails Jinchuriki suffer. Alright. I'm on it. Comei's fighting spirit was ignited as well. By the way, Chienshan, what kind of phosphorus powder should we use? Paralytic. The strongest concentration possible. If it works, he won't be able to suppress Lord Mu. Tsukikage Chienshan said viciously. Lord Mu, get ready for a little heavenly surprise, he added with a wicked grin. After all, the Seven-Tails could fly. As Tsukikage Chienshan approached Han, he finally felt the truth of what Comei had said.
Han's body emitted an extremely unstable chakra fluctuation, filled with a fierce and violent aura, clearly not the chakra of an ordinary human. It was the chakra of the five tails, Kokuo. Yet, the man before him was suppressing Kokuo's chakra purely through sheer willpower. This truly shocked Tsukikage Qianshan. He pondered inwardly, if it were him in Han's place, he probably wouldn't be able to suppress a tailed beast with just his willpower alone. Comei, make the phosphorus powder lighter. Don't wake him up, Tsukikage Qianshan whispered.
Comei nodded and began condensing the phosphorus powder while using a larger amount of chakra to compress its concentration. He was confident that once this powder made contact with Han's body, it would instantly induce full-body paralysis. Then, Tsukikage Qianshan reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of cotton. Seeing this, Comei couldn't help but exclaim, "Wait, Qianshan, why the hell do you have cotton in your bag? Shouldn't it be filled with ninja tools and weapons?" Tsukikage Qianshan smirked slightly. Of course, he wasn't about to explain everything. This cotton was specially prepared for Han, otherwise, why would he have set up so many Flying Thunder God coordinates? It was all to make his plan easier to execute. Soak the cotton with phosphorus powder and stuff it into the vents of his armor. We need him to blast himself when he uses boil release. That way, we might just force Kokuo into a rampage. Tsukikage Qianshan's eyes gleamed with mischief. He had meticulously considered every detail to ensure his plan's success. Activating stealth release, Tsukikage Qianshan moved like a ghost, silently stuffing phosphorus-covered cotton into the vents of Han's armor. In no time, more than half of Han's armor had been filled. However, the remaining vents were out of reach because Han was sleeping against the wall. This left Tsukikage Qianshan momentarily at a loss. Just as he was fretting over this problem, a sudden voice came from outside the door. "Lord Han! Lord Han! We have a situation." The unexpected call made Tsukikage Qianshan jolt in surprise. He quickly backed away, watching as Han's body shifted slightly, turning over in his sleep. For a moment, Tsukikage Qianshan thought Han was about to wake up, but instead, to his astonishment, Han simply let out a deep snore. Hoo! A flock of imaginary crows seemed to fly over Tsukikage Qianshan's head. He shook his head helplessly. "You shouldn't look so speechless. When you first became a Jinchuriki, you slept even better than him," Comei teased, his laughter echoing in Tsukikage Qianshan's mind. "Alright, enough laughing. Let's finish this while we still can. We have to get it all done in one go." Tsukikage Qianshan suppressed his irritation, held his breath, and carefully plugged the remaining vents on Han's back. With everything in place, he used Flying Thunder God to instantly leave the room. Smirking to himself, he thought, mission accomplished. However, the voice from outside the door had piqued his curiosity. Could it be that another village's ninja has entered the land of grass? Tsukikage Qianshan was puzzled. If someone had specifically come to inform a Jinchuriki, they had to be of considerable skill, perhaps reinforcements from Kumobakure? But this time, he guessed wrong. The ones who had entered the land of grass were not Kumobakure's ninjas, but Canoha's own people, and they were coming straight for him. At the border of the land of grass, disguised in civilian attire, Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato walked cautiously along the road. "Fugaku, why is the land of grass so quiet? Didn't they say Iwagakure had sent a Jinchuriki here?" Minato asked, scanning their surroundings warily. It doesn't matter who Iwagakure sent. We have two tasks on this mission: first, capture that bastard Tsukikage Qianshan, and second, gather intelligence on Iwagakure's movements, Fugaku said grimly. His eyes flashed with a cold and ruthless determination. "By the way, since you and Qianshan both know Flying Thunder God, can you sense his technique nearby?" Minato shook his head. "Even though we both use Flying Thunder God, our formulas are different. Unless he activates it near me, I won't be able to sense his spacetime fluctuations." Fugaku nodded. Since they couldn't locate Qianshan through his teleportation markers, they would just have to search the old-fashioned way. Inwardly, he vowed that once he caught that troublemaker, Qianshan would pay dearly for his actions. What they didn't know was that the moment they entered the land of grass, they had already been detected by Iwagakure's forces. Outside the hot spring inn, Tsukikage Qianshan, eager to find out who had arrived in the land of grass, had sneaked outside to gather intel. "What now? Is Lord Han still asleep? What else can we do? We've already sent word to Lord Rashi. He should arrive in the land of grass within 2 days. We have no choice. The ones who arrived are from Canoha.
Even though they're disguised, our patrols saw them cross the fire country's border.
Canoha's ninjas? At this time? Who could it be? Tsukikage Qianshan quickly ran through possible candidates in his mind, but he couldn't be sure. I personally requested this mission from Sarutobi Hiruzen. So who else would he send? Was it because he doesn't trust me? No way. That old man was practically overjoyed when I volunteered. It was obvious that I was the top choice for this mission. If it wasn't because of that, then who could it be? With lingering doubts, Tsukikage Qianshan quietly returned to his hidden vantage point. The situation in the Land of Grass was becoming increasingly complicated. One day later. At long last, Han woke up. The first thing he did upon waking was eat. His appetite was so massive that Tsukikage Qianshan found himself feeling hungry just from watching. Unable to resist, Tsukikage Qianshan teleported to a restaurant, had a quick meal, and then returned to his observation post. Lord Han, while you were asleep, 2 ninjas entered from the fire country. We suspect they are from Canoha, an Iwagakure ninja reported urgently. Hearing this, Han set down his bowl with an annoyed expression. Then why didn't you wake me up? We tried. We called you multiple times, but you were sleeping too deeply. You didn't wake up at all. The reporting ninja spoke at lightning speed, clearly aware of Han's infamous temper. Han blinked in surprise before his expression softened slightly. I see. My fault, then. So how did you handle it? We contacted Lord Rashi. You told us before if we encounter something uncertain, we should report to him. He's probably already on his way here. Han nodded approvingly. Good. You did well. The reporting ninja secretly wiped sweat from his forehead. That was close. Had he hesitated even a second longer, Han's bad temper might have turned him into a training dummy. Canoha, huh? Soon, Iwagakure will crush them. Listening from the shadows, Tsukikage Qianshan smirked. Rashi, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, is coming? This is perfect. I was hoping someone strong would step in to stop Han from going berserk. This show is getting more interesting by the second. As a shadow streaked across the land like a bolt of lightning, a lone figure rapidly approached the Land of Grass from the direction of the Land of Earth. His face was stern and determined, his red beard and hair flowing with the wind. Upon his forehead rested a headband shaped like a mountain peak, its engraving clearly bearing the symbol of Iwagakure. This man was none other than Rashi, the first Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, the host of the Four Tails, also known as Lava Release Rashi. He had been dispatched from Iwagakure to deal with the Canoha shinobi in the Land of Grass. However, as he entered the Land of Grass, his attitude underwent a subtle shift. Sigh. If it's just about waging war against Canoha, why must the Land of Grass be dragged into it too? Anoki is truly becoming ruthless. On the battlefield, Rashi was known for his fearless and straightforward nature. He despised underhanded tactics and had always preferred defeating his enemies head-on. But now, under the orders of the Tsukikage, Iwagakure was blatantly occupying the Land of Grass, using it as a foothold to launch attacks against the Land of Fire. To him, this was completely unnecessary. The Land of Grass had been a neutral country, why should it be pulled into this war? And then there was Kumogakure, which had reportedly been recruiting the former shinobi of Yugakure in the Land of Hot Water. Such tactics were utterly despicable. Rashi snorted in frustration, picking up speed as he pressed onward into the Land of Grass. Meanwhile, Han begins his hunt. As another Jinchuriki, Han had also begun to move. With unwavering determination, he vowed to eliminate every Canoha ninja who had infiltrated the Land of Grass. All enemy shinobi in this land must die. The Tsukikage's plan must not be disrupted. Tsukikage Qianshan's observation. The moment Han started his hunt, Tsukikage Qianshan sprang into action as well. Activating stealth release, he silently followed behind the Iwagakure ninja squad. Watching as more and more shinobi joined Han's group, Tsukikage Qianshan couldn't help but marvel at how much Iwagakure had essentially taken over the Land of Grass. Within moments, what had originally been a 2-man unit had swelled to 15. Comei, imagine how spectacular it'll be when Han explodes right in front of all these underlings, Tsukikage Qianshan chuckled. Of course. And if we get even more people, say 50, then once Kokuo goes berserk, it'll be a masterpiece of raw destruction. Comei cackled, thoroughly enjoying the sinister plot.
Like a pair of scheming masterminds, the two plotted as they watched Han's forces grow, completely unaware of their impending doom.
Unexpected pursuers.
Then, Tsukikage Qianshan suddenly narrowed his eyes as his insect surveillance detected two familiar figures approaching through the land of grass.
His pupils shrank. Damn. Those two guys? Their injuries healed already? Shit. Did they come to capture me? Through his insect vision, Tsukikage Qianshan saw two figures walking along the road with dark expressions, Uchiha Fugaku and Namake's Minato. They looked like a pair of grim reapers, clearly hunting for him. Ahahaha. Qianshan, they've come all the way to the land of grass for you. Do you really think you can escape? Comei burst into laughter, thoroughly enjoying the show. Comei, you're really getting wicked now. You just want to see me get beaten up, huh? Tsukikage Qianshan grumbled. Fine, you're tough, huh? Listen up, if I get beaten, you're fasting for a whole month. And I'll block your vision too. Wanna watch the show? Dream on. Saying this, Tsukikage Qianshan dramatically tossed a handful of sunflower seeds into the air. Comei froze on the spot. And no. Don't do that. Please. Comei immediately surrendered. As your loyal partner, how could I ever let you get beaten? Don't worry. I'll give you wings to escape. I'll make sure you can run away smoothly. For Comei, not being able to watch the drama unfold was worse than death. Tsukikage Qianshan snorted in satisfaction before refocusing on the two hunters in the distance. Ironically, seeing Fugaku and Minato actually put him at ease. Originally, he had been worried that the enemy wouldn't be strong enough to push Han into going berserk. But now, that concern was gone. Neither Fugaku nor Minato had reached their peak strength yet, but even now, an Uchiha with the Sharingan and a spacetime ninjutsu genius like Minato were more than enough to overwhelm the Iwagakure forces. After all, they represented the pinnacle of Canoha's young generation. Comei, get ready. With these two involved, Kokuo's rampage might already be counting down. Comei nodded eagerly. The clash begins. We found them. Surround them, extract intel, then kill them. Han barked the order as his now 33-man unit surged forward. But to Tsukikage Qianshan, these extras were nothing more than cannon fodder. At Han's command, the 30-plus shinobi immediately increased their speed, vanishing in bursts of body flicker techniques as they rushed toward Minato and Fugaku. Minato-Fugaku counterattack. They've spotted us, Fugaku. Poof. Then let's fight. I've been looking forward to this. Minato and Fugaku instantly sensed the incoming enemies and moved in sync. Minato's hands flicked behind his back, retrieving 8 specially marked kunai, each engraved with his Flying Thunder God formula, Ninshu no Ken, Sword of Shinobi Love. Meanwhile, Fugaku's eyes snapped open, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan in a brilliant crimson glow. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, Fugaku rapidly formed hand seals, and in an instant, dozens of fireballs erupted from his mouth, soaring into the air before scattering in a 360-degree barrage. Oi, Fugaku. Watch it. I'm still next to you. Minato ducked as a fireball whizzed past his head, glaring at Fugaku in annoyance. Fugaku ignored him, his piercing Sharingan scanning the battlefield. Damn it. It's an Uchiha. Don't look into his eyes, The Iwagakure shinobi had some experience dealing with Uchiha, and at the first sight of the Sharingan, they immediately averted their gazes. Several quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth-style wall, A massive stone barrier erupted from the ground, intercepting the fireballs. As the flames crashed against it, they scattered into a cascade of embers. And just like that, Iwagakure's counterattack had begun. Earth release, Earth spear jutsu, Earth release, underground fish projection technique, Their teamwork was remarkable, some sank into the ground, preparing for stealth attacks, while others launched earth-based projectiles, and the rest rushed forward with kunai and swords, engaging Minato and Fugaku in close combat. And all the while, hidden in the shadows, Tsukikage Qianshan grinned. This is getting interesting. This welcoming ceremony is certainly grand, but what a pity, Namake's Minato said with a faint smile as he watched the earth spears lunging toward him. In the next second, the kunai in his hands shot out like arrows, landing precisely on the ground and nearby trees. His figure vanished instantly, as if he had merged into the air itself. Humph. A bunch of insignificant ants.
Minato thought disdainfully, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He suddenly swung his hand and murmured, "Fire release, blazing flame cyclone." A terrifying fire tornado erupted from the ground like a towering pillar, instantly engulfing him. The incoming earth spears shattered on impact, turning to dust against the roaring flames. The Uchiha clan had always been masters of fire release, and on this battlefield, Uchiha Fugaku was no exception.
At this moment, he was like a walking inferno, his entire body radiating intense heat.
He had no intention of standing still and taking hits, maintaining the flaming tornado. He charged forward, the massive firestorm moving with him like a living entity, sweeping toward the Iwagakure shinobi.
Retreat! Everyone, fall back.
Don't get caught in it, one of the Iwagakure ninjas yelled. He quickly formed hand seals and struck the ground with his fist.
Earth release, earth fissure palm. The solid ground cracked violently, spiderweb-like fissures spreading rapidly toward the fire tornado. Meanwhile, Fugaku did not relent.
Shuriken tied with wire shot out from within the flames, their trajectories erratic and deadly. Feel the fire of the Uchiha, Fugaku roared, unleashing another technique.
Fire release, dragon fire technique. As the wired shuriken landed, a sea of flames surged forth, instantly replacing the flaming tornado with several raging fire dragons that roared toward the Iwagakure shinobi.
The sheer heat made the enemy forces break into a cold sweat despite the flames.
Damn it!
These two are definitely top-tier Uchiha, one Iwagakure ninja gasped.
Han!
Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden, sharp pain surged through his throat. He struggled to turn his head, only to see a golden-haired youth smiling at him and the kunai buried deep in his throat. **1**. Tsukikage Chienshan silently counted as he watched the chaos unfold. The Iwagakure shinobi finally reacted, attempting to focus their attacks on the golden-haired assassin. But in the next instant, he disappeared. Damn it! He's too fast. Stay together. Despite their quick response, Minato had already activated Flying Thunder God once more. This time, his target was a ninja wielding a blade. Already singed by the fire, the Iwagakure shinobi barely had time to react before Minato's kunai sliced cleanly through his throat. **2**. Minato flicked the blood off his weapon, his face calm and composed, as if what just happened was nothing more than routine maintenance. ***, bastard. Stop stealing my kills, ***. Fugaku stomped his foot in frustration. He had unleashed 3 powerful fire release techniques, yet somehow hadn't managed to kill a single enemy, a fact that left him thoroughly annoyed. The battle intensifies. In mere moments, Iwagakure had already suffered casualties, while Minato and Fugaku had only expended some chakra. Tsk, Comei, what did I tell you? These two are more than capable. Tsukikage Chienshan smirked. Seems so, Comei admitted. That Uchiha kid used 3 high-level fire release techniques without breaking a sweat? Damn, Uchiha really are monsters. I'd say Han won't hold back much longer. Once he makes his move, the real show begins. Tsukikage Chienshan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Ah, exactly, Comei chuckled. The two of them were like spectators in a grand theater, eagerly awaiting the climax of the performance. Han steps in. Despite their numbers, the Iwagakure shinobi were failing miserably. Even those who had hidden underground to launch stealth attacks were completely ineffective. After all, their opponents were a spacetime jutsu master and a Sharingan user. As Iwagakure suffered 3 more casualties, Han finally lost patience. A flicker of rage appeared in his eyes as he roared. Step aside. You useless fools, ***. The massive 2-meter-tall warrior charged into the battlefield. The moment he entered, the entire battlefield shifted. The Iwagakure ninjas immediately backed away, their faces filled with fear and unease. Lord Han. One ninja hesitantly tried to advise caution, but Han shot him a glare so fierce that he immediately shut up. Shut up, over 30 people, and you can't even handle 2? Even if they're Uchiha, you shouldn't be this pathetic. Han's booming voice radiated intimidation, his overwhelming presence forcing the Iwagakure shinobi to stagger backward. Minato Fugaku's response. Oh? So you're their commander? A jonin from Iwagakure? Minato's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. His keen chakra perception instantly picked up on Han's immense power, a dense, immovable force, like an unstoppable boulder. This man was no ordinary opponent.
Fugaku also grew serious. With his Sharingan, he could clearly see the sheer density of chakra flowing through Han's body.
The two exchanged glances. They both knew what the other was thinking.
Strike first. The first strike.
In the blink of an eye, Minato activated Flying Thunder God, teleporting directly behind Han. Lord Han, An Iwagakure ninja barely had time to shout a warning before Minato's kunai plunged toward Han's armor.
Clang! A sharp metallic clang rang out as the kunai bounced off the armor. Sparks flew. Spatial ninjutsu, Han scoffed. Too bad. Your attack is too weak. My armor is specially made, ***.
With a sudden push, Han shoved the kunai away with sheer brute force.
TCH. Minato clicked his tongue in mild frustration and teleported back to Fugaku's side.
That armor, it's not normal, Fugaku muttered, frowning.
You don't say, Minato sighed. It's ridiculously sturdy.
Despite wearing such heavy armor, Han showed no signs of exhaustion, making it clear that he was a powerhouse in both endurance and taijutsu. So these are Canoha's rising stars, ***. Han smirked.
***, a shame. Today will be your last battle, ***.
As he spoke, his aura surged, like a volcano on the verge of eruption.
Tailed beast power awakens. Humph. Arrogant fool, Minato growled.
***, fire release, majestic dragon fire technique, ***. A massive fire dragon burst into the sky before spiraling downward toward Han, its searing heat threatening to consume everything. Simultaneously, Fugaku hurled several marked kunai, looking for weak points in Han's armor. ***,
not bad. But still not enough, ***. Han grinned viciously.
***, boil release, unmatched strength, ***. At the mention of boil release, the surrounding Iwagakure shinobi cheered excitedly. They knew just how devastating Han's technique was.
But Tsukikage Qianshan and Comei?
They cheered for an entirely different reason. Here it comes, ***. The real show is about to begin, ***.
Tsukikage Qianshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Comei wiggled in anticipation. The stage was set.
The actors were in place, ***. Now, all that was left was for Five Tails Kokuo to take the stage. Moonlight Qianshan was staring intently at Han, who was just about to unleash his boil release.
In his mind, an image of a pressure cooker from his previous life suddenly surfaced. He knew very well that when using a pressure cooker, ensuring the vent hole remained unobstructed was crucial. If the vent was blocked, the internal pressure would rise sharply, leading to an explosion. In Moonlight Qianshan's eyes, Han at this moment was like a pressure cooker on the verge of exploding.
The principle behind King Mu's boil release technique was to instantly raise chakra to its boiling point, allowing the body's power to reach its peak in an instant. Chakra, being a form of energy, required an incredibly powerful flow to be heated to such a level. In this state, chakra would behave like water turning into steam, with energy remaining inside the body while the steam needed to be expelled through specific channels. If the steam couldn't escape and instead collided with the boiling chakra within, based on Moonlight Qianshan's calculations, it would inevitably trigger a terrifying explosion. Han had already begun activating his boil release. Chakra surged wildly inside him, and his terrifying aura rose like a raging tide. To all the Iwagakure shinobi, the next scene should have been their mighty Jinchuriki, Lord Han, releasing his signature steam and then crushing those two detestable Canoha shinobi with overwhelming power. However, in the eyes of Namake's Minato and Uchiha Fugaku, especially with Fugaku's Sharingan insight, they could clearly see Han's chakra expanding at an alarming rate, already reaching a critical threshold. Minato! Be careful! His chakra flow is monstrous. This is beyond human limits. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with a hint of fear as he quickly analyzed the identity of the man before him. He might not be an ordinary shinobi. Whoosh! A massive amount of steam had already formed around Han, and his expression gradually became manic, as if he could feel the godlike power surging within him. Die! However, just as Han was about to declare his attack, a chilling cracking sound suddenly emanated from his body. What? This? The next second, Han was shocked to discover that his armor had suddenly begun to crack. This was no ordinary armor, it was specially crafted, so durable that even Namake's Minato's custom kunai couldn't leave a scratch on it. Yet now, it was breaking apart on its own. Something's wrong. Why isn't Lord Han releasing steam? The Iwagakure shinobi behind him also sensed that something was off. Normally, once boil release was activated, steam would erupt immediately. However, despite Han's technique already being in motion, his armor remained dry, with no steam being released. No! Han's eyes turned blood red in an instant. The fracturing of his armor and the absence of steam made him realize that something had gone horribly wrong. Sure enough, in the next second, his body started experiencing abnormal tremors. No, more precisely, his armor was rapidly inflating. Shit! Minato! Get back! With the keen observation granted by his Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened like saucers, and even the three tomo in his eyes enlarged. What did he see? The chakra beneath Han's armor was being compressed to an extreme level. Coupled with the armor's fracturing, if his guess was correct, then Han was about to explode. No! Feeling the steam trapped within him, Han finally realized the gravity of the situation. For some unknown reason, all the exhaust vents on his armor had become blocked, preventing the steam from escaping. To make matters worse, a numbing sensation suddenly coursed through his body. As the paralysis intensified, he even started losing control over his chakra. In the end, with a furious roar, Han exploded. Boom! Just how powerful could an explosion triggered by hyper-compressed chakra be? Moonlight Qianshan could tell you he was a full 2,000 meters, 2 kilometers, away from Han, yet the sheer force of the explosion still sent him flying. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud instantly rose from the ground, and the resulting shockwave shook the entire land of grass. Damn! Xiongming! Help me! Moonlight Qianshan was blown 100 meters into the air by the blast, his entire body feeling as if it had been struck by a massive hammer. Thankfully, he had been far enough away, otherwise, he might have coughed up blood from the sheer force. As for why he was blasted into the sky, well, that was unfortunate. He had been standing on a tree dozens of meters above the ground. When Han exploded, the shockwave launched him upward, and then the violent currents generated by the blast carried him even higher. Ha 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 ha! He blew himself up. He really did. Xiongming burst into laughter the instant Han detonated. He couldn't help it, getting blown up by one's own signature jutsu was a sight too ridiculous for anyone to ignore. Incoming, Qianshan! Xiongming's chakra swiftly surged into Moonlight Qianshan's body, and wings sprouted from his waist, helping him stabilize himself. Using the wings to retreat, Moonlight Qianshan activated his insect eyes, locking his gaze onto the explosion center. As for Han, the unfortunate victim of his own technique, he was now stark naked, his eyes rolled back, and his entire body covered in gruesome burns. Blood? In such an intense explosion, where would there be any blood left? It had long since been vaporized by the extreme heat. As for the Iwagakure shinobi nearby, almost all of them had been reduced to ashes in the blast. Oh? Survivors? Moonlight Qianshan noticed 4 figures trembling as they emerged from a 10-meter-deep crater in the explosion center. Only then did he remember the few shinobi who had used Earth Release to burrow underground at the start. Wait, where are Minato and Fugaku? Don't tell me they got blown to bits too. Suddenly recalling the 2 shinobi chasing their target, Moonlight Qianshan felt a surge of panic, hastily scanning his surroundings. He couldn't afford for them to die. If they perished, he could forget about ever returning to the village. After searching for a while, he finally spotted the 2 a kilometer away from the explosion center, buried in rubble. However, their condition was far from good. Fugaku, are you alright? Cough cough asterisk. Broke 2 ribs, and my left leg might be fractured. What about you? My right arm is broken. I hit my head, feeling a bit dizzy. Other than that, I'm fine. Good thing I threw my kunai far away earlier, or we'd probably be dead. Namake's Minato clutched his right arm, shaking his head to clear his vision, though all he saw were blurs. He knew he had a concussion. Damn it, what the hell just happened? Fear gripped Namake's Minato's heart. Even though he had used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the explosion center, the sheer force of the blast had been too overwhelming. Just the shockwave alone had left them both seriously injured. Chakra compression, but for some reason, the compressed chakra became unstable. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth against the pain. I only caught glimpses of it. I'm not sure about the details. Damn. We need to retreat immediately. Sweat dripped from Uchiha Fugaku's forehead. He felt like even the slightest movement would send waves of pain through his body. Agreed. Just as they were about to withdraw, a violent roar suddenly echoed in the distance.
Namake's Minato and Uchiha Fugaku's expressions changed drastically. Because, within their field of vision, a massive creature was emerging from the smoke, revealing its ferocious visage. Each of the 9-tailed beasts possessed a unique color. 1 tail was yellow, 2 tails was blue, 3 tails was gray, 4 tails was red, 5 tails was pure white, 6 tails was milky white, 7 tails was green, 8 tails was dark red, and 9 tails was orange. At this moment, the creature appearing before Namake's Minato and Uchiha Fugaku was a massive, pure white beast, a fusion of a dolphin and a horse. Its 5 constantly swaying tails left no doubt that it was the 5 tails, Kokuo, the embodiment of absolute power. Damn it! I knew something felt off. So he really was a Jinchuriki. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, enduring the pain racking his body as he stared intently at the towering beast in the distance. 5 tails. It's actually the 5 tails. Minato gave him a helpless look. Then why didn't you say something earlier? We could have retreated sooner. Seriously, with 5 tails out in the open, who wouldn't recognize a tailed beast Jinchuriki transformation? Did he really need to state the obvious now? Roar! The moment the 5 tails emerged, its eyes gleamed red as it instantly entered a berserk state. The Iwagakure shinobi beneath it were petrified with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. F5 tails. This isn't possible. Where's Lord Han? The remaining 4 Iwagakure shinobi were already gravely wounded, but their physical pain was nothing compared to the sheer terror in their hearts. The 5 tails, it hadn't appeared in years, always kept under Han's control. Yet now, it had suddenly gone berserk. Run! Run now! Go find Lord Tsuchikage. He's the only one who can subdue the 5 tails. Just as the Iwagakure shinobi attempted to flee, they realized their bodies wouldn't move. A terrifying numbness spread through them, paralyzing them completely. One by one, they collapsed helplessly to the ground. And no way. At this moment, they couldn't even move their tongues, let alone escape. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Moonlight Qianshan, who had witnessed the 5 tails' emergence, finally heard the familiar system notification. Ding! The host's scheme caused Jinchuriki Han to be severely injured, his sealing armor to break, and the 5 tails to go berserk. Reward, plus 10 strength. Ha! Only 10 points of strength? Although Kokuo represented absolute power, wasn't 10 points a bit too little? Just as Moonlight Qianshan was about to complain, a series of system notifications followed. Ding! The host's actions caused Jinchuriki Han to explode, resulting in Uchiha Fugaku sustaining injuries, 2 broken ribs, a fractured left leg. Reward, plus 1 genjutsu. Ding! The host's actions caused Jinchuriki Han to explode, leading to Namake's Minato sustaining injuries, broken right arm, moderate concussion. Reward, plus 1 ninjutsu. Ding! The host's actions caused Jinchuriki Han to explode, resulting in the deaths of 29 Iwagakure shinobi, reduced to dust, no remains left. Reward, plus 3 strength. Ding! The host's actions caused Jinchuriki Han to explode, leaving phosphorus residue in the air, paralyzing 4 Iwagakure shinobi, who were then trampled to death by 5 tails Kokuo. Reward, plus 2 constitution. Moonlight Qianshan. Had his actions really caused this much impact? All 33 Iwagakure shinobi were dead, and his 2 black and white impermanence targets were severely injured. Wow, this was truly a successful operation. Ha 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 ha. The 5 tails has gone berserk. Qianshan, our plan was a huge success. Look at Kokuo's blood-red eyes. TSK TSK TSK. Chongming laughed heartily as he watched the rampaging 5 tails wreak havoc. Alright, let's get out of here. We need to grab Minato and Fugaku, those 2 unfortunate souls, before they get killed by Kokuo. Otherwise, I'm doomed. Maintaining his transparency escape mode, Moonlight Qianshan shot toward the location a kilometer away where Minato and Fugaku were. He had to get them out of there first. After all, a rampaging tailed beast was a terrifying force, and both of them were already seriously injured. Roar! In its berserk state, Kokuo began charging, its massive body kicking up clouds of dust. The worst part? It was heading straight toward Namake's Minato and Uchiha Fugaku. Seeing this, Moonlight Qianshan felt as if karma was punishing him for his misdeeds. Why did things always spiral in the worst possible direction? Of all the directions available, why did Kokuo have to rush toward those 2? Chongming. Full speed ahead. Lend me your power. You got it. Take as much as you need. Don't be fooled by Kokuo's size, it's actually not that fast. With my help, you'll easily outrun it. Feeling the chakra surging within him, Moonlight Qianshan flapped his wings forcefully and shot toward Minato and Fugaku at a speed surpassing Kokuo's charge. Damn it, Minato, can you still use Flying Thunder God? Fugaku's expression was grim. Minato's face darkened as he shook his head. The explosion destroyed all the kunai I had marked. The only one left was the one I used to escape the blast center. As the five tails drew closer, the two young shinobi exchanged glances, each seeing the same grim realization in the other's eyes. Damn it! If I had to die, I'd rather it be on the battlefield, not trampled by a tailed beast. Uchiha Fugaku roared in frustration. Minato's expression was equally bleak. He felt the same way. Just as the five tails was about to reach them, a voice suddenly rang out beside them. TCH, why did you two have to come to the land of grass looking for me? Now look at you, stuck in this mess. But don't worry, you won't die. Just wait obediently in the village for my triumphant return. The voice was filled with mild disdain but was also extremely familiar. Although they couldn't see him, they knew exactly who it was, Moonlight Qianshan. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's desire to kill him vanished on the condition that Qianshan actually saved them. At that moment, Namake's Minato also reconsidered all the things Qianshan had done to him before. Maybe, it wasn't intentional? On the condition that they survived, of course. Off you go. Flying Thunder God Technique. Moonlight Qianshan deliberately shouted the name of the jutsu, making sure they knew exactly who was saving them, the same person they had once wanted to kill. In the next instant, both of them vanished. As their surroundings changed, Fugaku and Minato realized they were now standing atop a distant mountain, far beyond the Five Tails' attack range. From here, they could still see the massive beast continuing its charge. It really was him. That bastard. Shit. Fugaku couldn't help but curse in excitement. Minato, too, nodded repeatedly. At this moment, all thoughts of pursuit and calculations disappeared from their minds. From now on, Moonlight Qianshan was their sworn brother. Qianshan, you bastard, from now on, you're my brother. Qianshan? Moonlight Qianshan? Hey! Where is he? Fugaku called out excitedly, but after a long silence, no one responded. What the hell? The next second, they both felt an inexplicable surge of power within their bodies, forcing them to stand up abruptly and look toward the Five Tails. Because they realized Moonlight Qianshan hadn't teleported away with them. That's right, Moonlight Qianshan had not activated the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport himself away. After all, the Land of Grass didn't just have one Jinchuriki. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, was also here. His grand performance was far from over. How could he leave before the Five Tails and Four Tails clashed? The real show hadn't even begun. With his transparency escape technique deactivated, Moonlight Qianshan simply stood there, calmly watching as the enraged Five Tails, Kokuo, charged toward him. This show isn't exciting enough yet, he muttered to himself. The Land of Grass has already aligned itself with Iwagakure, which means they've positioned themselves against Canoha. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to hold back. Chongming, lend me some power. I'm taking Kokuo to meet Son Goku. Moonlight Qianshan's words struck a chord with Chongming. Right now, he was dying to see a battle between the monkey and the horse. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to entertain such a thought, these were tailed beasts, after all. But now, with Moonlight Qianshan by his side, Chongming felt like he could finally get revenge for all the times the other tailed beasts had looked down on him. Alright. Take as much chakra as you need. Chongming was all in for this spectacle. He continuously funneled his chakra into Moonlight Qianshan, carefully controlling the flow to avoid any adverse effects. He knew that if he released too much, it could trigger the tailed beast cloak, and Qianshan had repeatedly warned him to never reveal their secret unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, they'd be forced to go on the run. With Chongming's support, Moonlight Qianshan shot forward like a bolt of lightning, racing toward the Land of Earth. Kokuo, known for its short temper, had just lost its prey, those two weaklings had vanished, only to be replaced by an annoying insect. This infuriated Kokuo. There was only one thought in its mind: kill Moonlight Qianshan and vent its madness. As Moonlight Qianshan changed direction, Kokuo immediately adjusted its trajectory, charging straight toward the Land of Earth. From their vantage point atop a distant mountain, the two survivors, Namake's Minato and Uchiha Fugaku, watched this scene unfold, their eyes turning red. That bastard. He's leading the Five Tails to the Land of Earth? Fugaku's eyes burned with rage, almost entirely devoid of their usual black irises.
No, at this point, even the Sharingan's Tomo were barely visible.
Qianshan. You damn bastard. Minato, on the other hand, reacted completely differently from Fugaku.
His eyes were filled with disbelief. He refused to accept that the man who had just saved his life had now abandoned them so abruptly.
If Moonlight Qianshan were here, he would have definitely joked.
Damn, you two really represent the extremes of Senju and Uchiha. One embodies compassion, the other embodies love and hatred.
Too perfect. Fugaku, can you still move?
We need to get back to the village and call for reinforcements. Gritting his teeth, Fugaku struggled to stand, but his injured left leg made it nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Minato's vision was swimming. His concussion caused his surroundings to blur and spin.
Damn it, lean on me, I'll lead the way. We'll support each other, let's get back to the village.
At this moment, the two prodigies of Canoha had been reduced to the classic duo of the blind leading the crippled, stumbling forward together. However, descending from the mountain itself was already proving to be a struggle. After just a few steps, they collapsed onto the ground again.
We should focus on recovering our chakra first. Fugaku, do you have any soldier pills? The moment the word soldier pills left his mouth, Uchiha Fugaku's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot.
Through gritted teeth, he spat, "Never mention soldier pills in front of me again, or I swear I will cut you down."
Minato shuddered. All suppressed, traumatic memory surfaced, and he instinctively slapped himself twice, cursing himself for talking too much.
Meanwhile, Kokuo continued its rampage through the land of grass, as alarms blared across the country.
Damn it! Why is Iwagakure's tailed beast rampaging in the land of grass? What the hell is going on?
The land of grass had no Kage.
Being a small nation, its shinobi were governed by a council. Now, the three elder council members had gathered, desperately discussing how to handle the Five Tails rampage. Iwagakure has 2 Jinchuriki.
The one who entered our country this time was Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki.
I've seen him before, he's a strong-willed shinobi.
He shouldn't have lost control so easily.
One of the elders was utterly baffled.
For Iwagakure to allow a Jinchuriki to leave the village, they must have had confidence in his stability. Even if he wasn't a perfect Jinchuriki, he shouldn't have gone berserk so easily.
Yet, reality was staring them in the face.
The three elders were at a loss. Just as they were struggling to find a solution, a high-ranking grass shinobi burst into the meeting room.
Bad news, elders. Iwagakure's other Jinchuriki, the Four Tails Rashi, has also entered the land of grass. He's heading toward the Five Tails at full speed.
This revelation was like a massive stone plunging into a still lake, sending waves of shock rippling through the room. Order all citizens to evacuate immediately. Stay as far away from the land of Earth's border as possible.
After this, send an urgent message to that bastard Anoki.
From now on, Iwagakure shinobi can only pass through our country, they will never be allowed to reside here again. One-tailed beast was bad enough.
But now there were 2. Did Iwagakure think the land of grass was some kind of arena for monster battles?
As Moonlight Shinshan sped toward the land of Earth, Rashi, who had entered the land of grass ahead of him, had already sensed the explosion of tailed beast chakra and was rushing toward the source.
Damn it! That idiot Han, how the hell did he go berserk? And in a foreign country, no less. Is he trying to get himself killed? That damned Anoki should never have allowed Jinchuriki to be stationed in the land of grass. Now that the Five Tails has gone wild, the land of grass will definitely blame Iwagakure for everything. Ugh. There's no point complaining now. Son. I might need to rely on you soon.
Rashi's expression was grim as he spoke, not to himself, but to the Four Tails, Son Goku, inside him.
Humph. Keep dreaming. Why should I help you, you damn brat? If the Five Tails wants to rampage, let it rampage. What does that have to do with me?
Son Goku was not known for his patience, and he had no intention of stepping in.
Haha, fine.
If you won't help, I'll just step in and stop it myself.
Let's see if you can ignore it then. Son Goku, you son of a... Asterisk, then why the hell did you even ask me?
Asterisk.
Rashi, I was just being polite.
After bickering back and forth, neither of them spoke again. Rashi was, without a doubt, an experienced Jinchuriki. He knew exactly how to handle the temper of the tailed beast inside him.
Ming. Straight ahead, is that the Four Tails Jinchuriki?
Moonlight Shinshan narrowed his eyes at the distant figure, filled with doubt. To confirm his suspicion, he quickly asked his partner inside him.
It should be, Ming responded.
I can sense that his chakra fluctuations are different from an ordinary person, and he seems to be in quite a hurry.
Xianshan, we should hurry and get out of here. We don't want to get caught up in this chaos. Moonlight Xianshan nodded.
He knew the current situation was extremely dangerous and couldn't afford to be careless.
He turned to glance at Kokuo, who was still furiously chasing after him.
A sly glint flashed in his eyes as he casually pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached and hurled it toward Kokuo's head. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique.
Boom!
The explosive tag detonated directly on Kokuo's forehead, triggering an earth-shaking roar of fury. She was beyond enraged. That little bug had dared to blow up her head? Of all things, her face was what she cared about the most. This was unforgivable.
That damned insect was going to die for this. Moonlight Xianshan was a master at provoking his enemies.
He had deliberately targeted the spot Kokuo cared about the most, pushing her rage to its peak. Unfortunately for her, when she looked around for her target, the little bug had completely disappeared. She frantically spun in circles, searching for any trace of Moonlight Xianshan, but found nothing. That only made her even more infuriated. Just as Kokuo was losing herself in frustration, another figure suddenly appeared in her vision.
Lava release, scorching stream rock jutsu. In an instant, dozens of molten lava spheres shot into the air like meteors.
Under Kokuo's astonished gaze, they all rained down on her forehead.
5 tails. Stop your rampage. Or else, humph. Standing atop a massive tree, Rashi radiated an intense battle aura.
He wasn't called Lava Release Rashi just because the 4 tails inside him used lava release. He himself possessed the lava release Kekei Genkai. His natural affinity for fire and earth made him the perfect match for the 4 tails abilities. That was why he was considered an almost perfect Jinchuriki, even if his relationship with Son Goku was still a bit strained.
Roar! Kokuo let out another furious roar. Another one? And he also dared to attack her face?
Now beyond reason, Kokuo immediately locked onto her new target and charged straight at Rashi.
Humph.
So there's no way to reason with Han anymore, ***.
Rashi sighed in frustration. No choice, I'll have to suppress the 5 tails.
Taking a deep breath, his aura suddenly changed.
Tailed Beast Cloak Lava Release Chakra Mode.
Fiery chakra engulfed his entire body as a single tail formed behind him, a sign of his mastery over the 4 tails power. With the tailed beast cloak active, Rashi launched himself forward with immense force, leaving the tree he had been standing on to instantly be incinerated by the heat. Though tailed beasts were immensely powerful, to an experienced Jinchuriki like Rashi, Kokuo was nothing more than a mindless beast in a frenzy. Her massive size only made her an easier target, though, unfortunately, a target that was nearly impossible to break through.
Lava Release, Scorching Stream Rock Jutsu.
Once again, Rashi unleashed a barrage of molten lava, aiming directly for Kokuo's head. At the same time, he rapidly closed the distance, preparing to jump onto Kokuo's body where his attacks would be most effective.
Roar!
This time, Kokuo didn't just stand there and take it. Lowering her head slightly, her massive forward-facing horns gleamed ominously before she suddenly broke into a full-speed charge.
Ha!
Rashi had fought alongside Iwagakire's shinobi to suppress Kokuo before he knew her attack patterns well. Seeing her start to charge, he swiftly leaped into the air, using his agility to land directly on Kokuo's back.
Lava Release, Granite Fist. Now mounted atop Kokuo, Rashi unleashed his full power.
His fists, coated in superheated lava, rained down blow after blow on Kokuo's body. The battle between Jinchuriki and Tailed Beast had truly begun. The clash was nothing short of spectacular.
Whoa! That Jinchuriki's got some real skill.
Watching from a distance, Moonlight Xianshan had already teleported several kilometers away using the Flying Thunder God technique. Perched on a tree, he observed Rashi skillfully maneuvering around Kokuo in battle, his eyes filled with intrigue.
Your bug-eye vision failing you? Chongming teased. That guy has the lava release Kekei Genkai.
Of course, using Son Goku's power wouldn't be hard for him.
Ha! He has lava release? Moonlight Xianshan blinked in surprise. Otherwise, why do you think he was chosen as Son Goku's Jinchuriki? Ah! That makes sense. Since their abilities align, their fusion would be much smoother. Moonlight Xianshan glanced back at the battlefield, watching Rashi unleash his full strength. Rashi was an almost perfect Jinchuriki, perhaps even the first one to come so close to perfection. His relationship with Son Goku wasn't as hostile as some might assume.
Having been a Jinchuriki since childhood, Roshi had long since proven himself to Son Goku. Unfortunately, both man and beast were equally stubborn, and in the end, they never quite acknowledged each other the way they should have.
This show hasn't even hit its climax yet. Moonlight Qianshan smirked. Even with the tailed beast cloak or partial transformation, Roshi won't be able to stop Kokuo's rampage. Son Goku will have to step in personally. Chongming, how long do you think Roshi can hold out? His plan was for the two-tailed beasts to fight each other. A Jinchuriki alone wouldn't be enough. Chongming chuckled. Kokuo doesn't have many conventional attack methods, but her chakra can turn into steam.
That Jinchuriki, no matter how strong he is, won't last too long.
Moonlight Qianshan nodded in agreement.
Having lived for thousands of years, Kokuo had plenty of tricks up her sleeve. Being in a berserk state might have affected her reasoning, but it definitely hadn't weakened her strength.
Let's move even farther away.
We can still see everything with the bug eye technique. Once Son Goku enters the fight, this place won't be safe anymore. With that, Moonlight Qianshan vanished once more, this time, teleporting back to where he had left Minato and Fugaku.
The moment he landed, he was greeted by Fugaku's annoyed shouting and Minato's exasperated reply. Damn it! Why don't you know medical ninjutsu? I'm a combat ninja. Why the hell would I learn medical ninjutsu? Moonlight Qianshan nearly laughed out loud. Medical ninjutsu? Has Fugaku lost his damn mind? Damn it! Chakra recovery is too slow. Minato, what about you? Same.
But Fugaku, look, the Five Tails is being stopped. What are those red flashes? Why is she thrashing around like that?
Both of them were completely focused on the distant battle.
Even from dozens of kilometers away, the sheer size of the tailed beasts made them impossible to miss.
I can't believe you two have the nerve to sit back and watch the show. A familiar voice suddenly rang out behind them. Both Minato and Fugaku flinched and whipped around.
There, standing with a playful smirk, was the man they had been cursing and worrying about, Moonlight Qianshan.
Seeing the two dumbfounded pursuers, Moonlight Qianshan couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Humph. That'll teach you two for chasing me all the way to the land of grass.
Now look at you, completely outplayed, ***.
TSK.
He had to admit, their timing was impeccable. If it weren't for them, provoking Han into a frenzy would have been much more troublesome.
But now,
the Five Tails had completely lost control. These two had contributed significantly to his grand scheme.
What's wrong? Don't recognize me? Qianshan teased with a smirk. Don't tell me you came all the way to the land of grass and weren't looking for me?
Hearing this, both Minato and Fugaku's faces instantly turned red.
This bastard. He just had to bring that up, ***. Yeah, we came for you, you damn bastard.
Fugaku said through gritted teeth, barely holding back his anger.
After all the suffering you put us through, don't we deserve some revenge?
Humph. But, since you saved us, I'll let it slide. Minato added, maintaining his prideful demeanor. After all, as a proud Uchiha, even when acknowledging a debt, he had to act like he was in the right.
Seeing their reactions, Moonlight Qianshan couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Damn you, Qianshan. What are you laughing at?
Fugaku glared at him. Don't think that just because you saved me, I won't cut you down. If I wasn't out of chakra and injured, I'd absolutely slash you twice. Seeing Fugaku getting more and more agitated, Qianshan quickly waved his hands.
All right, I'll stop laughing.
Then, his expression turned serious.
Are you two still able to move? The Five Tails is still rampaging over there.
Just now, I saw an Iwagakure shinobi using a Kekkai Genkai technique. It didn't feel right, so I rushed back immediately.
Hearing this, Minato and Fugaku's expressions turned grim. A Kekkai Genkai user from Iwagakure had entered the land of grass? It seems the land of grass has been fully infiltrated by Iwagakure. Minato's face darkened. This information must be sent back to the village immediately. Qianshan, you're the only one uninjured. Hurry back to Canoha. Don't worry about us.
Minato knew that the situation in the land of grass had spiraled far beyond their expectations. First, a Jinchuriki had lost control. Now, Iwagakure's elite forces were moving in.
If Canoha didn't take countermeasures, the Fire Nation could be in danger at any moment.
No need to worry. I still have plenty of chakra left. I can take both of you with me.
Qianshan reassured them. Oh, by the way, I have some soldier pills. Want some to recover? The moment the word soldier pills left his mouth, Minato and Fugaku froze.
Fugaku nearly dragged his injured body just to grab his sword, while Minato shot him a glare filled with pure malice. Seeing their reactions, Moonlight Qianshan burst into laughter again.
You bastard! You're truly heartless! Fugaku cursed. Because of you, I swear I'll never eat soldier pills again. He meant it. Just the sight of those pitch-black pills made his whole body tremble. He never wanted to experience that horrible exhaustion again.
Just as Fugaku was about to start cursing again, an earth-shaking roar erupted from the direction of the Five Tails.
Roar! Hearing this, Moonlight Qianshan's eyes lit up with excitement. It's happening!
The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived, ***. In the distance, a massive red-furred monkey suddenly appeared on top of the Five Tails. This enormous beast had 4 tails. It was none other than the Four Tails, Son Goku.
Holy shit! That's the Four Tails?
Minato exclaimed, feeling like his brain had stopped functioning.
Fugaku was equally stunned.
This was their first time witnessing a tailed beast in action, and the sheer terror they radiated was overwhelming. Especially Minato, seeing the 2 massive beasts clashing, he immediately thought of Kushina.
So the monster inside Kushina is just like this? He thought to himself. But unlike them, Moonlight Qianshan's expression was completely different.
His face flushed with excitement, filled with joy, satisfaction, and the thrill of a scheme coming to fruition. Inside him, Chongming was equally ecstatic.
Qianshan! You're a genius! They're really fighting! Ha 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 ha! It's been ages since I've seen Kokuo and Son Goku. And now they're beating the hell out of each other. Fight! Smash that stupid monkey! Go all out, Kokuo! Ha 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 ha!
As a scheming little bug who had been completely corrupted by Moonlight Qianshan, Chongming's only concern was watching the spectacle unfold.
But the best part?
He heard the familiar system notification once again.
Ding! Host has successfully orchestrated a battle between Iwagakura's 2-tailed beasts. Reward, +3 constitution. Mission accomplished. Everything had been leading up to this moment. Ha 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 ha.
Now all that was left was to sit back, watch the fight, and teleport away once he'd had his fill, ***. Meanwhile, at Rashi's side.
Earlier, Rashi had jumped onto Kokuo's back and launched a relentless assault. But Kokuo's thick skin was proving too much. Even his lava release attacks weren't enough to break through.
At this rate, Rashi was starting to struggle.
Damn it! Even while berserk, her defense is this ridiculous? With a furious roar, he prepared another attack. Lava release, seabed needle. Molten lava condensed into his fist as he slammed it down onto Kokuo's back. This time, however, Kokuo was done holding back. Roar! With an enraged roar, her chakra surged violently, activating boil release.
In the next instant, steam exploded from her body.
Caught off guard, Rashi was blasted into the sky. Damn it! Boil release?
Even with his tailed beast cloak, Rashi could feel the searing heat of the steam. But his biggest problem was that he was now airborne, completely vulnerable. Below him, Kokuo's sharp horns glowed ominously as she locked onto him and charged forward.
With no other choice, Rashi resorted to his final option. Son! It's all on you now. Beat her up. Son Goku scoffed. What's wrong? Getting scared now? And now you finally come begging to Grandpa Monkey, huh? TCH.
Rashi wanted to curse him out, but seeing Kokuo's devastating charge closing in, he swallowed his pride.
Damn it, son. Hurry up and help. If I get impaled by her horns, you'll have to fix my body. Son Goku clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH. You always use this against me, you bastard. Fine. Hand over control. Roar. Son Goku erupted into action. Rashi let go of control, and in an instant, full-tailed beast transformation was complete.
A massive red-furred monkey materialized in midair. With a single devastating punch, Son Goku slammed his fist into Kokuo's face, sending her head snapping to the side.
You wanna fight? Fine. Grandpa Monkey will play with you.
In an instant, the battle had escalated from a Jinchuriki skirmish into an all-out tailed beast brawl. Four Tails Son Goku vs. Five Tails Kokuo, ***.
But Son Goku's punch only made Kokuo even angrier. Another hit to the face? Again? Everyone targets my damn face. You're all dead. Boil release, monster strength unleashed.
The battle between the tailed beasts appeared extremely straightforward. Either they grappled with each other in close combat or quickly pulled apart to prepare for a tailed beast ball. This was unsurprising, as their combat style had always been like this. When the Four Tails, Son Goku, appeared, he fully demonstrated the saying, "A monkey that knows martial arts is unstoppable." Especially when facing a tailed beast like Muo, whose agility was somewhat lacking, Son Goku displayed overwhelming offensive power. Using both fists and feet, he launched a fierce onslaught, pummeling Muo into a daze. However, Muo was tough as well. Enraged, he began running circles around Son Goku to increase his speed. At this moment, his advantage of having 4 legs became apparent. Son Goku, with only 2 legs, simply couldn't catch up. In the end, Muo's horn pierced directly through Son Goku's shoulder, and the battle persisted for half a day. Watching from the sidelines, Tsukikage Chisen became increasingly entertained. In his view, what kind of fight was it if no one got injured or bloodied? Now, Muo's mouth was crooked from the beating, and Son Goku was wounded. This was exactly the outcome he had hoped for. Leaving aside the berserk Muo for the moment, after sustaining injuries, Son Goku's eyes turned completely red. No matter how Roshi called out to him from within their shared consciousness, Son Goku remained unresponsive. He was furious, anxious, and seemed on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, Roshi began to panic. "Damn you, four-legged bastard! You were the one who insisted on fighting." Son Goku suddenly exerted force with his thick legs, causing his massive body to leap backward. At the same time, he opened his jaws wide, and a terrifying amount of chakra rapidly gathered in his mouth. Seeing this, Muo's eyes flashed with mockery. Without hesitation, he also opened his mouth and began gathering chakra in the same manner. "Chisen, watch carefully. This is the most powerful attack we tailed beasts possess, the tailed beast ball. Since you've already achieved partial tailed beast transformation, you should start practicing this technique too. Watch closely, it will benefit you. The chakra of us 9 tailed beasts is composed of blue yang attributed chakra and purple black yin attributed chakra. The key is to push chakra shape transformation to the limit, then mix and compress it in an ultradense sphere at a yin-yang ratio of 2:8 before releasing it in one go." Comei transformed into an on-the-spot instructor, enthusiastically explaining the mechanics of the tailed beast ball to Tsukikage Chisen. In Comei's eyes, Son Goku and Muo were like example problems on a blackboard, while Tsukikage Chisen was the student analyzing them. This filled him with immense satisfaction. For the first time, Tsukikage Chisen was observing a tailed beast ball at such close range. Though he had been very familiar with this technique in his past life, he had never imagined that one day he would be able to use it himself. For a moment, he was utterly mesmerized. So this is a tailed beast. What is that? Such terrifying chakra merging together, ****. Uchiha Fugaku, having recovered a bit of his chakra, activated his Sharingan to get a clearer view. However, after truly seeing the spectacle, he was utterly shaken, his face grew pale, his body trembled, and the terror of the tailed beasts was deeply imprinted in his heart. Meanwhile, Namake's Minato was also watching in fascination. However, unlike Tsukikage Chisen, his focus was on the method by which the tailed beast ball was formed. For some reason, as he observed the steadily condensing sphere, he did not feel fear. Instead, a surge of excitement welled up within him, as if this technique was the key to his own progress. "You too, it's time to go. If those things explode, we'll be caught in the blast as well. The land of grass is finished. With 2 berserk-tailed beasts rampaging, it'll take years for them to recover." The tailed beast balls were now complete, but Tsukikage Chisen had lost interest in watching. He abruptly turned around and placed his hands on Minato and Fugaku, preparing to evacuate. In the next instant, Flying Thunder got activated. Ever since entering the land of grass, Tsukikage Chisen had been setting up seals along the way. Using these and disregarding chakra consumption, he directly teleported the 3 of them to the border between the land of grass and the land of fire. And at the very moment they landed, boom! An explosion erupted. The collision of the 5 tails and 4 tails tailed beast balls triggered a massive detonation. That day, the land of grass would forever remember the terror of the tailed beasts. That day, the land of grass permanently blacklisted Iwagakure. When Tsukikage Inoki received the report from his subordinates, he laughed gleefully, shaking his head in denial. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've invested so much money into the land of grass. I even stationed troops there, and they never opposed it. The land of grass has long regarded me as their financial backer. How could they possibly turn against Iwagakure?" His subordinates, wiping cold sweat from their brows, handed him a set of photographs and a letter.
Anoki instantly froze.
The photographs were crystal clear. Five Tails and Four Tails were brawling like mad.
The letter was concise, containing only 2 sentences. First sentence ***, allowing your tailed beasts to rampage through our land of grass is utterly outrageous, Anoki. The land of grass will never be your friend. Not declaring war on you is already our bottom line. Asterisk.
Second sentence ***, right now, immediately, you personally must lead a team to retrieve those 2 rampaging tailed beasts. And compensate us heavily for the damages.
Asterisk. Anoki spat out a mouthful of blood. You 2 bastards. I'm going to kill you.
That very day, Tsuchikage Anoki led a squad of elite ninjas straight toward the land of grass. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind all of this was leisurely strolling along the roads of the land of fire.
Ding!
Due to the host instigating a battle between the Five Tails and Four Tails, causing widespread destruction in the land of grass, and shifting all the blame onto Tsuchikage Anoki, this perfectly aligns with the system's objectives.
Reward, Bloodline Limit Fusion Progress plus 10%. Note, at 100%, a second bloodline limit can be unlocked. Ding!
Due to the host's shameless actions, which enraged Tsuchikage Anoki to the point of vomiting blood, this perfectly aligns with the system's objectives.
Reward, Bloodline Limit Fusion Progress plus 5%. Note, at 100%, a second bloodline limit can be unlocked.
Tsukikage Chisen, who had been supporting Uchiha Fugaku, suddenly halted, nearly causing Fugaku to stumble and fall.
Damn it! Can't you support me properly? Stopping so suddenly, do you think my left leg is still fine?
Hearing Fugaku's complaints, Tsukikage Chisen immediately loosened his grip and withdrew his support.
Thud. Arg. Tsukikage Chisen, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Looking down at the fallen Uchiha Fugaku, Tsukikage Chisen couldn't help but grin. But it wasn't Fugaku's fall that amused him ***, it was the generous rewards ***. A second bloodline limit. What an exhilarating reward. Who said one could only have a single bloodline limit? Please, he had a cheat system. Just look at Mei Terumi, the future Mizukage. She possessed 3 elemental affinities and 2 bloodline limits. That was amazing.
The nature transformation of chakra is divided into 7 types: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yang, and yin. When 2 different chakra nature transformations merge, they create a new type of jutsu, known as a Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limit. However, while there are many shinobi who possess multiple chakra natures, very few can truly master a Kekkei Genkai. This suggests that the formation of a Kekkei Genkai is closely related to one's bloodline, or even DNA. This was also one of the research topics that Tsukikage Chisen had previously studied alongside Orochimaru. Tsukikage Chisen himself possessed 4 chakra natures: fire, earth, water, and wind. Theoretically, this meant he had the potential to develop multiple Kekkei Genkai. However, in reality, he had only ever mastered permeation release, Totan, because his bloodline originated from the Tsukikage clan, and the genes within his DNA carried the traits for permeation release. But now, things had finally changed. Although he didn't know how the system planned to grant him a second Kekkei Genkai, if it was something provided by the system, it was bound to be of the highest quality. He had complete confidence in it. As he became lost in thought, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his face. However, someone who had always harbored resentment toward him immediately became jealous. Damn it! You see me fall and still have the nerve to smile so happily? Uchiha Fugaku ignored Minato's attempts to calm him down, his words filled with hatred toward Tsukikage Chisen. Every sentence carried his intent to kill him.
Ha! Fugaku, did you fall?
Sorry, I was lost in thought just now, really didn't mean it.
Tsukikage Chisen showed no concern for Fugaku's anger, maintaining a relaxed demeanor as he and Minato helped him up and continued on their way.
Because they were traveling with an injured person, their journey was extraordinarily slow, taking half a day just to cover a distance that should have been much shorter. If not for Tsukikage Chisen occasionally using Flying Thunder God to shorten the journey, they might have taken even longer. Minato, you and Fugaku should go to the hospital for treatment. I'll head to the Hokage's office to report the situation, ***, Tsukikage Chisen said solemnly. After all, this was my mission, and with such a major incident happening in the land of grass, the Hokage must be informed immediately. With that, he turned and walked toward the Hokage's office. What he didn't know was that the chaos in the land of grass had already reached Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was currently overwhelmed with work. In front of him sat a nagging Danzo Shimura.
Hiruzen! A battle between two-tailed beasts in the land of grass is no small matter. Danzo said urgently. You know how terrifying the tailed beasts are. At this point, we should utilize the power of the nine tails. Otherwise, if Iwagakure's tailed beasts attack us, the village will suffer irreparable losses. Tailed beasts were traditionally considered the ultimate weapons of a village. Under normal circumstances, a jinchuriki was not deployed unless the situation was dire. This was especially true for Canoha's nine tails, the most powerful and fearsome of all the tailed beasts. Canoha had always refrained from using its power lightly. Hand the jinchuriki over to my root division. I will do everything in my power to ensure she quickly masters control over the nine tails. Danzo declared righteously, this isn't about aggression, it's about self-preservation. Danzo's words sounded reasonable, but Hiruzen knew him far too well. If Danzo got his hands on the nine tails jinchuriki, with his ruthless methods and unethical experiments, Kushina Uzumaki could end up becoming nothing more than a mindless weapon of war. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Hokage-sama. Tsukikage Chisen has returned and has important information to report. Hiruzen's eyes lit up with excitement, while Danzo's expression immediately darkened. That damned brat again? Because of Tsukikage Chisen, Danzo had previously failed to acquire an explosion release user that was such an invaluable Kekkai Genkai. Let him in. Hiruzen commanded. In his mind, Tsukikage Chisen's return at this moment must be related to the tailed beast battle in the land of grass. Danzo, on the other hand, silently sat down on the sofa, his interest piqued. As soon as Tsukikage Chisen entered, he immediately spotted Danzo. However, he wasn't surprised. In the end, Danzo was Hiruzen's old teammate, one of the 6 disciples of the second Hokage, and Konoha's shadowy figure. It was only natural for him to be here. Hokage-sama, I have gathered intelligence on the situation in the land of grass. Tsukikage Chisen spoke respectfully. Iwagakure has stationed a large number of shinobi in the land of grass. The leader of their forces is Han, the jinchuriki of the 5 tails. The tailed beast rampage was caused by him. Then, he suddenly grinned. Oh, by the way, you've probably already heard about the tailed beast battle in the land of grass, right? With just this one sentence, Hiruzen and Danzo's attention was instantly hooked. Danzo immediately asked, what do you mean? What did Uchiha and Namake's Minato do? Were they responsible for the rampage? Hiruzen frowned slightly. Danzo, I am the Hokage. You are merely an observer here. If you want to listen, then sit quietly. Danzo cursed internally, damn monkey, don't get cocky. Tsukikage Chisen continued, I had been secretly tracking Iwagakure's forces in the land of grass for some time. Then those two showed up. I have to say, while they're both powerful, their stealth skills are awful. They entered the land of grass in plain sight, crossing the border openly. I have no idea what they were thinking. Naturally, they were discovered the moment they arrived. Namake's Minato felt a pang of regret. It was all Fugaku's fault. He insisted on going in directly, ****. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, was internally furious ****. Tsukikage Chisen, you bastard. You're backstabbing me? Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly. He had known the purpose of Minato and Fugaku's trip to the land of grass, but he had never expected the two of them to make such a foolish mistake. These two were among Konoha's strongest young shinobi, the future pillars of the village. How could they have made such an error? Was it arrogance, or sheer recklessness? It was understandable for an Uchiha to act this way, but even Minato? Was it because Jeriah had been a poor influence? I'll have to lecture him later. Just look at Orochimaru, such a capable shinobi. Jeriah, why am I getting blamed for this too? Orochimaru, ha. This is all thanks to Chisenkuin's own efforts, ****. And, their actions directly alarmed the jinchuriki, Han. Moonlight Qianshan continued, but speaking of which, these two are indeed very strong. Facing the siege of Iwagakure, they were able to handle it with ease and even managed to kill a few in return. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been somewhat dissatisfied, finally showed a slight change in expression upon hearing this. He secretly reflected in his heart, I was indeed too hasty in my judgment. Every ninja has their own specialization. While these two may not excel in stealth techniques, they do possess significant combat strength. Brat, can you talk faster? You keep pausing between sentences, are you deliberately stalling for time? Danzo couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that this damn kid was speaking too slowly, constantly taking deep breaths, and after talking for so long, still hadn't gotten to the main point. It made him extremely irritated. Lord Danzo, I have to explain things step by step.
Moonlight Qianshan immediately put on a helpless expression, which made the veins on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead pop up again.
Then get to the point. Talk about the two-tailed beasts and the distribution of Iwagakure's forces. Stop mentioning irrelevant details.
Before Danzo could finish speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's palm landed with a loud slap, instantly cutting off Danzo's words.
Danzo! I said, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sternly. He is reporting to me, not to you. You just sit there and listen quietly, or get out. Danzo was stunned by the slap.
He immediately shut his mouth, his face darkened as he sat back down. He knew that at this moment, intelligence was crucial, and he couldn't afford to miss any details. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a cold snort, but then quickly switched to a friendly smile, signaling Moonlight Qianshan to continue. Against Iwagakure's assault, the two of them handled it with ease. However, once Han joined the battle, the situation started to change. But we don't know why the Jinchuriki's condition abruptly shifted. His armor shattered in an instant, and then an explosion occurred. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo both furrowed their brows simultaneously.
An explosion? Logically, after Inoki deployed a Jinchuriki, why would an explosion suddenly happen? Which tailed beast is he the Jinchuriki of? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked.
The Five Tails. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails.
After the explosion, he immediately went berserk. Fortunately, I was far away, otherwise, I would have been caught in the blast. But Minato and the other guy weren't so lucky. If Minato hadn't reacted quickly, the two of them might have been reduced to dust.
Moonlight Qianshan recalled the 30 Iwagakure ninja who hadn't even set foot on the battlefield before being obliterated by their own Jinchuriki.
It was truly pitiful.
Sigh, if it's the Five Tails, then that makes sense.
Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious expression. We do have some intelligence on the Five Tails.
Its boil release generates a massive amount of steam, and an overload could very well have caused the explosion.
Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that deploying the Five Tails into battle was something Inoki had been planning for a long time.
If two Jinchuriki appeared on the front lines, Canoha would be under tremendous pressure.
You did well. Now it's confirmed that both of Iwagakure's Jinchuriki have entered the battlefield.
It seems that the Four Tails appeared later to stop the Five Tails from rampaging. After all, using one-tailed beast to counter another has always been Inoki's strategy.
This is not looking good.
Moonlight Qianshan shrugged. His job was only to gather intelligence.
Fighting was someone else's responsibility, it had nothing to do with him.
Qianshan, you don't need to go out for a while. The Ninja Academy's graduation exam and the Chunin exams are coming up. You will serve as one of the examiners.
Sarutobi Hiruzen said.
Moonlight Qianshan recalled that during a meal at the Hataki residence, he had heard something about the Chunin exams.
He hadn't expected it to come so soon. Alright, this is something I'm good at. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave.
I need to visit the hospital and check on those two dummies.
Moonlight Qianshan said.
Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and Moonlight Qianshan left.
Once he was gone, Danzo spoke again. Hiruzen, you heard it too. The Five Tails and Four Tails have both entered the battlefield. You should understand what that means.
The Nine Tails Jinchuriki's training cannot be delayed any longer. Faced with Danzo's pressure, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained indifferent. The Nine Tails cannot be used for combat.
You can forget about that. Danzo, Root is not allowed to interfere with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This is not up for discussion.
Hearing this, Danzo was furious, but he couldn't override Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. After all, he was the Hokage. With a cold snort, he slammed the door and stormed out.
At Canoha Hospital, the attending doctor looked at the two familiar young men in front of him with a puzzled expression. Didn't you just get discharged a few days ago? Why don't you take better care of yourselves?
Look at this, one has a concussion, the other has multiple fractures.
Sigh, young people these days, so reckless.
Lying in their previous hospital beds, Uchiha Fugaku and Namake's Minato both had dark expressions. They had no choice but to endure the doctor's nagging.
Minato. Seriously. You just got discharged, can't you stay out of trouble for a bit? Uzumaki Kushina sat by the window, peeling an apple while complaining.
On the other side, Uchiha Makoto remained silent, but her gaze was filled with reproach. Clearly, both girls agreed with the doctor's words.
Yo, back in bed again? You too. Moonlight Qianshan suddenly appeared by the window, carrying a basket of fruit. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku lying in the bed near the window, he burst into laughter. The four of them reacted differently upon seeing Moonlight Qianshan. Fugaku turned his head away in annoyance, refusing to look at him.
Minato, on the other hand, nodded slightly in gratitude.
Kushina let out an irritated huff, while Makoto sincerely thanked him.
Fugaku, stop sulking. If not for Moonlight Qianshan, you would have been in serious trouble this time.
That was a tailed beast. Makoto handed a peeled apple to Fugaku, her face full of gratitude toward Moonlight Qianshan.
Moonlight Qianshan, even though you got Fugaku injured last time, I'll forgive you this time since you saved him.
Kushina said.
Indeed, the Uchiha clan was known for their pride. Though Kushina's tone was harsh, she was speaking the truth.
If not for chasing Moonlight Qianshan, Minato and Fugaku wouldn't have gone to the land of grass in the first place. Kushina, don't say that. Fugaku and I went to the land of grass willingly. We just didn't expect to encounter Iwagakure's Jinchuriki. As he mentioned the Jinchuriki, Minato looked at Kushina with deep concern. Being gazed at like that, Kushina's face turned bright red, resembling a tomato. Alright, you two just rest here obediently. I have to report to the Ninja Academy.
As Moonlight Qianshan spoke, he took a banana from the fruit basket, peeled it, and then held it out in front of Fugaku, which made Fugaku look surprised.
You bastard! You were obviously going to eat it yourself, so why did you hold it in front of me? Fugaku felt that Moonlight Qianshan was truly his nemesis, too infuriating.
Moonlight Qianshan, eating his banana, glanced at Fugaku with slight confusion and casually explained, my arm just felt a little numb, so I was stretching it out.
Why would you think I was offering it to you? Fugaku, don't overthink it. Look, Makoto is right here. If someone were to feed you, it should be her. At that, Makoto's face turned red, and she quickly took out a banana and held it up to Fugaku's mouth. Fugaku glared fiercely at Moonlight Qianshan, then turned to Makoto with a much gentler expression. Tisk tsk, you four are unbearable to watch. I'm out of here.
As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with 4 simultaneous eye rolls. Without another word, he jumped out of the window and left. After he was gone, Minato and Fugaku exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. That bastard said he brought the fruit basket for us, yet he's the one enjoying it the most. On the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, Moonlight Qianshan crouched by the wall, looking down at the training ground below.
2 classes were in the middle of training. One class was practicing taijutsu, and the instructor for that class was Teacher Chin. Kakashi's father really has some connections to have invited him. The dragon god of Canoha. Who knows, if Madogai learns this technique, with the 8 gates fully opened, who could stop his kick? In Moonlight Qianshan's field of vision, Madogai and a group of students were attacking Chin Baojun, but Chin Baojun evaded all their attacks with incredibly fluid movements. He even used a vine whip in his hand to occasionally strike the students, correcting their improper taijutsu forms. On the other side, students were practicing ninjutsu. What surprised Moonlight Qianshan was that the instructors were actually Tsukumo Hatake and Pakora. But the most shocking part was that it was Pakora who was currently teaching ninjutsu, while Tsukumo stood aside, smiling as he watched. What was going on? How had Tsukumo allowed Pakora to become a teacher at the academy? Her identity. Curious about why she's here teaching? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in Moonlight Qianshan's ear. Hearing that voice, his pupils shrank for a moment, but he quickly relaxed. Without turning his head, he teased, "You're the principal, and yet you're still using shadow clones to teach? That's a bit much." The person who had arrived was none other than Tsukumo Hatake, and what Moonlight Qianshan said was indeed true, the Tsukumo down there was just a shadow clone. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with using shadow clones? Ninjutsu is meant to be used, isn't it? Otherwise, why do we even learn it? Tsukumo Hatake walked over to stand beside Moonlight Qianshan. Pakora has exceptional talent in ninjutsu, and she's well suited for teaching. Since you've been away, her administrative authority was temporarily transferred to me. Given that I also have to manage the academy, I figured I might as well bring her here as a teacher. She was more than happy to accept the role when I told her. Look at how much she enjoys teaching the kids, doesn't she seem happy? Moonlight Qianshan remained silent because he could see it clearly. The slight upward curve of Pakora's lips and her focused expression were not something that could be faked. But her identity? What about it? She's no longer a ninja of Sunagakure. Ever since you captured her, her path back to the Sand Village was cut off. Of course, it's not that simple. But doesn't she still have your 5 elements seal on her? With that seal restricting her, she's just an ordinary ninja, at most, a standard jonin. Canoha has plenty of those. Moonlight Qianshan nodded. That was undeniable. With the interference of the 5 elements seal, Pakora couldn't regulate her chakra distribution properly, making it impossible for her to use Scorch Release.
Without that powerful technique, her combat strength wasn't particularly exceptional in Canoha.
But, Lord Tsukumo, she was still a ninja of Gaker. That's an undeniable fact. She didn't even get the chance to step onto the battlefield before you captured her.
Her hands have never been stained with the blood of Kanoha's ninja. Moonlight Qianshan was slightly stunned. That was true, at this point in time, Pakora had just come of age and had not yet fought in any wars. Her reputation for Scorch Release was something she would earn in the future during the Third Great Ninja War. Right now, she was just an unknown newcomer.
I did some further investigation. Pakora had always been treated as a hidden trump card.
Even on missions, she was never exposed to other villages. Think about it, when you first encountered Pakora, even I didn't know much about her.
How much could anyone else possibly know?
Hataida Zaman kept her hidden, intending to unleash her as a secret weapon in the war.
Too bad for him, you completely ruined that plan. Qianshan, do you know how Canoha was built?
The sudden change in topic made Moonlight Qianshan furrow his brows. He hesitated before answering. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan founded Canoha, later bringing in many other ninja clans.
Tsukumo Hatake nodded. The Hatake clan, the Moonlight clan, we were all part of that formation. The village exists because of the unification of these clans. Moonlight Qianshan still didn't understand what Tsukumo was trying to say. Seeing the confusion on Moonlight Qianshan's face, Tsukumo Hatake looked up at the sky. Canoha has always accepted ninja from other villages. You know Uzumaki Kushina, right?
She was originally a genin from Yuzushiogakure, but she became part of Canoha.
Moonlight Qianshan nodded. He knew Kushina had transferred to Canoha from another village.
Qianshan, if we want Pakora to truly become a part of Canoha and sever ties with Sunagakure, there's only one way. She must join one of Canoha's clans, fully leaving her past behind. Moonlight Qianshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the white-haired man in front of him. I've already discussed this with her, and she agreed. After a period of observation, if there are no issues, I will submit an application to the Hokage to have Pakora join the Hatake clan as my adopted daughter, making her a full-fledged member of Canoha.
Moonlight Qianshan, wait. Join the Hatake clan? Why not the Moonlight clan? Tsukumo Hatake, kid, take a guess.
Moonlight Qianshan, damn it, you old bastard, you're scheming against me.
You want to be my father? Moonlight Qianshan stared intently at Tsukumo Hatake, but the latter merely laughed heartily, as if completely unconcerned with Qianshan's anger. Are you really Tsukumo Hatake? The famous White Fang of Canoha? How did I never realize that you were this devious? Moonlight Qianshan was furious. And you call yourself a senior? Pa! Pakora was brought back by me. By all rights, she should be joining the Moonlight clan. Qianshan was filled with resentment. That damn White Fang of Canoha, he must have planned this long ago. Coming here to snatch her away from him. In response to Qianshan's furious shouting, Tsukumo remained completely unbothered. He simply shrugged and said, join your Moonlight clan? Think about it, what's more convincing? The prestige of the Hatake clan with me at its head, or you, a little brat, trying to vouch for her? Though you've made some achievements, you're still far behind me. With my protection, she can smoothly integrate into Canoha. Maybe if you had another 10 years, you could pull it off. But right now? You're not there yet. Even though Qianshan knew Tsukumo was speaking the truth, he still felt immensely frustrated. What if he ever wanted to pursue Pakora in the future? But if she became Tsukumo Hatake's adopted daughter, then he'd have to call Tsukumo father? The mere thought of it made Qianshan feel like his world was collapsing into darkness. Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Qianshan roared. Let me tell you. Even if that day comes, we'll each stick to our own rules. You can forget about me calling you father. Tsukumo's eyes widened in surprise, a face full of question marks as he watched Qianshan leap off the rooftop. But he was Tsukumo Hatake, after all. With just a brief moment of thought, he immediately understood the hidden implication in Qianshan's words. And then, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You little brat. I wouldn't have even thought of that if you hadn't said it. Not bad. Not bad at all. This is a great development. Ha 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 ha. That father, I will make sure I hear you say it one day.
Meanwhile, Qianshan, who had just leaped from the rooftop, activated his transparent escape technique and stealthily approached the class where Pakora was teaching.
He didn't care that Tsukumo Hataki's shadow clone was here.
That old bastard was too infuriating. If only his 1,000 years of death technique were fully mastered, he would have given that clone a severe lesson. However, the moment he saw Pakora guiding the students in hand seals, his attention was immediately drawn to her. Even though she had been in Canoha for some time, her attire remained the same as before.
That silhouette, damn, it looked really good.
Your hand seals must be precise stability over speed. If you miss seal, the jutsu will lose its guidance, and failing a jutsu in battle is a grave mistake. So, go through these 12 seals 3 more times.
Pakora instructed the students seriously.
She was in charge of the basic ninjutsu course. The reason she preferred holding classes outdoors was simple: she didn't like classrooms. They reminded her of her past in Gaker. Back then, she had been a student, but because of her scorch release, she was constantly watched. She had been trained exclusively by elite jonin, and in that vast classroom, she had always been alone. That suffocating, enclosed space had left a lasting impact on her, so she despised classrooms. Pakora shook her head, pushing those unpleasant memories aside, and continued watching her students practice their seals.
Asuma. Focus. Your seals aren't precise enough.
Asuma, 12 seals, do 5 extra sets.
Pakora was strict as a teacher, despite only being 18 years old. Asterisk additional setting, Pakora is 3 years older than Qianshan asterisk. TCH, I'm not doing it. What can you do about it? Asuma Sarutobi was rebellious.
He barely listened to his own father, so why would he respect this young female teacher? He outright refused and was even about to mock her. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly tripped on something and fell flat on his face. His scream instantly disrupted the previously harmonious class.
Pakora frowned slightly, puzzled by Asuma's sudden fall. But in the next second, she heard a familiar voice. Asuma, a man should respect women. I believe I've told you this before. A skilled person is a teacher, you're failing at basic respect.
The sudden voice and the figure gradually appearing from thin air startled the students, causing them to scatter in fear. But when they saw who it was, they quickly returned to their places, excitedly shouting.
Teacher Qianshan! You're back!
Pakora glanced at that familiar figure, the corners of her lips curving up slightly. That bastard, using transparent escape to cause trouble again. But, seeing Asuma get put in his place is kind of satisfying, asterisk asterisk.
Teacher Qianshan, don't kick me. I was wrong, okay?
Asuma scrambled to his feet, his eyes full of desperation. Moonlight Qianshan looked at him, smirked, then spoke in a threatening tone.
You disrupted class and disrespected your teacher.
I'm going straight to your dad to report you. And if he doesn't do anything, I'll steal his tobacco pipe and force him to deal with you.
Let's see if he chooses his pipe or you. Asuma's face instantly fell. He knew his father's temper very well.
If the third Hokage found out he was causing trouble in class, he'd be torn apart for sure. Hiruzen Sarutobi, trained by the second Hokage, had great respect for his teachers and absolutely couldn't tolerate students who didn't respect theirs. With what he had just done, he was asking for death.
Alright, get back to practicing. I'm heading over to the other group. Moonlight Qianshan shot Pakora a meaningful glance, then glared fiercely at Tsukumo Hataki's shadow clone before heading toward the taijutsu class. He wanted to check out the lesson of Konoha's strongest taijutsu master, Teacher Chen. Pakora watched Qianshan's retreating figure and couldn't help but smile again.
And that smile sent her entire class into a frenzy.
Wow! Teacher Pakora just smiled. What a bright smile. This is big news. A massive piece of gossip.
Pakora immediately wiped the smile off her face and forced herself to look stern.
Have you all finished your practice? Everyone, 5 more sets. Right now. Immediately. Compared to Pakora's structured teaching, Teacher Chen's instruction was highly engaging and dynamic.
With his formidable taijutsu skills, he moved effortlessly among the students, and the vine whip in his hand acted like a magic wand, precisely pointing out each student's shortcomings.
Taijutsu, one of the 3 fundamental ninja skills, was often overlooked, whether intentionally or not.
However, with Qin Baojun now in the mix, this discipline was once again receiving the attention it deserved. Especially for Mato Guy, who would frequently shout, "This is youth," before launching a flurry of attacks at Chen Baojun. Of course, these attacks were completely ineffective, and instead, he would end up receiving a thorough education from the Vine Whip.
"Brat, you've been watching for a while now. Any thoughts?"
Having floored all the students, Chen Baojun slowly turned around, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Moonlight Qianshan.
"Impressive, Teacher Chen.
Your skills remain as sharp as ever."
Qianshan genuinely admired him. "Humph, so you're Moonlight Qianshan, huh? I heard from Tsukumo Hatake that you've been learning his 1,000 Years of Death?"
The moment 1,000 Years of Death was mentioned, Qianshan's expression froze. Those painful memories surged back like a nightmare.
"Interested in a spar?
Let me see if you're worthy of the praise Tsukumo gives you, saying you could succeed him one day." Chen Baojun casually tossed aside his vine whip, letting his arms hang loosely, feet naturally apart, seemingly relaxed.
However, those who knew him well understood that this was his prelude to combat. For taijutsu practitioners, the simpler the stance, the more efficient the strikes.
But Qianshan frowned slightly, pondering over Chen Baojun's words.
Succeed him? What does Tsukumo mean by that? Is he planning to make me the ANBU captain?
That's ridiculous.
ANBU focuses on assassination, which completely contradicts my style, ***. Kid, stop overthinking. If you want answers, just go ask him yourself. Right now, focus on sparring with me. With those words, Chen Baojun suddenly exerted force in his legs, launching himself at Moonlight Qianshan like a pouncing leopard. Damn it, old man. No honor at all, ambushing a junior. And that was clearly Canoha Whirlwind. Why didn't you even call out the move's name?
Qianshan hurriedly leaped backward, barely dodging Chen's left and right whirlwind kicks.
Do I look like a 20-year-old kid to you? Calling out attack names at my age? Ha! Chen Baojun sneered before suddenly launching a powerful twin dragon seeks the ocean punch. Crap! That's a blatant lie.
Qianshan crossed his arms to block the double punch, but the sheer force exceeded his expectations, sending him skidding back several steps. Considering how much his attributes had improved since his mission in the Land of Grass, this was surprising.
Moonlight Qianshan. Age *15.
Affiliation *Kanahagakure, Moonlight Clan, Jonin, Jinchuriki, Seven Tails. Kekkei Genkai Transparent Escape, Perfect Mastery, Second Kekkei Genkai, not activated, progress, 15%. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Jutsu, 8 Gates, Flying Thunder God, Fire Release, Great Fireball, Phoenix Fire, Earth Release, Earth Wall, Headhunter Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Armor, Great Breakthrough, Wind Cutter, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, 1,000 Years of Death. Tailed Beast Comei, Seven Tails, Affinity, 100%, Tailed Beast Transformation Progress, 90%, * at 100%, can use Tailed Beast Bomb *. Attributes *. Strength 65. Speed 70. Chakra 70. Stamina 82. Ninjutsu 81. Taijutsu 50. Genjutsu 56. Hand Seals 58. Note, attribute values follow a 1:10 ratio as per Book of Combatants. His enhanced strength and endurance allowed him to clearly sense his physical prowess. Yet, even so, Chen Baojun's punch left his arms numb. Oh? You actually blocked that? Your physical condition is better than I expected. You look like a twig, but you're sturdier than you seem. Chen Baojun's eyes gleamed with a hint of surprise. He knew full well how powerful his strikes were, so for Qianshan to withstand it was impressive. Who was Chen Baojun? He was Canoha's acknowledged strongest taijutsu expert. His strength wasn't just about having techniques like Canoha Dragon God, he had personally created over half of Canoha's taijutsu techniques, including Canoha Whirlwind and Canoha Rising Wind. Again! Intrigued, Chen Baojun lunged forward once more. Having experienced the old master's raw power firsthand, Qianshan had no intention of confronting him head-on. Instead, he opted to rely on agility, swiftly dodging each attack. The commotion from their sparring quickly attracted the attention of both training classes, including Pakora and Tsukumo Hatake. Ha ha ha, that brat. Old Chen isn't one to let go easily. But I have to admit, I didn't expect Qianshan's endurance to be this strong. Taking a direct hit from Old Chen and still standing, impressive. Tsukumo, having fought alongside Chen on the battlefield, was well aware of the man's monstrous strength.
Seeing Qianshan hold his ground only made him appreciate the boy even more. Pakora, on the other hand, was surprised by Qianshan's speed and reflexes.
She had always assumed that Qianshan's strength came primarily from his Kekkei Genkai and secret techniques. But now, she realized she had underestimated him. This boy had a unique presence. He always seemed to draw people in, making them want to understand him better. Yet, no matter how much they tried, he remained like an endless abyss, impossible to fully grasp.
Kid, dodging forever isn't a good strategy. On the battlefield, if you don't defeat your enemy, they'll take your life. Chen Baojun was displeased with Qianshan's evasive tactics.
The boy had the speed, strength, and endurance to fight, yet he kept avoiding direct confrontation.
Was he really just some troublemaker, as Tsukumo had implied?
Old man, you said it yourself.
If I fight back and embarrass you, don't blame me. Qianshan wasn't one to back down easily.
While he disliked unnecessary battles, he had plenty of ways to defend himself.
Humph. If you can land a hit on me, that just proves your skill. Come on, show me what you've got. Chen Baojuan's eyes burned with excitement. Qianshan grinned.
It was a bright, mischievous smile.
Seeing that expression, Pakora suddenly felt uneasy. Something bad is about to happen. Headmaster Hataki, I think we should stop them. I have a bad feeling about this. Pakora voiced her concern. Relax. Old Chen is incredibly strong.
Even if Qianshan fights back, he won't be able to do much against him.
Tsukumo remained unconcerned.
After all, Chen Baojun was one of Canoha's top fighters.
Unfortunately, he underestimated Qianshan's shamelessness.
To Qianshan, winning didn't necessarily mean defeating his opponent in battle. Moonlight Qianshan swiftly assumed a combat stance, his hands forming open palms, one forward and one back, while his feet were set at a balanced distance apart. His posture was a perfect Wing Chun stance.
Seeing this, Chen Baojuan's eyes instantly lit up. As a taijutsu master, he could tell that Qianshan's stance was extremely well formed.
His forward and backward palm placements allowed for both swift attacks and solid defense. His legs were slightly bent, knees subtly flexed, and his heels were positioned in a way that allowed for quick pivots using his waist to generate power, enabling rapid movement and adjustments.
This kid. He's got potential for taijutsu, ***. Old man Chen, come on. This time, I won't dodge. Qianshan's stance was set, and his battle cry was loud and clear, his aura surging in an instant. Not bad, kid. With that kind of spirit, in my eyes, you're a real man. Chen Baojun moved like a bolt of lightning, faster than a leopard, more akin to a rocket.
His powerful legs lashed out in a fierce kick, carrying tremendous force.
At that moment, Qianshan's smirk deepened, and his insect-like vision had already activated. To others, Chen Baojuan's movements were blindingly fast, but to Qianshan, they were crystal clear.
Just as Chen Baojuan's whip kick was about to land, Qianshan moved. With a sudden motion, his right hand pressed down on Chen Baojuan's leg, stopping the powerful strike.
Chen Baojun, initially brimming with fighting spirit, suddenly froze. He saw Qianshan smirk in a way that could only be described as shameless.
At the same time, Qianshan's lips moved, seemingly mouthing a single word. If Chen Baojun wasn't mistaken, he had just said, "Take care." A flood of question marks filled Chen Baojuan's mind.
Why had Qianshan said that?
But before he could make sense of it, his surroundings changed. The training ground vanished, replaced by the rooftop of the academy building.
And Qianshan was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a familiar white-haired figure was standing in front of him, back-facing him. Wait. Why does this white-haired guy look so familiar? Hold on. Isn't that Tsukumo Hataki? Oh no. Move.
Tsukumo, who had been casually observing from the sidelines, suddenly noticed that Chen Baojun had disappeared from his view. Just as he was about to process what had happened, he felt a chilling gust of wind behind him. A dreadful sense of danger engulfed him. At the same time, his eyes locked onto Qianshan, who was still on the training ground, grinning mischievously.
That damn brat. He used Flying Thunder God to teleport Chen Baojun behind me? Shit. Dodge, ***. Tsukumo immediately reacted, trying to evade.
But Chen Baojuan's speed was insane, and Qianshan's Flying Thunder God technique was precise, teleporting him only 1 meter behind Tsukumo.
For elite shinobi like them, 1 meter was almost undodgeable. And then,
a full-powered leaf great whirlwind landed directly on Tsukumo's kidney.
Aya!
A scream echoed through the academy's rooftop, drawing every student's attention. When they turned to look, they witnessed something that shattered their understanding of reality. Chen Baojuan, size 40 foot, carrying the fragrance of tropical bananas, had slammed into Tsukumo Hataki's kidney, launching him off the rooftop.
At that moment, Tsukumo was soaring through the air, clutching his side in agony.
Many years later, when someone asked about the true power of Canoha's strongest taijutsu,
Tsukumo Hataki, rubbing his still aching waist, solemnly replied. That day.
I swear I saw my long-lost great-grandmother.
Pakora facepalmed. She knew this bastard Qianshan wouldn't play fair.
Her instincts had been correct.
Ding! System detected that the host used Flying Thunder God to trick Tsukumo Hataki, resulting in him taking a full-force kick from Chen Baojun.
Strength +2 as a reward. Hearing the familiar system notification, Qianshan's grin widened.
Humph.
That's what you get for trying to make me call you Dad, Tsukumo.
Enjoy your flight.
That evening, the Moonlight Clan dinner table.
Moonlight Qianshan, don't you think you went too far today? That was Tsukumo Hataki, the white fang of Canoha.
Pakora, munching on the meal Qianshan had prepared, had to admit this guy could really cook .
Oh? Qianshan, what did you do this time? What happened to Lord Tsukumo?
As she served her son a bowl of rice, Hibisame, Qianshan's mother, curiously asked. Before Qianshan could answer, Ebisu, his younger brother, excitedly jumped in.
Mom! Today, Qianshan Nizan made the principal get kicked by teacher Chen. Now he's in the hospital.
Ebisu then dramatically recounted the entire scene from earlier.
Hibisame was stunned. That was the mighty Tsukumo Hataki, one of Canoha's strongest. And this little brat actually tricked him into getting kicked? Humph, he wanted me to call him Dad. How could I tolerate that? This was just a little warning. Just wait, there's more to come. Qianshan still felt annoyed at the thought of Tsukumo stealing Pakora into the Hataki clan. Meanwhile, seeing Qianshan's irritated expression, Pakora couldn't help but feel oddly satisfied. Aunt Hibisame. More rice, please. I have a great appetite today. Of course. Eat up. When you two get married, you'll need the strength to have a big, healthy baby. Hibisame cheerfully took Pakora's bowl.
But the moment her words landed.
Put. Pakora and Qianshan both spat out their food.
They locked eyes, both seeing awkwardness and panic reflected in the other.
Aunt Hibisame, don't joke about that. Who would marry him? He's just a troublemaker. Humph. As if I'd want to marry you. My dream is the boundless sea of stars. Hibisame simply smiled knowingly, watching the two bicker without intervening.
Later that night, the rooftop. Moonlight Qianshan sat alone, gazing at the moonlit sky.
Suddenly, Pakora leaped onto the roof, standing beside him. Tsukumo Hataki said that if you want to fully join Canoha, you have to join a clan. Have you decided, Pakora? Pakora lowered her head. Her thoughts were a mess. Tsukumo had mentioned this before, but she never gave a definitive answer. Now, with Qianshan asking directly, she felt even more conflicted. I don't know.
Gaker was the village that raised me, after all, ***.
Qianshan slowly stood up. For some reason, hearing her hesitation annoyed him. Raised you? That doesn't mean it was good for you. Do you really not see it? You were treated as a weapon. That's not your destiny. You deserve a better future. He paused, recalling Pakora's original fate ***, betrayed, killed by Kirigakure ***. That thought weighed on him. After a moment, he continued. Join the Hataki clan. Become a part of Canoha. Even if you don't want to be a ninja, this place is better for you. And also, I want you to stay. The next day, the atmosphere inside the Hokage's office was somewhat subtle. Without saying a word, Tsukigake Chisen grabbed Hataki Tsukumo and marched straight to the Hokage's office, completely ignoring Tsukumo's murderous glare and the way he clutched his aching lower back. Hokage-sama, I have something important to discuss with you. Tsukigake Chisen knocked and pushed at the same time, barging in without hesitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two who had entered, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Chisen, what's the matter with you? Tsukumo, what happened to your back? Tsukigake Chisen settled Hataki Tsukumo onto the sofa to the side, then stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a serious expression.
The Hokage had rarely seen this mischievous troublemaker look so solemn, and his heart tightened. This must truly be an important matter. Hokage-sama, I hope you will allow Pakora to join the Hatake clan and also become part of Konohagakure. Chisen's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating countless ripples. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Tsukumo both showed expressions of shock. Are you serious? She's really willing to leave Gaker and join us? As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to consider the village's best interests. Although he would love for Pakora to join Canoha, he knew very well that a shinobi with an offensive Kekei Genkai was extremely rare and had to be handled with caution. Yes, Hokage-sama, I have already obtained her consent. She truly wishes to join Canoha and start a new life. In Chisen's mind, the scene from the previous night resurfaced. Under the moonlight, Pakora had shown a rare smile, one filled with relief and hope for the future. I am willing to join Canoha, but I don't want to be a shinobi anymore. I want to become a teacher, to educate and nurture the next generation. Chisen, thank you. You saved me from the hell I was trapped in. There was one more thing she didn't say out loud but whispered silently in her heart. If you had asked me to stay earlier, I would have agreed right away. Humph, you little brat. Someone who had once lived in hell and longed for a new beginning, how could they not be worth saving? That was why Tsukigate Chisen had brought Hatake Tsukumo here without hesitation. Tsukumo, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not immediately respond but instead turned to Hatake Tsukumo. Tsukumo stopped rubbing his lower back, slowly stood up, and walked over to stand beside Tsukigate Chisen. His voice was firm. The Hatake clan is willing to accept Pakora, and I personally will take her in as my adopted child, essentially, my disciple. I am willing to vouch for her with my own merits in battle. Note, the adopted child dynamic here is inspired by Demon Slayer and does not imply an actual parent-child relationship, but rather a master-disciple bond. Tsukigate Chisen glanced at Hatake Tsukumo, feeling a bit unwilling but unable to deny that Tsukumo was right. In Canoha, his own achievements weren't enough to protect Pakora. The only person who could do that was Canoha's White Fang. Not even the legendary Sannin could compare. Besides, even if he takes Pakora away in the future, she would only be Tsukumo's adopted child. Everyone would mind their own business. Make him call her something formal? Not a chance. And that old fox Tsukumo had made it clear Pakora would only be listed under the Hatake clan as a disciple. Ahaha, good. In that case, I approve of Pakora joining the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, but his tone was serious. However, for the short term and even during any future wars, she must not leave the village, nor can she be a shinobi again. This is the most important condition. No problem, Hokage-sama. Pakora herself does not wish to continue being a shinobi. She only wants to become a teacher at the academy. Tsukigate Chisen nodded. Moreover, I will personally ensure she doesn't leave the village or have her 5 elements seal removed. Since the principal of the ninja academy was Hatake Tsukumo, making Pakora a teacher was the best arrangement. Tsukumo nodded in agreement. I approve of Pakora becoming a teacher. Although she will no longer be a shinobi, she still has extensive combat experience, and many students enjoy her lessons on ninjutsu fundamentals. Besides, with me at the academy, certain people will think twice before trying anything against her. The last sentence was clearly a warning to certain individuals. But Tsukumo was not afraid. Even after stepping down as the commander of the Anbu, he was still Canoha's White Fang, a battle-hardened warrior of legendary status. Alright, then we'll proceed with this plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. He knew that as long as he gave his approval, everything else would go much more smoothly. After all, only a handful of people even knew about Pakora's existence. However, Tsukigate Chisen, agreeing to your request comes with a price. The Hokage silently took a puff from his pipe, smoke enveloping his face. Chisen felt a chill in his heart. As a fox himself, how could he not recognize the schemes of an old fox? TCH, I knew you'd have conditions. Alright, what do you want me to do? Hatake Tsukumo chuckled and sat back down on the sofa, knowing that whatever came next had nothing to do with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out another puff of smoke and slowly stood up. After the graduation exam and the Chunin exams, you will officially join the Anbu and start carrying out missions. The shinobi world is in chaos, and we cannot afford to be careless. We need your strength. Tsukigate Chisen groaned internally. Even though he had already joined the Anbu, he had never truly been involved in their operations. His last mission had taken him to the land of grass, allowing him to avoid Anbu duties altogether.
Fine, I accept. Once the exams are over, I'll report for duty immediately. Gritting his teeth, Chisen agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Alright, you may leave now. I still have things to discuss with Tsukumo. Chisen nodded, immediately using the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the office. This brat. Can't he just walk out like a normal person? Watching Chisen leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly before turning to Hatake Tsukumo. Do you really intend to train him as your successor? Tsukumo smiled slightly and nodded.
Once a person has bonds, they become more determined and work harder to move forward. He has his family, his younger brother, and now Pakora. He must keep striving forward so he won't let them down. He will become an outstanding Anbu captain and an intelligence expert. My judgment isn't wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Tsukumo's resignation had left many issues within the Anbu. The organization was like a sharp blade, and Tsukumo had always been the one wielding it. With his departure, the blade had lost much of its luster. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. He won't disappoint us. Tsukumo smirked, rubbing his sore lower back. That brat may be a bit of a pain sometimes, but when it comes to serious matters, he's reliable. His recent missions have proven that. He will definitely grow into a capable shinobi. Tsukage Chisen, I will definitely shine, but whether it's golden light or not, well, that's another story. The graduation exam of the Ninja Academy had finally begun. This was the first graduation exam since the Academy's reform, and it was the most grand event to date. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with advisors Mitokado Hamura and Utatane Koharu, as well as a group of jonin, were all present to observe. On the Academy's training grounds, a high platform had been specially constructed for the assessment. Principal Hatake Tsukumo, with a solemn expression, led the teachers into the venue. He then stepped to the front of the gathered students, his gaze fixed on those about to take the test. This graduation exam marks the first assessment since the Academy's reform. I hope all of you will give it your all and showcase your unique talents. Now, the exam officially begins. Exam proctor, take your position. With Hatake Tsukumo's command, the entire field instantly fell silent. In a flash, Tsukage Chisen appeared on the central platform like a phantom. His appointment as the sole exam proctor had been unanimously approved, as he was one of the few jonin instructors at the Academy. Furthermore, this assessment was tailored to each student's individual abilities, making a single examiner the most effective approach. Oh, I see a lot of familiar faces. I hope you all show me your true strength today. A faint smile appeared on Chisen's lips. First up, Might Guy. Bursting with youthful energy, Might Guy had been eagerly waiting. With a leap, he landed on the platform. Sensei Chisen. I will definitely graduate this time. Let's go. Before he even finished speaking, Guy charged forward like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, launching a flurry of attacks. Thanks to the strict training under his mentor, his speed had improved significantly. His rapid, close-range strikes were so relentless that even Chisen had to secretly admire him. It seemed that the future king of youth was already beginning to shine on this stage. Leaf Whirlwind. Guy unleashed a powerful kick, generating a fierce gust of wind. The sheer speed and force of his two consecutive roundhouse kicks shocked the audience. The howling wind they produced was a testament to the incredible strength and velocity behind them. Among the spectators, Guy's mentor, Shin-sensei, smiled with satisfaction, his eyes filled with pride. Alright, that's enough. No need to continue, you pass. I don't think anyone will object to that. Just as Guy was about to launch another attack, Chisen decisively declared his success. Guy immediately cheered in excitement and tried to rush forward to hug Chisen, only to be stopped just in time. Get off the stage. There are still other students waiting for their turn. With a casual flick of his wrist, Chisen effortlessly tossed Guy off the platform. Next, Asuma Sarutobi. Oh. The Hokage's son was up next. This required some special attention. As Asuma leaped onto the stage, Chisen's eyes gleamed with a barely noticeable mischievous glint. From the stands, Pakora saw the smirk on his face and immediately felt uneasy. She knew that Chisen was about to mess with Asuma. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, watching his son step onto the platform, also felt a sense of unease. Alright, Asuma, show me what you've got. Chisen chuckled inwardly. *, brat, you were disrespectful to me before.
Now it's time for payback asterisk. As a master of deception, Chisen had already planned everything. Ha!
Asuma wasted no time and charged forward, fists flying in a rapid barrage toward Chisen's face.
Instantly, Chisen's expression darkened. Asterisk, you little punk, aiming straight for my face? Have you no manners, asterisk? Fine, I was going to go easy on you, but now you've brought this upon yourself.
Sidestepping effortlessly, Chisen dodged the attack and grabbed Asuma's collar, hurling him off the platform.
Asuma twisted midair, landing smoothly on the ground.
Without hesitation, he began forming hand seals. However, the seals seemed a bit too simple. This didn't look like the powerful fire release techniques the Sarutobi clan was known for.
Fire release, flame bullet.
As Asuma completed his hand seals, several fist-sized fireballs appeared in his hands. The air was filled with an awkward silence. It was as if the entire audience could hear crows cawing in the background. The Sarutobi clan was renowned for their mastery of fire release, yet the tiny fireballs Asuma had conjured were utterly unimpressive.
Even the Uchiha clan's phoenix fire would have been more intimidating. Ah! Chisen let out an exaggerated sigh of disappointment.
In a flash, he vanished from Asuma's sight. The small fireballs, now without a target, flew harmlessly past the platform.
Where did he go? Asuma panicked, frantically looking around. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened.
Not only were those pitiful little fireballs embarrassing, but Asuma's reaction to losing sight of his opponent was disgracefully untrained. In truth, Chisen hadn't left the platform. He had simply used the body flicker technique to position himself behind Asuma. At that moment, he silently formed the tiger seal with his hands. Upon seeing this, the audience collectively tensed.
Asterisk, the tiger seal? Is he about to use a fire release jutsu? Asterisk. Asterisk, isn't that a bit excessive against a student? Asterisk.
Only a few individuals, Pakora, Obito Uchiha, Hatake Tsukumo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, covered their faces, already knowing what was coming.
They sighed inwardly. Asterisk, I can't watch this.
That bastard is actually going to use the 1,000 years of death, asterisk.
Asuma, behind you. From the stands, Kurenai Yuhi couldn't bear to watch and yelled out a warning. Asuma started to turn around. But it was too late. Brat, go back and train some more. Canoha-style taijutsu secret technique. Asterisk, 1,000 years of death. Asterisk. With a sudden thrust of his fingers in the tiger seal position, a delicate little flower seemed to bloom behind Asuma. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air.
Asuma shot up like a rocket, his body contorted unnaturally as he lost all control.
The entire audience was stunned into silence. The same thought echoed in everyone's minds. Asterisk, so, the tiger seal can be used like that? Asterisk. Asterisk, but, is this really an appropriate technique to use on a student? Asterisk.
Chisen casually blew on his fingers, as if they were smoking from the impact. A smug grin spread across his face. Just then, an unexpected notification sounded in his mind.
Ding!
The system has detected that the host has used 1,000 years of death more than 3 times in succession. A long-term mission has been triggered. Make the ninja world fear the 1,000 years of death. Each time you successfully land 1,000 years of death, you will earn rewards.
Oh? Chisen's eyes lit up.
Originally, he thought 1,000 years of death was just a prank technique.
But now? This move was going to be his signature finishing move. Whoever dares to face me, 1,000 years of death awaits.
Thinking this, Chisen suddenly started laughing. However, to the spectators, his laugh carried an ominous, almost villainous aura.
Hatake Tsukumo instinctively took half a step back. This brat is definitely scheming something. And I have a bad feeling that I'm part of his plan. Next, Uchiha Obito. Chisen smiled warmly at the nervous-looking Obito. That smile alone made Obito feel extremely uneasy. Sensei Chisen, could you stop smiling like that? Seeing that smile makes me lose all motivation to fight. With a single remark, Obito instantly sent the entire audience into an uproar. It wasn't hard to understand why. Chisen's current expression was downright sinister.
1,000 years of death was already a rare technique in the anime.
TSK. Clearly, Kishimoto didn't know how to use it properly.
No worries, Tsukigake Chisen will carry on the true essence of 1,000 years of death.
Time to get some gloves that block out all smells. Ah, just kidding. There was no denying it, Tsukigake Chisen's grin was far too sinister.
No wonder Obito had reacted the way he did. As the sole proctor for this exam, seeing him smile like that would make anyone feel uneasy. Noticing the murmurs and laughter among the crowd, Chisen suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and quickly wiped the grin off his face. He had momentarily forgotten that so many people were watching. He had gotten carried away with his own amusement and completely neglected his image.
But, embarrassed? Don't be ridiculous. Tsukigake Chisen had long since thrown away any concern for dignity. After all, a person who was truly shameless could be unstoppable. And let's not forget who his teacher was, Orochimaru. If worse came to worst, he could just change his face. No big deal. Ahem. Obito, come on.
Chisen once again formed the tiger seal, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Listen up, kid. If you haven't improved, you'll be the next victim of 1,000 years of death. Obito showed no fear.
His eyes burned with determination.
Impossible. After a year of special training, I've transformed. Once was enough. I will not fall victim to 1,000 years of death again.
Hearing this, a strange excitement welled up in Chisen's heart.
Oh?
This brat dares to set up a flag like that, asterisk. Well then, I have no choice but to fulfill his wish.
The battle began. Unlike before, Obito didn't recklessly charge in.
Instead, he quickly leaped backward, forming hand seals at an impressive speed.
He took a deep breath. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball roared forth, surging toward Chisen with tremendous force. Oh, not bad.
This great fireball technique is finally up to standard.
Chisen nodded approvingly.
It seemed Obito's year of hard work had paid off.
Faced with such a large fireball, any sane person would choose to dodge rather than take it head-on. Chisen was no exception. With a flicker of movement, he easily sidestepped the attack.
The fireball shot past the platform. What happened outside the exam area wasn't his problem. However, just as the fireball was about to leave the area, a figure suddenly appeared in front of it like a ghost.
With a simple raise of his hand, an invisible wave of chakra rippled outward. The massive fireball was instantly dispersed into nothingness.
Much appreciated, Hisashi.
Hatake Tsukumo smiled at the person who had intervened. You're too kind, Lord Tsukumo. I'm just doing my job. The one who had neutralized the attack was none other than Hyuga Hisashi.
Hatake Tsukumo had specifically arranged for him to oversee the exam's security, while his elder brother, Hyuga Hayashi, was stationed on the other side of the field. With that minor interruption out of the way, the exam continued.
It's not over yet. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Obito didn't panic.
He quickly formed more hand seals and spewed out a dozen small fireballs. These fireballs scattered unpredictably, much like the seeds of a phoenix flower, one of the Uchiha clan's signature fire release jutsu.
Not bad, Obito.
Both of your fire release techniques are quite impressive.
Chisen infused his palms with chakra, shattering the incoming fireballs one by one. Hearing this praise, Obito was filled with joy. But that joy didn't last long.
In the next instant, Chisen vanished. Like a phantom, he reappeared directly behind Obito.
1,000 years of death activated. Ah! A familiar scream rang out.
Once again, a figure clutched their backside and was sent flying into the air. To Chisen, that scream was the most beautiful melody in the world. Lesson learned, kid. Don't go making bold declarations, or you'll face terrifying consequences. Chisen smirked as he looked at Obito, who had crashed to the ground, his face filled with misery. If it weren't for the mission that had been activated, Chisen might have spared Obito this humiliation.
But now that the mission was in motion, why would I let my prey go so easily? Gay. Next up, Ganma Shiranui.
The toothpick-chewing Ganma hesitantly stepped onto the platform, his eyes filled with unease.
Ah, don't worry. I won't randomly use 1,000 years of death. That was just a lesson for them.
Seeing Ganma's worried expression, Chisen offered some reassurance.
At that moment, Hatake Tsukumo spoke up. Chisen, no more 1,000 years of death. Conduct the exam properly. Tsukumo's face was covered in black lines.
At this point, he deeply regretted creating 1,000 years of death.
This technique had spawned a menace. Who could tolerate an examiner using 1,000 years of death at every turn?
Looking at the audience, nearly everyone had a deadpan expression.
But Chisen felt no shame whatsoever. What's the point of creating a jutsu if you're not going to use it? Just then, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding!
The host has used 1,000 Years of Death 5 times in succession. Special reward, 1,000 Years of Death power increased by 1%. Note, upon reaching 10%, a new ability will be unlocked. Asterisk O? The power increased, asterisk. It was only a 1% boost, but hey, even a small gain is still a gain. If he used 1,000 Years of Death on 100 people, wouldn't he be unstoppable in the future? His mind was already racing with ideas on how to incorporate 1,000 Years of Death into his combat style. Stealth jutsu, invisibility, sneak up from behind. BAM asterisk 1,000 Years of Death asterisk unleashed. Perfect. With Hatake Tsukumo's warning in place, Chisen refrained from using 1,000 Years of Death for the rest of the exam. The students finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only Obito and Asuma continued to groan in pain. Asterisk why were we the only ones who got hurt? Asterisk. In the end, the graduation exam concluded successfully. Many students passed, including Mike Guy, Uchiha Obito, and Rin, more than 20 in total. Hatake Tsukumo stepped onto the platform, looking at the newly graduated ninjas with a satisfied smile. Good. From today onward, you are officially shinobi. In 3 days, return to the academy to receive your forehead protectors. You will also be assigned a jonin instructor. Now, go collect your headbands. After completing his duties, Chisen returned home. Although the fights during the exam weren't intense, conducting so many assessments back-to-back had exhausted him. More importantly, he still had the Chunin exams tomorrow. He needed rest. However, just as he was settling in, he was interrupted. The visitor was Anbu Elephant, a veteran Anbu member. He had served as the Hokage's bodyguard ever since the third Hokage took office. Seeing his arrival, Chisen knew another mission was coming. Tsukige Chisen, by order of the Hokage, this is your mask. Anbu Elephant handed over a mask. Chisen took it and froze. Oh. His eye twitched as he examined the mask. Because this mask was none other than the one Kakashi would wear in the future, a cat-like Anbu mask, complete with feline ears, red markings, and dark eye sockets. The mouth was curved downward in a subtle frown. Is fate playing a joke on me? But no matter. If he was going to be an Anbu, he'd make sure 1,000 Years of Death became a legend. It may be a taijutsu move, but that didn't mean he couldn't add some special effects. This technique, destined to conquer the ninja world, must not be underestimated. Ha 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 ha. Asterisk anyone got any creative ideas? Feel free to share, asterisk. As members of the Anbu, we never use our real names during missions, Elephant said solemnly. Your code name is up to you. Do you want to choose one yourself, or use one from the existing Anbu code list? Hearing this, Tsukige Chisen didn't hesitate at all. Of course, I'll choose my own. Anbu code names are always awful. I already have to wear a mask. If I'm also stuck with some terrible sounding name, I'll go crazy. With that, he fell into deep thought, carefully considering his code name. It didn't take long for him to come up with an idea. He put on his mask, a satisfied expression appearing beneath it, and declared firmly, from now on, I am Anbu Old 6. Elephant blinked in confusion, staring at Chisen as if he had misheard. Old 6? That's your name? He repeated it, his tone full of skepticism. That's not a great name, honestly. I think one of our assigned code names would have been better. Had Chisen not been wearing a mask, he would have spit at Elephant right then and there. You don't understand a thing. This name had special meaning. He just couldn't explain it to Elephant right now. With that settled, the two of them leaped onto the rooftops, preparing to embark on their mission to the land of rivers. Just as Chisen landed, he felt someone's gaze on him. Turning his head, he saw Pakora standing in the courtyard, her lips moving slightly. Although she had officially joined the Hatake clan, the Hatake residence was too small to accommodate her, so she still lived at the Tsukige house. Chisen understood her unspoken words. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips beneath the mask, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. Then, without hesitation, he dashed into the distance. Asterisk be careful. Stay safe, asterisk. Outside Canoha's gates, Elephant led Chisen to rendezvous with Seiji and Rinkaku. The two Anbu had been waiting for some time. Elephant, can we move out now? Seiji asked. Yes. I won't be joining you on this mission. This is Anbu's newest member asterisk old 6 star. Elephant gestured toward Chisen. He'll be working with you from now on. Old 6? Hearing the strange codename and seeing the cat-faced masked Chisen wore, Seiji and Rinkaku were both puzzled.
However, they didn't question it. Anyone who made it into the Anbu was an elite. That was all that mattered. Remember your mission: eliminate the Sunanin and retrieve the necessary intelligence. Move out. With Elephant's command, Chisen and the others sprinted toward the border of the Land of Fire. Watching them disappear into the distance, Elephant muttered to himself, "Okage-sama, Lord Tsukumo, can he really handle being the Anbu captain?" As they moved swiftly through the trees, Seiji suddenly spoke up. "This is our first time working together. Let's get to know each other's strengths. What are you good at?" Seiji and Rinkaku were both veteran Anbu operatives, having served since the third Hokage's early years. Seiji's mask resembled a frog, with a striking green patch on top, an easy target for jokes. Rinkaku's mask was even stranger. It had a circular mark at the center of the forehead, with two hawk-like eyes painted on it. Below those were two inverted triangles. Combined with his bald head, the overall look just screamed asterisk bald. Asterisk. Both carried swords on their backs. Me? Chisen smiled slightly. "I specialize in stealth techniques. I'm an intelligence ninja, my combat ability is relatively weak." Asterisk stealth techniques? Invisibility, asterisk. Many villages had unique ninjutsu designed for concealment. Kirigakure had its hiding in mist technique. Iwagakure had its rock camouflage technique. Canoha's shinobi typically relied on cloaks or environmental tools to stay hidden. Yet, aside from a backpack at his waist, Chisen didn't seem to have any special tools for stealth. Seiji and Rinkaku were skeptical but didn't press the issue. Anbu operatives had their own secret techniques, things they wouldn't easily reveal. "Alright then," Seiji said. "You'll handle reconnaissance. Rinkaku and I will handle the fighting." With their roles assigned, the three increased their pace, racing toward the border. Night fell. In the Land of Rivers. "Lord Raza, we're almost through the Land of Rivers," a jonin reported. The man speaking had short brown hair, wore a black shinobi uniform with a mesh undershirt, and most notably had no eyebrows. Raza nodded. "Once we enter the Land of Fire, stay hidden. Our priority is to rescue Pakora. Once we have her and the intelligence, we'll retreat immediately." Behind him stood 5 elite jonin from Sunagakure. Each one radiated a powerful presence. As for Raza himself, he was one of Suna's top jonin, favored by the third Kazekage as the strongest candidate for the next Kazekage. Their mission was clear: bring back Pakora. As a rare wielder of a Kekei Genkai, Pakora was too valuable for Sunagakure to abandon. As they advanced, Raza suddenly stopped. The other jonin watched as he crouched down, pressing a hand to the ground. "The closer we get to the Land of Fire, the richer the land becomes." A calculating glint flashed in Raza's eyes. "Just beneath the rock layers here, there's a high concentration of gold." Magnet release. Like the third Kazekage before him, Raza possessed the ability to manipulate gold dust. It was partly thanks to him that Sunagakure's financial situation had improved. After all, gold was valuable everywhere. "Mark this location, Miyahara. When we leave, I'll take this gold with us." "Understood, Lord Raza." The jonin marked the area, and the squad continued toward the Land of Fire. Both teams moved swiftly. Just as Chisen's team crossed into the Land of Rivers, Chisen's Kikeichu detected movement. "Stop. I see them," he said. "They're 1 kilometer ahead. We'll make contact soon." Seiji and Rinkaku immediately halted. "Are you sure?" Seiji asked. "Positive. My jutsu enhances my sight, I can't be wrong." Chisen's voice was firm. But what truly shocked him wasn't the presence of enemy shinobi. It was their leader. There aren't many people in the ninja world with no eyebrows. And this particular one was the future 4th Kazekage Raza. No wonder Elephant insisted I come along. So they needed a sensory-type ninja. Rinkaku chuckled. "Not bad, old six. I'm starting to like you." Seiji nodded. "How many of them?" 6. The leader has an immense chakra presence. Chisen reported the information without hesitation. Since they already thought he was a sensory ninja, he might as well play the part. Seiji and Rinkaku exchanged glances, hesitation flashing in their eyes. "What should we do? Fight or retreat?" "Retreating without even trying to fight doesn't seem right." The two chuckled softly, then came to a steady halt on the tree branches. Old Six, can you set traps? Chisen nodded.
As an old six, setting traps was second nature to him, something he excelled at.
Good. Seiji, shall we?
Yeah. Without needing further discussion, the three of them quickly set up steel wire traps, attaching explosive tags to them. They would have preferred something more elaborate, but the enemy was advancing too quickly.
If they didn't act fast, they wouldn't have time to complete the setup.
Once the traps were ready, the three of them concealed themselves, lying in wait for the enemy's arrival.
Comei, can you sense their strength? You'd have better luck asking Kurama. I can barely sense emotions, that's already impressive enough.
If it were any other tailed beast, I wouldn't sense a damn thing. Comei casually tossed a plump bug into his mouth, crunching on it with obvious enjoyment.
Fine.
At least prepare some phosphorus powder for me, just in case.
Sure. What kind do you want? Sleep-inducing? Paralysis? Or straight-up deadly? Comei instantly perked up at the mention of phosphorus powder.
Chisen, listen up, I recently developed a new type of phosphorus powder that can blind people, just like your human flash bombs. But trust me, this stuff is way stronger.
Hearing this, Chisen's heart skipped a beat. Blinding phosphorus powder? Isn't this basically the phosphorus powder stealth technique that the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, used? Unfortunately, that kind of powder wasn't his style.
He preferred ones that caused paralysis or unconsciousness, perfect for looting his victims afterward.
They're here. Fast. Through his Kikaichu, Chisen had already spotted the approaching enemies. Raza led the charge, entering the trap zone.
But he soon came to a halt, his eyes narrowing as a look of disdain crossed his face.
Stop. At his command, the 5 other Sunanin instantly halted as well. None of them questioned it. If Raza stopped, it meant something was wrong. Come out.
His voice was calm, but there was an underlying sharpness to it.
Since you're here, why keep hiding? Do you think these kinds of traps can stop us? Or do Canoha's shinobi really have nothing better to offer? Standing firmly on the ground, Raza crossed his arms.
He didn't move, yet beneath him, the gold dust in the soil started to flow.
TCH. Seiji frowned. His awareness is sharp. Coming this deep into the land of fire.
They must be confident in their abilities. He shot a glance at Chisen.
Chisen stiffened slightly. He had seen that look before, whether in the land of hot water or the land of wind. It was a look of resolve to fight to the death.
And the message in Seiji's eyes was clear. Leave.
Go back and report to the village. Fire release, grand flame technique.
Seiji's hands moved rapidly, forming seals before unleashing a powerful stream of fire toward Raza's team.
Seeing the technique, Chisen sighed inwardly. Ah. The Sarutobi clan,
The Grand Flame technique was one of the Sarutobi clan's secret fire release techniques, passed down through generations. It expelled an incredibly fierce flame, capable of instantly reducing its victims to ashes. But Seiji's version was even more refined. By incorporating nature transformation, he condensed the raging flames into a single concentrated beam. This increased not only the temperature but also the piercing power of the attack.
Now that's more like it. Raza smirked. Magnet release, gold dust wall.
A massive wave of gold dust surged from the ground, forming a sturdy wall in front of Raza's team.
The fierce flames clashed against the golden barrier, illuminating the dense forest in a dazzling gold light. Even the trees, shrouded in night, were bathed in a golden glow.
Chisen was momentarily stunned. His mind screamed one thought.
Steal it. Steal all the gold. That was a fortune just sitting there. But before he could act, Seiji and Rinkaku had already moved. 2 figures. 2 swords.
They descended from above, aiming directly for Raza's head.
The Suna Jonin weren't idle either. They immediately sprang into action. Kill them. Quickly. No unnecessary noise. Raza's tone was cold.
The Grand Flame technique had been completely neutralized by his gold sand. Although it had been an impressive display, it hadn't inflicted any damage. Raza still intended to complete the mission efficiently.
Magnet release? Damn it. Leaf-style Kenjutsu, Maple Leaf. Rinkaku's sword danced like falling leaves, its trajectory unpredictable as he sliced toward the enemy.
The Sunanin hesitated for a brief moment before retreating, except for one.
Miyahara charged directly into the attack.
The others targeted Seiji instead. Miyahara raised his right hand. A howling wind gathered in his palm.
Blade of Wind. A crescent-shaped gust of cutting wind shot toward Rinkaku, laced with a deadly edge. Clang!
The wind blade clashed with Rinkaku's sword.
A sharp, metallic clang rang out. And then, in an instant, Rinkaku's sword shattered. Reacting swiftly, he used the substitution jutsu to evade the follow-up strike. All of them are Jonin level. Damn it! Rinkaku's heart sank. That one attack had told him everything. Their enemies were all Jonin. And the magnet release user.
His status in Sunigakure had to be exceptionally high.
After all, the current Kazekage was also a magnet release user. Retreat! With no other choice, Rinkaku gave the order. But their enemies weren't about to let them go. Don't let them escape. Magnet release, gold dust prison. The ground trembled.
Massive walls of gold sand erupted from all sides, sealing off Seiji and Rinkaku's escape routes. Their faces darkened. They were now caged birds with nowhere to run. Unbeknownst to them, Chisen was staring at the gold sand with gleaming eyes. Greed flashed across his face. His fingers itched.
Comei, can your chakra disconnect the gold dust from Raza's control? Ha? What do you mean? You want to seal off his magnet release control? Ugh, you never study.
This is magnet release controlled gold sand.
I need you to use chakra to cut off his connection to it. Can you do it? That should be possible. My chakra is ferocious, no human can resist it. But even if I cut the connection, won't he just reconnect with more chakra? TCH. Just cut it off. Leave the rest to me.
A sly grin spread beneath Chisen's mask. His eyes were locked onto the gold sand. Like a man staring at a mountain of cash. Tonight, he would become a gold miner. Only an idiot would ignore free money when it was delivered to their doorstep. Tsukigake Chisen suddenly exerted force and tore off his upper garment, leaving only a white short-sleeved shirt on his body. He didn't remove it completely because of the 4-symbol seal on his chest. If someone saw that, it would be a disaster.
Asterisk, damn it. If I knew I'd run into him, I would have brought more storage bags. Asterisk. Chisen was deeply annoyed.
Asterisk ugh, this is such a pain, I'm losing so much money because of this.
Asterisk.
Muttering to himself, he tore his shirt into strips and laid them flat on the ground.
Comei, get ready.
I'll use wind cutter technique to sever the gold dust. You focus on cutting off the caster's control with your chakra.
Chisen's tone was serious. Got it. Comei responded.
Wind release, wind cutter technique. With a loud shout, Chisen unleashed a powerful blade of wind. Although gold dust had decent defensive properties, compared to iron sand, it was significantly weaker. With a single swing, a large chunk of gold dust was sliced off. Without hesitation, Chisen swiftly wrapped it in a cloth.
Comei. Now! Chisen shouted urgently. In an instant, Comei's deep red-tailed beast chakra surged from his hands, enveloping the gold dust. Chisen immediately activated his jutsu. Flying Thunder God technique. With a flicker of light, the wrapped gold dust vanished, reappearing inside a hidden cave within the land of fire. Heh, it worked!
A smug grin spread across Chisen's face.
Comei, let's keep going.
Whether or not we upgrade your meals depends on this haul. Just as he was about to continue, Chisen abruptly smacked his own forehead.
Asterisk ugh, I'm such an idiot. Why am I using my own clothes? Asterisk.
Frustrated, he quickly formed hand seals.
Earth release, earth wall.
A stone wall rose from the ground. Without hesitation, he knocked it over, broke it apart, and moved the slabs in front of the golden barrier.
Comei, I'm going in again. Understood.
The wind cutter technique slashed down once more, severing another massive chunk of gold dust. This time, the precious material scattered onto the stone slabs. Chisen stared at the growing mountain of gold, his heart bursting with joy. He barely held back a laugh. Seconds later, the red-tailed beast chakra wrapped around the gold dust.
Flying Thunder God again. With another flicker of light, the slabs and gold disappeared. But this time, Raza noticed.
After all, this gold dust was under his magnet release control. If large amounts of it were suddenly vanishing, and he still didn't react,
that would make him an idiot. Someone else is here. His gaze darkened. Someone is interfering with my gold dust. Their skill isn't weak. A flicker of anger crossed Raza's face. Miyahara, finish them quickly.
At the same time, Raza focused on the direction the gold dust had disappeared to.
In the next instant, he charged toward it. Shit! I told him to retreat, why is he still here? Seiji and Rinkaku were both stunned. They had assumed Chisen had already returned to the village. Who would have thought? Not only was he still here, but he was also making a move. Rinkaku, cover me! Seiji shouted. Got it! Leaf-style Kenjutsu Willow. Rinkaku launched an attack this time, blending his sword technique with genjutsu. Once the illusion took hold, the enemy would see countless swirling leaves, making it seem as though Rinkaku had vanished. At the same time, their bodies would freeze, unable to move. Then, from their blind spot, a fatal strike. However, their opponents weren't weak. The instant the illusion took effect, Miyahara immediately sensed something was wrong. Without hesitation, he stabbed a kunai into his left hand, using pain to break free. Another Suna Jonin did the same. The two of them rushed forward, intercepting the incoming attack and dispelling the illusion on their allies. Fire release, Grand Flame technique. A devastating blast of fire shot forward once more. But this time, without Raza's gold dust to block it. The Sunanin had no choice but to evade. Seiji and Rinkaku seized the opportunity to retreat. Meanwhile, Chisen had already stolen another mountain of gold. But this would be his last heist. Because the owner of the gold had arrived. Raza's gaze locked onto the masked shinobi before him. His expression grew solemn. So you're the one who's been tampering with my gold dust? Poof. Chisen scoffed dismissively. With a flick of Raza's hand, the golden walls collapsed, transforming into flowing gold dust that swirled around him. Tisk tsk. Fast reaction time. Chisen smirked. But too bad, my objective has already been achieved. In truth, Chisen simply meant that he had stolen enough gold to be satisfied. But to Raza, it sounded completely different. It sounded like Chisen had deliberately baited him here to help his allies escape. Asterisk these people. Why are they all masters of overthinking? Asterisk. Chisen complained internally. At the same time, he felt relieved. Luckily, he had been fast enough. If Raza had caught him using tailed beast chakra, that would have been very bad. After all, this man had a deep interest in Jinchuriki, the renowned successor to the Kazekage throne. Raza. Chisen spoke slowly. What exactly are you trying to accomplish in the land of fire? Fighting was impossible. But talking? Tsukigake Chisen had never lost a battle of words. If he wanted to stall, he would stall like a pro. And sure enough, Raza's expression darkened. Asterisk, he knows who I am? Asterisk. Asterisk how? Asterisk. The previous two Canoha shinobi had no idea about his identity. Both he and Pakora were classified as hidden assets of Sunagaker. How could this masked Anbu know? Ha? You didn't actually think Canoha didn't know who you were, did you? Chisen smirked. But since we've met, not fighting would be a waste. Let's see the true power of magnet release. Let's see how you compare to the third Kazekage. As he spoke, Chisen released a sudden burst of pressure. Not from his own chakra, but from Comei's aura, subtly manipulated to create intimidation. Raza's body tensed. Immediately, his gold dust surged around him, forming layers of defense. And then, Chisen vanished. Even Raza failed to track his movement. Too fast. Asterisk, I need to increase my defense. Asterisk. Raza reinforced his gold dust armor with even more chakra. But seconds passed. No attack came. Then, a scream from his own men. In that moment, Raza realized the truth. Chisen had never intended to fight him. He had tricked him and gone after his subordinates instead. Asterisk, damn it. Asterisk. Asterisk, that bastard deceived me. Asterisk. As Raza roared in fury, Chisen effortlessly eliminated a Suna Jonin. Then, in a series of blinding movements, he teleported Seiji and Rinkaku to safety. The Sunanin, shocked beyond belief. They had never seen someone move like that. Only one thought ran through their minds. Asterisk, what the hell just happened? Asterisk. Using the power of the Flying Thunder God technique, Tsukigake Chisen moved like a flash of lightning, teleporting multiple times in rapid succession. At first, he sensed that the enemy was in pursuit. So, he prepared his wind blade in advance, then executed his first teleportation, launching a lightning-fast ambush. Immediately afterward, he teleported again, successfully extracting Rinkaku to safety. On his third teleportation, he relocated both Seiji and himself to a pre-designated location. A dense forest near the border of the Land of Fire. These teleportation markers had all been carefully prepared beforehand. The Land of Fire is just ahead. Fall back quickly. Despite using the Flying Thunder God 3 times in a row, Chisen felt zero fatigue. Instead, he was brimming with energy. Beneath his mask, an uncontrollable excitement flickered across his face. After all, who wouldn't feel invincible with seemingly endless power coursing through their body? The tailed beast chakra was amplifying his emotions, particularly his impulsive and reckless nature. In other words, he was completely high on power. Flying Thunder God technique huh? As an elite of the Sarutobi clan, Seiji immediately recognized the technique. And in that moment, he realized Chisen's true identity. He had just been saved by a kid. A kid who was supposed to be a coward. For a moment, Seiji was overwhelmed with complex emotions. Enough talking. This place isn't far from the Land of Fire, go get reinforcements. As for that magnet release ninja, he's mine. Chisen's words were filled with battle intent. Seiji hesitated. Wasn't Chisen supposed to be timid? Wasn't he supposed to avoid battles at all costs? Where did this intense fighting spirit come from? Who the hell gathered intelligence on this guy? This report is completely inaccurate. Somewhere in Canoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen side. He looked so cowardly before, where did this confidence come from? Not far away, Hatake Tsukumo muttered to himself. No way. Absolutely no way, there's no way he actually wants to fight. You sure about this? Seiji asked. Quit wasting time, just go get backup, Before Seiji could respond, Chisen vanished again. Leaving Seiji and Rinkaku staring at each other in disbelief. You know who he is? Rinkaku asked. Yeah. Seiji sighed. So he's not a sensory ninja, huh? Wasted all my effort. Whatever. Let's just get reinforcements. By the time Raza returned, all he found was the corpse of one of his own jonin. His face darkened. The enemy's actions had been highly coordinated. They never intended to fight him head-on. Damn you, Canoha shinobi! Raza roared in fury. Oh? Is that so? A mocking voice echoed through the trees. The cat-masked shinobi reappeared, standing high on a tree branch. Looking down at Raza with an expression full of mischief. Humph. So arrogant. Don't think just because you have space-time ninjutsu that you can do whatever you want. Magnet release, gold sand tidal wave, Raza snapped. Spreading his arms wide. A massive wave of gold dust surged like a tsunami, flooding the battlefield. Miyahara, fall back. Raza knew his own power well. He immediately ordered his men to retreat, keeping them out of the blast zone. So much gold, huh? Chisen's eyes gleamed with greed. Raza, you must be worshipped in Gaker. After all, if you die, your village's economy will collapse. As he stared at the golden tsunami, Chisen's eyes practically turned into money signs. But his hands moved without hesitation. Dozens of kunai flew in all directions, each marked with his special formulas. In his left hand, a flying thunder god kunai. In his right, a handful of explosive tags. Tsukigake Chisen was fully prepared for battle. Chisen, your chakra is being influenced. If I give you any more, you might manifest a tailed beast cloak. Comei's voice carried a hint of concern. Keep it as it is. Burn some chakra, but leave me an escape route. I still need to steal more gold later. Chisen's mind was already calculating his next move. His battlefield was ready. His body was ready. And his excitement was reaching a peak. For years, his bloodline limit had dictated his combat style. He had never had the chance to fight like this. A full-powered, direct battle. And now, with the boost from Comei's chakra, he wanted to try. Minato Namikaze could take on 50 enemies at once with the Flying Thunder God technique. Could he not handle one? Besides, he had his own unique combat style. Raza waited. But Chisen didn't attack. Asterisk, he's this cautious? Asterisk. Raza's heart sank. Chisen was even more composed than he had expected. The pressure from his chakra was making Raza uneasy. He couldn't wait any longer. With a wave of his hand, the gold dust condensed into countless golden spears, raining down toward Chisen. Perfect. Instead of fear, Chisen's eyes lit up with excitement. He retreated, planting a flying thunder god kunai into the tree. The golden spears chased after him. But in the next instant, he vanished and reappeared, right back on the same tree branch, holding one of Raza's golden spears in his hand. Here, have it back. Chisen hurled the spear straight at Raza. Raza barely reacted. With a simple wave of his hand, the spear crumbled back into gold dust. Wait. Something was wrong. Raza's face contorted in shock. Asterisk, an explosive tag? Asterisk. Asterisk, boom, asterisk. Smoke erupted, engulfing Raza. He barely managed to shield himself with gold dust. But Chisen didn't give him time to recover. He moved. With lightning speed, he retrieved his kunai from the tree. Then charged forward like a hunting cheetah. Not happening. Raza panicked. He clapped his hands together, sending a forest of golden spikes surging toward Chisen. But all of them missed. Because Chisen had disappeared again. And reappeared. Right behind Raza. A marked kunai flew toward Raza's back. Gold sand asterisk defense asterisk. The gold dust blocked the kunai. But Chisen's smirk said it all. The kunai was covered in explosive tags. Boom! A chain of violent explosions erupted behind Raza. Chisen never intended to fight up close. The flying thunder god technique was meant for harassment. Set the teleportation mark. Detonate the tags. Then teleport them directly at the enemy. Raza was completely caught off guard. Unlike Minato Namake's graceful combat style, Chisen's style could be summed up in one word. Petty. Damn it. Even with his gold dust defense, Raza could feel the searing heat scorching his back. He immediately moved forward, and the golden sand around him morphed into massive hands, lunging toward Tsukigate Chisen with relentless force. But just as the attack was about to land, Chisen vanished again, like a phantom. As if he had never been there in the first place. A series of failed attacks forced Raza to calm down. Pressing one hand over his eye, he manipulated his gold dust. A floating golden eye formed in the air. It slowly ascended, giving him a strategic vantage point. Chisen saw the golden eye and smirked. Asterisk, a surveillance technique, huh? Asterisk. Comei, your phosphorus powder finally has a real use. Indeed. Upon seeing the exposed gold dust eye, Chisen immediately thought of Comei's phosphorus powder stealth technique. A high-intensity flash technique. Perfect for blinding that floating eye. Oh. An eye, huh? Comei cackled in excitement. Ha 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 ha, I like this plan. But before they could act, Raza attacked again. More golden hands surged toward Chisen. Their numbers even greater than before. Poof. You're just teleporting between markers. Asterisk, with my gold dust eye watching, I refuse to believe I can't hit you, asterisk. Raza had already analyzed Chisen's movements. No Kage-level shinobi was without intelligence. After being blown up twice, Raza had started deciphering Chisen's strategy. He realized Chisen wasn't dodging. He was teleporting. With his gold dust eye providing a bird's eye view, Raza believed he could finally corner his opponent. But he had underestimated Chisen's shamelessness. He had completely ignored the sheer variety of techniques Chisen commanded. Ninja art asterisk phosphorus powder stealth technique asterisk. Instead of teleporting, Chisen leaped high into the air, heading straight for the gold dust eye. First, he hurled a marked kunai toward Raza. Then, he clasped his hands together, took a deep breath, and spat out a massive cloud of phosphorus powder. The moment the powder dispersed, blinding white light exploded across the battlefield. Ah! My eyes! Raza was hit directly. His vision turned completely white. The brilliance of the phosphorus powder was also fully absorbed by the gold dust eye, which transmitted the full effect directly into Raza's own eyesight. This was a textbook case of self-sabotage. Raza had created the gold dust eye to gain an advantage. But instead,
He had blinded himself. The pain was excruciating.
Raza clutched his eyes, stumbling backward. And in that moment, Chisen moved in for the kill.
With the kunai already in position, Chisen instantly teleported right in front of Raza. There was still a small gap between them.
But for Chisen, that was nothing.
With a Shunshin movement, he appeared behind Raza.
And then, he struck. *1,000 years of death. Aha! A soul-piercing scream echoed across the battlefield.
In the agony of the attack, Raza instinctively wrapped himself in a protective cocoon of gold dust.
Chisen took a step back, sighing with regret. *TCH, too bad. I was just getting started.
But his mission was already accomplished.
With a smirk, he teleported away, watching from a distance. Bastard! Raza's rage exploded.
His vision was still recovering. His body was still in pain. So, he unleashed a wild, indiscriminate attack.
The surrounding gold dust transformed into thousands of razor-sharp golden needles. Like a storm of Senbon. Firing in every direction. Seeing this, Chisen immediately ducked behind a tree.
But he severely underestimated the raw power of Raza's magnet release. The thick tree trunk was pierced clean through in an instant.
Holy shit, it's that strong, Realizing the danger, Chisen immediately teleported several kilometers away.
The barrage of golden sunbon lasted for a full minute.
Only after the storm subsided did Chisen cautiously return.
But his expression darkened slightly. He had placed multiple flying thunder god markers throughout the battlefield.
And now,
at least 4 or 5 of them had been destroyed.
This meant
the last attack had been so intense that it had obliterated his special marked kunai.
Raza's raw firepower was no joke. Meanwhile,
Raza's vision was slowly recovering, but his body was still in agony. His eyes were bloodshot. Whether from the phosphorus powder or pure rage, it was impossible to tell.
I'm going to kill you! Raza roared in fury. But Chisen simply stood there. Calm. Collected. A faint smirk beneath his mask. Oh, right. Raza couldn't see his smirk. Too bad. As the heir to the Kazekage title. You mean to tell me you haven't heard of Canoha's greatest taijutsu technique? Canoha White Fang *, surely you know his name? How did that 1,000 years of death feel? This wasn't just physical pain.
This was a psychological attack.
And it worked.
The moment Raza heard the name White Fang, his face twisted in rage.
Bastard! Shinde! Die!
He ignored his pain and launched another ferocious assault. The golden sunbon reformed. Then morphed into a massive wave, surging toward Chisen.
Clearly, Raza intended to bury him alive. But Chisen had one last teleportation marker. He vanished, reappearing at his final marker. But Raza's gold dust surged toward him instantly. Chisen, your chakra is almost drained. It's time to retreat. Comei's voice carried a warning. But Chisen refused. No. It's not enough, He hadn't heard the system notification. That meant he hadn't done enough damage yet. This was the future 4th Kazekage. If he didn't profit from this fight, it would be a waste. His tailed beast chakra was depleted. His flying thunder god was reaching its limit. But Tsukigate Chisen always had another card to play. Comei, watch closely. I'll show you something beyond human limits. Chisen crossed his arms. His palms faced outward. His stance lowered. And then he shouted with all his might. 8 gates released formation, first gate open. The
8 gates release technique **, a forbidden taijutsu that removes the body's natural chakra limitations, unleashing latent power far beyond normal human capacity. Within the human chakra circulatory system, there exist 8 gates, the gate of opening, the gate of rest, the gate of life, the gate of pain, the gate of limit, the gate of view, the gate of wonder, and the gate of death. These gates naturally restrict chakra flow to prevent bodily harm. But the 8 gates release technique forcefully overrides these limits, granting power dozens of times stronger than usual. At a cost. The greater the power unleashed, the greater the physical toll.
This is why the technique is classified as forbidden jutsu. For Tsukigake Chisen, mastering the 8 gates was only possible thanks to his cheat-like advantage. His enhanced physique allowed him to withstand the technique's strain far better than most. As the first gate of opening activated, Chisen unlocked his brain's limiters, allowing him to utilize 100% of his body's natural ability. At the same time, his energy consumption skyrocketed, boosting his speed and strength to an entirely new level. Just as the golden tidal wave threatened to engulf him. Boom! Chisen launched forward like a rocket. His blinding speed leaving even Raza stunned. What the hell, Chisen? Comei's voice rang in his mind. Your chakra, what did you just do? It's exploding out of you. As a tailed beast, Comei was intimately familiar with chakra. But this completely defied its understanding. Even for a tailed beast, chakra didn't surge like this. And Raza was just as shocked. This power. This speed. No human should be this fast. Is this a forbidden jutsu? Suna had taijutsu specialists, but none had ever reached this level of speed. Raza instantly realized. This had to be a body-enhancing forbidden technique. But before he could react, Chisen's voice roared through the battlefield. It's not over yet. ***************************** 8 gates release. Second gate, rest gate open, ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** asterisk. Boom! Chisen's skin turned blood red as his chakras surged even higher. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Even Raza could feel the pressure. Opening 3 gates. This was Chisen's absolute limit. The strain was already unbearable. But, for the sake of this epic flex, he endured. Damn it! How are you this strong? Who the hell are you? Raza's golden sand attacks continued to surge toward Chisen. But, with the 3 gates open, Chisen's speed had already surpassed the attack's reach. With just a light push of his foot, Chisen vanished from sight. Raza couldn't even begin to keep up. You dared to step into Canoha's territory. Now you'll pay the price. In the next instant, Chisen disappeared again. Not from sheer speed, but from flying thunder god teleportation. And in that moment, a cold chill ran down Raza's spine. And then, he understood why. Because Chisen was now standing directly behind him. And on the back of Raza's black uniform, there was now a glowing message written in kanji. Asterisk asterisk your dad has arrived. A gift from Chisen's earlier 1,000 years of death attack. Raza's blood ran cold. Prepare yourself, Raza. Before Raza could react. Boom! A fist slammed into his kidney, sending him flying like a cannonball. Go! The impact was so severe. Raza vomited bile on the spot. The entire battlefield fell silent. Even the Suna Jonin watched in horror. The 8 gates didn't just boost chakra and speed. It multiplied striking power to an absurd degree. And Raza was now experiencing it firsthand. But this was only the beginning. Infinity Combo activated. What is a true infinite combo? Some might say it's simply a chain of continuous attacks. But Chisen knew better. A real infinite combo was about forcing the opponent to feel the full suffering of every single hit. As Raza flew backward from the kidney punch, Chisen teleported ahead of him. Ah! Boom! A fist to the face stopped Raza midair. Gah! This time, Raza didn't vomit bile. He spat blood. But before he could even process the pain, gravity pulled him downward. But Chisen teleported again, positioning himself below Raza's falling body. Ah! Boom! A gut punch to the stomach. This was true infinite combo mastery. Flying Thunder God teleportation. Enhanced 8 gate strikes. Repeat. For a full minute, Raza was juggled in midair, unable to resist. By the time the final punch landed, Raza crashed to the ground, wheezing for air. He had taken over 100 devastating blows. Each one heavy, precise, unrelenting asterisk asterisk. And now, he couldn't even move. Chisen, meanwhile, was leaning against a tree, panting heavily. His entire body ached. This was why he had relied entirely on Flying Thunder God for movement.
Just punching had already pushed his body to its limit. If he had to run and dodge as well, he would have collapsed long ago. In truth, his last few punches had already lost most of their power. Had he been at full strength, Raza would have been reduced to paste. Damn you. Raza, bloodied and bruised, trembled as he spoke. But suddenly, golden sand erupted from his clothing. Chisen's eyes narrowed. *TCH. He still had a backup plan, *. Fool. I always keep gold dust armor on my body. But, your punches shattered it. Unfortunately, I still have chakra, and you are at your limit. Golden sand began to surge again. But Chisen only grinned beneath his mask. Ha! Well, Raza. Next time we meet, I'll make sure you experience all of Canoha's legendary taijutsu. But for now, bye-bye. With the last of his chakra, Chisen teleported away, leaving Raza alone in the storm of his own rage. Bastard! Don't run! Keep fighting me! But Chisen was long gone. Only Raza's furious roars echoed in the night. Sean looked puzzled. What? Raza fainted? Did he pass out from sheer anger? And besides, Raza is clearly a magnet release ninja, so why does the system keep giving him genjutsu points? Could it have made a mistake in the rewards? Leaning against a mountain of gold, he greedily gazed at the treasure, as if only these riches could alleviate the pain coursing through his body. TCH, I wonder if those two idiots are back yet. I don't have any strength left right now. Moonlight Qianshan grimaced in pain. Hiss. I should really use the 8 gates less often. The side effects are too severe, my muscles are torn apart. Good thing I only used my right hand to punch him. Hey, Xiongming, can you use chakra to help me heal up a bit? Left with no other choice, Moonlight Qianshan sought help from his partner. You think I'm that stinky fox? His chakra has healing properties, but mine doesn't. I can numb your pain a little, though, Xiongming teased. Should I use it? It really does hurt like hell. Moonlight Qianshan didn't mind, but he was still a bit frustrated that his hopes of healing were dashed. Sigh, I guess I'll just have to wait for my body to recover on its own. Moonlight Qianshan sighed. Xiongming, lend me some chakra. Let's take this gold sand with us. It's all mine, I can't let anyone else see it. Deep in the forest of the Land of Rivers. After realizing the battle had ended, the Jonin of Gaker quickly rushed to the scene. When they saw Raza, their elite Jonin, they were all stunned. Raza had fainted from sheer rage. Damn it, where's the enemy? Did they get taken out? Majihara scanned the surroundings warily, his expression dark. Forget about the enemy for now. We need to get Lord Raza back immediately, his injuries need treatment. Majihara quickly ordered. Just as they were about to leave, Majihara noticed a line of words on Raza's clothing. He read it out loud, word by word, "Your dad is here?" The moment he finished reading, his face turned black with fury. He cursed in his heart, "What the hell is this? Your dad is here?" Without further delay, they carried Raza away in a hurry, completely unaware that as soon as Majihara finished reading the message, the flying thunder god seal inscribed on Raza was gradually fading away. Meanwhile, Moonlight Qianshan. With Xiongming's chakra support, Moonlight Qianshan endured the intense pain and transported a large amount of gold sand back to the Land of Fire. To avoid detection, he temporarily stored the gold in a cave, planning to retrieve a storage scroll from the village later to bring his treasure home for good. Afterward, he walked along the main road of the Land of Fire, watching as the sky gradually brightened. However, his steps were slow, his whole body ached, making each movement agonizing. But he hadn't gone far before someone spotted him. Xing! Look, isn't that old Six? It really is. He escaped? Hurry! Go get him! A squad of Anbu immediately changed direction and rushed toward Moonlight Qianshan. Having a strong sense of vigilance, Moonlight Qianshan instantly sensed someone approaching. He gritted his teeth through the pain and quickly hid. But then he realized his mistake. This was the Land of Fire. Why would there be enemies here? Old Six! Stop hiding, it's us! Qing called out when he saw Moonlight Qianshan trying to conceal himself. Hearing Qing's voice, Moonlight Qianshan sighed in relief and cursed himself for being overly cautious. Come help me. I'm about to die here. Moonlight Qianshan said weakly. Qing and Lin Jiao quickly ran up to him. How did you escape? Where are the Gaker shinobi? Don't ask. Just know that they retreated. Retreated, Ching found it strange, but seeing how exhausted Moonlight Qianshan was, he didn't press further. Instead, he signaled to the Anbu behind him. Lin Jiao, take him back. I'll lead the team to check things out. Lin Jiao nodded, supporting Moonlight Qianshan as they rushed toward the village. Meanwhile, Ching led the Anbu squad straight to the forest in the Land of Rivers. Back at the battlefield. Upon arriving at the scene of the battle, they were all shocked by what they saw. Countless trees had been destroyed, leaving behind only punctured remains. Even the stones had been shattered into dust. This level of destruction. And traces of gold sand. Was this Raza's doing? Bloodstains? Ching crouched to examine the bloodstains on the ground, deep in thought. When they had found Moonlight Qianshan earlier, he had no visible wounds, meaning this blood couldn't be his. That left only one possibility: it belonged to Raza and his men. Did this guy actually manage to drive Raza and his squad away? Ching, over here. An Anbu member discovered something new. When they gathered around, they saw the lifeless body of a Gaker Jonin, his chest completely pierced through. A penetrating wound. His heart was obliterated. Ching nodded. This one was killed by Old Six. I saw it happen earlier. Looks like Old Six was telling the truth, the enemy has already retreated. Let's go. Bring the body back and report in. Back in the village. Lin Jiao supported Moonlight Qianshan as they quickly returned to the village. The moment they stepped through the gates, Moonlight Qianshan collapsed, his body could no longer endure the pain, and he finally lost consciousness. Old Six? Whoa, are you a brown bear in the woods? Returning to your cave to hibernate? Ugh, whatever. Let's get you to the hospital first. Lin Jiao listened to Moonlight Qianshan's steady breathing and shook his head helplessly, but still responsibly carried him to the Anbu's medical facility. When Cheng and his team returned, they immediately went to the Hokage's office to report. Inside the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, the enemy we encountered was Raza, an elite jonin from Gaker and a magnet release user. He is a direct subordinate of the 3rd Kazekage. We engaged him in battle. Old Six managed to kill one of their men. As of now, the enemy has retreated. Old Six is suffering from severe exhaustion and is currently resting in the Anbu medical ward. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to the report, deep in thought. Magnet release? What does he control? Gold sand. Hearing this, a flicker of interest flashed across Hiruzen's face. No wonder Gaker has been so active lately. So, they have a magnet release user like this. With gold, they can not only fight but also develop their village. It seems Gaker has been making careful preparations. Money makes everything easier. Clearly, Hiruzen recognized Raza's significance. Gold sand could be both a powerful weapon and a crucial resource for village building. Ching, against a ninja like that, how did you manage to escape? And how did Anbu Old Six manage to kill one of them? Hiruzen was very curious about the details. He knew Cheng and Lin Jiao's abilities well. While they were elite, they weren't strong enough to take on a magnet release expert head-on. As for the other guy, he considered him more of a background character, good for running away, not for fighting. Hearing Hiruzen's doubts, Cheng chuckled. Hokage-sama, I think Old Six has been underestimated. We were at a disadvantage, but we managed to escape and complete our mission thanks to his techniques. Initially, he stayed behind alone to hold off Raza and his squad so we could return and call for reinforcements. By the time we got back, Raza had already retreated, and Old Six had collapsed from exhaustion. It was a simple report, yet it sent ripples through Hiruzen's mind. Asterisk that brat Moonlight Qianshan took the initiative to fight? Against Raza? And actually managed to drive him away? Asterisk. Why do I find that so hard to believe? Ching, are you sure it was Old Six who made the move? The 3rd Hokage asked seriously. Cheng nodded firmly. Yes, it was definitely him. I would never mistake the Flying Thunder God technique. A hint of recollection flashed in his eyes. However, I can't be certain how exactly he managed to drive off Raza and his men. Judging from the battlefield, the fight was extremely intense. Thinking of the battlefield that had looked like a beehive, Ching couldn't help but feel a deep sense of amazement. Alright, I understand. Ching, transfer Old Six to the hospital and have the doctors conduct a thorough examination on him, the 3rd Hokage ordered. Lin Jiao, go inform Orochimaru to come see me. Orochimaru? Hearing this name, everyone present was slightly surprised.
Orochimaru is back in the village?
If Moonlight Qianshan were awake to hear this, he would likely jump out of bed immediately, declare himself fully recovered, and rush to Orochimaru's lab, eager to start a new round of exploration. Unfortunately, he was still fast asleep in the medical ward, completely unaware of the outside world.
Before long, Orochimaru arrived at the Hokage's office.
He maintained his usual cold demeanor, his presence exuding an eerie chill.
"Sensei, you called for me?" Orochimaru bowed slightly in greeting. Orochimaru, Anbu just sent back a report.
The elite jonin of Gaker, Raza, is a magnet release user who controls gold sand, the third Hokage explained.
Orochimaru slightly raised an eyebrow. Gold sand?
For Gaker, this was a massive advantage. Whether in terms of financial resources or combat effectiveness, it would be a significant boost.
Sensei, do you mean that Gaker's recent movements are closely related to their financial and military strength? Orochimaru quickly pieced things together.
The third Hokage nodded approvingly. Orochimaru was, after all, his student, quick-witted and sharp.
Yes.
This Raza even led a team attempting to infiltrate the Land of Fire, but our Anbu stopped them.
Now the pressure on Gaker is mounting.
If necessary, I need you to personally lead a team to guard the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. The third Hokage spoke solemnly, and Orochimaru nodded. He was curious about the situation, but as a ninja, carrying out missions was his responsibility. There's no need for you to be curious, the third Hokage suddenly said. The one who drove off Raza was your disciple, Moonlight Qianshan. This statement was like a stone dropped into a still lake, creating ripples of surprise.
Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. My disciple defeated Raza?
He knew that Qianshan had joined Anbu. After all, he had personally recommended it.
But for Qianshan to actually drive off Raza?
That was beyond his expectations.
However, recalling Moonlight Qianshan's various talents, he quickly came to terms with it. If it was Qianshan-kun, then it's not surprising.
He mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, after all. His talent is no weaker than Raza's.
Even when compared to geniuses like Namake's Minato or Uchiha Fugaku, he wouldn't lose. Orochimaru spoke with confidence.
He knew his disciple well, especially Qianshan's cunning mind. Even he, as the teacher, had fallen victim to Qianshan's schemes before.
Let alone his enemies. Oh? You hold such a high opinion of Moonlight Qianshan?
That aligns with what Tsukumo Hatake thinks, the third Hokage said with a puff of smoke.
Now it seems neither of you are wrong. That kid may dislike combat, but when he does fight, his strength is undeniable. Where is Qianshan-kun now? Orochimaru asked urgently.
The hospital. Though he isn't injured, he's severely exhausted.
Anbu's medical unit couldn't provide adequate treatment, so I had him transferred to the hospital, the third Hokage explained.
Prepare yourself, Orochimaru.
If Gaker makes a move, you must head to the Land of Rivers immediately. Orochimaru nodded solemnly. As a ninja, he was always ready for battle.
Still, for now, he wanted to visit his disciple first. Besides, there was an important matter he wanted to share with Moonlight Qianshan, something he believed was worth celebrating.
Canoha Gakure Hospital.
Moonlight Qianshan was currently fast asleep in a hospital bed, and 4 drips slowly replenishing his energy. In the room, there were 2 other people, Yitsang and Ebizame. Both of them looked extremely worried, especially Ebizame. She stared at the unconscious Qianshan, feeling as if something was clenching her heart painfully. Being a ninja was cruel. Life and death often came in unexpected moments. They were only here thanks to Qing. Having recognized Anbu's old six, Qing believed that as family, they had the right to know. So, he immediately informed the Moonlight household. Upon receiving the news, Ebizame rushed to the Ninja Academy, grabbed Yitsang, and the 2 hurried to the hospital.
Doctor, is he going to be okay?
Yitsang asked with concern, looking at Qianshan's pale face. It's nothing too serious, the doctor replied after the examination. Severe muscle strain, some skeletal damage, and extreme chakra exhaustion. With proper rest, he'll recover. After finishing the report, the doctor left the room. Now, only the 3 of them remained in the hospital room.
Damn brat, how did a simple mission turn into this?
Ebizame muttered under her breath.
He managed to sneak in and out of Gaker just fine, but this. Yitsang looked at the sleeping Qianshan and felt a pang of sympathy.
She subconsciously began rambling, not realizing how much she was being affected by him. Ever since his parents passed away, he's been the pillar of the Moonlight family, taking on missions just to support me, little Hui, and Hey 8. Ebizame sat on a chair, her voice a mix of self-talk and a conversation with Yi Song. To keep me from worrying, he rarely takes risky missions, mostly D-rank or C-rank ones. Even if the pay is lower, he doesn't care. He always says, so what if the money's less? Less money means it's safer. Just take more missions, and you'll earn more in the long run. Hearing this, both Yi Song and Ebizame chuckled. Yi Song looked at Qianshan with a soft expression. That definitely sounds like something he'd say. That guy. I don't even know where he picks up all these ridiculous ideas. A perfectly good space-time ninjutsu, and he only uses it for running around. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the doorway. So Qianshan-kun has such a history. He. It seems I, as his teacher, don't know him well enough. Orochimaru slowly walked into the hospital room, his presence sending a chill through the air. He nodded slightly at Yi Song and Ebizame in greeting. Orochimaru-sama? Ebizame looked at him in surprise. As an ordinary ninja, she naturally held immense respect for the legendary Sannin. He, I just came to check on Qianshan-kun. Seeing that he's fine is enough for me. When he wakes up, please tell him I have something important to discuss with him. Then, Orochimaru turned his gaze to Yi Song. So, you must be Yi Song. The moment his eyes landed on her, Yi Song felt her body tense up. It was as if she was being watched by a venomous snake, sending an inexplicable chill down her spine. Qianshan-kun's taste is quite good indeed. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest. The 5 elements seal. A bit rough, but effective. Orochimaru instantly recognized the 5 elements seal placed on Yi Song. He was highly proficient in sealing techniques. Meanwhile, Moonlight Qianshan, still unconscious, *tch. You have the nerve to criticize me? If you did it, it'd be even sloppier, *. By the time Moonlight Qianshan slowly woke up, it was already early the next morning. He had slept incredibly well, but the moment he stretched lazily, he sensed something unusual. The first thing that caught his eye was the 4 needles stuck in his hand. He lifted his hand slightly and thought to himself, seems like I've recovered a bit. No big deal, *. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that nearly half of the 1-meter-long infusion tube had turned red. Startled, he quickly lowered his hand. As soon as he did, he touched someone beside him. You're awake? Yi Song, who had been resting beside him, was also awakened by the movement. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the red-colored tube and immediately became fully alert. Calm down, my dear sister. I just stretched a little and accidentally got some blood back in the tube. No big deal, it'll flow back into my body in a bit, Moonlight Qianshan quickly reassured her. At the same time, a question popped into his mind, wait, why am I here? Wasn't I in the Anbu medical ward, Seeing that Qianshan's face was no longer as pale as before, Yi Song finally relaxed. Still, she huffed in annoyance, it was your Anbu teammates who informed Aunt Same that you were hospitalized after your mission. She was scared out of her mind, worried that you'd come back missing an arm or a leg. I stayed here because Aunt Same had to go back to take care of the 2 little ones. Hearing this, Moonlight Qianshan grinned mischievously, his smile carrying a hint of roguishness. Oh? So that means, you stayed in the same room with me all night? Yeah, so what? If I didn't watch over you, would you have just been left here to fend for yourself? Yi Song felt uneasy at his laughter. If he weren't recovering from an illness, she'd have definitely given him a punch by now. The next second, however, Moonlight Qianshan's expression changed dramatically. His face turned pitiful as he accused, You actually took advantage of me while I was hospitalized. I'm still a pure and innocent boy, you know. You touched me all night, how are you going to take responsibility for this? Yi Song's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never seen someone so shameless before. Touched him all night? Who was the one who carried her out of the bath that one time? She was the real victim here. Now this bastard dared to twist the truth and act like he was the one who suffered? Watching Yi Song's face go from pale to flushed red and then dark with anger, Moonlight Qianshan burst into laughter. I'm just joking. Don't hit me. I'm still a patient. If you hit me now, that's taking advantage of the weak. Yi Song was about to explode but ended up laughing in frustration. I should never have cared about you, you bastard. Just go die already. She stood up, intending to leave, but was suddenly grabbed by Moonlight Qianshan.
Come on, I was just joking. Why so serious all the time?
Feeling the warmth of his grip on her wrist, Yi Tsong's body stiffened slightly, and she unexpectedly sat back down. I'm warning you, if you joke like that again, She made a scissor motion with her fingers, instantly making Moonlight Qianshan shudder.
Dear Lord, women are terrifying. Always threatening to cut something off.
Suddenly, Moonlight Qianshan slapped his forehead as if he had remembered something important.
Yi Tsong, I need you to buy something for me right away. Huh? Buy what? You just got out of the hospital, and you're already thinking about food? It's not food.
I need a ton of large cloth bags, the kind used for storing rice.
Get at least 50 of them.
And also some storage scrolls. There's a ninja tool shop in the southern part of the village that sells them.
As for the money, go ask Aunt Same, I'll pay her back double later. Hurry up. Don't just stand there. Moonlight Qianshan, still holding his fore, grabbed Yi Tsong's arm and urged her to move.
Although full of confusion, Yi Tsong complied. She first went home to get some money, then rushed to buy the bags, 50 large sacks in total. As for the storage scrolls, she only bought 10 because they were ridiculously expensive. Each one cost 3,000 ryo, equivalent to 50 bowls of ramen.
If Moonlight Qianshan hadn't looted a fortune in the land of grass earlier, this shopping spree would have bankrupted their family.
By the time Yi Tsong returned to the hospital, Moonlight Qianshan had already convinced the doctor to remove his fore. Worried that she wouldn't find him, he had been waiting right at the hospital entrance. When he saw Yi Tsong carrying a massive pile of sacks and scrolls, he beamed with excitement.
Come on, come on. You sure took your time.
Before Yi Tsong could even speak, Moonlight Qianshan grabbed her arm and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, they were out of the village, teleporting multiple times in succession until they finally reached their destination. A dazzling golden light filled Yi Tsong's vision, forcing her to shield her eyes.
When she finally adjusted, she was utterly stunned.
Right before her eyes was a mountain of gold.
My God, is this real? Yi Tsong was completely overwhelmed. Moonlight Qianshan laughed heartily. That's the reaction I was hoping for. Who wouldn't be shocked at the sight of a literal gold mountain? Moonlight Qianshan, where did you even get this?
Are you sure this isn't just a pile of rocks?
Yi Tsong asked in disbelief. Moonlight Qianshan scoffed, nonsense. I can guarantee you this is pure gold sand. My hard-earned spoils of war. Gold sand? Wait, why did that sound so familiar?
Yi Tsong suddenly had a bad feeling, and her expression shifted dramatically as she turned to Moonlight Qianshan.
Gold sand? Are you telling me this is what I think it is?
Grinning widely, Moonlight Qianshan flashed his white teeth.
Yep. This is what I took from Raza. As expected. No wonder this gold sand looked so familiar. Wait, your mission, was it against Raza? No wonder you ended up in the hospital. Raza is even stronger than me, he's the next Kazekage. Are you insane? The moment he attacked, you should have run. That's magnet release.
Yi Tsong was panicking. But Moonlight Qianshan simply listened to her rant with a smile. When she finally stopped, he spoke up calmly.
Yi Tsong, you know what? Hearing you say all that makes me kinda happy. Because you didn't hesitate just because he's a Gaker ninja. Also, who said I'm weaker than Raza? I beat the crap out of him and stole his gold sand. Look! A whole mountain of it. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I didn't take it, I'd regret it forever. Once Raza becomes Kazekage, he won't leave the village, and robbing him will be impossible.
He placed a hand on her shoulder, grinning.
You idiot! Even if you needed money, you shouldn't have taken such a risk.
Yi Tsong scolded, but her voice lacked its usual force.
Moonlight Qianshan just laughed. Alright, enough nagging. Let's start packing the gold. Where are the sacks? Hand them over. Moonlight Qianshan loved money, that was a fact.
But not all money was worth taking, otherwise, with his permeation jutsu, he would have been filthy rich long ago. Together, they refined the gold sand into solid gold, proving that real gold fears no fire. By the time they finished, they had 32 bags filled with pure gold.
Ha ha ha. We're millionaires now. Moonlight Qianshan cheered.
Even Yi Tsong was shocked. They had refined 32 pounds of gold.
Alright, pack them into the scrolls. We have to keep this safe.
After sealing the golden scrolls, Moonlight Qianshan excitedly declared.
Yi Tsong. Let's go. I'm in a great mood today, I'm treating you to the best grilled meat in the village. In the bustling yakiniku restaurant, Moonlight Qianshan and Yi-song were indulging in the delicious grilled meat, devouring it with enthusiasm. Ha 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 ha. Without a doubt, barbecue is best enjoyed with a beautiful woman, that's what makes it truly amazing. Moonlight Qianshan exclaimed excitedly, stuffing his mouth with food. His face was flushed with joy, making him look rather comical. Hiss, ha! Yi-song sighed, shaking her head helplessly. They had just started enjoying their meal when this little rascal suddenly suggested drinking alcohol. However, she was still underage. How could she drink? But Moonlight Qianshan dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand. Underage? Don't be ridiculous. Even if I lie down, I'm still taller than you. At first, Yi-song didn't catch his meaning, but when she saw that mischievous grin on his face, she immediately understood and almost lunged at him to strangle him. Fuming, Yi-song decided to ignore him and let him drink if he wanted. To be fair, although Moonlight Qianshan wasn't even 16 yet, he did look quite mature. If someone didn't know his real age, they wouldn't have guessed he was still a minor. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Moonlight Qianshan naturally reached for his wallet to pay. But as soon as he patted his pocket, his face froze. Crap. No money, They had completely forgotten to exchange the gold sand for Rio. Boss, hold on a second. Seeing the restaurant owner's expectant but slightly ominous gaze, Moonlight Qianshan sobered up instantly. He quickly grabbed Yi-song and pulled her aside, whispering urgently. Yi-song, do you have any money left? Nope. I spent it all on the bags and scrolls, Yi-song replied helplessly. Now, Moonlight Qianshan was fully awake. He scratched his head in frustration. What do we do? I got too excited and forgot we haven't exchanged the gold yet. We only have a bag full of gold sand. We can't exactly pay with gold sand. Yi-song was dumbfounded. This idiot. Why would he bring me to eat yakiniku when he had no money? Boss, can I stay here as collateral while she goes home to get the money? Moonlight Qianshan knew better than to dine and dash. This was a restaurant in the heart of Canoha. If he tried to skip out on the bill, the Uchiha police force would be knocking on his door in no time. The owner raised an eyebrow. Sure, but I can only give you 30 minutes. If she doesn't come back by then, I'll have to notify the police. Moonlight Qianshan groaned internally. Damn it. Just as I expected. Why do people always go straight to calling the Uchiha police? Those guys are such a pain, Yi-song. It's all on you. Hurry and get the money from Aunt Same. I'll be waiting. Yi-song nodded and sprinted out the door. The owner chuckled as he watched her leave. Kid, is she your girlfriend? She's pretty cute. Then he smirked. I gotta say, bringing your girlfriend out to eat and forgetting your wallet? What were you thinking? Moonlight Qianshan was stunned by the teasing. He had been so caught up in his excitement that he completely forgot about paying. Now, all he could do was pray that Yi-song would return in time. Meanwhile, Yi-song ran as fast as she could toward the Moonlight residence. She didn't dare waste a single second, her only thought was to grab the money and free Qianshan. But when she arrived home, she found that Same wasn't there. Aunt Same. Damn it. Where did she go at a time like this? Yi-song was nearly in tears. Desperate, she changed direction and ran straight to the ninja academy. Today was supposed to be her day off after all. Moonlight Qianshan was still recovering in the hospital. Rushing into the academy, she didn't hesitate and went straight to headmaster Hatake Tsukumo. Lord Tsukumo. I need your help, Yi-song said, her eyes filled with urgency. Hatake Tsukumo looked at her with a hint of confusion. Weren't you supposed to be taking care of that brat Qianshan? Why are you here? Don't tell me something happened to him? Is he in critical condition? Wait, no, if he were actually in critical condition, coming to me wouldn't help, would it? Or do you want me to put him out of his misery? Tsukumo suddenly burst into laughter, as if he were making a joke at Qianshan's expense. Yi-song's face turned green. Is this really the same legendary White Fang of Canoha that once shook the ninja world? Why does he become so immature the moment Qianshan is mentioned? What she didn't know was that Hatake Tsukumo had been irreversibly changed by Moonlight Qianshan. The once dignified and respectable Hokage candidate had been 1,000 years of death by that brat, tricked countless times, and thoroughly exasperated. Even the most patient man would become irritable after dealing with him. Alright. I was just kidding. What's the issue? You must be in quite a bind to come directly to me. Tsukumo put away his smile and asked seriously.
Finally, Yitsong explained the situation, how she and Shinshan had accidentally dined and dashed.
Hearing this, Tsukumo laughed so hard he almost collapsed. Ha 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 ha. That little brat actually took you out for a meal without money? Has his brain turned to mush after just one hospital stay? It took him a full 30 seconds to stop laughing. Good thing I always carry cash when I go out, or that brat would definitely be taken away by the Uchiha. Here, take this, 50,000 ryo should be enough. Now go bail him out. Ha 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 ha.
Tsukumo pulled out 50,000 ryo from his pocket and handed it to Yitsong.
She took it gratefully and immediately sprinted back to the yakiniku restaurant. Unfortunately, by this time, 30 minutes had already passed.
A crowd had gathered at the restaurant entrance, with the most eye-catching figures being two men wearing the Uchiha clan's fan emblem.
So, you're saying he ate without paying and let his companion leave?
Yes.
How much did he eat?
***45 700 ryo ***.
Wow, that's quite a feast. Moonlight Shinshan was in a terrible mood.
No matter how much he explained, the restaurant owner still called the Uchiha police force the moment 30 minutes were up. To make matters worse, the officers who showed up were Uchiha Ao and Uchiha Murin, both of whom had been pranked by him before.
Enemies meeting again, truly a dramatic reunion. As soon as they saw Moonlight Shinshan, their Sharingan activated on the spot.
Their eyes gleamed with malicious intent, making Moonlight Shinshan feel a chill down his spine. I wasn't trying to skip out on the bill, she really went to get the money, Moonlight Shinshan said, maintaining a calm demeanor.
Let's just wait a little longer, alright?
Since he technically hadn't paid, he had to stay reasonable.
But Uchiha Ao and Uchiha Murin weren't feeling so reasonable. Humph.
Every Dine Dasher says that.
Moonlight Shinshan, let's go. Come with us to the police station.
Seeing their smug expressions, Moonlight Shinshan's hands itched to punch them. But he knew he couldn't act rashly, he had to stall for time.
So, he smirked. How about a bet? I bet that within 10 minutes, my family will bring the money. If I lose, I'll go with you willingly and accept any punishment. But if I win, you two have to take one of my attacks, pure taijutsu, nothing else.
To his surprise, the two Uchihas immediately agreed.
Fine. We'll bet on it. 10 minutes. And if no one shows up, you're coming with us.
They were already fantasizing about how they'd punish him. But suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the crowd. Sorry, but you've already lost.
I'm back. Yitsong had arrived.
When the two Uchiha heard the words Canoha Ryu Taijutsu secret technique, 1,000 years of death, their expressions changed drastically. In their eyes, any technique worthy of the title secret technique must be extremely powerful. Even though they had lost the bet, the agreement specified only taijutsu, not an ultimate technique.
Wait a minute. You clearly said it was just ordinary taijutsu. And now you're calling it a secret technique? That's cheating.
The two of them instinctively started backing away as Moonlight Shinshan approached, cracking his knuckles.
Relax, it's still taijutsu. If I said it's taijutsu, then it's taijutsu. It's just a secret technique within taijutsu. Come on, you two. Where's that courage you had when you tried to arrest me? As proud members of the Uchiha clan, surely you're not cowards, are you?
As he formed the tiger seal, a smile appeared on Moonlight Shinshan's face. But in the eyes of the two Uchiha, that smile was as terrifying as that of a demon. The next second, both of them bolted backward at full speed.
However, in Moonlight Shinshan's eyes, their movements seemed agonizingly slow.
For the sake of fairness shadow clone jutsu,
With a loud poof, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and two Moonlight Shinshan appeared before the crowd.
It was none other than the shadow clone technique, created by the second Hokage.
Uchiha Ao and Uchiha Murin were horrified. This guy was so hellbent on revenge that he even used the shadow clone jutsu? Without even thinking, they turned and ran.
Little did they know that turning their backs was the worst possible decision against Moonlight Shinshan. Come and experience the terror of Canoha Ryu Taijutsu secret technique, 1,000 years of death. I kill, Both the main body and the clone shouted in unison and struck simultaneously. Their synchronized movements and identical techniques sent shivers down everyone's spine.
Aw.
Two simultaneous screams echoed through the streets. Uchiha Ao and Uchiha Murin shot forward like rockets, clutching their rears as they fled in utter humiliation.
Perfect. Mission complete, With another successful 1,000 years of death, Moonlight Qianshan was extremely satisfied. Dismissing his clone, he turned back toward Yi Tsong. Mission accomplished. Let's go home, Yeah. Well done. If this ever happens again, just do the same thing, It was said that one's environment shapes their mindset.
And in just a short time, Yi Tsong had already started to become corrupted by Moonlight Qianshan's antics. Oh right, I almost forgot, yesterday, your teacher came to visit you. He told me that when you wake up, you should go find him at his lab. He said he has something important to tell you. As they walked home, Yi Tsong suddenly remembered Orochimaru's message and passed it on to Moonlight Qianshan. Hearing Orochimaru was looking for him, Moonlight Qianshan was momentarily stunned. It seemed that Orochimaru had returned to the village while he was away. But why was his teacher so eager to see him? His curiosity was piqued. Alright, you head home first. I'll go find Orochimaru. The next second, Moonlight Qianshan placed his hand on Yi Tsong's slender waist. The unexpected contact triggered Yi Tsong's reflexes. She immediately kicked backward. Moonlight Qianshan, however, easily dodged by crouching down. But in that instant, his eyes widened. Her fair, slender legs were completely exposed. And as he instinctively followed his gaze upward, his thoughts collapsed in frustration. Damn it. Why is she wearing safety shorts? Who the hell invented these things? Why do kunoichi wear them? This is so annoying. Before Yi Tsong could explode in anger, the scenery around her suddenly shifted. In an instant, they had gone from the bustling street to her front door. Realizing what had just happened, Yi Tsong immediately erupted in rage. Moonlight Qianshan, you bastard. Having teleported her home with Flying Thunder God, Moonlight Qianshan secretly smirked with relief. Phew. That was close. If I had delayed activating Flying Thunder God for even a second, I'd be dead. But seriously. Yi Tsong's figure, TSK. With another activation of Flying Thunder God, Moonlight Qianshan bypassed the commercial district and arrived directly at Orochimaru's residence. Sensei, I'm here, Pushing open the door, he found that the room was empty. Must be in the lab. Slowly stepping into the laboratory, Moonlight Qianshan saw Orochimaru engrossed in an experiment. Qianshan-kun, you've arrived, Come here, take a look at my latest research, Orochimaru's voice was filled with excitement, which made Moonlight Qianshan a little confused. But when he approached and saw what Orochimaru was working on, his eyes widened in shock. Even Chongming, who was inside his body, was utterly stunned. Subarashii. It's just a piece of skin, yet it's slowly regenerating inside the culture fluid, Moonlight Qianshan and Chongming stared intently at the object in Orochimaru's hands. It was a fragment of skin, suspended in a culture fluid, pulsating with an unfamiliar chakra. That chakra was unmistakably tailed beast chakra, In that instant, Moonlight Qianshan realized where Orochimaru had been. The land of lightning. Kumogakure, The current 8 tails Jinchuriki Blueby Qianshan, that thing contains 8 tails chakra, Yeah, I can tell, Huh? How can you tell? You've never even seen the 8 tails, Shut up. I just know, Chongming rolled his eyes inside Qianshan's mind. Fine. You win. Loud voice means you're right, huh? Well, Qianshan-kun, aren't you curious about what this is, Orochimaru set down his instruments and turned toward Moonlight Qianshan, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Sensei, isn't it just a piece of flesh? Is that really worth getting so excited about, Hearing this, Orochimaru burst into laughter. It was clear that this tiny piece of flesh thrilled him beyond words, to the point where he would go mad for it. Asterisk asterisk what if I told you, this came from the Eight Tails itself, asterisk asterisk.
So Orochimaru really had gone to Kumogakure.
He had tampered with the Eight Tails seal and stolen its cells. Moonlight Shinshan recalled the horn Orochimaru cultivated in the original timeline, and he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration.
To think that with just a tiny fragment of a tailed beast, Orochimaru could cultivate a body part. Asterisk tailed beasts truly possess terrifying amounts of chakra.
Asterisk. Asterisk just look at Kinkaku and Ginkaku from Kumogakure eating a piece of the Ninetales' flesh allowed them to partially transform into tailed beasts.
Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk sensei, you went to Kumogakure, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk the Eight Tails. Subarashii. Sensei, how did you pull this off?
At this moment, Moonlight Shinshan's acting skills were beyond Oscar-worthy. Even one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was completely fooled. However, it didn't take long before Orochimaru shook his head helplessly and sighed, saying, "What a pity. The Hokage has already given the order. I must be ready at any time to head to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Otherwise, I would have really liked to delve deeper into this research." Then, he looked at Tsukikage Chisen and asked,
"Chisen-kun, do you want to come with me to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers? You know, this time you'll be facing Raza. Don't you want to fight him again?" Tsukikage Chisen gently shook his head.
Just as Orochimaru thought he was about to refuse, he heard him slowly say, "Sensei, I am already a member of the Anbu now. The decision of which battlefield I go to isn't mine to make. If it were before, I would have followed you to the Land of Rivers without hesitation. But now, I can only follow the Hokage's orders." Only then did Orochimaru realize that his disciple had already become part of the Anbu, a direct subordinate force of the Hokage, meaning he had to act according to the Hokage's instructions.
He couldn't help but feel a little regretful.
This war will not be small in scale.
No matter which battlefield you are sent to, you must be extremely cautious. Especially on the battlefield in the Land of Grass.
Iwagakure has dispatched 2 Jinchuriki at once, and their attack will be ferocious. If the situation demands it, don't hesitate to retreat immediately. Tsukikage Chisen was slightly startled. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to say such words of concern to him.
Don't look so surprised.
After all, someone didn't sneak into my research lab to steal anything. That makes me quite happy.
Orochimaru chuckled. Tsukikage Chisen secretly grumbled in his heart, asterisk was it because I didn't want to steal? Do you know how many restrictions you placed in that lab?
Asterisk.
Orochimaru, still smiling, walked back to the operating table and continued his research. Seeing Orochimaru's actions, Tsukikage Chisen knew it was time for him to leave. After all, he really couldn't help with this type of work. He bowed slightly to Orochimaru and then left the laboratory. Little did he know that after he left, Orochimaru put down his work and stared expressionlessly at the object in front of him. The first phase of cultivation has been a success. Next, I need to find Danzo. With the success of the tailed beast cultivation, the cultivation of Hashirama cells should also be possible. Meanwhile, after leaving the research lab, Tsukikage Chisen, for once, did not use the Flying Thunder God technique to hurry along. Instead, he walked slowly through the streets, his mind racing. Asterisk the cultivation of Eight Tails cells. How could I possibly believe that Orochimaru just wants to create Jinchuriki, asterisk. Asterisk cells. Tailed beasts. Oh, I see. So this is the first attempt to cultivate the first Hokage's Hashirama cells. With the successful reproduction of tailed beasts, he can now start working on Hashirama cells, asterisk. Looks like I need to contact Danzo. Sensei, is it really wise to conspire with a tiger? When Tsukikage Chisen arrived home, he was immediately met with Yi Tsung's furious attacks. After all, cough cough, his previous actions had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. He had touched her and even looked at her. Getting beaten was only fair. He could only accept his fate. Later that evening, the two of them left together, heading toward the Hatake residence. After all, he had borrowed money from Hatake Tsukumo earlier, and now it was time to pay it back. He had already learned about Yi Tsang borrowing money from Hatake Tsukumo. So after dinner, he planned to return the money in person. "Oh? Chisen, are you here to pay me back?" Hatake Tsukumo's mouth twitched when he saw Tsukikage Chisen grinning at him. He felt that Tsukumo had become even more cheerful than before. "Here, your money." Tsukikage Chisen handed the money to Hatake Tsukumo. "Oh? Kakashi's home today?" Tsukikage Chisen noticed Kakashi training in the courtyard and greeted him, but Kakashi didn't seem to be in high spirits. He passed the Chunin exam during the days you were away on a mission. Hatake Tsukumo explained. A 6-year-old Chunin? That's terrifying.
Yitsung listened to their conversation and looked at Kakashi with a hint of surprise in her eyes.
It's not enough. I will strive to become a Jonin as soon as possible, Kakashi said firmly. Then, I will make my name known throughout the ninja world, just like my father. Because of Tsukikage Chisen's intervention, Hatake Tsukumo did not die, and Kakashi's heart was not closed off. As a result, the current Kakashi was his true self, not only cold, but also full of passion and determination. Not bad, you have ambition. Hatake Tsukumo patted his son's shoulder before turning to Tsukikage Chisen and asking. You must have other reasons for coming to see me, right? Well, we can't just stand here and talk, can we?
Tsukikage Chisen replied. The three of them then sat down, while Kakashi continued his training in the courtyard.
War is coming. Tsukikage Chisen's expression turned unusually serious. Where do you think you'll be sent?
The upcoming battle was the Third Shinobi World War, but it was already somewhat different from what he remembered. After all, his presence, the small butterfly, had already caused subtle ripples in the course of events. Who cares? No matter which battlefield I go to, it's all the same. Hatake Tsukumo said indifferently, besides, I might not even be deployed unless the front lines are under extreme pressure. After all, we need to give the younger generation a chance to prove themselves. As Canoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo had the strength to look down on all his peers. He didn't care which battlefield he was assigned to. In his view, the younger generation of Canoha was promising. Whether it was Tsukikage Chisen, Namake's Minato, or Uchiha Fugaku, they were all capable of handling things on their own. Not to mention that powerful figures like Orochimaru and Jeriah were also present. Hatake Tsukumo patted Tsukikage Chisen's shoulder and said in a serious tone. You young ones are the future of Canoha. You must bear the responsibility of protecting the village and its people. Tsukikage Chisen rolled his eyes and said helplessly. You don't need to tell me that I'm already in the Anbu. Alright, I'm heading out now. It's rare to get some rest, and who knows, I might be sent on another mission tomorrow. Hatake Tsukumo remarked. Peaceful days were indeed hard to come by, especially with the new year approaching. The 5 great ninja villages had all fallen silent, with none taking the first step toward war. Tsukikage Chisen took advantage of this time to relax, teasing each song and enjoying the calm. After all, ever since he joined the Anbu, he no longer had to worry about the ninja academy. He cherished these peaceful moments. It was the last calm before the storm. This rare moment of tranquility lasted until the arrival of the new year. It seemed that a tacit understanding had been reached among the 5 great ninja villages, as none of them made any moves during this period, as if they were silently making their final preparations for the imminent war. However, despite this temporary peace, anyone could clearly sense the extreme tension in the air, almost as if the very atmosphere was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Finally, as the new year had just begun, Gaker was the first to take action. Inside the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi was solemnly examining the intelligence report in his hands. The report clearly detailed that Gaker had begun full-scale operations, with thousands of shinobi marching toward the land of rivers. Hiruzen, based on the current situation, Gaker has already made their move. After reading the report, Hamura Mitokado immediately voiced his opinion, stating without hesitation that they should send troops in response. That's right. The land of rivers will undoubtedly become the main battlefield between us and Gaker, Koharu Utatane added. Have you decided who to send? Faced with the elder's inquiries, Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly nodded and said, Orochimaru will head to the land of rivers battlefield, while Makura Yakamura will serve as the defense commander. I've already instructed the Anbu to set out in advance, 1 to gather intelligence on the enemy, and 2 to delay their advance, buying us time to complete our defensive fortifications. We currently lack sufficient intelligence on Gaker's sudden actions, and we have no idea who their commanding officer is. The situation is indeed not optimistic. Upon hearing that Orochimaru would be deployed to the Gaker battlefield, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane did not object. However, Danzo Shimura had a different opinion. He frowned and said, Humph. Why not send Tsukumo Hatake to the land of rivers battlefield? In the last war, with him present, Gaker couldn't gain any advantage at all. I believe Tsukumo Hatake is more suited for this mission than Orochimaru. Everyone present was well aware of Tsukumo Hataki's formidable strength, as well as his personal grudges with Tsunagekyur's high command. After all, during the Second Shinobi World War, Tsukumo Hataki personally killed Tsunagekyur elder Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law.
Tsukumo cannot move for now.
Hiruzen Sarutobi calmly analyzed the current situation. Orochimaru is strong enough to serve as battlefield commander. Moreover, if Tsunagekyur learns that Tsukumo Hataki is on the front lines, their offensive might become even more aggressive. However, Danzo remained unconvinced and angrily retorted, "Humph. As if Tsunagekyur doesn't already bear enough grudges against us. So what if they hate us? Tsukumo Hataki is immensely strong and more than capable of handling this. Hiruzen, you're being too soft. You have a sharp blade at your disposal, yet you insist on focusing on defense? In my opinion, Tsukumo Hataki should be the supreme commander. We should crush Tsunagekyur's main forces directly in the Land of Rivers."
Danzo's words shocked everyone present. Crashing Tsunagekyur's main forces?
That was not an impossibility. After all, Tsukumo Hataki had accomplished such a feat before.
Humph. Danzo, do you think Iwagakure and Kumogakure are blind?
Defeating Tsunagekyur's main forces would require a massive manpower investment. If we commit too many forces to the Tsunagekyur front, Anoki of Iwagakure and the Raikage of Kumogakure will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to join the battle. Hiruzen Sarutobi rebuked him without hesitation.
Humph. You're worrying too much. If we strike with overwhelming force and repel Tsunagekyur swiftly, we'll have time to redeploy. Enough.
That's nothing but wishful thinking.
You fool. Hiruzen. When did you become so weak as Hokage? It was a mistake for the teacher to choose you back then. Danzo roared furiously.
Seeing that the argument was escalating, Hamura Mitokado quickly stepped in to mediate.
Danzo, Hiruzen is right.
The war has only just begun to unfold. We cannot recklessly commit too many troops to a single battlefield.
Orochimaru taking command in the Land of Rivers is the best choice for now. However, since we're facing Tsunagekyur, we must also ensure our medical corps is fully prepared. Chiyo's poisons are not to be underestimated.
Seeing that no one supported him, Danzo angrily sat down, shooting a glare at Hamura Mitokado, clearly displeased with his old comrade.
Hamura, however, pretended not to notice and turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi, asking, "Hiruzen, has the Anbu already been deployed? Will they make it in time?"
Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back into his chair, took a deep puff from his pipe, and slowly replied, "They should make it.
As long as they can delay the enemy to some extent, it will be enough. However, Tsunade, sigh."
At the mention of Tsunade, even Danzo fell silent. Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, had long since developed hemophobia and had not appeared in public for quite some time. The only person she cared about now was Shizune, the niece of her late lover, Dan Kato. She had no interest in the village's affairs.
Without Tsunade's medical ninjutsu in this war, Tsunagekyur's poison tactics would become an even greater threat. At that moment, within the Land of Rivers, dozens of Anbu operatives were swiftly moving through the dense forest. "Damn it, I was just having a great chat with Pakora, and now they drag me out here as a grunt. So annoying." Moonlight Chisen grumbled, wearing his mask as he followed the main force. Beside him were his teammates, Sei and Rinkaku. "Ha, that's the life of an Anbu. You'll get used to it," Sei chuckled. "Tsunagekyur is coming in full force this time. Thousands of shinobi moving together is no small matter. Our task is just to set up traps and slow down their advance. It won't be too difficult." Although Sei's words made sense, Moonlight Chisen still found the situation frustrating. He had been enjoying a peaceful time with Pakora, and with the new year, there was a chance their relationship could have developed further. But now, war had suddenly erupted. Damn Tsunagekyur, why couldn't they just hold back a little longer? And their timing was different from what he had expected. They had acted earlier than he had anticipated. It seemed the butterfly effect was already in motion. Moving forward, he would have to be even more cautious and adapt to the changing situation. By the way, who is leading Anbu now? Didn't Tsukumo Hataki step down? Moonlight Chisen suddenly asked. Hearing his question, Sei laughed meaningfully. The Anbu is full of talent. Even though Lord Tsukumo has stepped down, the Anbu remains the sharpest weapon in the Hokage's hands. Although Sei didn't give a direct answer, Moonlight Chisen suddenly thought of two individuals, two people he had previously not paid much attention to. The son and daughter-in-law of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Stop. Everyone, start setting up traps immediately. Rokuro, Sei, Rinkaku, come here. Suddenly, the leading Anbu operative issued commands. As he turned around, Moonlight Chisen became even more certain of his suspicions. The mask this commander wore was one he had seen in his past life. Could it be Hiruzen Sarutobi's eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke? So it turned out that the temporary acting Anbu commander was him. Upon receiving orders, Moonlight Chisen and the other two immediately stepped forward. Up close, Sarutobi Shinosuke appeared quite formidable. Moonlight Chisen himself had grown to 180 centimeters over the past 2 years, yet he was still shorter than Shinosuke. Rokuro, you specialize in stealth. I need you to scout ahead. Sei and Rinkaku will assist you. We must identify the enemy's commanding officer, this is crucial, Sarutobi Shinosuke ordered. Moonlight Chisen was also curious about who Gaker had sent to lead their forces. Raza had already been defeated and injured by him, and he had also fought Kanjiki. For Gaker to launch a full-scale invasion so soon, who could possibly be leading them? The three of them quietly separated from the main group and swiftly headed toward the Land of Wind. Since Gaker was mobilizing on such a large scale, even their vanguard forces wouldn't be moving too fast. Before long, they reached the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind, where they saw a massive procession advancing through the desert. Wow, this is spectacular. Moonlight Chisen's eyes gleamed with surprise. Looks like Gaker is really going all in this time. He immediately activated his insect eye technique to observe the situation from a distance. What they were seeing was only Gaker's vanguard force, more troops were still following behind. As unfamiliar faces rapidly passed before his eyes, a sense of doubt arose in his heart. Among this vanguard unit, he saw no familiar figures, none of Gaker's elite shinobi. Rokuro, what should we do next? Should we move in closer, or wait here for them to approach? Sei asked, knowing that Moonlight Chisen excelled in stealth and that the success of their mission largely depended on him. I'll leave some markers and go ahead myself to scout the situation. If things get dangerous, it'll be easier for me to retreat alone. As Moonlight Chisen spoke, he handed a marked kunai to Sei. Sei took it and nodded. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, your teleportation mark won't disappear. Moonlight Chisen nodded in return, then dashed toward the Land of Wind. To ensure his safety, he left 2 additional markers along the way, just in case anything unexpected happened, he could make a swift escape. Comei, lend me some strength, I need to fly up and take a better look, Moonlight Chisen requested from the tailed beast inside him. Sure. But are you just using it for flight? Want me to prepare some phosphorus powder for you? Comei sighed regretfully. No need, I'm just scouting, not going into battle, Moonlight Chisen rejected outright. He had no desire to relive past painful experiences. Comei pouted in disappointment, thinking, this kid is so timid. If you're already flying, why not have some fun with phosphorus powder, I tell you, after that mess with you, Minato, and that Uchiha kid last time, I got a great idea. I developed a new phosphorus powder that causes uncontrollable diarrhea, guaranteed to make someone go at least 10 times before they stop. Comei enthusiastically promoted his new invention. Hearing this, Moonlight Chisen shuddered violently. Anything related to diarrhea or laxatives was a nightmare for him. His past experiences had been utterly traumatizing, he never wanted to go through that kind of exhaustion again. Comei, I swear, you're getting worse by the day, Moonlight Chisen sighed helplessly. But now's not the time. I need to figure out who the enemy's commander is. Save your tricks for later. And don't think I won't notice if you secretly prepare something. Comei quickly dispelled the phosphorus powder he had just condensed and muttered to himself, how does he always know when I'm up to something? Using the power of his wings, Moonlight Chisen ascended into the sky and activated his transparent escape technique. In an instant, he became the perfect invisible reconnaissance drone, an ability unique in the entire ninja world. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you see. Once airborne, Moonlight Chisen looked down upon Gaker's vanguard force, surveying everything below. Something's off. The vanguard force has exactly 200 people, that part checks out. But why is there not a single elite among them? That's impossible. Are they hiding someone? Suspicion filled Moonlight Chisen's mind. He became convinced that Gaker had some special method of concealing their commander, which was why he hadn't detected any notable figures. Comei, can you sense the emotions of the people below? Moonlight Chisen sought the tailed beast's help once more. Sensing the emotions of so many people at once was no easy task for Comei. I'll give it a try, but there are a lot of people, Comei replied.
I'll release some chakra to enhance my perception.
The next moment, a surge of crimson-tailed beast chakra flowed through Moonlight Chisen's body. However, under Comei's precise control, the chakra dispersed evenly, preventing the formation of a tailed beast cloak while still maximizing usability.
Clearly, Comei had deliberately mastered this technique to assist Moonlight Chisen in his missions. Most of them are excited, and a few are nervous. But there's one person whose emotions are very distinct: hatred and rage.
Comei reported his findings. Moonlight Chisen was taken aback.
Hatred and rage, Gaker and Canoha had long-standing conflicts, mostly over resources, which often led to clashes. However, such intense emotions of hatred and rage typically only arose when someone had lost a beloved family member or friend. Shinobi were generally indifferent to life and death. After all, in this era, missions took precedence over everything.
So where did this person's overwhelming hatred come from? Comei, which one is it? Moonlight Chisen asked urgently.
The one near the front middle of the formation, not very tall, wearing a conical hat. Comei pinpointed the individual's location.
Moonlight Chisen focused his gaze and spotted the person. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recognize them, mainly because the oversized hat completely obscured their face. Damn it, I can't see their face at all.
Moonlight Chisen muttered in frustration. Since he couldn't identify the person visually, there was little point in lingering.
With that in mind, he retracted his wings and used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly teleport back to Sei and Rinkaku. How did it go? Sei and Rinkaku immediately asked upon his return. Moonlight Chisen shook his head. There are 200 people, but I couldn't locate the Vanguard commander. They must be hiding.
We have intelligence on Gaker's top combatants, and they likely know this too, so they've taken precautions to conceal themselves.
Sei nodded. If we can't find them, there's not much we can do.
With so many enemies, getting close is too difficult.
Let's head back and report. The rest is up to the traps we set.
The three of them swiftly retreated and rejoined the main Anbu force.
After hearing Moonlight Chisen's report, Sarutobi Shinosuke fell into deep thought. A 200-man vanguard unit. Good. That's plenty.
Our traps should be enough to hold them off for a while.
Retreat.
With Shinosuke's command, the entire Anbu force rapidly withdrew toward the Land of Fire, leaving behind a field of traps waiting to ensnare Gaker's vanguard. Although the Anbu were individually strong, they couldn't afford to engage an enemy force several times their size head-on. Their mission was reconnaissance and delaying the enemy's advance, so when it was time to retreat, they had to retreat. Meanwhile, Canoha's main forces had already crossed the Land of Fire's border and established a solid defensive line in the Land of Rivers.
Orochimaru-sama, the Anbu should have already withdrawn. Our defensive structures will take another 1 to 2 hours to complete, reported Makura Yakimaru, the defense commander, standing beside Orochimaru.
Orochimaru nodded, his gaze fixed on the distance, lost in thought. At the same time, within the retreating Anbu force, a figure suddenly vanished into stealth. It was Moonlight Chisen. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Gaker's vanguard, and his mind was filled with questions. Thus, he chose to break away from the group for an independent investigation. Shinosuke had approved his decision but repeatedly warned him to be careful.
Moonlight Chisen didn't need to be reminded. If there was anything he excelled at, it was escaping.
Activating transparent escape, he positioned himself behind the trap zone, eyes locked on the approaching Gaker vanguard. The traps were meticulously placed by the Anbu, including explosive tags, ground spikes, kunai, senbon, and even poison gas. Every trick in the book was there. As the vanguard entered the trap zone, the first wave of traps was triggered, sending a rain of kunai and senbon down upon them, instantly reducing their numbers.
Stop! There are traps ahead.
A warning rang out from the front lines, bringing the entire unit to a halt in the forest.
Oomph, mere traps won't stop us. Get out of my way.
Suddenly, a cold, murderous voice echoed.
The hat-wearing figure stepped forward, removing their conical hat. Moonlight Chisen's eyes widened in shock. Damn it! Why is it him?
The figure before them had bright red hair and an incredibly youthful face. Moonlight Chisen could hardly believe his eyes. The person standing there was someone he never expected to appear. Sasori of the Red Sand. How
could it be him?
Moonlight Chisen's mind went blank for a moment. Sasori was even younger than him at this point, yet his face was already filled with gloom and deep-seated hatred. At last, he understood the intense anger and resentment that Comei had sensed earlier.
Sasori's parents were slain by Tsukumo Hatake, how could he not harbor hatred toward Canoha? But, hadn't he already assassinated the third Kazekage? Why was he here, leading Tsunagekyu's forces? And judging by the way the others treated him, could he be the commander of this vanguard unit? As Moonlight Chisen's thoughts raced, Sasori suddenly made his move. Boom! He pulled out a scroll from his back, and in a puff of white smoke, a massive puppet appeared instantly. Moonlight Chisen recognized it at a glance *** Senshuo, Salamander, ***. For a puppet master, all their combat power came from the puppets they controlled. And even at a young age, Sasori had already displayed monstrous talent in puppet techniques. The enormous puppet before him was undoubtedly his handiwork. These traps are useless. Just destroy them. Sasori snorted coldly. With that, the giant salamander charged straight into the trapped area. Moonlight Chisen gasped. Damn it! The salamander was an ultra-defensive puppet, its durability beyond comprehension. Even boulders crashing onto its body wouldn't cause any damage. As it advanced, kunai, sunban, explosive tags, and falling rocks all bounced off harmlessly, completely ineffective. Damn it! If this keeps up, all our traps will be wasted. Moonlight Chisen urgently called out to Comei. Quick, help me think of a way to stop it. Comei chuckled dryly. What can I do? I don't have a solution for this. We could go full-tailed beast mode and stomp it to pieces? Moonlight Chisen suggested sarcastically. Comei rolled his eyes. I'm on board. Are you? Moonlight Chisen immediately deflated. He had no intention of risking his life just to stop Sasori. Forget it. We'd better retreat and warn our forces so they can prepare their defenses. Without wasting another second, he turned and retreated swiftly, his mind still reeling from the revelation of Sasori's presence. Then, realization dawned on him. Sasori had two primary enemies, Tsukumo Hatake and the third Kazekage. Wait. That's it, ***. In the original timeline, Tsukumo Hatake was already dead by this point, so Sasori's hatred had been redirected toward the third Kazekage, leading him to assassinate him. But in this altered timeline, Tsukumo was still alive. This meant that Sasori's first target for revenge would naturally be Tsukumo. That's why he's here. With his mastery of puppetry and poisons, he would be a tremendous asset to Tsunagekyu's vanguard forces. Damn it! I should have known. The third Kazekage is a cunning strategist, he must have factored this into his plans. Not only did Sasori eliminate a potential threat within Tsunagekyu, but he also reinforced their forces with his formidable skills. A ruthless but effective move. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Moonlight Chisen picked up his pace, retreating toward the Land of Fire as fast as possible. Canoha's defensive line, Land of Rivers. 1,000 Canoha shinobi were working tirelessly to construct defensive fortifications. Orochimaru stood at the front, gazing into the distance. Soon, a group of masked Anbu appeared, led by Sarutobi Shinosuke, who ran straight toward him. Orochimaru, the enemy vanguard consists of 200 shinobi. Their commander's identity remains unknown. Sarutobi Shinosuke continued, we set numerous traps along the way, they should slow the enemy down for a while. How's the fortification process going on your end? Orochimaru nodded but furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing the enemy vanguard had 200 members. That's too many for a standard vanguard unit. Their role should be reconnaissance and clearing obstacles, not fighting prolonged battles. Does Tsunagekyu really have so much manpower to spare? I ordered most of our teams to retreat. Anbu operative Rokuro stayed behind to continue gathering intelligence, Sarutobi Shinosuke added. I'll wait here for him, intelligence is crucial. With that, he walked back into the encampment while the rest of the Anbu returned to the village. Orochimaru smirked inwardly. Rokuro? He, ***. He was well aware that Rokuro was none other than Moonlight Chisen. The name is as strange as ever. Still, he had no complaints. Moonlight Chisen was an Anbu operative under direct orders from the Hokage, meaning even Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had no authority over him. Shortly after the Anbu's departure, another figure sprinted toward the encampment at full speed. Orochimaru immediately recognized him and stepped forward. Sensei, you actually came to the Land of Rivers battlefield? Moonlight Chisen greeted him with a serious expression. He. Isn't that obvious? Orochimaru chuckled. Moonlight Chisen got straight to the point. Sensei, the enemy is dangerous.
Their commander is a red-haired boy skilled in poisons and puppetry. He used a massive puppet to clear the traps, we barely slowed them down. Our defenses aren't finished yet, and I don't think we'll be ready in time, asterisk.
Asterisk, and most importantly, that red-haired puppet master is the grandson of Chiyo, the child of the parents Tsukumo Hatake killed. Asterisk. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed sharply. He trusted Moonlight Chisen's reconnaissance skills completely. And he knew Tsukumo Hatake had killed many puppet masters in the past, including Chiyo's son. How potent are his poisons? Orochimaru asked.
Moonlight Chisen resisted the urge to roll his eyes.
Asterisk, why don't you just ask how strong he is? I could just tell you that in the future, he'll be strong enough to fight you to a standstill. Asterisk. Orochimaru smirked. That would be a bit rude, wouldn't it?
Hard to say, Moonlight Chisen replied.
But given his puppet quality and his lineage, I'd guess they're highly lethal. He then added, our defensive structures aren't ready yet.
We need to launch a preemptive strike to slow them down.
Orochimaru nodded slightly, he had already been considering this. With their fortifications incomplete and the enemy vanguard unusually large, a direct attack on their defenses could be catastrophic. He quickly summoned Sarutobi Shinosuke. What? The traps were all destroyed? Damn it! Sarutobi Shinosuke was shocked. Even Kanjiki's armored puppets wouldn't be able to clear them so effortlessly.
Rokuro, are you sure you're not mistaken? He questioned.
Moonlight Chisen was slightly annoyed but held back and repeated his findings. After hearing the full report, Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression darkened. If that's true, then I agree, we must slow them down. We move out now. He commanded. As for numbers, just the three of us.
I'll use large-scale earth-release jutsu to block them.
That's my specialty.
He was confident, being the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, his earth-release techniques were top-tier.
Alright, Rokuro, what do you think? Orochimaru caught himself before saying the wrong name. Sarutobi Shinosuke scoffed.
Come on, I know who he really is, Moonlight Chisen.
Let's go. Every minute counts. Meanwhile, Sasori had already cleared the traps. Traps are gone.
Keep moving forward, he ordered coldly, pulling his hat back over his face as he disappeared into the vanguard formation.